Qingyang City, the Lin family mansion. Lin Yun was dressed in a bright red wedding robe, his chest feeling warm. His gaze drifted past the noisy guests and settled on the woman beside him, adorned with a phoenix crown and bridal veil. Lu Rian, the most beautiful woman in Qingyang City, his childhood sweetheart and betrothed. Yet today something was off about her. Her smile was stiff, and her gaze kept drifting involuntarily toward the direction of her father Lu Qing. The auspicious hour has arrived. The master of ceremonies' high-pitched voice pierced through the hall. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the ancestors. Bride and groom exchange bows. Just as Lin Yun turned to complete the final ritual. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from outside the mansion, followed by the clashing of weapons and battle cries. The hall instantly descended into chaos. Lin Yun's face changed drastically, and he instinctively moved to shield Lu Rian. But as he turned, he saw the coldness in Lu Rian's eyes, all pretense gone. Thud. A dagger slipped from her sleeve, and without hesitation, she thrust it viciously into Lin Yun's back. Searing pain exploded through him. Lin Yun stiffly lowered his head, staring at the blood-stained blade tip protruding from his chest, more glaring than his wedding robe. Why? Lu Rian yanked the dagger out, letting the blood spray, and quickly stepped back. Bang! The Lin family gate was kicked to pieces. Lu Qing, patriarch of the Lu family, and Wang Wei, patriarch of the Wang family, strode in side by side. Behind them, a smug Wang Tung pulled Lu Rian into his embrace. Rian, you did well. Brother Wang Tung. Lu Rian nestled into his arms, all stiffness gone. Lu Qing. Lin Yun's father Lin Zhantian, his eyes bloodshot, roared. My Lin family has treated you well. Victory and defeat determine all. Lu Qing sneered coldly. Lin Yun stared at Lu Rian, using his last strength to ask again. Why? This time Lu Rian spoke, her eyes filled with contempt. Why? She laughed. The one I have always loved is only brother Wang Tung. He is the true prodigy, a disciple of San Yun Academy. And you are nothing but a waste who can't even step foot into the academy. You think you deserve me. Each word trampled his dignity. Kill! Spare no one from the Lin family. The slaughter began. You to run. His father burned his life force, roaring to cover his escape. Take the back mountain secret passage. Avenge us! An elder of the Wang family circled around the battle, grinning fiercely, as he struck at Lin Yun. No! A gentle figure rushed in front of him, his mother. The palm shock sent blood gushing from her mouth, yet she used her life to block the fatal blow, collapsing slowly. Quick, young master, go! The last of his personal guards built a wall of flesh, instantly overwhelmed. Lin Yun, tears and blood mingling, carrying boundless hatred, plunged into the secret passage in the back mountain. He ran for what seemed like forever, until he collapsed by a small stream. As consciousness faded, he seemed to see a cool, detached girl's face. Miss, this man is poisoned by the black scorpion. Saving him is what matters. When he awoke, he was in a simple medicine room. She was called Su Yueyu, a young lady from a branch of the Su family in Juifeng City. Lin Yun concealed his identity, calling himself a wandering cultivator, and became her most taciturn guard. Spring passed, and autumn came. 3 years flew by. He buried his hatred deeply, cultivating madly, his heart growing cold and hard. One day grim news came. Internal strife in the main Su family meant Su Yuyao's branch was implicated and about to be expelled from Juifeng City. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In an instant, all the servants and relatives fled clean away. Su Yueyao stood in the empty courtyard, her body trembling slightly, and finally turned to look at the figure who had always stood behind her. Lin Yun, you should go too. Her voice trembled. Lin Yun looked at her reddened eyes. 3 years ago, he too had been betrayed by the whole world. He said nothing, only stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. I will stay with you. Those 5 simple words weighed more than any oath. The road of exile was fraught with hardship. Su Yuyao's father eventually fell ill and died on the journey. Before his humble grave, they bowed 3 times to heaven and earth and became husband and wife. No wedding feast, no guests. Wherever she was, that was home. Another 12 years passed. They settled in the remote Pan'in city, where Lin Yun broke through to the spirit-nurturing realm and founded a new Lin family. 5 years later, his wife Su Yueyao gave birth to a son named Lin Dong. Holding the swaddled infant, watching his wife and child laugh in the yard. The deep-seated hatred seemed to collect dust with the passing of peaceful days. But he forgot the happiness of the weak can never last. His talent was ultimately limited, his cultivation stagnated at the third level of the spirit-nurturing realm. And the rise of the Lin family became a thorn in the side of Panyan City's old powers. A long-planned siege erupted deep in the night. History was repeating itself with chilling similarity. The Lin mansion turned into a battlefield. Lin Yun fought in blood, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Amid the chaos, a poisoned arrow slipped through the crowd, silently flying toward his heart. He tried to dodge, but his body was locked by enemies. "Husband!" Su Yuyao's piercing shriek tore the night sky. He only felt a warm body shove him violently aside. Thud. He turned and saw the black arrow lodged in Su Yuyao's chest, black blood trickling from her mouth. With a loving smile on her face, she collapsed slowly. "No!" Lin Yun's mind buzzed, the world lost all sound. "Wei Yao!" He let out a guttural roar, and the last thread of his sanity snapped. He burned his foundation, turning into an avenger. Clutching his wife's cooling body, and grabbing his terrified young son, he carved a bloody path through the enemies. The Lin family had fallen again. Over the next 5 years, he hid with Lin Dong in various places. Old wounds eroded his vitality, and his cultivation made no further progress. Though barely over 40, his temples were already gray, and he looked like a withered husk. One morning he left all his resources for his sleeping son. "Dong'er father is going to settle old scores. You must live well." He had no hope of avenging Wei Yao in this life, but the blood debt of the entire Lin family, he would take them down even if it cost him his life. Half a month later, Qingyang City Lu Manor. Wang Tong and Lu Rian were feasting and toasting with music and dance. A white-haired figure entered like a specter. "Lu Qing, Wang Tong, Lu Rian, I Lin Yun have come to collect the debt." Burning the last of his life, wherever his sword reached, the banquet turned into a mortal hell. But that was all he could do. From deep within the Lu estate, a far more powerful aura soared. "How dare you!" An elder of the Lu family appeared, and with a single palm strike planted it on the crown of Lin Yun's head. His skull shattered. As he fell through the blood mist, he saw the venomous and slightly terrified faces of Wang Tong and Lu Rian. In the end, nothing could be changed. Consciousness sank into boundless darkness. After an unknown time, just as Lin Yun thought he would dissipate forever, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host soul detected. Initiating Reincarnation System binding. Binding successful. Lin Yun found himself still conscious. He saw a void space with a translucent blue light screen before him. First lifetime life trajectory scan complete. Initiating evaluation. Name Lin Yun, identity young master of Qingyang City Lin family, annihilated patriarch of Panyan City Lin family, destroyed cultivation spirit nurturing realm, third level peak, main experience, family destroyed, beloved betrayed, exiled to another land, remarried a virtuous wife, built a family again, destroyed wife died, revenge failed, perished. Comprehensive evaluation, white grade 3 stars. Based on first lifetime experience, reward host 25 reincarnation points. The screen changed, revealing new options. Talent 0, family background 0, comprehension 0, luck 0, a cheat. Lin Yun's remnant soul churned violently. 2 lifetimes of hatred and resentment surged within his consciousness. Talent. When it came down to it, it was all about talent. If he had been a peerless genius, he wouldn't have stagnated at the spirit nurturing realm for 20 years nor watched his mother and wife die miserably for him. The desire for revenge overwhelmed everything. His will resolute, he made his choice on the light screen. Talent add 10 points. Family background add 7 points. Comprehension add 5 points. Luck add 3 points. As he chose, the points on the screen zeroed out. An irresistible pulling force came, and his consciousness sank into slumber again. Qingyun sect. Inside a luxurious bedroom. A bronze mirror reflects a delicate yet unfamiliar face. Lin Yun. That is his name in this life. 16. His memories did not fully awaken until this moment. He clenches his fist, feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body. Qi nourishing realm 7th layer. In his previous life, he only reached this realm at nearly 30 years old. Now merely 16. The reincarnation points allocated to talent have yielded remarkable results. But if he had awakened a few years earlier, He could have taken the assessments of those top-tier sects instead of being stuck in this small Qing Yun sect. A pity, he murmured. However, his birth in this life surprised him somewhat. Qing Yun sect leader Li Wei, a powerhouse at the spirit transformation realm. He is his father. He had thought that by allocating all reincarnation points to talent, he would be born into a humble family. He had already prepared to rise from obscurity step by step. Unexpectedly, the background slot also gave him a surprise. Now only 17 years have passed since his death in the previous life. Qingyang City. The Lu family, the Wang family. Lu Rian Wang Tung. And the enemy in Panyin City, who caused Yu Yao's death. You're all still alive. Good that you're alive. Wait for me. A chilling murderous glint burst from Lin Yun's eyes. Having lived 2 lives, his heart was no longer that of the passionate youth of yore. 2 years later, with the massive resources of Qing Yun sect, a dull thud came from Lin Yun's room. Spiritual energy condensed into a seed. Spiritual essence realm achieved. At 18, reaching the spiritual essence realm is extremely rare across the entire Shimu Empire. Leveraging his family sect Qing Yun sect connections, he became a transfer student at Sanyun Academy, one of the 10 great academies of the empire, for a term of 2 years. With a mindset far beyond his peers and terrifying talent, he quickly established himself in the academy. Everything was moving in a good direction. One day on the academy's training ground, a figure flashed past the corner of Lin Yun's eye. Lin Yun's footsteps halted. It was a youth whose features bore 7 parts resemblance to Lu Rian and 3 parts to Wang Tung. Lin Yun's heart clenched violently. Overwhelming hatred almost burst from his chest. He left without a trace and began investigating this person. News soon arrived. This person's name was Wang Chen, from the Wang family of Qingyang City. 2 years older than Lin Yun, with cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi nourishing realm, about to break through to spiritual essence. Just as I thought. A cold killing intent flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. He also learned that Wang Tung was now a spirit transformation realm powerhouse, dominating a region. And Lu Rian, with Wang Tang's help, had also reached the 7th layer of spiritual essence realm. Spirit transformation realm. Lin Yun took a deep breath. No wonder Lu Rian had betrayed him so decisively back then. Wang Tung's talent was even higher than he imagined. He was still far from being their match. But revenge could first collect some interest from their descendants. A month quickly passed. During this month, Lin Yun learned all of Wang Chen's habits. One thing surprised Lin Yun greatly. Unexpectedly, this person was an old lecher. A complete womanizer. His favorite haunt was a brothel near the academy called Yinxiang Pavilion. On a dark, windy night, Wang Chen was dead drunk, clutching 2 seductive women, staggering toward his secluded dwelling. Little beauties, I'll show you some new tricks I've learned. Young Master Wang, you're so naughty. Lin Yun sneered inwardly. He had no idea how his previous lives' descendant Lin Dong was doing now, but his enemy's descendant. Well, a one-man duality show. In a dark alley, a black shadow appeared like a ghost. Without extra words, a flash of sword light. A bloodline appeared on Wang Chen's throat. He didn't even have time to make a sound, his eyes wide open, and he collapsed. The 2 seductive women beside him were about to scream. Another flash of sword light. The world fell silent. Lin Yun's figure disappeared into the night, as if he had never been there. A few days later, 3 bodies were discovered. Wang Chen was just an ordinary student in the academy, average in talent, and not of top-tier background. As for the other 2 seductive women, just 2 prostitutes from Yinxiang Pavilion. Who would care? Who would stand up for them? This was a world where the strong rule the law of the jungle. Sanyun Academy sent people for a cursory investigation and then dropped the matter. Far away in Qingyang City, Wang Tung learned of the death, and in a rage shattered his entire study. He came personally, but found not a trace of evidence. Only on Wang Chen's body did he faintly sense a familiar sword intent. Very similar to the Lin family's sword technique from years ago. But how could that be? The Lin family had long been destroyed, he had seen it with his own eyes. Wang Tung could only leave with full fury, and a hint of doubt, the matter unresolved. Meanwhile, Lin Yun simply regarded this as a beginning. 1 year later, while cultivating diligently at the academy, Lin Yun was summoned back to Qing Yun sect by a letter from his father. His father gave him a mission to inspect the sect's estate in the mountain range outside the city. Lin Yun accepted and set off alone. When he reached the mountains, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting and a woman's cry ahead. He followed the sound and saw a Gale wolf at the second layer of spiritual essence realm slaughtering a group of guards. The guards were almost all dead, leaving only a richly dressed young girl cornered, her face pale with despair. At the critical moment, Lin Yun stepped forward. At the first layer of spiritual essence realm facing a beast comparable to the second layer, it should have been a fierce battle. But Lin Yun, relying on his rich combat experience from his previous life and extraordinary calmness. After a struggle, he seized an opening in the Gale wolf's defense and slashed its throat with a single sword stroke. Blood splattered onto his face, making him appear even more cold and stern. The young girl watched the man who had descended from heaven to save her, and her heart completely fell. She composed herself, stepped forward, and bowed gracefully. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am Jiang Yi. May I ask your honorable name?" "Lin Yun." Lin Yun replied indifferently, sheathing his sword. That night heavy rain fell. They took shelter in an abandoned temple. The bonfire crackled, illuminating their young faces. "Lin Yun, thank you. Without you I would have been done for." Jiang Yi's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. "It was nothing," Lin Yun replied indifferently. The girl's feelings were laid bare in the quiet night and warm firelight. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Outside wind and rain raged, inside the bonfire blazed fiercely. Two flames blown by the wind merged together. The doors of their hearts quietly opened to each other. Nothing was spoken that night, only known that when the night passed, the lotus buds outside the temple unfurled under the wind and rain. 2 years had passed. His time as a transfer student at Songyun Academy had drawn to a close. Lin Yun did not linger, he returned directly to Qingyun sect. When he once again stood before the grand hall of the sect, his entire aura was vastly different from 2 years ago. It was restrained, profound, like a bottomless ancient well. "Yuner, you're back!" Li Wei, the sect master of Qingyun sect, and his father personally came to greet him. His face was filled with barely concealed excitement and relief. Li Wei could sense that the spiritual energy within his son had reached a level that even he found astonishing. "Father!" Lin Yun gave a slight nod. Father and son entered the grand hall, dismissing the attendants. "What cultivation level?" Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. "The 7th level of the spirit accumulation realm." Lin Yun's reply was calm and unremarkable. Yet Li Wei's body jolted violently. He was profoundly shocked, followed by overwhelming joy. The 7th level of the spirit accumulation realm at the age of 20. What did that signify? Across the entire divine martial empire, among the younger generation, those who could reach such heights could be counted on one hand. His son's future achievements were limitless. Qingyun sect was about to rise. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Li Wei exclaimed 3 times, pacing excitedly on the spot. "With your current cultivation, you are more than qualified to serve as an elder of the sect." Lin Yun did not respond. An elder. His ambitions extended far beyond that. "By the way, there is a major matter I need to discuss with you." Li Wei calmed himself, his expression turning serious. "The Empire's grand event, held once every 5 years, the Divine Martial Tournament, is about to commence." The Divine Martial Tournament? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. He recalled that in his previous life, the event held during this period should have been the Imperial Academy Tournament. "Correct," Li Wei explained. "This tournament is different from before. It is no longer limited to academies. The Imperial family has decreed that any sect, force, aristocratic clan, or wandering cultivator, as long as they are under 25 and have reached the 7th level of the Qi nourishing realm or above, may participate." The scale has expanded that much. Indeed. It is said that due to frequent border skirmishes recently, the Imperial family wishes to use this opportunity to select true prodigies to fill the military ranks and key positions. A trace of bitterness crossed Li Wei's face. "Our Qingyun sect. You know the situation. Apart from you, the highest cultivation among the other disciples is only the 8th level of the Qi nourishing realm. They would be nothing but cannon fodder. So this time, I hope you will represent Qingyun sect in the tournament." A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. This was a golden opportunity for him. An opportunity to make his name known across the land and gain more resources and fortuitous encounters. "I will participate." His answer was crisp and decisive. For months later, Lin Yun had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the spirit accumulation realm. The imperial capital, the most magnificent city in the divine martial empire, had become unprecedentedly lively. Countless flying vessels bearing different banners shuttled through the sky. Young cultivators from all corners of the land converged here, each filled with soaring fighting spirit and hopes for the future. Lin Yun walked alone along the broad streets. He had not taken the sect's flying vessel, but had chosen to arrive ahead of time on his own. The banner of Lin Yun's sect was still too inconspicuous here. He found an inn to stay at, and was about to head to the registration office to survey the situation. A familiar voice came from behind. "Yun!" Lin Yun turned around. A slightly plump young man, with a beaming face, was staring at him in disbelief. Mu Yin, one of the few friends he had made at Sanyun Academy. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. "I'm here for the Divine Martial Tournament, of course." Mu Yin ran over excitedly and gave Lin Yun a bear hug. "You disappeared without a trace after leaving the academy 2 years ago. I thought you'd gone back to the sect for a closed-door seclusion. Yun, are you here for the tournament too? Representing Lin Yun's sect." Awesome." Mu Yin slapped his thigh. "I thought I'd be fighting alone this time. Let me tell you, this tournament is a fierce melee of dragons and tigers, a gathering of heavenly prodigies." Mu Yin gesticulated wildly as he began his introduction. "The 10 great sects, the 5 major clans, the imperial family, and geniuses from all the top academies are here. See that one over there in the gold-thread robe? That's the chief disciple of the Golden Sun sect. They say he reached the 7th level of the spirit accumulation realm a year ago. And that one in white with a cold face is the young master of the heavenly sword sect, unmatched in swordsmanship. And that one." Mu Yin was in full flow when he suddenly froze, his eyes going wide. Following his gaze not far away, at the entrance of an upscale restaurant, a stunning beauty was gracefully stepping out. Her figure was elegant, her temperament like an orchid. It was Jiangyi. 2 years had only made her more captivating, and her cultivation had steadily reached the 3rd level of the spirit accumulation realm. Her appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone around. Jiangyi clearly spotted Lin Yun as well. Her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, a mix of surprise and shyness, and she quickly walked toward him. "Lin Yun!" Mu Yan's jaw nearly dropped. He nudged Lin Yun's arm, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Yun! This fairy. You know her?" Lin Yun glanced at Mu Yan's awestruck expression and said calmly, "She's my woman." Boom. Mu Yan felt as though something had exploded inside his head. He looked at Lin Yun, then at the approaching Jiangyi, utterly dumbfounded. "A backstab. Yun, this is a blatant backstab." Mu Yan let out a wail from a lonely single man. "Here we are slogging away at our cultivation, and you've already bagged a fairy as beautiful as this. When did this happen? How come I knew nothing about it?" Just then several young men, with imposing auras, followed out of the restaurant. The one in the lead, wearing a look of arrogance, blocked Jiangyi's path. "Junior sister, is this the one you always speak of? Your beloved?" The young man scrutinized Lin Yun from head to toe, his eyes full of appraisal and disdain. He noticed Lin Yun's plain robes, and sensed no powerful background. "A nobody from an unknown minor sect. What right does he have to be worthy of you?" Jiangyi's delicate brows immediately furrowed. "Senior brother Zhao, please show some respect. This is my personal matter. Junior sister, I am only feeling indignant on your behalf." The young man called Zhao sneered, turning his gaze to Lin Yun. "Kid'll give you a chance. Leave junior sister on your own. Otherwise, in this imperial capital, I have 100 ways to make sure you can't stay." Mu Yin immediately tensed up. He recognized this man, Zhao Tu, a core disciple of Miyu Academy at the 5th level of the spirit accumulation realm, backed by a family with considerable influence in the capital. "Yun, don't be rash. This guy is trouble." But Lin Yun acted as if he hadn't heard. He didn't even glance at Zhao Tu. Instead, he walked straight up to Jiangyi and naturally took her hand. "Let's go! We need to register." This gesture ignited Zhao Tu's fury completely. Ignored? It was a blatant disregard. "You're looking for death." Zhao Tu roared, unleashing his spiritual energy. The full force of his 5th level spirit accumulation realm pressure bore down on Lin Yun as he threw a punch, sending a gust of vicious wind. The crowd of onlookers gasped. Mu Yan's heart leaped into his throat. Jiangyi tightened her grip on Lin Yun's hand nervously. Yet Lin Yun remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Just as Xiao Tuo's fist was about to connect with his face, an indescribably terrifying pressure erupted from within Lin Yun. Bang! Xiao Tuo's body was struck as if by an invisible giant hand, sending him flying backward. His companions behind him, who had been ready to cheer, were also knocked to the ground by the shockwave, coughing up blood, a sorry sight. The scene fell instantly silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Without throwing a single blow, merely with his aura, he had sent a 5th-level spirit accumulation realm cultivator, and several others flying. What kind of strength was that? Lin Yun withdrew his aura, as if he had merely swatted away a few annoying flies. He looked down at the still-dazed Jiang Yi, and gave a faint smile. Let's go! Only after the pair had walked away, did the crowd erupt in whispers. That was at least the 8th level of the spirit accumulation realm. My god, which great sect has been hiding such a monster? Qingyun sect? Never heard of it. Mu Yen stood frozen, and only after a long while did he come to his senses. He stared at Lin Yun's retreating figure, and murmured to himself. Have I just latched onto a real big shot? The preliminary rounds of the Divine Martial Grand Tournament commenced simultaneously across dozens of colossal arenas within the imperial capital. A sea of humanity surged, and the roar of the crowd reached the heavens. Lin Yun stood beneath the relatively secluded No. 73 arena platform, utterly inconspicuous. The reputation of the Qingyun sect here was like a single drop of water merging into a vast river, incapable of even stirring a ripple. Next match, No. 73 arena, Qingyun sect Lin Yun versus Lingtian Academy Murong Xiaoxue. The voice, amplified by the sound formation, caused a momentary hush to fall over the previously chaotic area, immediately followed by an even greater uproar. Murong Xiaoxue! Did I hear that right? A top 3 favorite for the tournament. Which unlucky bastard is facing the goddess Murong? Lin Yun. Qingyun sect? What the hell is that? Never even heard of it. This guy's luck is terrible, drawing the female demon in the first round. It's a guaranteed unyandone. Poor bastard probably won't even last a single move. Up in the stands, Mu Yan's face instantly turned pale, as he gripped the railing tightly. It's over, how did he draw her? Jiang Yi was also tense, her fists clenched, her eyes filled with worry. Amidst a sea of sympathetic and gloating gazes, Lin Yun's expression remained calm as he stepped onto the arena platform. At the other end, a figure in white drifted gracefully onto the stage. She bore a long sword on her back, her countenance was cold and aloof. Standing there alone, she was utterly detached from the surrounding clamor. She was Murong Xiaoxue. Her gaze didn't even linger on Lin Yun, supremely arrogant. The referee announced in a loud voice. The match begins? Before the words had even faded, Murong Xiaoxue moved. There were no probing attacks, no superfluous movements. Her sword left its sheath. A blinding flash of sword light tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yun's throat. Fast. Unfathomably fast. 99% of the disciples below hadn't even seen how she drew her sword. Everyone believed the match was already over. Yet Lin Yun's body contorted at an angle that defied common understanding. The sword edge grazed the skin of his neck, drawing a string of tiny droplets of blood. He had dodged it. For the first time, a flicker of surprise appeared in Murong Xiaoxue's eyes. This strike of hers contained the nascent form of her sword, intent no one of the same cultivation level could evade it. This unknown nobody had actually dodged it. Lin Yun gave her no time to think. The instant he dodged, he closed in. He had no weapon. His fist was his strongest weapon. One punch, a direct assault aimed straight at the heart. Murong Xiaoxue raised her sword horizontally to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercing, causing eardrums to ache. A tremendous force transmitted through the sword blade, forcing Murong Xiaoxue to take half a step back. Her surprise deepened. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Sword light. Fist shadows. On the arena platform, the two figures moved so fast that after images appeared, everyone was stunned. The one-sided massacre they had anticipated did not occur. This Lin Yun from an unknown sect was actually trading blows evenly with Murong Xiaoxue. No! Upon closer inspection, he even seemed to have a slight upper hand. Murong Xiaoxue's swordsmanship was exquisite, her spiritual energy profound. But Lin Yun's fighting style defied everyone's understanding. Every one of his movements seemed instinctive. Prediction, parry, counterattack. Not a single wasted motion, each strike landed precisely at the point where Murong Xiaoxue was most uncomfortable. He was like a battle-hardened veteran general instructing a raw recruit. How is this possible? The elder from Lin Yun Academy in charge of the team abruptly stood up from his seat. He saw it clearly. Murong Xiaoxue was being suppressed. Not a suppression of cultivation level. It was a total domination in experience, technique, and combat instinct. Bang! Seizing an opening, Lin Yun struck a palm onto Murong Xiaoxue's shoulder. She let out a muffled groan, flew backward, and her long sword slipped from her hand. Lin Yun's figure followed her like a shadow. Before she landed, he appeared behind her and pressed a finger against the center of her back. The outcome was decided. Lin Yun withdrew his finger and stepped back 2 paces. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. He won. Lin Yun of the Spirit Accumulation Realm 9th layer had defeated Murong Xiaoxue of the half-step Spirit Transformation Realm. Murong Xiaoxue stood frozen in place, her body rigid. She lowered her head, her expression unreadable. I lost. Her voice carried a tremor. I actually lost to a disciple from an unknown sect. And his cultivation is lower than mine. Wah! The next moment. In the midst of deathly silence, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, this proud daughter of heaven from Lin Yun Academy, the dream lover of countless young men in the empire, cried. Lin Yun was dumbfounded. The referee was dumbfounded. The entire audience was dumbfounded. What was happening? Murong Xiaoxue, sobbing, picked up her sword and ran off the arena platform without looking back. Everyone was utterly astounded. After that day, the entire empire went mad. All sorts of absurd rumors flew everywhere. Shocking. Empire goddess Murong Xiaoxue brought to tears in public by unknown nobody. The fall of a genius. No, it's the love-hate saga of the overbearing sect heir and the ice goddess. Insider reveals Lin Yun dumped Murong Xiaoxue, unable to bear the humiliation. She wept on the field. Lin Yun's name spread completely throughout the empire. Accompanying him were a series of inexplicable titles like The Stud Who Made the Goddess Cry and The Heartbreaker. People gathered daily at the entrance of the inn where he was staying. Lin Yun, come out! What did you do to our goddess? Lin Yun, the hatred of taking one's wife is irreconcilable. Lin Yun was very troubled. He had only won a match. However, thanks to his outstanding performance in subsequent matches, he ultimately secured a top 10 finish in the grand tournament, winning a massive reward for himself and the Qin Yun sect. 2 years later, resources had long been exhausted. Lin Yun's cultivation had reached the 2nd layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Progress was exceedingly slow. That invisible ceiling had appeared again. The geniuses who had entered the top 10 with him back then were now, at least, at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Lin Yun didn't mind much. Married life was peaceful. He and Jiangyi had already wed. One day an uninvited guest arrived at the Li residence. Lin Yun looked at the person before him somewhat surprised. White clothes, a long sword, a cold and aloof face. It was Murong Xiaoxue. 2 years had passed, and her aura was even more powerful. The 5th layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. This was a true proud daughter of heaven. I've come to find you to fight again. Murong Xiaoxue's tone was icy cold. Over these 2 years, the rumors from the outside world had driven her nearly mad. Today, she would avenge her past humiliation. Lin Yun sighed. You're at the 5th layer of Spirit Transformation, and I'm only at the 2nd layer. How can we fight? I don't care. Murong Xiaoxue drew her sword. Today you must fight me. Lin Yun felt helpless. He felt that if he didn't agree, this woman might tear his house down. The two arrived at an open space outside the city. There was no referee, no audience. The battle was about to begin. The outcome was inevitable. In the face of absolute realm suppression, even vast combat experience seemed futile. Lin Yun used every trick he knew. He pushed the combat skills accumulated over 2 lifetimes to their absolute limit. He was like a tiny leaf boat amidst towering waves, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yet he always managed to stabilize himself precariously at the most dangerous junctures. 300 moves. He forcibly held on against Murong Xiaoxue for 300 moves. Finally, he was sent flying by a single sword strike, his spiritual energy completely depleted, unable to stand up again. I lost. Lin Yun lay on the ground gasping for air. Murong Xiaoxue stood before him looking down at him from a position of superiority. She had won. She had finally proven herself. She should be happy. But for some reason the rims of her eyes reddened again. Lin Yun looked at her, his head full of question marks. "Hey, you won, so why are you crying?" This question was like lighting a powder keg. Murong Xiaoxue's tears fell continuously. She was crying again, even more sorrowfully than last time. Lin Yun was completely bewildered. He simply couldn't understand this woman's train of thought. Only Murong Xiaoxue herself understood. It was too humiliating. 2 years ago, with a small gap in their realms, losing could be blamed on the opponent's cunning. But now she was a full 3 minor realms higher than Lin Yun. The 5th layer of spirit transformation fighting the 2nd layer. And she still let him hold on for 300 moves before finishing it. If this got out, how could she face the world? This was even more disgraceful than losing outright. Murong Xiaoxue ran off crying. She ran away again. Lin Yun lay on the ground watching her retreating figure, feeling utterly exhausted. The next day, new rumors swept through the empire once again, reigniting an old flame. Lin Yun and the goddess Murong's secret rendezvous in the wild. Goddess sheds tears again. Tears of joy at reconciliation or sorrow of being abandoned. Exclusive scoop: Lin Yun has a foot in both boats. The empire's twin jewels turn on each other for him. Another debt was added to Lin Yun's account. Returning home, Jiang Yi looked at him and said softly, "Husband, if you truly like that Miss Murong, I wouldn't mind being your concubine." Lin Yun shivered. That night Lin Yun argued vehemently and tried his utmost to prove his devotion. He barely managed to dispel Jiang Yi's resentment. But Lin Yun was indeed exhausted, like a dead dog needing several days to recover. Another year of married life passed. Lin Yun successfully stepped into the 3rd layer of the spirit transformation realm. One day he opened his eyes from cultivation. A flash of sharp light flickered and vanished. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked in the direction of Qingyang City. The time had come. In Qingyang City, the 2 most prominent families, the Wang and the Lu, were bedecked with lanterns and festive decorations today. Red lanterns hung inside and outside their mansions, and jubilant crimson carpets adorned every street. Today marked the joyous wedding day of Wang Hao, the most favored grandson of Patriarch Wang Tung. Wang Hao's talent was unparalleled in Qingyang City. Still young, he had already reached the 9th level of the Qi-nourishing realm, hailed as a genius with the potential to step into the spirit transformation realm. His bride was none other than Lu Ruyan, the cherished pearl of the Lu family. The 2 families were once again united in marriage, a powerful alliance. Almost every notable figure in Qingyang City had come to offer their congratulations. Inside the Wang family mansion, guests filled the hall, clinking glasses and sharing laughter. Wang Tung sat in the seat of honor, his face beaming with pride. As he gazed upon his esteemed grandson and beautiful granddaughter-in-law, he seemed to envision an even more brilliant future for the Wang clan. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the newlyweds bow. The master of ceremonies' voice rang out. Wang Hao, holding Lu Ruyan's hand, was about to kneel and perform the ritual. In the night, a solitary figure stood silently on the rooftop of the Wang mansion. He watched the lively celebration below, his eyes devoid of any ripple. A day of great joy. In Lin Yun's mind, images from his past life surfaced. That day too was his wedding day. But what awaited him was not blessings, but the calamity of his family's annihilation. Today he would make these 2 families taste the very same anguish he had endured. He moved. His figure, like a phantom, silently infiltrated the Wang family's rear courtyard. Without alarming a soul, the slaughter began with the guards in the backyard. Lin Yun's fingers transformed into the deadliest of weapons. With each precise strike he pierced a man's throat. No screams. No struggle. Those struck had no time to react before all life faded from them. Blood stained the ground. He moved like a reaper, walking among mortals, harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. He spared no one from the Wang or Lu families. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. Finally, among the guests in the front courtyard, a cultivator, with a keen sense of smell, detected it. "What's that smell?" "It smells like blood." "How could there be a smell of blood on such a joyous day? Even if there were, it should only come later tonight." Just as the crowd grew puzzled, the door to the main hall was kicked open with a bang. A figure drenched in blood rushed in. It was the Wang family's steward. "Patriarch! Something terrible! Someone has broken in and is killing everyone." As he finished speaking, a head flew in and landed right at his feet. The steward stared at the head with its unseeing eyes, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. The hall erupted in chaos. All laughter ceased abruptly. Wang Ting's face darkened instantly. "Who dares to cause trouble on the Wang family's most festive day?" His voice boomed like a bell, echoing through the entire mansion. A figure bathed in moonlight strode in from the doorway. He was clad in black, a cold mask covering his face. Not a trace of blood stained his garments. Yet the thick cloying scent of blood emanated from him. With each step he took, the guests involuntarily retreated a step. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire hall. "Who are you, sir?" Wang Tung stared intently at Lin Yun. "Why have you wrought such carnage upon my Wang family?" Lin Yun did not answer. His gaze swept across every person in the hall, distinguishing those from the Wang and Lu families. Then he moved. His form left an afterimage across the hall. Screams erupted one after another. All those he targeted, whether from the Wang or Lu family, fell dead in an instant. The other guests fled in terror. Lin Yun paid them no heed. His targets were only the Wang and Lu clans. "You seek death!" Wang Tung roared. He could no longer remain seated. This man intended to wipe out both families. He struck out with his palm, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy coalesced into a giant hand that lunged at Lin Yun. Without turning, Lin Yun threw a punch in return. The giant spiritual hand shattered into pieces. Wang Tung let out a muffled groan, feeling a domineering force surge through his arm, sending him staggering back 3 steps. Horror filled his eyes. How could this be? He was at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm. And this man had repelled him with a single punch. "Sir is also a spirit transformation expert. How have I offended you?" Wang Tung cried out. Lin Yun still ignored him. His slaughter continued. The groom Wang Hao and the bride Lu Rian trembled in fear, cowering in a corner. Lin Yun appeared before them. "No! Please don't kill me!" Wang Hao begged incoherently. Lin Yun pointed a finger. A bloody hole appeared in Wang Hao's forehead. Lu Rian screamed and collapsed to the floor. Lin Yun's gaze fell upon her. Then another finger. "You fiend! How dare you!" Wang Tung, his eyes blazing with fury, charged again. This time, he wielded a large blade, its edge shimmering with spiritual light. "Die!" He swung his blade with full force at Lin Yun's back. Lin Yun turned. This time he held nothing back. The aura of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm was unleashed without restraint. He extended 2 fingers and caught Wang Ting's blade. Crack. With a crisp sound, the high-grade blade was snapped in 2 by his 2 fingers. Wang Tung's pupils shrank to pinpricks. 3rd level of spirit transformation. This masked man was actually at the 3rd level of spirit transformation. Fear engulfed him instantly. "Mercy! How has the Wang family wronged you? Tell me! I will make amends! I will give you anything!" Lin Yun's hand closed around his throat. Wang Teng's body was lifted into the air. "A dying man has no need to know why." A cold voice, the first to emerge from behind the mask. Crack. Wang Teng's neck was snapped. The strongest man in Qingyang City died without ever knowing why he had brought such annihilation upon his family. Thus the Wang and Lu clans of Qingyang City were wiped out to the last soul. Lin Yun's figure vanished into the night. The next day the news spread, shaking Qingyang City to its core. But this was only the beginning. Lin Yun did not rest. He hurried on to Panyan City. There another target awaited his reckoning. In his past life, Sui Weiyao had been killed by the Zhao family of Panyan City. In this life, he would make the Zhao family pay in blood. 3 days later, the Zhao family of Panyan City was slaughtered in a single night. The methods were identical to those used on the Wang and Lu clans in Qingyang City. Clean and efficient. No survivors were left. The annihilation of 3 major families in succession finally stirred some ripples within the empire. But they were merely ripples. To the vast empire, the fall of a few local families was hardly a significant event. Moreover, the killer's methods were too clean, leaving no clues behind. The empire sent investigators, but they found nothing and eventually let the matter drop. Having accomplished all this, Lin Yun returned to Tianqing City. During this period of settling accounts, he had not only eliminated all his enemies, but also stumbled upon an unexpected blessing. He had discovered the whereabouts of Lin Dong, his only child from his past life. Since his memories had awakened, he had searched for Lin Dong over the years. But it had been like looking for a needle in a haystack futile, and he had eventually given up. Lin Dong was still alive. He had been noticed by a passing great power. That great power, seeing his talent, had taken him away and accepted him as a disciple. It was said that he came from a major sect outside the empire. As for which specific sect, Lin Yun had no way of knowing. He breathed a sigh of relief. Alive, that was enough. As long as he lived, they would meet again one day. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had gone by. Over these 4 years, Lin Yun's cultivation progress had been exceedingly slow. Relying solely on the resources within Qin Yun's sect was utterly insufficient to support the immense expenses of cultivating in the transformation realm. Lacking the necessary resources, he was stuck at the 4th level of the transformation realm. During these 4 years, he and Jiangyi had a pair of children. The boy was named Li Chaoyang, and the girl was named Li Xia. Watching the 2 little ones chasing and playing in the yard, Lin Yun rarely revealed a sense of tranquility. In this life, surely the evaluations should not be too poor. However, how to solve the problem of resources? If his cultivation continued to stagnate, the final evaluation would also be affected. At the dining table, Jiangyi served Lin Yun a piece of meat. Noticing his distracted expression, she softly asked, "Husband, is there something on your mind lately?" Lin Yun snapped back to reality, took a bite of rice, and suppressed his irritation. He sighed. "The empire is in turmoil. The king of the north has rebelled. War is about to break out again. I just hope the flames of war don't spread to our side." Jiangyi's expression also darkened. "I hope the empire stabilizes quickly." In chaotic times, everyone's wish is so simple. Another year passed. The wish remained unfulfilled. The situation in the divine martial empire not only had not stabilized, but had become even more turbulent. The king of the north's army surged southward, like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. The divine martial empire seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The war flames eventually spread. The city of Tianqing, where Qin Yun's sect was located, was forcibly requisitioned by the divine martial empire. The entire city was placed under the jurisdiction of the 4th Legion. All cultivators, whether willing or not, had to enlist. Lin Yun was at the 4th level of the transformation realm. Undoubtedly, he was a skilled fighter. He had no choice but to be directly dispatched by the army to the front lines. On the day of departure, Jiangyi did not cry, but only reddened her eyes, repeatedly reminding him to stay safe and return alive. The 2 children clung to his legs, crying uncontrollably. "I will definitely come back alive. There are still people waiting for me at home." Despite the overwhelming reluctance, Lin Yun ultimately left. This departure lasted for 10 years. 10 years is a long time, yet also brief. The battlefield is the best whetstone, far more rewarding than mere arduous training. Over the decade, Lin Yun honed himself in countless life-and-death battles. Fighting, killing enemies. Cultivating. He exchanged military merits for all available resources, madly raising his cultivation level. Now he had already reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. With profound military achievements, he also gained significant prestige and fame at the front lines. He commanded an elite force of several thousand men, becoming a general. The internal strife of the empire finally approached its end. Inside the tent, a personal guard at the 1st level of the transformation realm rushed in, delivering a military order. "We are ordered to immediately proceed to Lin Yun Slope to ambush the right wing of the King of the North's vanguard." Lin Yun unfolded the military order, reading its contents. A rare smile appeared on his face as he let out a long breath. Finally, it was about to end. This ambush would determine the direction of the entire battle. As long as the ambush succeeded, he could return to farming. He could achieve success and fame, return home to Tianqing City, and reunite with his family. It's been 10 years. He could barely remember the appearance of his wife and children. By now, Xia and Chaoyang must have grown up, right? Lin Yun felt a moment of warmth in his heart, but soon regained his serious demeanor and slowly spoke. "Pass down my military orders. Assemble the entire army, target Lin Yun Slope." Lin Yun Slope. On the forest path, dust was flying. Lin Yun led his troops along the rugged mountain road. Suddenly, the scouts ahead reported urgently, "General, a troop has been spotted ahead. The number is unclear." The team halted instantly, the atmosphere tense. The soldiers immediately tightened their formation, drawing their long knives and nocking arrows. "Has our position been compromised?" Li Yun frowned, his gaze vigilant. He gripped the battle knife at his waist. Years of battlefield experience made him instinctively prepared for battle. A figure in white appeared in the mountain when Murong Xiaoxue urged her horse, her cold face unable to hide a hint of anxiety. A few days ago, she had overheard an ambiguous wind that said Li Yun's mission was exceptionally dangerous and likely a trap. What kind of trap it was, and who said it, she had no idea. Yet her growing unease made it hard for her to eat or sleep. She understood that although she now held an important position, rashly intervening in military affairs was already crossing the line. But thinking of the figure always charging to the front lines, a deep-seated worry emerged in her heart. She had feelings for Li Yun, a secret buried deep within her heart. Therefore she came rushing regardless of everything, hoping to give a warning or do her part. But when facing Li Yun, she felt somewhat guilty, unsure how to explain her presence, let alone disclose that vague yet potentially deadly information. Soon the figures of that troop became clear. Li Yun spotted the white-clad figure at the front of the group. His heart raced. "Murong Xiaoxue," he blurted out. The figure in white rode closer, her cold visage unmistakably that of Murong Xiaoxue, the pride of the divine martial empire. "Generally, it's been a while." Murong Xiaoxue reined in her horse, her voice as cold as ever, though with a hint of panic upon closer inspection. The moment her gaze met Li Yun's, it quickly shifted away, avoiding direct contact. Li Yun let out a sigh of relief, only to feel confusion arise again. "General Murong, why are you here?" He stepped forward a few paces. "This mission is highly classified, only we should know the route of our march." Murong Xiaoxue smiled faintly, her eyes shrewd yet somewhat flickering. She knew her presence was untimely, and could not explain that ambiguous wind, so she could only use her authority to cover it up. "On orders from above, I came here to assist. Specific matters are not for disclosure." Her words were dismissive, carrying the authority of a higher-up, but it struck Li Yun as somewhat strange. Beneath that authority it seemed something was being deliberately concealed. Li Yun felt puzzled. The secret of this secret mission did not seem so rigorous, and Murong Xiaoxue's arrival appeared somewhat odd. But he thought little of it. In times of war, having an extra force was always a good thing. "In that case, thank you, General Murong." The more people, the greater the strength. This battle's odds of success increased. He cupped his hands. Murong Xiaoxue slightly nodded, her gaze resting on Li Yun, filled with scrutiny and an inscrutable depth. "The battlefield is perilous, generally be cautious in all matters." Every word she spoke carried a heavy reminder. Li Yun said little, continuing forward with the group as Murong Xiaoxue's troops integrated into theirs. The night provided the best cover. Shortly after, the sounds of hooves and rolling wheels echoed from the valley. "They're coming," Li Yun signaled. When most of the enemies entered the ambush zone, he suddenly waved his hand. "Kill!" The battle cries were thunderous. Countless arrows and spells rained down, covering the enemy forces below. The ambush was a great success. The King of the North's vanguard was caught off guard, their formation thrown into chaos in an instant. Li Yun drew the battle knife at his waist and charged down first. Wherever the blade light passed, heads rolled. Murong Xiaoxue followed closely behind her, sword dancing, the sword energy surging, each strike precisely claiming the lives of enemy soldiers. Her gaze was fixed on Li Yun's direction. Whenever a fish that slipped through the net approached, her sword would strike first, slaying it. The scales of victory began to tilt in their favor. "Brothers, kill! The divine martial empire will surely triumph. Our families are waiting for us to return. Victory! Let's strive to live on." The soldiers roared, each of them filled with immense excitement. They all understood that if they won this battle, they could return home honored and successful. Reunited with families they had been apart from for so long. They were on the verge of annihilating the enemy forces. Then the unexpected happened. From both ends of the valley a large number of troops suddenly surged forth. A sea of black. It was the flag of the King of the North. They were surrounded. "What happened? Where did so many enemies come from? Who leaked our movements? This is a trap. A trap aimed at us." The situation changed in an instant. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. We seemed to be unable to return. Li Yun's personal guards fell one after another. "General, run! Well, hold them off for you." Li Yun's eyes reddened. Run? Where could he go? He roared, unleashing the full power of the 9th level of the transformation realm, meeting several enemy masters. The knife broke. He fought with his fists, His arm broke. He bit with his teeth. But there were too many enemies. A long spear pierced through his chest. Intense pain surged. Strength was rapidly draining away. He fell. As his consciousness faded, Murong Zayok's figure rushed over. She was drenched in blood yet stood tall. She glanced at Lin Yun, who lay in a pool of blood, her expression complex, filled with anger, unwillingness, and deep resolve. She realized that the so-called wind had ultimately come to pass. "General Murong, don't mind me," Lin Yun shouted with great difficulty. She ignored him, signaling nearby soldiers. "Protect him." Then without hesitation she turned around, her sword emitting a mournful hum, unleashing an unprecedented powerful sword intent. Her figure moved like lightning, charging toward the densest area of enemy troops. That was the position of the enemy commander. "Kill him!" The enemy expert roared as he saw Murong Zayok's intent lunging at her. With her own strength, Murong Xiaoxue blocked several enemy experts of the transformation realm. Her sword light was as bright as snow, with each strike bringing forth sprays of blood. "Lin Yun, at least, you must live." Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she whispered to herself. In that moment, the icy mask shattered completely, leaving only a heart full of tenderness and resolution. A violent explosion sounded. It was the sound of Murong Xiaoxue self-destructing her spiritual core. The violent surge of spiritual power swept across, engulfing the enemies attacking her and herself entirely. Excruciating pain. Endless, overwhelming pain. Lin Yun's consciousness gradually faded. Host's second life complete. A cold voice rang in his mind. Evaluating. Evaluation green 1 star. Reward 70 reincarnation points. Please allocate the attribute points for the next life. Qualification 0. Comprehension 0. Family background 0. Fortune 0. Qualification max out. Family background max out. Comprehension max out. Fortune. Whatever. Lin Yun's voice carried fatigue and unwillingness. Attribute allocation is as follows: qualification 30, family background 20, comprehension 15, fortune 5. Allocation completed. Third life starting. Wu Yun, the third incarnation of Lin Yun, awakened his memories at the age of 9. His current identity was the 13th prince of the Divine Martial Empire. It sounded supremely noble, yet the reality was a starkly different scene. For he was born from a drunken indiscretion of the Divine Martial Emperor, with a palace maid. The side hall he inhabited was dilapidated, its plaster peeling, starkly contrasting with the resplendent gold of the main palace. The eunuch delivering meals always arrived last, the food in the hamper perpetually cold, occasionally carrying a sour stench. "Your Highness, your midday meal." The eunuch slammed the hamper onto the table, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Wu Yun expressionlessly picked up his chopsticks, pushing at the cold rice in the bowl. He had not been without attempts at defiance. But a 9-year-old prince rumored to be born with a crippled physique was worth less than the lowest servant here. From outside the hall came the laughter of children in fine silks. "Look, that little waste is eating swill again. Should keep your voice down, don't let father hear we came to this accursed place." Wu Yun turned a deaf ear. Beneath his numb expression lay the chillingly calm soul of an adult. Something was wrong. Only those 3 words occupied his mind. After his previous life ended, he had poured almost all his reincarnation points into birthright and aptitude. A prince of the Divine Martial Empire, this birthright was undoubtedly top tier. But why this script? More preposterous was his body. In the days since awakening he attempted cultivation daily, yet the spiritual energy he drew in vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, leaving no ripple behind. This created the most absurd contrast with his maxed out aptitude attribute. Where exactly lay the problem? That afternoon the 7th prince, flanked by eunuchs, swaggered into his side hall. 13th brother, I heard you carved a little wooden figurine a few days ago. Show it to your elder brother." The 7th prince's face was a mask of mockery. Wu Yun silently gripped the wooden figurine hidden behind his back even tighter. It was a likeness of his daughter, she had carved from memory. "Not showing me!" The 7th prince sneered, signaling the eunuchs behind him. 2 eunuchs immediately stepped forward and roughly pinned Wu Yun to the ground. The wooden figurine flew from his hand. The 7th prince walked over, stepped on it, and ground it under his heel. A crack echoed clearly in Wu Yun's ears. An unprecedented fury erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano. In that instant his mind roared, and the entire world seemed to freeze. His consciousness was forcibly drawn into the interior of his own body. Deep within his dantian he saw it. There a minuscule, nearly imperceptible golden vortex spun slowly. All the spiritual energy entering his body was mercilessly devoured and broken down by this vortex, transformed into purest energy to nourish itself. Wu Yun was stunned. The next second ecstasy flooded him. Innate spiritual physique. This was the 1/10th and innate spiritual physique. It wasn't that he couldn't cultivate, his starting point was simply too high. This physique, not yet fully formed, instinctively devoured all energy. Once it matured, his cultivation speed would be 1,000 or 10,000 times that of others.
So that's it. So that's how it is.
Wu Yun laughed wildly in his heart. He slowly rose from the ground, looking at the seventh prince's sneering face. For the first time, his eyes lacked numbness, holding only a pity one might feel for a buffoon. What was this little humiliation? Just wait. Armed with the confidence to lie low, Wu Yun began investigating another matter, the cause of his death in his past life. He couldn't ask directly a 9-year-old, knowing too much was a crime in itself. He fixed his target on the only eunuch who showed him any kindness, Fuan. Fuan, having once received a favor from Wu Yun's biological mother in this life, would secretly slip him 2 hot steamed buns.
Grandpa Fu, tell me a war story. Tell me about the one pacifying the town Beacon King.
Wu Yun clung to Fu An's leg, acting coy with the most innocent tone. Fuan sighed and patted his head.
All right, if your highness wishes to hear, this old servant will tell.
What Fuan narrated was of course the Empire's official version. How Marshal Xiang Tong of the 4th Legion, with divine strategy and brilliant leadership, saw through the betrayal of his vanguard General Lin Yun and turned the tables to quell the rebellion. Wu Yun looked up, eyes sparkling with feigned admiration.
Wow! Marshal Xiang is so amazing.
His small hand, hidden in his sleeve, had its nails digging deep into his flesh. After the story, Wu Yun shook Fu An's arm as if asking casually,
Grandpa Fu, what about the traitor Lin Yun's family?
Fu An's expression remained unchanged, as if speaking of a trivial matter.
The traitor's family. Naturally, they were executed, their bodies hung in the market square of Tianqing City for 3 days and nights as a warning.
Boom! Wu Yun's mind exploded. Before his eyes flashed the memory of Jiang Yi's tearful farewell, as he set off for battle in Zhaoyang, and Shi Yu clinging to his legs crying. Warm memories now became the sharpest knives flaying his soul. He used every ounce of strength to keep from collapsing on the spot. He forced a smile and pressed further.
I also heard there were other generals who went to hell. Ah, don't even mention it.
Fuan shook his head.
That was General Murong Xiaoxue of the 3rd Legion. A talented young woman on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit King realm. Unfortunately, she was tricked by the traitor Lin Yun and fell at Lu Yun's slope.
Wu Yun's body trembled violently. Even Murong Xiaoxue hadn't survived. Night had fallen. Wu Yun stood alone at the broken window, cold moonlight spilling over his youthful face, half in light, half in shadow. All the pain, regret, and anger in his heart had settled, transforming into an extreme, chilling calm and venomous malice. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured softly,
Jiang Yi, Zhaoyang, Shi Yu, Murong Xiaoxue.
With each name the murderous intent in his heart grew thicker. Finally he raised his head, gazing at the pitch-black sky beyond the window, as if piercing through endless space to see the lofty marshal. He spat out 2 words, each one measured from between clenched teeth.
Xiang Tong.
The flames of vengeance blazed within his heart, yet reality was bitterly cold. Wu Yun knew well that the innate spiritual body was an insatiable abyss. Before it was fully gestated, it required a vast ocean of spiritual energy to fill it, but in his current predicament, even a single full meal was a luxury, let alone cultivation resources. He could not wait. From that night onward, Wu Yun began his secret operations. By day, he was the bullied, apathetic, and numb 13th prince. Come midnight, he transformed into a phantom, silently drifting through every corner of the cult palace. Leveraging the experience of a former spirit transformation realm powerhouse, he was like a hound tracking the scent of blood, sparing no effort to detect any abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy. Half a month later, he finally halted beneath a long-abandoned rockery in the deepest part of the cult palace. The air here carried a faint, elusive chill, and an extremely weak yet pure and refined spiritual energy. Found it. With a flicker of anticipation, Wu Yun carefully examined the rockery and eventually discovered a sealing rune almost fused with the rock, hidden beneath a curtain of vines. It was a seal. He did not force it. By observing the flow of spiritual energy within the rune, he quickly deduced that this was a royal secret realm accessible only through a specific bloodline. However, over the long ages it had been forgotten. And the key to unlocking it was the royal bloodline of the divine martial empire. He pricked his fingertip and carefully dripped his prince's blood onto the weakest node of the rune's spiritual energy flow. The blood seeped into the stone, and the rune's light flickered faintly before returning to stillness. It worked. From that day on, daily feeding the seal with his own blood became an unshakable routine for Wu Yun. The process was excruciatingly slow and mentally draining. During this time, the seventh prince came a few more times. They found Wu Yun even more numb and submissive, completely unresponsive to any scolding or beating, like a soulless puppet. "Tch, what a waste. Looks like his spirit is completely ground down," the seventh prince spat disdainfully. Bored, he never bothered to visit this inauspicious place again. Wu Yun used this situation to perfectly conceal his secret. Another 2 months passed. On a stormy night, with a soft crack, the seal node he had eroded with his blood for months finally split open a tiny gap. Without hesitation, Wu Yun slipped sideways through the opening. At the end of the passage lay a deep, secluded pool. A bone-chilling cold rushed toward him, yet the water was crystal clear, exuding an intoxicating spiritual energy. At the bottom of the pool, coiled like a sleeping dragon, was an object as thick as an arm, emitting a faint glowing white light. A miniature spirit vein source. Wu Yun's breath instantly quickened. It was an abandoned spirit vein, but to him now it seemed like a miracle. He shed his clothes and leaped into the frigid pool. Boom! The purest spiritual energy surged madly into his limbs and bones. The golden vortex in his dantian, sensing this unprecedented feast, began to spin and expand rapidly. Under the infusion of vast spiritual energy, the innate spiritual body finally completed its initial gestation. Spiritual body awakened. And after awakening came the nourishment. Overnight, Wu Yun's cultivation bottleneck was shattered with irresistible force. Qi nourishing realm first layer achieved. His innate spiritual body was called the Spirit Ice Soul Body. Naturally, it could command the world's ultimate yin and cold energies. Wu Yun slowly opened his eyes. The pool water within 3 feet of him had all frozen into ice. He returned to his dilapidated side hall, looking at the stains on his body that wouldn't wash off. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was time to collect some interest. The next day, the acerbic eunuch, who delivered his meals, as usual, tossed cold food onto the table. The moment he turned to leave, Wu Yun's fingertip flicked slightly, and a thread of invisible cold energy silently attached itself to the eunuch's back. That night, the eunuch was stricken with a severe cold, vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. The imperial household department, citing uncleanliness that might defile the nobles, sent him to scrub chamber pots. Listening to the distant news, Wu Yun ate a steaming bun with an expressionless face. His first act of vengeance was carried out without a trace. Time flew by and another 3 months passed. The annual royal sun sacrificial examination arrived. All princes aged 6 to 16 were to be examined in literature, martial arts, and policy by the divine martial emperor and the assembled civil and military officials. For Wu Yun, this was the first public opportunity to change his circumstances. The first subject was policy debate. On the high platform, the divine martial emperor sat expressionless, while the officials below sat upright and solemn. This year's question was soon announced: discuss how to handle the newly surrendered barbarian tribes. The seventh prince spoke at length, advocating for extermination to display national might. The fourth prince, citing classics, argued for pacification to demonstrate benevolence. The other prince's answers mostly followed these 2 lines, all cliches. When it was Wu Yun's turn, he handed in a sheet of paper. It contained no lengthy discourse, only a short story written in childish handwriting. The story was simple: a barbarian child and an imperial child fought over a toy. The teacher did not punish them, but made them study the empire's script together, recite its poetry together, and walk home together after school. Later they became the best of friends. The story ended with a single sentence: the way of civilization begins with the young. After 100 years, there will be no barbarians. The entire hall fell into dead silence. This essay spoke not of grand military affairs nor of money and troops, yet it contained the most profound and terrifying political strategy. The divine martial emperor picked up the thin paper and was silent for a long time. He was shocked that a 9-year-old could conceive such a strategy. But even more, he was astonished by this great truth in simplicity line of thought. For the first time he lifted his eyes, and truly looked at the frail son he had always forgotten standing below the platform. That gaze was unfathomable. In the second subject, the literary examination, Wu Yun performed moderately, barely passing. The final subject was the martial examination, which involved combat between the princes. Wu Yun's opponent was the legitimate son of prince and a cultivator at the second layer of qi nourishing realm, considered a genius among his peers. A waste like you dares to step onto the stage. The prince Ans heir sneered with contempt. Wu Yun remained expressionless. As the bell for the match rang, the heir lunged with a gust of wind, his fist aimed straight at Wu Yun's face. The audience below could already envision Wu Yun being sent flying with blood spraying from his mouth. However, Wu Yun merely extended his hand calmly. In his eyes, this heir was riddled with flaws. Just as the opponent's fist was about to connect, he shifted slightly, his palm threading like a butterfly through flowers, bypassing the fist and gently pressing against the heir's chest. Thud. A dull sound. The sneer on the prince Ans heir's face froze instantly. He was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying backward, and crashed off the stage unconscious. The entire venue was dead silent. Qi nourishing realm. Wu Yun, the 13th prince, born a cripple unable to even sense spiritual energy, was actually at the qi nourishing realm. And he had defeated an opponent of a higher cultivation level in a single move. How was this possible? After the examination, Wu Yun's treatment underwent a dramatic transformation. He moved out of that dilapidated side hall, and was given his own proper palace with a dozen attendants. But he keenly sensed that the divine martial emperor's gaze held no paternal love, only scrutiny, curiosity, and undisguised utilitarianism. A more direct crisis soon followed. Though his policy essay had stunned the court, it also stirred the interests of certain parties. Grand Marshal Xiang Tong publicly criticized him at court. The 13th prince's policy is too naive, a woman's soft-heartedness of no benefit to the state. Before the two had even met, the first enmity was already forged. 3 months have passed since the turmoil of the grand examination. During these 3 months, Wu Yun moved into a brand new palace, living in luxury, every day surrounded by attendants. Yet he never relaxed for a moment. With the support of the forgotten cold spring spiritual vein, the advantages of his ice spirit physique were fully unleashed. Wu Yun's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, quietly ascending to the 9th level of the qi nourishing realm. However, the level he displayed to the outside world was only the 4th level of qi nourishing. Nevertheless, the speed of breaking through 3 realms in 3 months left many astonished. The divine martial emperor finally began to pay some attention to his suddenly rising son. One morning, a royal edict shattered the tranquility of Wu Yun's palace.
By the decree of His Majesty the 13th Prince, Wu Yun is to prepare immediately to join the royal hunting expedition 3 days hence without fail. This is a command.
After the elder eunuch finished reading the decree, with a forced smile his gaze lingered on Wu Yun for a moment. This seemingly great honor was in fact a test. Wu Yun understood clearly. The divine martial emperor wanted to see with his own eyes whether he was truly a dragon who had fortuitously transformed, or merely a fragile mudfish.
Your humble son obeys the decree.
Wu Yun calmly accepted the edict, his heart undisturbed. He was in urgent need of an opportunity, a stage that would allow him to act decisively. Meanwhile, in the palace of the 7th prince, the atmosphere was so gloomy it could almost drip water. Wu Yun had outshone everyone in the grand examination, garnering the divine martial emperor's attention. This made him extremely jealous and somewhat anxious. If Wu Yun truly rose to power, it would mean another competitor for the position of crown prince.
In the royal hunting ground, swords and blades do not have eyes. Every year a few people accidentally collide with nobles or meet with accidents. It's quite normal.
A marquis' son reliant on the 7th prince said sinisterly. A glint of malice flashed in the 7th prince's eyes.
Indeed, this time is a rare opportunity.
He gritted his teeth.
I want that waste to spew out everything he has eaten.
A trap aimed at Wu Yun was swiftly plotted. 3 days later, in the royal hunting grounds, flags flew and horses neighed. The princes and noble youths were all dressed in tight-fitting attire, holding bows and arrows filled with vigor. Grand Marshal Xiang Tong, the overall commander of the hunt, donned heavy armor, riding a magnificent black warhorse, his gaze sweeping across the entire area like that of a hawk. The 7th prince's maternal family wielded immense power closely linked to him. Thus he was well aware of the little schemes of the 7th prince and others, but chose to turn a blind eye. A prince who had risen through some unusual means dared to deny the iron-blooded national policy he advocated in the discussions. It was simply a path to self-destruction. Moreover, if the seventh prince seized the throne, he would benefit greatly.
The hunt begins.
With a command from Xiong Tong, hundreds of royal relatives and nobles charged into the vast forest like unleashed tigers. Wu Yun rode at a leisurely pace on an ordinary horse, blending into the crowd at the rear. Before long, he accidentally overheard two noble youths from nearby marquis families talking loudly.
Have you heard? Someone spotted an ice jade grass over at Black Wind Valley. Is that true? That is a spiritual herb highly beneficial for cultivating ice attribute techniques.
Wu Yun sneered inwardly.
It seems someone wants to eliminate me.
This bait was too blatant, precisely pointing to the icy characteristics he revealed during the grand examination. These people really thought they could deceive him, a 9-year-old child. But it was fine. He needed a stage, an opportunity to truly showcase himself. Wu Yun quietly turned his horse away from the main group, heading alone toward Black Wind Valley. The valley was treacherous with a narrow entrance, and the interior filled with grotesque rocks rarely seeing the sun. As soon as Wu Yun stepped into the valley, his retreat was completely sealed off by 7 or 8 figures. Leading them was the seventh prince, looking down at Wu Yun from atop a tall horse, a mocking grin on his face.
13th brother, you really dare to come alone to seek death. Do you want to taste the ice jade grass?
Another young marquis taunted.
Stop wasting time with him. Today we will cripple him here and say he fell off the cliff.
The seventh prince said viciously. He could hardly wait to see Wu Yun kneeling and begging for mercy. Faced with the encirclement and ridicule, Wu Yun remained silent, not even lifting his eyelids. In his eyes there was nothing to say to a group of people about to die.
Go! Cripple him for me.
The seventh prince drew his sword and was the first to spur his horse forward, the sword tip slicing through the air toward Wu Yun's throat. His strength at the 5th level of the chi-nourishing realm was evident. The moment he moved, Wu Yun also acted. He did not draw his sword, nor did he dodge. He merely released the ice spirit physique he had suppressed for a long time. Buzz! An invisible wave of extreme cold surged forth, instantly sweeping across the entire valley. The temperature of the air dropped suddenly, and the fallen leaves and damp soil on the ground quickly formed a chilling layer of white frost. Everyone's breath halted, as if they were inhaling not air, but ice shards. The tip of the seventh prince's sword, just 3 inches from Wu Yun's skin, could advance no further. Wu Yun raised his head, his pitch-black pupils devoid of a child's innocence, only holding the coldness and indifference of a strong man. He extended his hand, the movement seemingly slow yet arriving first. That pale and tender hand avoided the sword edge at a strange angle and lightly pressed against the seventh prince's chest.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed. Crack. It was not the sound of broken bones, but the sound of the seventh prince's protective spiritual energy freezing instantly, then shattering completely. The terrifying chill surged into his meridians like a parasitic worm. The sneer on the seventh prince's face froze in an instant, and he was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards. He crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing all over, his meridians severed, his cultivation completely destroyed. One move. Just one move, and the 5th level of chi-nourishing seventh prince was defeated. The remaining onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, their previously arrogant expressions replaced by endless fear.
Run!
Someone shouted, and all of them turned tail to flee this horrifying place. But would Wu Yun give them a chance? His figure flickered like a specter, leaping into the crowd. A noble youth lunged at him from the side, but Wu Yun did not even look back, countering with an elbow.
Crack!
The crisp sound of a bone breaking rang out, the man's arm bending backward at an impossible angle, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. Another man, frightened and trying to flee, was caught by Wu Yun, who delivered a brutal kick to his knee pit. The man screamed as he fell to the ground, his kneecap shattered. Wu Yun's movements were simple, efficient, and lethal, each strike aimed at his opponent's limbs and dantian. He did not kill, but each blow was more painful than death. The entire process took less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Within the valley, 7 or 8 noble youths, who had just been arrogant, now lay on the ground, rolling and wailing, completely devoid of fighting capability. Wu Yun stood in the center of the wreckage, his body unblemished. His icy gaze slowly swept over each of the groaning companions, announcing his return. At that moment, a light sound of bang suddenly came from behind a large rock above the valley. it seemed something had fallen to the ground. Wu Yun abruptly raised his head. His gaze shot toward the source of the sound, like two solid ice spikes. There a girl dressed in fitted attire holding a long bow stood stiffly. Her strikingly handsome face was filled with undisguised horror and shock, clearly having unintentionally witnessed the entire bloody and shocking scene. The divine martial empire is renowned for its martial talent, and the sixth princess Wu Chaoyang known for her aloof character. Their gazes met in the air. Within the Black Wind Valley, blood and chaos intertwined. Wu Chaoyang stood atop a massive stone, his longbow drawn back, emitting a faint hum. The horror on her face had faded, replaced by the vigilance and coldness befitting a royal prodigy. Yet the gleaming arrowhead was aimed not at Wu Yun, but rather at the seventh prince lying on the ground and howling like a dead dog.
13th brother, what has happened here? You need to give me an explanation.
Her voice was cold like the wind at the valley's mouth. This was both a probe and a silent declaration. It announced that she, the sixth princess Wu Chaoyang, had the ability to control the situation here. Wu Yun did not look at her. He didn't even acknowledge the longbow that had been drawn to its limit. He walked slowly to the incapacitated seventh prince and squatted down. Leaning close to the seventh prince's ear, he whispered in a voice only they could hear.
7th brother, accidents like falling off a cliff in the royal hunting grounds are quite common, aren't they?
The seventh prince trembled all over, his moans ceasing in fear, his teeth chattering. Wu Yun stood up, finally directing his gaze towards the girl on the stone. His eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pool.
Sixth sister, you have come late today, you have seen nothing.
He spoke slowly, as if stating an established fact.
7th brother fell off his horse and broke his limbs. I will call for someone to save them.
Wu Chaoyang's fingers gripping the bow tightened unconsciously. He was not negotiating. He was declaring. He forcibly transformed her from a witness into a latecomer, stripping her of all rights to speak. This 9-year-old brother, with his calmness and dominance, stirred up true waves of shock within her. In this eerie silence, roar. A roar powerful enough to shatter eardrums suddenly erupted from the core area of the hunting ground. Immediately a thick purple lightning bolt shattered the sky, forming a visible wave of demonic energy that rampaged in all directions. Outside Black Wind Valley, the noble youths were thrown into disarray. Their majestic mounts cowered in terror on the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm. All color drained from their faces, a manifestation of absolute fear rooted in the essence of life.
It's the purple lightning rampaging lion.
Someone screamed in despair. The century-old demonic beast, the biggest prize of this autumn hunt, had emerged. At the other end of the hunting ground, the fifth prince Wu Qingtian had just slain a fierce tiger. He was reveling in the flattery and praise of those around him. When that terrifying pressure descended, he felt not fear, but a surge of burning battle intent in his eyes.
Come at me.
For him, this was not a crisis, but a gift of merit.
Your Highness, you must not. That is a century-old demonic beast.
Wu Qingtian paid no heed to the warnings. He spurred his horse forward, charging out like an arrow released from a bow.
Beast, die.
He bellowed, unleashing the divine martial dragon form Qi at the peak of the 8th level of Qi cultivation, transforming it into a majestic golden dragon that thundered towards the heart of the demonic energy. This strike was formidable, as if it would tear the mountains and forests apart. However, deep within that surging demonic energy, a massive paw surrounded by purple lightning lifted in disdain. With a casual swipe, bang, that invincible golden dragon was easily crushed as if made of paper. Wu Qingtian's movement froze, his face turning pale in an instant. At this moment, Wu Chaoyang had also arrived. She wasted no time upon seeing this. She immediately drew her bow to provide support. Buzz. 3 star-chasing arrows formed a triangle shot towards the lion's eyes from a tricky angle. Yet, as the arrows approached within 3 feet of the beast's body, they were incinerated into ashes by an automatically emerging electric shield. Not even a strand of its fur was touched. The 2 most dazzling stars of the imperial family's current generation joined forces, yet they couldn't even make this demonic beast shift its stance.
Roar!
The thoroughly enraged purple lightning rampaging lion struck back. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a fan-shaped net of lightning.
Ah!
Several noble youths trailing behind the fifth prince, unable to dodge in time, were instantly turned to char, their screams cut short.
Beast!
Wu Qingtian roared as he charged again, but was met head-on by a heavy paw infused with lightning from the lion. Crack! The priceless armor on his body shattered into pieces. His whole person was sent flying like a cannonball, blood spraying, as he crashed into the ground gravely injured and unconscious. Wu Chaoyang was also shaken by the aftermath of the battle, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, perilously close to disaster. The survivors were utterly broken. They cried out, cursed, and scattered like headless flies. Only despair and the scent of death remained at the scene. Amidst the chaos and wails, a small figure emerged from the forest backlit. It was Wu Yun. Wherever he walked, the violent lightning elements in the air seemed to be calm, forming a bizarre tranquil zone. A marquis's son, who had survived by a stroke of luck, saw him and cursed loudly.
This useless one dares to come here and seek death.
The Grand Marshal Xiang Tong, who had just arrived and was anxious after witnessing the fifth prince's tragic defeat, was even more enraged upon seeing Wu Yun.
Get back. This is no place for you.
The purple lightning rampaging lion also noticed him. Perhaps it felt this weak human was provoking it. It roared, and a thicker, more violent purple lightning bolt struck down. In the horrified gazes of all, Wu Yun simply raised his right hand calmly. A bone-chilling cold spread instantly, and the ground quickly froze into a layer of white frost. The violet lightning bolt, which could annihilate everything, froze the moment it touched his palm. From start to finish, it was instantly frozen into a crystal-clear lightning ice sculpture, still maintaining its clawed stance. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then Wu Yun flicked his finger. He lightly tapped the ice sculpture.
Crack!
A crisp sound echoed. The entire lightning ice sculpture shattered with a thunderous roar. It transformed into countless purple ice shards sparkling in the sunlight, beautiful yet deadly. The entire scene fell silent. Wu Chaoyang, barely holding herself up, was dumbfounded. Xiang Tong, with a face full of anxiety, froze in place. All the surviving noble youths, like petrified statues, stared at the 9-year-old figure, their minds blank. In the midst of the silence, the gravely injured and unconscious fifth prince, Wu Qingtian, slowly awoke. He did not witness Wu Yun's astonishing spectacle. He only saw the aftermath. The purple lightning rampaging lion was dead, the dissipating demonic energy was undeniable, and that useless 13th brother whom he looked down upon the most was standing there unscathed. Extreme humiliation and jealousy made him lose all reason in an instant.
Useless! How dare you take advantage of my hard-earned injuries?
Wu Qingtian let out a roar. Ignoring his severely injured meridians, he forcefully activated his secret technique, transforming into a beam of blood light, charging fiercely at the just calm Wu Yun from behind. That streak of blood, bearing Wu Qingshan's final dignity and unwillingness, struck like a venomous serpent toward Wu Yun's back. Wu Yun did not turn around. The blood light froze abruptly 3 inches from his back. Not a deceleration, but an instantaneous halt. An invisible layer of extreme cold domain completely froze the violent energy within the blood light, then annihilated it. The force of the shattered blood light rebounded, compounded by the backlash of the failed secret art. Wu Qingtian was hurled back like a torn sack, the crisp sound of breaking bones echoing from his body. He fell into a severe coma, again his injuries worse than when struck by the purple electric lion. It was the most thorough humiliation inflicted by his own power. The scene fell into a silence more terrifying than before. Princess Wu Zhaoyang's pupils contracted sharply. If Wu Yun's handling of the 7th prince was ruthless, then this move was horrifying. For the first time, she realized that this 9-year-old brother's true strength had surpassed her comprehension. All her previous calculations about alliance and balance suddenly seemed utterly ridiculous. Wu Yun walked slowly toward the massive corpse of the purple electric lion, not sparing a single glance at the unconscious first prince. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers. A faint layer of frost covered his fingertips, easily cutting through the lion's skull harder than refined iron. He reached inside, and amidst the gore precisely extracted a fist-sized demon core surrounded by purple lightning. Wu Yun did not wipe the blood away, he simply held it in his palm. Lightning and cold air intertwined in his hand, creating a visually striking image. He looked around. Everyone who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. This trophy was won through indisputable strength. Deep within the imperial palace, the divine martial emperor witnessed everything through the heavenly profound water mirror. He was stunned at first, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Excellent. My good 13th prince, you have hidden yourself well. The emperor's joy quickly turned into a deep calculation. What he saw was not only a gifted son, but also a sword capable of stirring the empire's storm. By the end of the hunt, imperial decrees were issued one after another.
The 13th Prince Wu Yun was in theft as the Prince of Yun granted a mansion and a prince's stipend. The youngest prince in the history of the Divine Martial Empire was thus born. Time flew by and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Yun was now a 13-year-old youth. For 3 years, he had kept a low profile, and with the Empire's endless resources his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He had reached a realm at 13 that took him until 18 in his past life. His demeanor became more restrained, but the chill he occasionally exuded was even more piercing than 3 years ago. Wu Yun's rise completely shattered the balance among the princes. The faction of the 5th Prince and the Empress party hated him to the bone, but dared not act rashly due to the Divine Martial Emperor's protection and the terrifying potential he had displayed. The undercurrents in the capital grew increasingly turbulent. One day Long Jingyan, the unparalleled genius of the Dragon Clan, one of the Empire's 4 great families, issued a public challenge to Wu Yun at the Imperial Martial Arena. Long Jingyan, 16 years old, and at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, had always considered himself the Empire's foremost genius, and could not tolerate someone younger surpassing him in prestige. In the arena, under the gaze of thousands fight, Long Jingyan roared, pushing his family's ultimate art azure dragon war body to its limit. His veins bulged, his aura was domineering, and every punch and kick carried a dragon's roar, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Wu Yun. Gasps erupted from the spectators. To them, Long Jingyan seemed to be overwhelming Wu Yun. Yet Wu Yun only defended, never attacked, moving as if on a leisurely stroll, easily evading the furious assault. He seemed to be observing, analyzing, and even growing bored. Frustrated by his inability to break through, Long Jingyan flew into a rage. Azure Dragon Annihilation Roar. He unleashed his ultimate killing move. A massive Azure Dragon head of energy roared forth, aiming to devour Wu Yun completely. Wu Yun acted for the first time. He merely raised his hand and gently clenched it toward the energy dragon head. The roaring dragon head froze in midair, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Wu Yun flicked his finger. The ice sculpture shattered into countless specks of light. Long Jingyan's spirit was wounded. He spat a mouthful of blood and fell straight back. From start to finish, Wu Yun had not moved a single step. The title of foremost genius of the Divine Martial Empire was indisputably transferred at that moment. That night, on his way back from the Imperial Library to his mansion, Wu Yun passed through a secluded alley. A murderous intent descended abruptly. Over a dozen black-clad assassins emerged from the darkness, all at the spirit transformation realm. They set up an inescapable net, instantly sealing off all space. More terrifyingly, 2 auras, as heavy as mountains, rose from the shadows, crushing all hope of survival. Spirit Kings. 2 horrifying existences at the Spirit King realm lurked in the dark. This was a death sentence. Wu Yun instantly exploded with all his power, unleashing his extreme cold domain. 2 assassins at the 1st level of the Spirit Transformation realm were frozen into ice sculptures. But the next moment, the ice sculptures were shattered by a greater force. A Spirit King had intervened personally. A giant hand formed from the power of law descended from the sky, ignoring all of Wu Yun's defenses. Under this palm, Wu Yun felt his very soul would be crushed. Death had never been so close. Just then, alas! An aged sigh, as if from the deepest abyss, echoed in everyone's heart. The law-formed hand capable of destroying everything quietly dissolved at the sound of this sigh. An old man in plain clothes, resembling an ordinary servant, appeared before Wu Yun from nowhere. He merely waved his sleeve. The 2 arrogant Spirit King realm experts in the shadows were struck as if by lightning, flying back with blood spraying from their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. Without hesitation, they burned their essence blood and tore through space to escape. The old man did not pursue. He just looked in the direction the assassins fled, a flicker of killing intent in his murky eyes. Then he turned and bowed slightly to Wu Yun. "Your servant arrived late to your rescue. Please forgive me, Your Highness." At the next morning's court session, the Divine Martial Emperor was furious. He executed 3 officials responsible for the capital's defenses that very day and ordered a thorough investigation. The investigation ultimately pointed to shadows of several hostile nations, but more clues were cut off within the Imperial clan and several top noble families. The Divine Martial Emperor finally declared the matter the work of enemy states and issued a public bounty. But everyone knew it was just a facade. A bloody storm centered on the struggle for the throne,
and the contest for power had only just begun. 2 years had passed since that heart-stopping assassination in the dark alley. The undercurrents in the imperial capital never ceased. It was said that the identity of one of the two spirit kings who made their move that night was eventually uncovered, an elder from the Shin family, one of the 4 great clans. The divine martial emperor flew into a thunderous rage, but refrained from public punishment. However, not long after that elder met with an accidental chi deviation during seclusion, resulting in his death and the dissipation of his cultivation. Those with discerning eyes understood this as a silent warning from the imperial authority to the aristocratic families. 2 years on, the 15-year-old Wu Yun had quietly broken through to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm. He had even been granted a special decree by the divine martial emperor to become a disciple of a reclusive royal spirit king ancestor, becoming the sole closed-door student of that ancient eccentric. At that moment, within the study of the Cloud Prince Manor, Wu Yun stood silently by the window. "Brother Wu Yun," a crisp, melodious voice rang out as the door swung open, and a young girl bounced in. The girl was no more than 13 or 14, clad in a pale yellow dress with skin fairer than snow and features as delicate as a painting, already hinting at a breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms. She was none other than the renowned Taiping Commandery Princess of the Divine Martial Empire, Wu Yun's betrothed. This marriage had been personally bestowed by the Divine Martial Emperor a year ago. The Taiping Commandery Prince's father was the Taiping King who guarded the southern frontier, a genuine 6th-level spirit king and one of the Empire's 8 great experts. Wu Yun was well aware that these so-called 8 great experts were merely the cards the Empire displayed openly. Beneath the surface, countless ancient eccentrics remained hidden. "Tomorrow is the Academy examination, Brother Yun. You must have some treasures for protection." The Taiping Commandery Princess, as if offering a prized possession, emptied a dazzling array of shimmering items from her storage ring. Among them were a mystic turtle jade pendant capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a spirit transformation realm cultivator, a 9-fold revival pill that could instantly restore half of one's spiritual energy, and an exceedingly rare lesser teleportation talisman. Each of these items would drive an ordinary cultivator to madness. Wu Yun looked at her sparkling eyes and smiled. He didn't reach for the treasures, but instead stretched out his hand, habitually ruffling her hair. "I appreciate the thought, but a mere academy examination doesn't warrant these." His tone was calm yet carried an unshakable confidence. On the day of the examination, the martial arena of the Empire's premier institution, the Soaring Heaven Academy, was packed with a sea of people. Wu Yun's opponent was a prodigy from another top-tier aristocratic family in the capital, a cultivator at the 4th level of the spirit accumulation realm, an outstanding figure among his peers. Yet before Wu Yun, such cultivation was utterly insignificant. The opponent exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing his most powerful martial technique with radiant spiritual light and awe-inspiring momentum. Wu Yun merely extended a single finger. A wisp of barely perceptible cold aura coiled around his fingertip as he nonchalantly met the attack. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The torrent of violent spiritual energy upon touching Wu Yun's fingertip melted away, like spring snow under a blazing sun, dissolving without a sound. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sight. While his peers struggled in the realms of chi nurturing and spirit accumulation, he had already stepped into an entirely different world. How could they fight him? It was utterly impossible. Wu Yun claimed the top spot with absolute dominance, entering the Soaring Heaven Academy without any suspense. This was the place where Murong Xiaoxua had once cultivated in her past life. Upon entering the inner academy, the academy's headmaster, a highly respected spirit king, personally stepped forward, announcing that he would take Wu Yun under his direct tutelage. Time flowed like water, and another 3 years passed. At 18, Wu Yun graduated from the Soaring Heaven Academy with the terrifying cultivation of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. On graduation day, he did not return to the manor nor enter the palace to meet the emperor. Instead, he went alone to a single place, the Murong residence. Although the Murong family was not among the 4 great clans, their foundations were deep, making them a force not to be underestimated in the capital. The Cloud Prince has arrived at the residence. This Cloud Prince is a target for everyone. Countless eyes in the Empire are watching him. Let's hope he doesn't bring trouble to the household. Led by the steward, Wu Yun arrived at a secluded courtyard where he met a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Murong Xiaoxua. She was Murong Zaok's mother, Lady Murong. Yet the woman before him was haggard and sickly, as if a single gust of wind could knock her over. The steward explained that Murong Zaok's father had died in battle when she was young, and Lady Murong had raised her single-handedly. The news of her daughter's death had utterly shattered her spirit. "Your Highness the Cloud Prince." Cough. "Please have a seat." Lady Murong struggled to rise and bow. "Madam, there's no need for such formalities." Wu Yun stepped forward, gently supporting her with a subtle infusion of soothing spiritual energy, which brought a touch of color back to her pale face. They sat across from each other in silence. After a long pause, Lady Murong finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "Your Highness, what business do you have with this old woman?" Wu Yun hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "I merely heard of Senior Murong Zaok's renowned name during my time at the Soaring Heaven Academy, so I came to visit the Murong residence." At the mention of that name, Lady Murong's eyes reddened instantly, and muddy tears streamed down her face. Wu Yun dismissed the steward and servants, and he began to converse with Lady Murong. "That child. Her fate was bitter. Her father left us early. She was stubborn, always solitary with few friends. I never saw her take an interest in any young talent." The woman seemed lost in memory, rambling on as if speaking to Wu Yun or to herself. "Actually, it's not that there was no one. In her heart, she always harbored someone. It's all my fault. If I hadn't told her back then, told her about the ambush plan at Lin Yun slope that I overheard in the manor, maybe she wouldn't have gone to Lin Yun slope, and she wouldn't have." Lady Murong's tears flowed uncontrollably once more. Wu Yun's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. His heart skipped a beat beyond his control. He heard himself ask in a voice dry as dust. "That person. Who was it?" Lady Murong seemed not to hear, lost in her grief, murmuring to herself. "A man named Lin Yun. The one who was later branded as the Empire's traitor." Boom. Lin Yun. Those two words exploded in Wu Yun's mind. The entire world seemed to crumble and shatter in that instant. Scenes from his past life surged like a tidal wave. He and his brothers were besieged at Lin Yun slope, and one by one his brothers fell. He had always believed her appearance was a coincidence. It wasn't. None of it was coincidence. She wasn't on a secret mission at all. She came only for him, Lin Yun. Overwhelming regret and heartache gripped his heart like an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. Why? An indescribable killing intent surged wildly from the depths of his soul, instantly engulfing his entire being. That icy hatred was no longer solely for his own death, but for the foolish girl who had been wronged. Bloodshot veins crept into Wu Yun's eyes, turning them a fierce crimson. "Xiang Tong. In this life, if I do not annihilate your entire clan, I, Wu Yun, swear I am no longer human." The murderous intent nearly materialized, overwhelming his reason. The air in the study plummeted in temperature, and a thin layer of frost formed on the teacup resting on the desk. Opposite him, Lady Murong, struck by this invisible aura of killing intent, swayed on her frail legs and nearly collapsed. It was this stumble that instantly jolted Wu Yun back to his senses. He forcefully suppressed the surging tide of murderous thoughts. No. Losing control now would be utterly useless. This woman on the verge of mental collapse was the sole key to unveiling the dark conspiracy. Wu Yun took a deep breath. The crimson in his eyes slowly receded, returning to a calm as deep as an abyss. With a subtle movement of his fingertip, a stream of exceedingly pure spiritual energy was silently channeled into Lady Murong's body. This spiritual energy not only stabilized her tottering form, but also, like a clear spring, skillfully soothed her chaotic mind. Lady Murong's violently heaving chest gradually steadied, and her bewildered gaze refocused. She looked at Wu Yun with some confusion, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly felt such a palpitation moments ago. "Madam." Wu Yun's voice was gentle, carrying a persuasive power. "Please think carefully again. Back then, where did you overhear this plan? Any detail will do." Soothed by Wu Yun's spiritual energy, Lady Murong's fragmented memories seemed to clear considerably. She struggled to recall, pain flickering in her clouded eyes. "It was at a royal night banquet. Unaccustomed to the wine, I thought to take a stroll in the gardens. I ended up lost and wandered into a very secluded grove which seemed to be a forbidden area. I was terrified and about to leave when I heard voices inside." The woman trembled slightly. One voice I recognized. It was Marshal Xiang Tong. The other voice,
was unfamiliar, but it sounded young and very cold. I hid behind a rockery, not daring to make a sound. I only heard them mention Lin Yun slope, mention Lin Yun mention.
Wu Yun's heart tightened again, but his expression remained impassive as he continued to guide her.
Did you see the mysterious person's face?
Lady Murong shook her head vehemently, her face full of terror.
No. It was too dark, and he kept his back to me the whole time. I couldn't see anything.
But, as if recalling something, she suddenly clutched Wu Yun's sleeve.
I will never forget. He wore a ring on his finger. A black jade ring carved with a dragon motif. Also, he had a habit when he spoke. After every sentence, his little finger would unconsciously tap lightly on the stone table.
A black jade dragon ring. A light tap of the little finger. Wu Yun's pupils abruptly constricted. Across 3 lifetimes within the vast sea of his memories, a blurry figure instantly aligned with these 2 characteristics. So it was him. The Grand Prince Wu Ao. A chill ran up Wu Yun's spine. He understood now his death in his past life was not merely due to a simple frame-up, but because he had been entangled in the highest echelons of imperial royal strife. Xiang Tong was the Empress' elder brother, and the Marshal of the Third Legion. The more illustrious his achievements, the higher his status, and the greater his power, which in turn provided more significant support for the Grand Prince's bid for the throne. And Lin Yun, the so-called one who shed blood and tears for the Empire on the battlefield in his past life, was nothing more than a stepping stone on their path to the pinnacle of power. To be used at will and discarded at will. After bidding farewell to Lady Murong and returning to the Prince Yun Manor, Wu Yun sat alone in the cold study, rapidly sketching out a vast network of power in his mind. The Empress faction, the Empress, the Grand Prince, and the Imperial Uncle Xiang Tong. Entrenched and immensely powerful. The Consorts faction, the 2 Imperial Consorts, their powerful families, and the 2nd and 3rd Princes. Locked at a relentless struggle with the Empress faction. Imperial authority, and the military, his father the Divine Emperor Wu, and princely lords, like the Prince of Taiping, who commanded significant armies. Their stance was ambiguous, maintaining a fragile balance within the court. His position was now clear. His enemy was not just Xiang Tong, but the entire Grand Prince's faction. The Divine Emperor Wu had betrothed the Princess of Taiping to him, binding him tightly to the military faction precisely to use him as a counterbalance against the increasingly powerful Empress faction. From the moment he revealed his talent and gained the Divine Emperor Wu's favor, he had been placed in opposition to the Grand Prince. The blueprint for revenge gradually crystallized in Wu Yun's mind. Storming Xiang Manor directly. Fighting Xiang Tong to the death. That would be no different from suicide. A powerhouse at the Spirit King realm could crush the current him with little more difficulty than crushing an ant. Revenge must be like peeling an onion. Layer by layer, strip away his power, sever his claws, destroy his pillars of support, make him fall from grace, and finally let him die in despair. The night deepened. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the study door.
Enter.
The door opened, and the Princess of Taiping entered carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup.
Brother Wu Yun, why aren't you resting yet at this late hour?
The young girl's voice carried a hint of concern. Wu Yun looked up, and seeing her caring face, the coldness in his heart thawed slightly.
Just thinking about some things. I'll sleep soon.
The Princess of Taiping placed the lotus seed soup on the table and mentioned casually, as if by chance.
Oh, I heard some news from the palace today. That precious son of Marshal Xiang Tong, Xiang Tian, is holding his 18th birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. He's widely inviting the Empire's talented elites, claiming it's to discuss state affairs.
She pursed her lips.
Of course, he definitely didn't invite you. Everyone knows you don't get along with the 5th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the others. They're all born of the Empress.
Wu Yun picked up the spoon, stirring the lotus seed soup in the bowl, remaining silent. The Princess of Taiping sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hand, continuing, as if in casual conversation.
That Xiang Tian, relying on his father's influence, has his head in the clouds. He's the most vainglorious sort, can't stand the slightest provocation, and is always trying to prove himself in military matters to surpass his father, even if it means taking risks. Things are unstable up north again lately. I heard the enemy kingdom, the Wolf Sioux state, is stirring again, and the skirmishes are getting more intense. Ever since the Prince of Jinbei pacified things, the Empire's strength is nowhere near what it used to be.
The young girl's careless words made the spoon in Wu Yun's hand stop. After seeing the princess, Wu Yun was once again alone in the study. He walked to the desk, spread out a blank sheet of paper, and picked up a vermilion brush. The brush tip paused over the paper for a moment before he wrote 2 characters Xiang Tian. Then with the vermilion brush, he drew a heavy blood-red circle around the name. Xiang Tong had gotten his son late in life, his most precious only child. The first piece on the chessboard of revenge. Destroying him would be the most painful spiritual blow to Xiang Tong. A cold, utterly devoid of warmth smile curled at the corner of Wu Yun's mouth. At the Xiang mansion, resplendent and bustling with guests, the 18th birthday banquet of Xiang Tian, the only son of Marshal Xiang Tong, was held. Nearly every promising young talent in the imperial capital with ties to the first prince's faction was in attendance. At the banquet, glasses clinked and flattery filled the air. Xiang Tian, surrounded by a crowd, wore a proud expression as he boasted loudly.
The Wolf Kingdom in the north is nothing but barbarians. They repeatedly invade our borders. In my view, we should gather the 3 legions with thunderous force and crush their royal court within 6 months. Well said, brother Xiang Tian. Indeed, mere Wolf Kingdom is beneath our notice.
The young lords around him chimed in, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Just then an untimely voice drifted faintly from the entrance.
Oh, is that so?
Everyone turned to look. Wu Yun stood alone at the door in black robes, his hands clasped behind his back. Without an invitation, he strolled in as if he were the master of the mansion. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes focused on this uninvited guest, some astonished, some mocking, some hostile. Xiang Tian's face darkened instantly. Wu Yun. Why was he here? A lackey immediately jumped out, pointing at Wu Yun's nose and shouting,
Wu Yun! Who let you in? You're not welcome here.
Wu Yun didn't spare him a glance. His gaze fell directly on Xiang Tian, a playful smirk on his lips.
Brother Xiang puts on quite a show. However, I just heard you claim to crush the Wolf Kingdom in 6 months. Have you considered the issue of provisions?
Xiang Tian snorted coldly.
Our empire boasts strong soldiers and ample supplies. Why should you worry? Winter arrives early in the north, heavy snow seals the mountain passes. If the supply route is cut, what will the million-strong army eat? Snow.
Wu Yun's voice was soft but clear to everyone.
This.
Xiang Tian was momentarily speechless. He had studied military texts since childhood, but mostly on paper, never considering such practical details. Wu Yun took 2 steps forward and continued his interrogation.
The Wolf Kingdom's terrain is complex with many forests and swamps, negating our cavalry advantage. If the enemy scatters and harasses us in the mountains, how would Brother Xiang respond? Aye.
Cold sweat appeared on Xiang Tian's forehead. Wu Yun pressed on, his voice growing colder.
The Wolf Kingdom fields its entire populace as soldiers fierce by nature and has allied with several neighboring states. A massive army would trigger a chain reaction, leaving us besieged on all sides. Have you considered the consequences, Brother Xiang?
Xiang Tian was completely speechless. With each question, Xiang Tian's face grew paler. The young lords, who had been flattering him, now stared at him as if he were a fool. The contrast was stark. Every question Wu Yun raised was like a dagger, precisely striking the flaws in Xiang Tian's seemingly perfect battle plan. These insights were not those of a sheltered youth, but of a battle-hardened veteran.
You speak of war without understanding the art of war. Brother Xiang, as the son of a marshal, you are quite laughable.
Leaving behind this piercing remark, Wu Yun turned and walked away without a second glance at Xiang Tian's ashen face. The banquet hall was so quiet a pin drop could be heard. Xiang Tian stood trembling, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. The vanity stripped bare before the crowd turned into endless humiliation and venom festering in his heart. Wu Yun, I will utterly defeat you in military affairs. Night was as dark as ink. Wu Yun walked home, his expression cold. He knew his actions tonight had enraged Xiang Tian and provoked Xiang Tong. But that was exactly what he wanted. The fish should be taking the bait. Just as he turned into a secluded alley, a deadly sense of crisis struck. Swoosh! 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 5 dark figures, like phantoms, lunged silently from the alley shadows. Each exuded the terrifying pressure of a spirit king. 5 spirit kings. Such a grand gesture. This force could easily annihilate a first-rate clan.
Your Highness, flee!
An elderly figure appeared before Wu Yun in an instant, his protector. The old man's hair and beard bristled. Without hesitation he burned his life essence, unleashing the most brilliant radiance of his life as he charged at 4 of the black-clad assailants. Boom! A violent explosion of spiritual energy reduced the entire alley to dust. The protector had bought Wu Yun a sliver of hope with his life. But one remained. The final Spirit King closed in like a shadow, striking at Wu Yun's back. Before the palm even landed, its overbearing force made Wu Yun's bones groan under the strain. On the brink of life and death, Wu Yun's eyes showed no panic. The combat experience of 3 lifetimes erupted in full force. He twisted his body at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging a fatal blow to the heart. Using the momentum of the palm's force, he shot forward like a cannonball. The Spirit King let out a surprised sound, clearly not expecting a mere 9th-level spirit transformation cultivator to evade his killing strike. Wu Yun didn't pause. He tapped his toes on the walls, darting through the rubble, and constantly changing direction. The Spirit King pursued relentlessly, his palm winds, howling, each strike carrying destructive power. Wu Yun dodged awkwardly, fresh wounds appearing on his body as blood stained his black robe. Yet at the most critical moments, he always avoided fatal attacks at the minimal cost. The Spirit King grew increasingly alarmed. Was this brat really at the spirit transformation stage? If this dragged on, it might alert the Imperial Guards. With that thought, killing intent flared in his eyes. He no longer held back, pointing a finger that seemed to freeze space itself. Wu Yun had no escape. Just then a furious roar exploded like thunder.
How dare you!
A golden light descended from the sky, crashing heavily between Wu Yun and the Spirit King. The terrifying shockwave sent the Spirit King flying. He spat blood and vanished into the darkness without hesitation. In the imperial study of the palace, the divine martial emperor stared at Wu Yun covered in blood and pale-faced, his own face dark as a storm cloud.
Slap!
The imperial brush in his hand was crushed to powder.
Excellent, truly excellent. In my own capital, openly assassinating my prince. Do they think I'm dead?
The emperor's fury made the temperature in the hall plummet. Yet he was delighted that Wu Yun's talent far exceeded his expectations. A 9th-level spirit transformation cultivator had held his own against a Spirit King for so long. What an extraordinary feat! This child had the potential to reach the Earth spirit realm. Such a prodigy nearly perished tonight. Wu Yun coughed up blood at the right moment, saying weakly,
"Your Majesty, the assassin's techniques were cold and sinister. They seem like the methods of the Wolf Kingdom to the north."
At these words, the divine martial emperor's gaze sharpened. The Wolf Kingdom. His mind raced with implications. Wu Yun was ambushed right after leaving Xiang Tong's mansion. As the military marshal, how could Xiang Tong be unaware? Either he was complicit or incompetent. Either way, it was unforgivable. Killing intent surged in the emperor's eyes. The next morning at the court session, the divine martial emperor erupted in fury, summarily dismissing over a dozen city defense officials connected to Xiang Tong. Marshal Xiang Tong himself was publicly rebuked, pulled from his semi-retired state, and thrust into the spotlight, ordered to atone for his crimes by personally overseeing the war against the Wolf Kingdom. In the court, Wu Yun stepped forward.
"Your Majesty, a strong youth makes a strong nation. The Empire's future lies with us, the younger generation. I humbly request permission to form a martial youth army composed of the Empire's young prodigies to march north and serve the nation, tempering ourselves in the fires of war."
These words shook the entire court. The divine martial emperor beamed at the spirited youth below.
"Approved. I appoint you as the commander of the martial youth army to be formed immediately."
News of this sent a surge of excitement through the Empire's younger generation. But in the marshal's mansion, upon hearing that Wu Yun had become the commander of the martial youth army, and that he would have to serve under him, Xiang Tian was so furious he smashed his favorite jade ornament.
"Wu Yun, a trash who only knows how to talk. How is he fit to be commander? Just wait, on the battlefield they'll see if you can still be so smug."
The northern frontier was besieged by snow and wind for 3 consecutive months. Battle reports flew back to the imperial capital like snowflakes. The Wu Jiao army ambushed at the Blackwater River, luring the enemy with 300 light cavalry and annihilating 500 scouts of the Wolf Su Kingdom commanded by Wu Yun. The Wu Jiao army raided the Wolf Su Kingdom supply route at night, burning 3 days' worth of their grain rations and retreating unscathed, commanded by Wu Yun. The Wu Jiao army feigned an attack on Eagle Beak Cliff,
but instead cut behind enemy lines, destroyed their command post, and beheaded the Wolf Su Kingdom's chieftain Bada commanded by Wu Yun. The name Wu Yun rose like a new star on the Empire's military map. His tactics were cunning and ruthless, his intelligence so precise it seemed he could foresee the future. In contrast, noble sons like Xiang Tian were mere armchair strategists having achieved nothing. The comparison was stark. Late at night within the central tent of the Wujiao army, Wu Yun stood alone before a massive sand table, but his fingers did not trace the front lines of battle. Instead, they slowly glided over a region marked as Go Soul Valley. He drew upon memories of his past life, replicating the tactical habits of the Wolf Su Kingdom's most cunning ambusher, the Wolf King, to forge a flawless piece of false intelligence. A secret Wolf Su Kingdom unit would transport components for a new type of shamanic ritual artifact through Go Soul Valley. This item was more mysterious and alluring than siege engines, and far harder to verify. He picked up a brush and marked this route on a discarded animal hide map. Then, using a cipher only he could understand, he wrote 4 words in the corner. Merit enough for a marquee. Having done this, he crumpled the animal hide map, as if discarding trash, and tossed it into an inconspicuous document basket in the corner. Moments later, a young officer named Zhou Ming entered. He was responsible for clearing discarded documents. Zhou Ming was a spy planted by the 5th Prince beside Wu Yun, a man who was greedy and fancied himself clever. When his eyes swept over the crumpled animal hide map, he was inexplicably drawn to pick it up and unfold it. As the 4 words "merit enough for a marquee" met his gaze, his heart skipped a violent beat. A searing wave of greed surged to his head. In the imperial capital, at the 5th Prince's residence, Zhou Ming embellished the intelligence when he presented it, claiming he had risked his life to steal it from Wu Yun's top-secret files, repeatedly emphasizing that Wu Yun likely intended to hoard this immense glory for himself. The 5th Prince, by nature suspicious, did not fully believe him. He sent a trusted confidant to a den of iniquity on the northern border, an intelligence trading hub known as Grey Sparrow Market. The confidant quickly sent back a message. In the market, a drunken Wolf Su merchant was loudly complaining that his trade route had been temporarily blocked due to a sacred relic transport convoy, costing him a heavy loss. The confidant also spent a fortune to buy a fragmentary map from an information peddler. When the 2 maps were compared, the routes matched perfectly. All evidence pointed to one conclusion: the intelligence was absolutely true. Upon confirmation, the 5th Prince was ecstatic. However, believing himself incapable of securing such military glory, a new thought arose within him. Let Xiang Tian go. If he succeeds, Xiang Tong will owe him a great debt. If he fails and dies, Xiang Tong will surely vent his anger on Wu Yun. Win or lose, he could use a borrowed knife to cut down Wu Yun's prestige. A foolproof plan. Late at night at the Xiang residence, the 5th Prince laid this heaven-sent opportunity before Xiang Tian. Brother Xiang Tian, see what this is. Xiang Tian looked at the intelligence, his breathing becoming rapid. The 5th Prince leaned in, his voice like a devil's whisper. Remember how Wu Yun humiliated you at the banquet. Do you truly want to live in his shadow forever? This is your only chance to prove yourself and wash away all your shame in one battle. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiang Tian's eyes, and he instinctively thought to report this to his father. Seeing this, the 5th Prince let out a cold sneer and played his trump card. If you report it, by the time the military bureaucracy grinds through, the credit will still go to your father. What will you get? Do you think Wu Yun will let you take this glory so easily? He is the commander of the Wujiao army now. With a single order, he can beat you to it. Only a surprise attack catching everyone off guard can firmly seize the credit for yourself. Wu Yun. Xiang Tian's mind exploded. The contemptuous look in Wu Yun's eyes surfaced again. Why? Why should a waste be allowed to step all over me? Rage completely consumed his reason. Bang. He slammed the table hard, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a madman. Fine. Let's do it. I'll make Wu Yun watch with his own eyes as I achieve unparalleled merit without the help of the military headquarters. He not only secretly redeployed some Wujiao troops, but also mobilized the Xiang family's private army and gathered a group of other noble sons who harbored resentment against Wu Yun. Under the pretext of reconnaissance, they quietly left the main camp. Go Soul Valley. The group stepped into the valley with high spirits. But here it was terrifyingly quiet, not even a single bird chirp could be heard. Brother Xiang Tian, isn't this place a bit off?
whispered a slightly more experienced noble son. Shut up. Coward. Xiang Tian barked, already impatient to lay his hands on that immense glory. As they ventured deeper into the valley floor, and finally saw the shadowy outlines of a supply convoy ahead, everyone's face erupted with ecstatic joy. At that very moment, whoosh, a signal arrow shot into the sky. On the cliffs on both sides, countless torches suddenly flared to life, dense as ghostly flames. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. Wolf-Su cavalry in heavy armor like two black tides of death surged in from both ends of the valley, instantly sealing off all their escape routes. An ambush. It's an ambush. The ecstasy on the faces of Xiang Tian and his band of geniuses instantly froze, turning into boundless terror. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. The light of spells flickered chaotically for a few moments before being swiftly extinguished, replaced by the cacophony of screams and the thud of blades piercing flesh. Xiang Tian charged left and right under the protection of his personal guards, but it was all futile. Several cold spears from different directions pierced through his body with brutal force. Excruciating pain assailed him, as his life force drained away rapidly. His mind was filled not with resentment or regret, but only a blank void and endless confusion. Why? He croaked out his final words, dying without understanding how he had been defeated. The Wolf-Su army began to clear the battlefield, celebrating their easily won victory. At that moment, a fresh army, as if descending from the heavens, charged from their most unexpected direction, the rear. The Wujiao army. Fresh troops against a weary enemy. The battle was a rout. Wu Yun sat on his horse, watching the scene coldly. He walked to Xiang Tian's corpse, crouched down, and personally closed the young man's eyes, which stared blankly in death. He stood and said to his deputy, "Bury Master Xiang Tian with full honors. Draft the battle report. Say that Master Xiang Tian, to cover our main force, used himself as bait, penetrated deep behind enemy lines, and died a heroic and glorious death for the nation." In the imperial capital, at the marshal's residence, Marshal Xiang Tong stared at the battle report in his hand. The word stating that Xiang Tian privately redeployed the Wujiao army was ambushed and killed, while Wu Yun turned the tide and achieved another great victory, stung his eyes. Pa! A mouthful of old blood sprayed out. He fell straight backward. When he awoke, the old man seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant, his eyes filled only with a hatred that wished to devour the living. He stared fixedly at the report, forcing out two words through gritted teeth. Wu Yun. In the divine martial imperial city, within the Golden Luang Hall, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Two dispatches from the northern frontier, one joyous and one sorrowful, were placed side by side on the dragon table of the divine martial emperor. The sharp voice of the eunuch echoed throughout the hall.
Good news from the northern frontier. Commander Wu Yun set an ambush in the Ghost Valley, waiting for the enemy to tire, annihilating 3,000 elite heavy cavalry of the Longshu Kingdom, achieving a great victory. Bad news from the northern frontier. The son of Marshal Xiang Tong, Xiang Tian, sacrificed himself to protect our main forces, becoming bait, and unfortunately encountered the main force of the enemy, heroically dying for his country.
The expression of the divine martial emperor revealed no joy or anger. He simply stated,
Wu Yun has made contributions, reward him. Xiang Tian showed loyalty and bravery, provide him with a grand burial, and his family shall receive generous compensation. Your Majesty is wise.
The officials all responded in unison, though each harbored their own thoughts. Wu Yun's rise was too swift, like the sun at its zenith. The fate of the Xiang family, however, brought some delight to certain individuals, while others felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. At that moment, a staggering figure burst into the grand hall. It was Marshal Xiang Tong. He was dressed in court robes, but his hair was disheveled and his face was ashen, devoid of any trace of the imperial marshal's authority. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated intensely on the death dispatch on the dragon table.
Your Majesty, this report is false. There is an issue with this report.
He shouted, rushing forward, grabbing the report that depicted his son as a hero, and in front of all the civil and military officials, he tore it to shreds with a loud rip.
Xiang Tong, you are being outrageous.
The divine martial emperor frowned. However, Xiang Tong paid no heed, pulling out another blood-stained secret letter from his robes and holding it high.
Your Majesty, this is the truth. My son Xiang Tian underestimated the enemy, charging recklessly and fell into an ambush. And Wu Yun, he was clearly nearby, yet he did not come to save him.
He is using a knife to kill from behind. He is accumulating power and eliminating rivals. My son was forced by him to seek victory in peril. I implore your majesty to make a decision for my son. After speaking this, iron-blooded marshal, who shed no tears on the battlefield, suddenly broke down in tears, his old eyes streaming. The officials of the first prince's faction immediately knelt in a chorus.
Your majesty, what Marshal Xiang said must have a reason. Wu Yun's actions are ruthless, he must be guarded against. Please your majesty detain Wu Yun and return to the capital to investigate this matter.
To comfort the spirit of young Master Xiang in heaven.
However, the officials of the third prince's faction responded.
Absurd. How can the frontline commander be detained at will? Military affairs change rapidly, everything should be judged by victories.
The Golden Hall erupted into chaos in an instant. At that moment, the fifth prince stepped forward.
With a face full of grief he said,
Father, esteemed officials, Brother Xiang Tian sacrificed himself for the country, and I am deeply saddened. Marshal Xiang's distress for his son is understandable. However, the laws of the country and military discipline cannot be disregarded. To maintain order and not to dishearten the frontline soldiers, I believe we should suspend Wu Yun's military position and send a respected and distinguished minister as a special envoy to the northern frontier to investigate the truth.
This way we can ascertain the facts and appease Marshal Xiang, achieving two goals with one action.
His words were exceedingly fair, leaving no room for criticism.
Xiang Tong ceased his crying, gratefully glancing at the fifth prince. The divine martial emperor fell into deep thought, seemingly about to agree. Suddenly a messenger burst into the hall, panting and rolling in his voice, altered by his hasty run.
Report. Urgent news from the northern frontier. General Wu Yun's confidential dispatch.
All eyes were instantly drawn to him. The eunuch took the dispatch and presented it to the divine martial emperor. The divine martial emperor opened it, and his originally calm expression changed dramatically.
Read it. Yes.
The eunuch cleared his throat and read.
Dispatch 1. In the midst of chaos, I risked my life to save the son of the Minister of the Interior, Li Wenhao.
Young Master Li is severely injured but conscious, and he has a handwritten letter, which I present to your majesty.
Upon hearing this, the Minister of the Interior trembled.
The eunuch unfolded the letter and began to read it. In the letter, Li Wenhao described with trembling handwriting how Xiang Tian obtained a piece of dubious intelligence, how he ignored everyone's advice and acted recklessly, and how upon discovering the ambush, he commanded ineffectively, leading to the annihilation of the entire army. At the end of the letter, he exerted all his strength to write.
Had it not been for General Wu Yun's divine intervention, we would have surely perished. Xiang Tian's death was self-inflicted and had nothing to do with General Wu.
Witnesses. Moreover, it is the personal testimony of the son of a neutral high official. Xiang Tong's face turned ashen in an instant. But this was not over. The eunuch continued to read.
Dispatch 2. On the body of young Master Xiang Tian, I discovered a torn map fragment made of special material, not of our army's standard issue.
The route depicted was a false intelligence we fabricated to confuse the scouts of the Longshu kingdom. The source of this map seems to point to a certain noble in the imperial capital. I dare not speculate, and present this fragment for your majesty's judgment.
The eunuch held up a small cloth bag high. Physical evidence. The accusations pointed directly at the imperial capital. The divine martial emperor's gaze sharp as a knife slowly swept over his several sons.
The first prince's face turned pale, quickly lowering his head. The fifth prince's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of sorrow, though his fists tightened within his sleeves. He hadn't expected that Wu Yun had such a contingency plan. Zhou Ming's pawn must be dealt with immediately.
Well, what a fine way to raise a son!
The divine martial emperor suddenly slammed the table in fury, thunderously enraged.
Xiang Tong, your son is incompetent, underestimating the enemy, and causing the deaths of thousands of soldiers.
You do not reflect on this, and dare to accuse the frontline commander in the court. Do you still see me as your emperor? Do you have any respect for the laws of the empire?
Guards, seize Marshal Xiang Tong's crown, penalize him 3 years' salary, and confine him to solitary reflection.
Xiang Tong appeared struck by lightning, his body going limp, as he was dragged out by the imperial guards. A storm of accusations against Wu Yun thus dissipated into nothingness. Time flew by. 5 years later, the war between the Divine Martial Empire and the Longshu Kingdom ended with the Empire's complete victory. The Longshu Kingdom ceded land and paid reparations, and the Empire's strength surged. In the same year, the Divine Martial Emperor fell into a demonic trance during a cultivation session. Though he preserved his life, he was left with an incurable hidden ailment. The balance of power in the Empire began to shake violently. The first prince, second prince, third prince, and even the dormant fifth prince all launched their final offensive for that supreme position. The overt and covert struggles plunged the entire empire into turmoil. Meanwhile, Wu Yun was no longer the young man who needed to calculate every move as he once did. 5 years of warfare and remarkable achievements had made him the most dazzling military star of the empire, commanding a massive army, his wings fully spread. His cultivation had also quietly broken through, stepping into the coveted realm of the Spirit King, which countless cultivators dreamt of. 8 more years passed. The struggle for supremacy among the princes intensified, and the state of the empire became utterly decayed. Meanwhile, Wu Yun's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Spirit King realm. In this chaotic chess game, he had transformed from a mere pawn into a true player qualified to control the board. A year later, the grand wedding of Wu Yun and the Princess of Taiping was bestowed with the utmost honor. The Divine Martial Emperor personally conferred upon him the title of General, who pacifies the South, commanding him to march forth immediately and garrison the empire's southernmost tranquil frontier far from the imperial capital. In the Golden Throne Hall, the faction of the first prince beamed with delight. Although Wu Yun had not revealed any ambition for the succession, his extraordinary talent, outstanding military merits, and backing from the Prince of Taiping made him a force to be reckoned with. Such strength could not be ignored. Caging a fierce tiger within a gilded cage, this open scheme was nothing short of masterful. Wu Yun, clad in a red ceremonial robe, exchanged a glance with the Prince of Taiping beside him. Neither showed a flicker of emotion. He kowed out in gratitude for the favor, accepting this gilded honor laced with poison. With no wars in the southern frontier, there would be no further military merits. A life of ease would slowly dull the sharpest blade. Wu Yun understood this, and so did the Prince of Taiping. Lying low was their only choice. Days in the southern frontier were indeed as tranquil as water. Wu Yun drilled his troops daily, and tended to military affairs, as if he had truly become a contented frontier official. Yet the storm in the imperial capital escalated abruptly after his departure. The first prince's wings had fully grown. No longer content with mere suppression, he needed an opportunity to crush the second prince completely. A year later, the opportunity arose. The first prince forged irrefutable evidence that the second prince had colluded with the remnants of the rival Wolf Kingdom and bribed a general under the second prince's command to stage a treasonous defeat on the border. Witnesses and evidence were all in place. The second prince was cornered, unable to defend himself. Retreat meant death. Advancing might offer a glimmer of hope. He rebelled. Under the banner of cleansing the court and slaying the corrupt ministers, he raised his army in defiance. History would call it the Scorched Earth Rebellion. The empire erupted in flames of war, the conflagration sweeping from the borders into the heartland. At the southern frontier general's mansion, Wu Yun submitted 3 successive petitions to join the campaign, all of which were sternly rejected by the first prince on the grounds that the stability of the southern frontier is crucial to the nation's foundation. He was pinned firmly in the south. In his study, Wu Yun gazed at the sand table where county after county was marked in red, his face expressionless. The second prince was no mediocrity. His army was formidable in battle. To secure victory, the first prince resorted to the cruelest scorched earth tactics. He cared not how many commoners perished or how many cities were destroyed. He only wanted the second prince dead. The empire's vitality was being drained at an alarming rate. General. A personal guard approached silently. How are the contacts progressing? Wu Yun asked without looking up. As per your orders, through the channel of His Highness the Prince of Taiping, we have secretly established contact with over 15 generals who harbor discontent toward the first prince. Good. Additionally, we have obtained evidence that the first prince deliberately leaked military intelligence to the remnants of the Wolf Kingdom in order to eliminate dissidents. Wu Yun finally raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Continue to lie low and await the opportune moment. Understood. Another 3 years passed. The Scorched Earth Rebellion ended with the second prince's defeat and death. His faction was uprooted, blood flowing like a river. The first prince, as the foremost hero of the pacification, completely seized control of the empire's military and political power, his influence reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, the divine martial emperor, whose lifespan was dwindling due to a hidden ailment, began to go into seclusion for long periods, ceasing to attend to state affairs. That same year, Wu Yun's cultivation quietly broke through, reaching the fourth layer of the spiritual king realm. Now, as long as he did not actively provoke those reclusive ancient monsters, he was more than capable of defending himself across the entire empire. With the internal turmoil quelled, the blade was raised once more. This time, the blade was aimed at the sole surviving third prince. His authority was stripped, his retainers dismissed, and a series of charges were fabricated to suppress him. The third prince, like a lamb driven to the edge of a cliff, lived in daily terror, sensing the stench of death upon himself. He knew his only chance of survival lay with a man who had been recalled to the capital, and was nominally idle, the general who pacifies the south, Wu Yun. Wu Yun had been waiting for him as well. Being forcibly summoned back to the capital, he understood clearly that the first prince intended to eliminate this hidden threat once and for all. He had lain low for so long, it was time to set this chessboard in motion. Late at night, at the southern general's mansion, the third prince shook off all his shadows, and through the Princess of Taiping's connections risked a visit. He shed all princely dignity, his face as pale as paper. The moment he saw Wu Yun, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. 13th brother, save me. His voice was shrill, choked with sobs. Wu Yun did not help him up, but merely watched him calmly. Third brother, please rise. What brings you here in the dead of night? The third prince could not rise. He crawled forward on his knees, clutching the hem of Wu Yun's robe, weeping uncontrollably. 13th brother, the eldest wants to kill me. He killed the second and next. Father is in seclusion, and every official in the court is his man. I have nowhere to turn. You and your father-in-law command a mighty army. You are the empire's last hope. If you will only raise your troops to aid me upon my ascension, I will enfeoff you as the Cloud Martial King, sharing the realm with me for eternity, enjoying this vast empire together. The heavy promise struck the ground with resounding force. The study fell into a deathly silence. Wu Yun was silent for so long that the hope in the third prince's eyes nearly extinguished. At last, he spoke, his voice as cold as iron. Your Highness, I regret that I cannot comply. The third prince jerked his head up, staring at him in disbelief. Why? First, the disparity in strength is too great. Wu Yun spoke slowly. The first prince commands 70% of the empire's troops, and the court is filled with his partisans. My father-in-law and I command less than 30%. To raise an army now would be like throwing an egg against a stone. Second, we lack a just cause. Wu Yun's gaze pierced through the third prince. The second prince's banner of cleansing the court still echoes in our ears, and his bones are not yet cold. Without irrefutable evidence, to rashly raise an army would make us no different from the second prince, rebels. The third prince shuddered, the last vestiges of strength draining from him, as he slumped to the floor. He was helped away by servants, his eyes vacant like a walking corpse. The door closed. The Princess of Taiping emerged from behind the screen, her face full of confusion. Husband, are we truly going to leave him to his fate? Wu Yun turned and walked to the massive sand table against the wall. He picked up a black chess piece and placed it on the spot representing the imperial capital. The third prince is not an ally. His voice was soft, but carried a chilling coldness. He is merely a pawn, one sufficient to force the first prince to reveal a fatal flaw. The Princess of Taiping was stunned. Wu Yun's finger tapped lightly on the sand table at the imperial capital. They can contend for the throne. Why can't I, as the 13th prince, do the same? These words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in the silent study. The Princess of Taiping jerked her head up, her eyes wide with shock. Wu Yun turned around, his face devoid of any expression. The eldest killed the second, and now he's cornering the third. Him next. Rather than wait for death, I'd rather stake everything on a single throw. But you just refuse the third prince. Because he is doomed. Wu Yun cut her off. But I want his death to have value. He picked up the chess piece representing the third prince from the sand table and crushed it gently. Once the eldest kills the third, he will lose the people's support entirely. That is when we raise the army, a true cleansing of the court. The Princess of Taiping drew a sharp breath. She finally understood. Wu Yun was not fleeing. He was waiting for the perfect moment, a moment when he could rightfully ascend to that position. The atmosphere in the third prince's mansion was more chilling than the bitter winter wind. He was escorted back to the residence by his servants, utterly spiritless, collapsing onto the cold floor of his study, unable to rise again. Despair? Absolute despair, like a tide of black water, engulfed him, suffocating him. Wu Yun's refusal had severed his last lifeline.
It's over. All over.
He murmured, his eyes vacant. Just then an old servant sweeping the doorway, accidentally, tripped over the threshold, causing a bundle of bamboo slips to roll out of his arm, stopping right by the third prince's hand. The old servant was terrified, hastily kneeling and kowtowing.
Forgive me, your highness. This old servant deserves death.
The third prince's heart was already ashen, but the corner of his eye caught the scattered characters on the bamboo slip, and a few words instantly seized his heart.
Scorched Earth Rebellion, secret envoy of Wolf Kingdom, military intelligence leak.
He snatched the bamboo slip, unrolling it like a madman. It was a fragment of a secret report recording disjointed dialogues and timestamps. Yet all clues pointed to a hair-raising truth: the Grand Prince was suspected of colluding with the enemy during the Scorched Earth Rebellion. A blazing fire erupted in the third prince's deadened eyes.
Heaven will not forsake me. Heaven will not forsake me.
He leaped to his feet, acting like a man possessed. Though incomplete, the content of this evidence was so horrifying it could raise a storm in the court. He no longer needed Wu Yun. He would do it himself. At the emperor's birthday banquet, before foreign envoys and imperial ministers, he would tear off the Grand Prince's hypocritical mask and cast him into an abyss of eternal damnation. All or nothing. Half a month later, the divine martial emperor's birthday banquet. In the golden hall, bells chimed, cauldrons steamed, songs and dances flourished. The Grand Prince sat nearest the throne, beaming with pride, accepting congratulations from the officials. He was already the de facto ruler of the empire, only one final procedure away. The third prince sat in a corner, his face pale as paper, but his eyes burned with fire, fixed on the Grand Prince. On the imperial throne, the aged divine martial emperor, who had long ceased attending court, leaned back. A once mighty spiritual king, his face was gaunt, his eyes murky, as if he might expire at any moment. After 3 rounds of wine, the third prince suddenly rose, shoved aside his table, strode to the center of the hall, and fell to his knees with a thud.
Father Emperor!
He cried out in anguish, tears streaming. The music halted abruptly, and all eyes turned to him. The Grand Prince frowned, a flicker of disgust in his eyes.
Your son has a grievous injustice to plead. A traitor who brings ruin to the nation to impeach.
The third prince raised the bamboo slip high, his voice shrill.
Your son impeaches the Grand Prince, colluding with the Wolf Kingdom, selling military intelligence, causing the deaths of millions of our Empire soldiers and civilians in the Scorched Earth Rebellion. Here is the ironclad evidence.
The entire court erupted in uproar. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering accusation. The Grand Prince was initially taken aback, then his face flushed with fury. He strode forward, snatched the bamboo slip, and scanned it rapidly. After reading, he laughed in extreme rage.
Ha ha ha! What an ironclad evidence!
He hurled the bamboo slip to the ground and stomped on it.
With these baseless fragments you dare to slander me!
He turned to face the old emperor on the throne, his words sharp as knives.
Father Emperor, see clearly. Third brother has gone mad to save himself. He dares to forge evidence and publicly slander the heir apparent. This is the crime of great disrespect. It is treason.
The situation reversed instantly. The courtiers looked at the trampled, ambiguous evidence, then at the overbearing Grand Prince, and their allegiance immediately shifted. The third prince felt ice cold. He hadn't expected his last hope to be crushed so easily.
Guards!
The Grand Prince completely shed his disguise, murderous intent blazing.
The third prince intends to rebel. Seize him!
The imperial guards outside rushed in, their gleaming blades aimed at the prostrate third prince. The Grand Prince was not satisfied. He saw this as a golden opportunity to sweep away all obstacles.
Imperial Guard, hear me. Seal the Golden Hall. Today I shall purge the court of evil.
As he spoke, several men beside him unleashed the formidable aura of spiritual kings. He strode step by step toward the throne, his sword unsheathing with a ring. The cold blade pointed directly at the dying old emperor on the dragon throne. His own aura erupted. He too was a spiritual king. So the Grand Prince had also broken through to the spiritual king realm.
Father Emperor, you are old. It's time to rest. Leave the empire to me.
A coup. A blatant coup. The officials were terrified watching this mad spectacle in silence. Just as the Grand Prince was about to succeed and reach for the abdication edict. Boom! The doors of the Golden Hall were kicked open, from outside splinters flying. Thunderous war cries surged from beyond like rolling thunder. A figure clad in the black armor of the great general of the Southern Pacification stood against the light, exuding overwhelming killing intent. It was Wu Yun. Behind him stood the Prince of Peace, also armored, and a tide of elite soldiers pouring in. The Grand Prince's face twisted in shock.
Wu Yun, are you rebelling?
Wu Yun ignored him, walked to the center of the hall, and raised a thick stack of dossiers.
By His Majesty's order, I arrest the traitor.
His voice was not loud, but it rang clearly through every corner of the hall.
First, complete evidence of the Grand Prince colluding with the Wolf Kingdom, leaking military intelligence leading to the border army's defeat. Second, detailed dossiers of how, during the Scorched Earth Rebellion, for his own benefit, he massacred our army and sacrificed millions of civilians. Third, solid proof of the ongoing coup and rebellion.
These three charges struck the Grand Prince's face like three heavy hammers. A dozen generals holding military power stepped forward from the crowd, glaring at the Grand Prince.
Death to the traitor! Purge the court! Death to the traitor! Purge the court!
A thunderous roar overwhelmed everything. The Grand Prince's loyal troops were thrown into disarray and laid down their arms. The Grand Prince's eyes turned bloodshot, knowing all was lost. He let out a beastly roar and charged at Wu Yun with his sword.
I'll kill you!
Wu Yun watched the charging Grand Prince, his eyes utterly calm. As the sword was about to reach him, he moved. A majestic aura exploded forth. Spiritual King Realm 4th level. No one saw his movements. Only a crisp crack was heard, and the Grand Prince's body froze midair before collapsing stiffly. His neck was twisted at a grotesque angle. Absolute silence fell. The palace rebellion was swiftly quelled. On the throne, the aged divine martial emperor looked at the bodies of his two sons, then at Wu Yun, the sole figure standing with absolute power, and two streams of bloody tears flowed from his murky eyes. His heart was dead. With his last ounce of strength, he issued his final decree.
Pass the throne to the 13th Prince Wu Yun.
3 days later, supported by the Prince of Peace and the generals, Wu Yun shed his armor, donned the dragon robe, and ascended the 99 steps one by one to sit upon the supreme throne. His reign title was Yunwu. An era of iron and blood belonging to him had officially begun. The clamor of the coronation ceremony had faded, and the weight of the dragon robe pressed heavily upon Wu Yun's shoulders. Seated alone in the empty golden throne hall, he traced his fingers over the icy armrest of the dragon throne. Supreme power intoxicates the world, but for Wu Yun, it was also a cold, unyielding shackle. On the very night of his ascension, 3 elders with profound auras summoned him to the imperial secret chamber. They were the true foundation of the divine martial empire's royal family, the 3 ancestral elders. The weakest among them had reached the 8th level of the Spirit King realm.
From this day forth, you are no longer the 13th Prince Wu Yun. You are the Emperor of the divine martial empire.
The leading ancestor spoke, his voice as cold and devoid of emotion as ice. His strength was terrifyingly profound. Even Wu Yun, who had now attained the 4th level of the Spirit King realm, could not fathom his depth. He was likely at least at the 9th level of the Spirit King realm. The foundation of the divine martial royal family was indeed deep. No wonder it could overawe the 4 great clans. Wu Yun was secretly astonished.
The Emperor's duty is to guard and amplify the national fortune. From now on, everything you do must serve this purpose. The resources you can command are directly tied to the growth of the fortune you bring to the empire. If the nation prospers, you shall gain boundless power. If it declines, you will be left with nothing.
Wu Yun listened in silence. He understood now this dragon throne was a transaction, a barter of his own Tao path for the empire's glory. He had no other choice. Soon after becoming emperor, he had Xiong Tong and his entire clan beheaded. With an iron fist, he inaugurated an era of ruthless governance, taking the title
Emperor Yunwu.
A decade passed in the blink of an eye. The name of Emperor Yunwu commanded submission from all directions. He quelled internal rebellions and intimidated powerful neighbors, and the divine martial empire's national strength soared at a terrifying pace. But Wu Yun's own cultivation felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, progressing at a glacial pace. The path of the Spirit King realm demanded not only talent and resources, but also vast amounts of time. Yet the mountain of state affairs drained his spirit. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, he had only managed to crawl from the 4th level to the 5th. One deep night after finishing a towering pile of memorials, Wu Yun attempted to enter a meditative state. The sluggish sensation of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians made his chest feel tight. He snapped his eyes open and slammed his fist onto the desk. This dragon throne was the pinnacle of his power, yet also the cage of his Tao path. Under immense pressure, only his love for his beloved the peaceful princess brought him solace. They had several children together. Gazing at the infant boy in swaddling clothes, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, a thought took root in his heart. Raise an heir. Someone who could take on this yoke in his stead. For the next 20 years, Emperor Yun poured his heart into 2 endeavors. First, he expanded the empire's borders, completely annexing 2 neighboring states, including the Wolf Su Kingdom, pushing the Divine Martial Empire's prestige to its zenith, and its national fortune to an unprecedented peak. Second, he trained his eldest son, born of the peaceful princess, according to the most stringent imperial standards. Another 20 years passed. Supported by the resources of an entire nation, Wu Yun's cultivation had only barely climbed to the 6th level of the Spirit King realm. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was already capable of standing on his own. During a court session, Wu Yun announced his abdication. The entire court was shaken, and even the 3 ancestral elders appeared.
My decision is final.
Wu Yun looked at the stunned Crown Prince, his gaze calm. He was still in his prime, but he could wait no longer. The new emperor ascended, and the Divine Martial Empire transitioned smoothly. Wu Yun became the
Grand Emperor,
retreating behind the scenes. The moment he was free from the shackles of state affairs, he felt the invisible bonds upon him shatter inch by inch. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged towards him with unprecedented affinity. He rediscovered the pure essence of being a martial artist. A hidden dragon had emerged from its abyss. In nearly 20 years, Wu Yun successfully broke through to the 8th level of the Spirit King realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 3 ancestors. The Empire revered him as the
4th ancestor, Yun Wu ancestor.
But 50 years of violent expansion eventually attracted calamity. 3 neighboring nations of equal power could no longer tolerate such a behemoth rising beside them. The 3 kingdoms formed an alliance, mobilizing their entire national strength to launch an extermination war. The hidden old monsters of the enemy nations also emerged, and the brutality of the war far surpassed imagination. For a time, the Divine Martial Empire faced the greatest existential crisis in its history. Wu Yun, along with the 3 ancestors, the peaceful king, who had reached the 7th level of the Spirit King realm, and the hidden foundational ancestors of the 4 great clans, fought a bloody battle. The battle was horrific. Not a few Spirit King realm experts fell, and those at the Spirit Transformation realm were merely larger ants dying in droves. In one decisive engagement to slay an enemy Spirit King realm 9th level ancestor, Wu Yun withstood a suicidal
life source curse
from his foe. He won, annihilating the powerful enemy with lightning speed and turning the tide. But a chilling deathly aura took root in his life, wheel impossible to eradicate. His lifespan was drastically shortened. Another 30 years passed. Through a maddened cultivation that seemed to burn his very life force, Wu Yun's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit King realm. Yet he clearly felt his end was near. The
life source curse
was devouring his vitality. He had no choice. Even with inadequate preparation, he had to forcibly attempt a breakthrough to the Earth Spirit realm. It was his only chance at survival. In the Imperial Forbidden Grounds, Wu Yun sat cross-legged with the 3 ancestors standing guard around him. He summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, charging against the invisible threshold.
Roar!
The Divine Martial Empire's immense national fortune transformed into a colossal golden dragon shadow coiling around him to aid his breakthrough. The barrier of the Earth Spirit realm began to crack under his assault. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, the latent
life source curse
erupted violently. A pitch-black vortex formed within his body, madly devouring the golden dragon of national fortune that was empowering him. The golden dragon of fortune let out a mournful cry, its massive body torn asunder by the curse's power. Wu Yun's body visibly decayed at an alarming rate. The breakthrough had failed utterly. In the final moments before his life force dissipated, as he watched the dissolving national fortune and the rampant curse within him, a sudden enlightenment dawned upon him.
So the most crucial thing for breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm is not talent, but that elusive thing called fortune. At this moment, Wu Yun finally understood the importance of the last attribute fortune on the reincarnation point allocation board. The nation's fortune is not my own fortune. In the end, it was borrowed power. My foundation, my fortune, was fundamentally insufficient to break through to the Earth spirit realm, nor could it bear the backlash from this immense undertaking. In my next life, I must not only control power, but also control my own fortune.
With this final realization, Emperor Yun Wu Yun, the iron-blooded monarch who had created an era, breathed his last. His reincarnation mark, bearing a newfound understanding of
fortune,
vanished into the void. Consciousness recondensed within the boundless darkness. Wu Yun felt like a single droplet plunging into a dead sea enveloped by an icy and desolate void. Scenes from his past life flashed before his eyes, like a revolving lantern finally freezing on the moment. The national fortune golden dragon shattered with a mournful cry, and his life force was severed. Failure at the final step. He had been so close to stepping into the legendary earthly spirit realm. Evaluating reincarnation mark. The icy text materialized within his consciousness. Third life, Emperor Yun Wu founded a blood-soaked prosperous era, annexed 2 kingdoms, expanded territory by 10,000 miles, and elevated the national fortune to its zenith. However, national fortune was not his own ultimately, it was an external force. With a shaky foundation, he fell to a curse's backlash, and failed to break through. Comprehensive rating yellow, grade 7 stars. Reincarnation points earned 230. Yellow, grade 7 stars. A faint ripple stirred in Wu Yun's consciousness. He had believed that his ascension to emperor, territorial expansion, and pushing an empire to an unprecedented peak would surely warrant at least a mysterious grade evaluation. If he had broken through to the earthly spirit realm first, then turned around and annexed those 3 great empires, the evaluation would likely have reached a different height. Unfortunately, without sufficient fortune, it was all just empty talk.
In the next life, I must max out my fortune.
He hesitated no longer. Reincarnation points allocated. Talent 100 points. Family background 50 points. Comprehension 40 points. Fortune 40 points. This time he invested a full 40 points into the attribute he had once neglected. The darkness before him was instantly devoured by endless radiance. 14 years passed like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack. In an antiquated meditation chamber, a youth seated cross-legged abruptly opened his eyes. He raised his youthful palm, and a cluster of crimson flames ignited from nothing, illuminating the entire room with a fiery glow. A torrent of complex memories surged into his mind like a bursting dam. I am Su Yun. Also Wu Yun Lin Yun. The Spirit Transformation Realm. At 14, he was in the Spirit Transformation Realm and had awakened a special spirit body called the Mystic Fire Body.
This live starting point is truly not bad.
He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the starkly different architectural styles outside. The Tianhua Empire Su family. In his memory, this empire was one of the 3 great powers that had besieged the divine martial empire in his past life. The Su family was one of the 8 great clans within the Tianhua Empire, albeit one of the lower 4 ranked at the bottom. How ironic. Su Yun's mind sifted through the information about this clan. It was said the Su ancestors had once been prosperous, producing several earthly spirit realm kings at one point, making them the foremost clan of the Tianhua Empire, even overshadowing the royal family. But later generations failed to live up to their legacy, declining, with each passing generation ultimately ending up in this state. He quickly used his current status as the prodigious 3rd young master to discreetly inquire about the recent state of the divine martial empire. After his death, the divine martial empire rapidly declined due to the severe blow to its national fortune. The strongest ancestor of the royal family also perished as his lifespan drained away. Now the empire's royal authority was teetering on the brink, controlled by 3 forces. One faction was composed of his descendants and former subordinates, like Prince Taiping, who were loyalists to the throne. Another faction was an alliance of the remaining 3 of the original 4 great clans that had risen amidst the chaos. The third faction was an emerging power formed by combining various sects and merchant guilds.
It has fallen apart.
Su Yun's heart felt little turmoil. That life was over. What he needed to do now was walk the path of this life well. Just then a respectful knock came from outside the door.
3rd young master, the master requests your presence. The family's secret vault opens today, and you are to select a cultivation technique.
Su Yun's eyes flickered. The secret vault. According to the Su family's rules, any direct descendant who broke through to the spirit transformation realm was entitled to one entry into the secret vault to switch cultivation techniques. No matter how far the Su family had fallen, they had once produced earthly spirit realm experts. The earthly realm technique passed down through their lineage was definitely superior to the lowest grade earthly realm technique of the divine martial royal family he had cultivated in his past life. He pushed open the door and followed the servant, walking deeper into the family compound. Outside the secret vault, many Su family disciples had already gathered, mostly to watch the excitement. When Su Yun arrived, the crowd parted to make way, their gazes mixed with awe and envy.
Young Master Su Yun is here. A 14-year-old in the spirit transformation realm. The greatest prodigy our Su family has seen in a century. Even those earthly spirit realm ancestors were probably no more than this at 14, right?
Amidst the flattery, only one gaze was filled with hostility. Su Yun looked up and met the eyes of a tall, burly youth. The Su family's eldest son, his elder brother Su Lai. Su Yun was born to the family head and a concubine from a minor clan, and from a young age, he suffered oppression from this brother and his mother. It wasn't until he revealed his unparalleled cultivation talent that this ordeal ended. His rise made Su Lai feel a tremendous threat. The position of young master was precarious. Su Yun found his brother's expression, as if he wanted to devour him, inwardly amusing. Just then several family elders appeared, announcing the opening of the secret vault. An elder looked at Su Lai and Su Yun and spoke earnestly.
You two are the most promising individuals of my Su family's generation.
You are well aware of the family's current predicament. Among the 8 great clans, we are at the bottom, our position hanging by a thread. We urgently need a true genius to turn the tide.
Within the secret vault lies an earthly realm inheritance. Whoever can win its favor will be the future hope of the Su family.
Hearing this, Su Lai's breathing grew rapid. He stared fixedly at the vault's door, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. This was his only chance. If he could obtain the earthly realm technique, his status would be as secure as Mount Tai, and no one could threaten him.
I'll go in first.
As the eldest son, Su Lai was the first to enter the secret vault. The disciples outside began to murmur.
Do you think the eldest young master will succeed? It's tough. No one in our Su family has been able to trigger the earthly realm inheritance for centuries.
Time passed slowly. Just as the crowd was growing impatient, the vault's door burst open with a bang. Su Lai staggered out, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement.
It's a half-step earthly realm technique. I obtained a half-step earthly realm technique.
The entire crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a huge uproar. The elders' faces also lit up with joy. Although it wasn't the true earthly realm inheritance, it was the best result in a century. With this technique combined with Su Lai's talent, there was great hope for him to charge into the high levels of the Spirit King realm in the future. The Su family was saved. Amidst the crowd's congratulations and adulation, Su Lai looked triumphantly at Su Yun. His gaze was filled with provocation and arrogance. As if to say, see that? This is the true heir of the Su family. What do you, a concubine's son, have to compete with me? Su Yun stood there watching his smug demeanor, his face expressionless. But in his pitch-black eyes a nearly imperceptible flicker of pity passed by. Su Lai stood proudly in the center of the crowd, basking in the flattery of his clansmen and the approval of the elders. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Su Yun, his gaze brimming with contempt and provocation. What use is genius? A bastard son remains a bastard son. The one who shapes the family's future is me, Su Lai. Su Yun found this somewhat amusing. A half-step earthly spirit cultivation technique. Was it worth such excitement? He lifted his foot, calmly walked past Su Lai, and stepped through the heavy stone door of the secret hall. The smile on Su Lai's face froze. Su Yun paid him no heed. Ignored. Utterly ignored. Su Lai clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh.
Pretending. Let's see what a lowly bloodline like you can produce,
he thought, bitterly grinding his teeth. As Su Yun stepped into the secret hall, an ancient aura rushed toward him. The hall was vast, with rows of stone shelves filled with various jade slips, some shimmering with spiritual light, and others dull and lifeless. When Su Lai had entered earlier, he had rummaged around hoping to stumble upon a powerful technique by luck. But Su Yun was different. He didn't need to search at all. The moment he entered the hall, the blood within him seemed to ignite. His mystic fire body rejoiced and leaped in excitement, resonating intensely with something deep within the hall. The 40 points of fortune's blessing became the clearest guide at this moment. Su Yun ignored the dazzling jade slips on the shelves and strode directly toward the deepest part of the hall. There in an inconspicuous corner a jade slip lay covered in thick dust, resting quietly, with almost no spiritual radiance. It was like a stone abandoned for millennia. Su Yun approached it and slowly extended his hand. Just as his fingertips touched the jade slip, a vast scorching will erupted violently. It swept through Su Yun's consciousness.
Mystic fire body. It's actually a mystic fire body. Ha ha!
The wool was first astonished, then burst into ecstasy.
I am Su Fenshin. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years the Su family would still produce a physique of the same origin as mine?
The founding ancestor of the Su family. An earthly spirit realm powerhouse, Su Fenshin. Su Yun's consciousness seemed insignificant before this majestic will, yet he showed no fear and calmly said,
Descendant Su Yun pays respects to the ancestor. Good. Good. Good.
Su Fenshin's remnant will was extremely excited.
Not only a mystic fire body, but the fortune you carry. It's as if destiny itself favors you. The Su family shall rise. Young one, are you willing to inherit my legacy, cultivate my Fenshin art, and restore the Su family's glory? It is my long-cherished wish I dare not decline.
Su Yun answered decisively. A wisp of golden flame flew out from the jade slip and merged into his brow. At the same time, beyond the Su family estate, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted. In the western sky of Tianhua City, vast patches of fiery clouds gathered from all directions, dyeing the entire sky above the Su residence a crimson red. The clouds churned violently until they slowly coalesced into a colossal phantom of a flame phoenix that blotted out the sky. A clear, piercing cry, as if it could penetrate the soul, echoed through the heavens. The entire Su family erupted.
Heavens! What is that? It's a phoenix. A flame phoenix.
They fell to their knees, trembling all over. Outside the secret hall, the smugness on Su Lai's face had vanished without a trace. He stared blankly at the enormous phoenix phantom in the sky, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. Several elders were trembling with excitement, tears streaming down their faces.
A celestial phenomenon. A true celestial phenomenon. Ancestor above. The Su family has finally someone who can trigger the earthly spirit legacy.
This astonishing phenomenon did not merely stir the Su family. Half of Tianhua City's countless powerhouses were jolted from their seclusion, staring in horror toward the Su residence. Deep within the imperial palace, an old man in a dragon robe abruptly opened his eyes. The heads of the four upper families, such as the Liu and Wang clans, also rushed out of their estates, their faces grim. This phenomenon signaled the emergence of a legacy capable of reshaping the balance of Tianhua City. Moments later, the phoenix phantom in the sky let out a long cry and dissolved into specks of flame. The fiery clouds gradually receded. Amidst a deathly silence, the door slowly opened. Su Yun emerged calmly, holding the jade slip. The jade slip was no longer dusty, it was now a brilliant crimson, dazzling and radiant, with flames seeming to flow across its surface. A terrifying aura, not yet fully restrained, emanated from Su Yun, making the surrounding air scorching hot. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, and the jade slip in his hand. Patriarch Su Zhantian rushed over in a single stride, his voice trembling with excitement.
Yuter, this is.
Su Yun briefly described it. The next second, Su Zhantian roared with nearly delirious joy.
The Fenshin art. It's the ancestors' Fenshin art. It's a true earthly spirit cultivation technique. It's an earthly spirit technique. The Su family shall prosper.
Boom. These words shook the entire assembly. All the Su family disciples instantly averted their gaze from Su Lai, and like pilgrims focused fervently on Su Yun. Genius. This was the true prodigy the Su family had not seen in 1,000 years. Su Lai stood there as the congratulations around him faded, leaving him isolated. A wave of immense humiliation made his mind go blank. The very capital he had flaunted before Su Yun had now become a colossal joke. His face turned from red to white, from white to green, and finally to a ghastly pallor. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Lai's vision went dark, and he fainted dead away. Yet no one paid him any mind. The entire Su family was immersed in a grand celebration. But this ecstasy did not last long. Just as the Su family was weeping with joy, several immensely powerful auras tore through the clouds in the sky and descended like meteorites. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Sioux residence, as if the air itself had solidified. The joyful voices of the Sioux family abruptly ceased as they looked up in terror. Several figures hovered in midair adorned in luxurious robes, their auras deep as the ocean. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a four-clawed dragon robe, his countenance majestic, none other than the Imperial Reserve powerhouse of Tianhua, Prince Lai. By his side stood the heads of the four upper families, including the Liu and Wang clans. Prince Lai looked down from on high, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below before settling on Su Zhantian. His voice, devoid of emotion yet carrying the weight of a mountain, slowly rang out.
Patriarch Su was such a stunning phenomenon. I wonder which prodigy of your family has triggered what extraordinary legacy. Could you invite them out so that I may also behold this marvel?
Though his words were polite, the undisguised scrutiny, suspicion, and the chilling murderous intent lurking in his eyes made Su Zhantian's face turn deathly pale. Su Zhantian was well aware that these wolves circling above Tianhua City would never tolerate the Su family's resurgence. The Liege King's voice was not loud, yet it struck heavily upon the hearts of every Su family member. What to do? How to answer? Lie. What kind of figure was the Liege King? A profound powerhouse, at the Spirit King realm a sweep of his divine sense would discern truth from falsehood. Admit it. Admit that the Su family had produced a prodigy who inherited the ancestors' legacy. That was even more impossible. Su Zhantian was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, falling into silence. The several elders behind him also turned pale. They knew better than anyone that the Su family had encountered its greatest crisis ever.
Hell, with the Liege King himself gracing us with his presence, why is your Su family still hedging and hiding?
Beside the Liege King, Lu Daoming, the head of the Liu family, spoke with a sardonic smile, his gaze greedily sweeping over Su Zhantian.
This peerless legacy concerns the rise and fall of humanity in our Tianhua city. To hoard such a priceless treasure for selfish gain would surely invite calamity.
The head of the Wang family also chimed in, with a sarcastic tone.
Brother Liu speaks the truth. Patriarch Su, in my view, it would be best to hand this legacy over to the royal court for safekeeping, and let the Liege King decide its fate. That would be the safest course. This shows loyalty to the royal family, and spares the Su family a catastrophic disaster.
Word after word, voice after voice. It was persuasion in name, but a siege in reality. They had joined forces to weave an inescapable net, aiming to trap the Su family completely, and tear this fat morsel to shreds. Within the Su family estate, all the clamor and elation had vanished. Only despair remained. Every Su family member could feel the swords hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. In the midst of this oppressive silence, a figure stepped out from the crowd. It was Su Yun. His expression was calm, his stride unhurried, as if the terrifying pressure that could crush mountains was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing his face. He threaded through the panicked clansmen, advancing to the very front, standing before the patriarch Su Zhantian. This sight drew the gaze of everyone present, focusing upon him. A youth facing a group of titans, who stood at the apex of power in Tianhua City, showed not a trace of fear. His composed demeanor formed a stark, glaring contrast with the flustered Su family elders behind him. The Liege King narrowed his eyes, for the first time truly taking measure of this young man. Su Yun first offered a respectful yet dignified bow to the Liege King in the sky, and the assembled family heads.
Su Yun, a junior disciple of the Su family, pays respects to the Liege King and to all the patriarchs.
His voice was clear and forceful, echoing through the courtyard. The Liege King said nothing, merely watching him coldly, awaiting his next words. Su Yun straightened up and declared in a ringing tone,
I believe the esteemed elders may have misunderstood. Misunderstood?
The Liu family patriarch sneered.
The celestial phenomenon, the manifestation of the divine phoenix, half of Tianhua City witnessed it. Could that be false? The phenomenon is not false,
Su Yun admitted frankly, then shifted his tone.
But the ancestral legacy is not as you all imagine.
He paused, allowing everyone a moment to digest, then fabricated a truth that was half real and half false.
The ancestor Su Finchin did indeed leave behind a legacy. But the ancestor's lingering soul, seeing the Su family's current decline and dwindling numbers, was deeply grieved. In other words, in the ancestor's eyes, the Su family of today is utterly unworthy of receiving his inheritance. Therefore, the ancestor did not bestow the complete cultivation method. He only passed down the first layer of the blazing sky art as a trial for his descendants. Only if the Su family can rise again on this foundation will they be deemed worthy of the complete legacy.
At these words the eyes of the Liege King and the others flickered with uncertainty. Incomplete. Only the first layer. Who were they trying to fool? How could such a terrifying phenomenon accompany an incomplete legacy? The Liege King's gaze turned icy once more. Yet before he could speak, Su Yun's next move left everyone present, including the Liege King himself, utterly dumbfounded. Su Yun stepped forward, his voice suddenly rising, brimming with righteous vigor. Before his departure, the venerable ancestor left a dying wish. Tianhua City is the foundation of the empire. May future generations cherish the realm and strive to revitalize the Tianhua Empire. Today, Su Yun, in reverent obedience to the ancestors' will, I am willing to make the first layer of the Blazing Sky art public, dedicated to the royal family above, and share it with all martial artists of Tianhua City below. May our Tianhua City see every man become a dragon, united against the trials of the future. These words shocked the entire assembly. Su Zhantian and the elders' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was he insane? A earth-grade cultivation method, and he was just going to make it public. The Liege King and the patriarchs of the Liu and Wang families were also utterly stunned. They had prepared coercion, bribery, and countless schemes to deal with the Su family. But they had never anticipated Su Yun pulling such a move. Public. A gift to the entire city. This kid didn't play by the rules. Before anyone could react, Su Yun had already begun to recite, in a clear voice, chanting part of the foundational techniques from the first layer of the Blazing Sky art word for word on the spot. Draw the celestial mystic fire temper, the mortal frame transform chi into martial aura, sear the heavens and boil the seas. The oral formula was profound and abstruse, every syllable laden with deep meaning. All present were at the Spirit King realm, and they instantly recognized it as an authentic top-tier cultivation method without a shred of falsehood. In an instant the Liege King and the others found themselves in an extremely awkward position. Why had they come? To seize a secret treasure. But now the other party was offering this very treasure as a gift to the entire city and dedicating it to the royal family. If they were to forcibly take it now, what would they be seizing? They would be seizing a gift that had already been made public and explicitly intended for everyone. If word of this got out, what would become of their honor and the royal family's face? What would become of the people's support for the Tianhua kingdom? Who would bear the infamy of being insatiably greedy, robbing a junior's opportunity, and making enemies of all the martial artists in the city? The Su family's crisis under Su Yun's maneuvering had instantly transformed from a deathly trap of possessing a treasure invites ruin into the moral high ground of offering a treasure for the common good. The Liege King's expression shifted unpredictably. He felt as if he had punched a wad of cotton, so frustrated he could vomit blood. In the end, he had no choice but to forcibly swallow all his murderous intent and rage. He squeezed out a smile from between clenched teeth, a smile uglier than tears. Good. What a fine prodigy of the Su family! The Liege King's voice was parched and grating, yet he was forced to publicly praise him. Young friend Su Yun is noble in spirit. The Su family is wise and righteous. I am full of admiration. On behalf of the Tianhua royal family and the myriad martial artists of Tianhua City, I thank the Su family for their generosity. The patriarchs of the Liu and Wang families, their faces ashen, as if they had swallowed flies, could only force out dry echoes. Young Master Su. Noble spirit. We are in awe. After a round of the most hypocritical pleasantries, the Liege King, filled with pent-up frustration and suspicion, cast a cold, sharp glance at Su Yun before tearing through space and departing in fury with his entourage. They knew things were far from simple, but at this moment, they had completely lost the optimal opportunity to strike. High in the sky, the Liege King's murderous intent could no longer be concealed. This child must not be allowed to live. As the terrifying pressure dissipated entirely, the air within the Su family estate began to flow again. Su Zhantian and the elders gasped for breath, their gazes fixed on Su Yun, shifting from shock to bewilderment and finally to wild elation. This youth possessed not only heaven-defying talent, but also a mind as cunning as a demon's. The Su family was saved. Su Yun gazed at the sky where the Liege King and his party had vanished, his eyes calm and unruffled. He knew this was only the beginning. This open above-board strategy of advancing by retreating had temporarily driven off the wolves, but it had also made them remember him forever. They would never allow him to grow in peace and become a true powerhouse. The family head Su Zhantian showed no signs of joy. He cast a deep glance at the calm Su Yun, his voice hoarse.
All core elders follow me, and Su Yun into the forbidden chamber.
The stone door of the chamber slammed shut, isolating them from the outside world. After a brief silence, an elder could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling with excitement.
Family head, we made it through. Made it through.
Su Zhantian suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade.
Do you think this is the end? This is just the beginning.
His voice was not loud yet. It caused the temperature in the chamber to drop suddenly.
Yun's scheme was indeed exquisite, momentarily preserving the Su family and our arts.
But it also meant that he had made himself a target, planting an unremovable thorn in the hearts of the fierce king and other families. Su Zhantian stated each word deliberate.
A young man with unparalleled talent and such cunning mind, do you think they will allow him to grow and threaten the royal authority?
Will they just watch our Su family rise again? They will not. If they cannot take it by force, the next step will be endless assassinations.
To the death.
The joy on the faces of several elders faded instantly. Indeed, the simplest way to deal with an unripe genius is to make him disappear forever.
With the current strength of our Su family, we simply cannot protect him,
one elder said dejectedly.
I have implicated the family.
Su Yun suddenly spoke, his expression calm. He looked at Su Zhantian, his eyes clear without a trace of impurity.
Family head elders, there is no need to worry. From the moment I decided to publicize our arts, I had already thought of a way out. I must die.
Those two words spoken by a young man were cold and resolute. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Zhantian's eyes.
I have become a target. Staying in Tianhua City not only endangers myself, but will also bring disaster to the family. Only if I completely disappear from the public, can I temporarily soothe the fierce king and by the family, and myself the most precious time. This plan plunged the elders into contemplation. It truly is the only way. Su Zhantian looked at Su Yun, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
He stepped forward and took out an ancient jade pendant carved with cloud patterns.
The plan is feasible but needs refinement.
Su Zhantian pressed the jade pendant into Su Yun's hand.
To the outside world, we will claim that you, eager for success, forced yourself to practice the second layer of the burning sky technique, causing your chi to go awry, leading to your demise. This aligns with the normal logic of a young genius obtaining divine skills. And this jade pendant is a token I left behind during my youth while training outside. Take it and head to Liyun City at the borders of the empire, seeking a family with the surname Lin. I have ties with the Lin family. Coincidentally, their eldest daughter Lin Qingxue is frail and sickly. You can serve as her auspicious husband to bring her good fortune. There is no better cover for hiding one's identity. A husband of lowly status. Isn't that a son-in-law?
One elder exclaimed. To have the Su family's prodigy become a lowly son-in-law. This is an utter disgrace.
That is precisely the best disguise.
Su Zhantian interrupted.
The more humble the identity, the less it will attract attention. Starting today, forget you are Su Yun, you are Yun Su, an orphan seeking refuge with distant relatives.
He placed his hand heavily on Su Yun's shoulder, his tiger-like eyes already glistening with tears.
Child, I am sorry for putting you through this.
Survive, live like a true waste. Until one day when you possess the strength to stand unafraid before the fierce king and resist all enemies' return.
The future of the Su family rests entirely on your shoulders.
Su Yun tightened his grip on the jade pendant. Its warm touch, however, carried an immense weight. He had no extra words, only a firm nod. Having experienced countless reincarnations, he understood better than anyone that the path to supremacy is strewn with thorns and requires endurance. 3 days later, a shocking piece of news spread from the Su family, quickly igniting the entire Tianhua city. Su Yun, a rare genius in the Su family for hundreds of years, who had received the ancestral inheritance, tragically perished due to forcibly practicing the earth spirit technique, leading to a reverse flow of qi and going mad. White flags hung at the Su family residence, a scene of mourning. As the news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. Countless martial artists sighed, lamenting that heaven was jealous of talents. A young hero who had just publicized his arts was gone just like that. At the fierce king's residence, the fierce king listened to the report from his spy, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest of the throne.
No aura, flesh and blood in disarray. There are indeed signs of death due to explosion. Reporting to the king, it is absolutely true. Our top scouts have infiltrated to investigate, and the residual aura at the scene was violently chaotic, leaving no possibility for disguise. The fierce king remained silent for a long time. A young man eager for success after obtaining divine skills indeed seemed reasonable. Yet in his heart there lingered a trace of lingering doubt.
Would that young man who spoke eloquently before him and broke the situation with a grand scheme truly be so foolish? Other major families also received the news reacting differently, but the seeds of suspicion had already been sown. As the entire city focused their gaze on the Su family, a common transport cart carrying supplies blended into the convoy, leaving the city inconspicuously departing from Tianhua City. Inside the cart, a young man dressed in simple hemp clothes, his appearance deliberately disguised to seem ordinary, was meditating with his eyes closed. Half a month later, the cart stopped in front of the Lin family residence in Lin City. A middle-aged woman dressed luxuriously and well-maintained had been waiting at the door. She was the matriarch of the Lin family, Lady Wang. Seeing Yun Su jump down from the cart dressed in cheap hemp clothes, and with a cultivation aura at the body refinement stage, Lady Wang's brow furrowed instantly, her eyes revealing disdain and impatience.
"You are Yun Su."
Her voice was sharp and acerbic.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Su Yun replied calmly.
"A pitiful sight. I wonder what the old matriarch was thinking to owe such a favor to someone like you,"
Lady Wang muttered, turning to leave.
"Follow me, don't just stand there."
Su Yun was led into the main hall of the Lin family. Inside, Lin Yun, the head of the Lin family, and several clan members sat upright, the atmosphere cold and awkward. They looked at the entering Yun Su with scrutinizing gazes, as if assessing a piece of merchandise, filled with criticality and dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the ailing old matriarch's request, they would never have agreed to such a ridiculous marriage.
"This is my daughter, Lin Qingxue."
Lin Yun pointed at a girl sitting beside him, his tone devoid of warmth. Su Yun followed his gaze. The girl wore a white dress, her complexion pale to the point of near transparency, occasionally letting out a suppressed cough, her figure so frail it seemed she could fall with a gust of wind. Yet her eyes were stubborn and cold. Upon seeing Su Yun, her icy gaze instantly transformed into unabashed disgust and disdain. In truth, she had long had a crush on a young master from another prominent family in the city, who was exceptionally gifted. Now she was being forced to marry this waste from nowhere to bring her good fortune. How could she possibly accept it? Su Yun observed everything calmly, his heart undisturbed. His gaze fell upon Lin Qingxue's overly pale wrist, which even faintly revealed a hint of dark energy. The severing pulse. So that's it. This innate severed pulse is a death sentence for ordinary people, but for someone like him, who possesses a profound fire spiritual body, it is not without remedy. It just requires time. Since he must stay here and depend on others, being a good person is not a bad idea. 6 years had passed. In Lin City at the Lin family estate, Su Yun, or rather Yun Su, remained the invisible man bearing the title of the eldest Miss Life-Saving son-in-law, yet even the servants could trample on him as if he were worthless. Deep in the night, Su Yun sat cross-legged in his dilapidated woodshed, slowly withdrawing his cultivation. 6 years of bitter training devoid of resources had nevertheless pushed his cultivation from the spirit transformation realm to the spirit king realm. This speed would have astonished the outside world. But in Su Yun's own eyes it was too slow. The spirit king realm. Still too weak. He had been dormant long enough. Though his wings were not yet full-grown, he could now protect himself. It was time to leave. Staying in the Lin family was nothing but a waste of his superior spiritual constitution. Su Yun rose, pushed open the door, and walked toward the deepest courtyard in the Lin family's estate. A dense medicinal odor hung in the air, mingled with a scent of decay. On the sickbed, the Lin family's matriarch had withered beyond recognition, her breath as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Seeing Su Yun enter, a faint light flickered in her clouded eyes, and her withered hand reached out with effort. "Yun Su. Child, you're here." Su Yun walked over and took her hand. It was icy cold. "Matriarch. These years. I've wronged you." The matriarch gasped, her eyes filled with remorse. "Our Lin family has failed you. Promise me from now on. Take good care of Qingxue. That child. She's stubborn." Su Yun remained silent, sending a thread of spiritual energy into the matriarch's body. The result was as he had expected. Her will was spent, her life force exhausted. This was not something pills could remedy, it was fate. Even as a spirit king cultivator, a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. This was one of the few warm moments he had felt in this life. Leaving the matriarch's courtyard, the night had deepened. A thin, small figure peeked around the corner near the woodshed. Spotting Su Yun, she quickly shoved an oil paper bundle into his hands, then scurried away, like a frightened rabbit. Brother Yunsu, I saved these. Use them quickly. The girl's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She was the Lin family's second young Miss Lin Yancy, an illegitimate daughter, who like Su Yun suffered constant bullying in this grand mansion. Su Yun opened the oil paper bundle. Inside were 2 spirit crystals, and a sheet of paper covered in delicate handwriting, annotations on a cultivation technique. She was his only friend in this cold Lin household. Su Yun watched the girl's back as she vanished into the darkness, then tucked the bundle away. He remembered this kindness. The next day the Lin family's matriarch Wang summoned Su Yun. Pinching her nose, as if even looking at Su Yun sullied her, she said, Yun Su, tomorrow is your grand wedding with Qingxue. I warn you, don't disgrace the Lin family. Wang's voice was shrill and venomous. Know your place. You're nothing but a tool for a life-saving marriage. After the ceremony, crawl back to your woodshed. If you dare harbor any improper thoughts, it'll break your legs. Su Yun remained expressionless, uttering not a word. He had already sent word to the Su family through special channels informing them that he had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit King realm. Counting the days, the family's envoy to retrieve him would soon arrive. This wedding was merely the final act he had to perform before his departure. On the wedding day, the Lin family mansion was decked in lanterns and festoons, yet the atmosphere was eerily oppressive. Guests trickled in sparsely, only insignificant minor families, their faces wearing smirks of amusement. Lin Qingxue, clad in her bridal gown, had a complexion paler than the white silk she wore. The look she cast at Su Yun was one of undisguised hatred and despair. Su Yun, also in red, wore a detached expression, like a spectator uninvolved. He followed the master of ceremonies' chants with mechanical precision, his eyes hollow. The sneers, contempt, and pity from those around him, he paid them no heed. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the ancestors, husband and wife, wait. A thunderous shout erupted like a bolt from the blue, shattering the wedding hall. The crowd turned in shock. The main door was kicked open, and a young man clad in the inner disciple robes of Qingyun's sect strode in, with an air of arrogance. Behind him followed several fellow disciples in similar attire, each radiating an extraordinary aura. It's Zhao Kai, the young master of the Zhao family. Wasn't he taking the entrance exam for Qishan's sect? Look at those robes, he's become an inner disciple. Nourishing Qi realm 7th level. My heavens. At such an age, to reach the 7th level of nourishing Qi, he might even become a spirit transformation expert someday. Among the guests someone exclaimed in admiration. The Lin family patriarch Lin Jinan recognized the newcomer, and the embarrassment and gloom on his face instantly vanished, replaced by ecstatic joy. Brother Kai. The lifeless Lin Qingxue, upon seeing Zhao Kai, burst into brilliant radiance in her eyes. Brother Kai. She clung to him like a lifeline, lifting her dress hem and rushing unhesitatingly into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Kai, you're finally back. I don't want to marry him. I don't want to marry this worthless man. In an instant every gaze in the hall fixed on Su Yun, his newlywed wife, before everyone had thrown herself into another man's embrace. This was a humiliation no man could endure. Everyone waited to see Su Yun's reaction, whether it would be rage or cowardly retreat. Yet Su Yun merely watched in silence. His composure to all onlookers seemed the ultimate proof of his cowardice. Zhao Kai held Lin Qingxue, looking down at Su Yun with undisguised contempt. Worthless fool, see this. Qingxue loves me. You don't deserve her. Lin Qingxue lifted her tear-streaked face from his embrace, her words cutting like poisoned daggers. Yun Su, I beg you, let me go, and let yourself go. You and I were never from the same world. The farce was about to end. Zhao Kai prepared to take Lin Qingxue away. Just then a frail figure stepped forward. It was Lin Yancy. Her small face flushed crimson. She summoned the greatest courage of her life and shouted at Zhao Kai and Lin Qingxue. You can't do this. Today is Yun Su and sister's wedding day. Where is the Lin family's honor? Where is grandmother's honor? Zhao Kai's smile froze. He, an inner disciple of Qingyun's sect returning home in glory, was being publicly rebuked by an illegitimate daughter whose name he didn't even know. His face darkened instantly. A base bastard dares to lecture me. Zhao Kai snorted and casually waved his hand. A fierce gust of palm wind laced with the might of the nourishing Qi realm viciously lashed toward Lin Yancy's face. Lin Yancy shut her eyes in terror. Just as the palm wind was about to strike her face. Su Yun, who had stood like a puppet, moved. His form blurred into an afterimage. The next moment, he appeared before Lin Nancy. The palm wind, which the crowd deemed overwhelmingly fierce, was effortlessly crushed between the two fingers he extended. The wedding hall fell into dead silence. Su Yun turned, steadying the trembling Lin Nancy, then fixed his gaze on Zhao Kai. His voice was soft, yet it rang clearly in every ear. "You shouldn't have touched her." Zhao Kai froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. "I shouldn't have touched her. A bastard. And what if I did?" He pointed at Su Yun's nose, his face twisted. "And who do you think you are? A worthless son-in-law living off the family. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Today you'll not only touch her, it'll cripple you. And sell this little bastard to a brothel." Zhao Kai's expression darkened, as spiritual energy gathered in his palm, ready to cripple Su Yun completely. He wanted to make this waste understand that there were some people he could never afford to provoke. Just as he was about to strike, two announcements rang out from outside the Lin family gate. "The sect master of Qishan sect has arrived. The city lord of Liyun City has arrived." The entire wedding hall fell silent instantly. The announcements were loud and authoritative. All sound in the wedding hall ceased at once. Zhao Kai froze mid-motion, his ferocious expression shifting to shock. The sect master. The city lord. Why would they come? Lin Yun, the Lin family patriarch, and his wife Wang stood dumbfounded, utterly at a loss. These were the true sovereigns of Liyun City, figures the Lin family could only kneel and look up to in awe. How could this absurd marriage, arranged to bring joy to the elderly matriarch, have disturbed such mighty presences? All the guests craned their necks, staring intently at the entrance, holding their breath. Under everyone's gaze, two figures hurried in. The one in the lead was Li Chengfeng, the sect master of Qishan sect, followed by Zhou Mu, the city lord of Liyun City. Their expressions were grave as they surveyed the chaotic wedding hall. When they spotted Zhao Kai surrounded by the crowd, Li Chengfeng's face turned stern. "Zhao Kai, what nonsense are you causing here?" His reprimand was filled with authority. Zhao Kai shuddered, quickly retracted his spiritual energy, and bowed respectfully. "Disciple pays respects to the sect master." City Lord Zhou Mu's gaze was even more severe as he swept his eyes across the hall. "Everyone, behave yourselves. An important figure from the imperial capital is about to arrive, and the entire city is under martial law. Anyone who stirs up trouble at this moment will face my wrath. An important figure from the imperial capital." At these words, the entire hall erupted in murmurs. Though reluctant, Zhao Kai understood the gravity of the situation. He could only glare fiercely at Su Yun and mutter under his breath, "Waste, you're lucky this time." With that, he stepped aside to greet the sect master and city lord, daring not make another move. The conflict was temporarily halted. However, Lin Yun and Wang's minds began to stir. The imperial capital. An important figure. These words were etched deeply into their hearts. The son-in-law, the wedding, the face, all were forgotten. This was a rare opportunity. If they could curry favor with this important figure, the Lin family's rise to prominence would be assured. They immediately placed all their bets on Zhao Kai, the newly promoted inner disciple. He was the Lin family's only hope at this moment. Seeing the sect master personally backing Zhao Kai, Lin Qingxue felt emboldened. She looked at Su Yun, who remained expressionless, and felt disgust. She tore off her red bridal veil and threw it contemptuously at Su Yun's feet. "Yun Su, this marriage was a colossal mistake from the start." Her voice was sharp and resolute. "Today I declare before everyone, between you and me it's over. The one I love is Brother Kai." Zhao Kai smugly draped his arm over Lin Qingxue's shoulder, looking down at Su Yun with disdain. "Waste, did you hear that? Now you can get lost. Out of respect for the sect master and city lord being present, I'll spare your worthless life. Crawl out of the Lin family on your own." The guests began to murmur amongst themselves. "Finally, this waste has been kicked out. How delightful. Exactly a toad lusting after swan meat. Does he even look at himself? Brother Zhao and Miss Qingxue are a perfect match." Countless scornful and mocking gazes fell upon Su Yun. "Enough. Have you no shame?" From the seat of honor, the elderly matriarch, who had remained silent, trembled with rage, but Wang held her down firmly, allowing only a feeble reprimand to escape. Yet, faced with the crowd's humiliation, Su Yun's reaction surprised everyone. He did not erupt in fury, nor did he argue, nor did he even spare another glance at Lin Qingxue and Zhao Kai. As if they were of no consequence to him. He turned, gently comforting the frightened Lin Nancy behind him, and asked softly, "Are you all right?" Lin Yancy shook her head and whispered, "I'm fine. It seems we're not welcome here. Let's leave this place." Su Yun's voice was soft, yet it carried a reassuring calm. "Haha, a waste paired with a bastard. Birds of a feather flock together, a perfect match." Su Yun paid no heed to the taunts, merely leading Lin Yancy away. The farce ended. After comforting Lin Yancy, Su Yun returned to the woodshed. As he sat down, a message talisman suddenly appeared, transforming into a line of text. "Young master, your subordinate arrives in Lin Yun City tonight. A banquet has been prepared at the city lord's residence. We humbly request your presence for a conversation." Su Yun incinerated the talisman with mystic fire. The time had come. Night fell, and the city lord's residence blazed with light. None were invited except the most prominent figures of Lin Yun City. Inside the banquet hall, everyone was fervently discussing the imminent arrival of the important figure. "Have you heard? This distinguished guest is not only from the Tianhui imperial capital, but is also said to be from the Su family, one of the 8 great clans." A well-informed family head whispered. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The 8 great clans were colossal entities whose slightest move could shake the entire Tianhui Empire. In a corner, the Lin family gathered around Xiao Kai. Lin Jinan excitedly asked his daughter Shuer, "Are your severed meridians truly healed?" Lin Qingxue smiled and glanced at Xiao Kai beside her. "That's all thanks to the elixirs and nourishing herbs Brother Kai has sent me over the years." Xiao Kai felt a flicker of doubt. The items he had sent were merely ordinary trinkets to please Lin Qingxue, with no ability to heal severed meridians. But his face beamed with a smile. "Haha, for Shuer no sacrifice is too great." Su Yun, stepping into the banquet hall, overheard this remark. He sneered inwardly. "Elixirs. Ingredients. If not for the 6 years I spent using the mystic fire of my mystic fire body to warm your meridians and expel the cold poison, not even divine pills could save your heaven-severed meridians. Isn't that the Lin family's worthless son-in-law? What's he doing here? Doesn't he know what kind of occasion this is? What trouble is he causing? Where are the Lin family members?" Su Yun's appearance instantly threw the banquet hall into an uproar. The Lin family members tensed up, and Wang was the first to rush forward, pointing at Su Yun. "What are you a waste doing here? Get out now. Do you want to disgrace the Lin family completely?" Lin Qingxue also looked disgusted. "Yun Su, haven't you caused enough trouble? This is no place for you." Su Yun ignored her and walked straight toward the seat of honor. "You're asking for death." Feeling slighted, Xiao Kai was enraged. He stepped forward and threw a punch aimed at Su Yun's back. The punch was fierce, carrying the full force of the 7th level of Qi nourishing. However, that powerful blow was effortlessly blocked by Su Yun's casually raised right hand. Su Yun slowly turned around, fixing him with a cold stare. There was unmistakable killing intent in his eyes. Xiao Kai's pupils constricted as a chill ran down his spine. But his shock quickly turned to fury. "You? How dare a waste like you look at me like that? Today I'll cripple you." Xiao Kai roared, unleashing his full spiritual energy, ready to strike again. At that moment, City Lord Zhou Mu hurried out from the inner hall, his expression reverent as he announced loudly, "The distinguished guest has arrived." "A distinguished guest arrives." The voice of City Lord Zhou Mu, filled with reverence, echoed through the hall. This should have been the command to cease all conflict. Yet Xiao Kai could no longer hear. Su Yun's effortless parry and the calm yet murderous glint in his eyes ignited a blaze of rage and jealousy within him. How dare a waste? How could he be worthy? A guest from the imperial capital. A mad thought flashed through Xiao Kai's mind. Wasn't this the perfect chance to make a name for himself? To personally cripple this insolent fool before the eyes of the imperial capital's luminary would not only wash away the shame of being easily parried, but also flaunt his own strength. Then the sect master and city lord would only praise his decisiveness, and perhaps that distinguished guest would think highly of him. Reason vanished in an instant. "Xiao Kai! Stop!" Qing Yun sect master Li Chanfeng sensed his killing intent and barked sternly. "How dare you!" City Lord Zhou Mu's eyes blazed with fury. But it was too late. "No one will stop me today!" Xiao Kai roared like a wild beast. "I will cripple this waste!" He unleashed his spiritual energy, without reserve, his aura even fiercer than before. A radiant glow gathered on his right fist, coalescing into a merciless killing strike aimed at Su Yun's vital back. This punch carried his full tenfold power, intended to kill with a single blow. In the corner, the Lin family members, especially Madame Wang and Lin Qingxue, showed not a hint of worry but anticipation. Perfect. Let Zhao Kai erase this stain on the Lin family before everyone. The fist wind howled, tearing through the air. All expected to see a bloody mess in the next moment. Yet Su Yun did not even turn around. Just as the heavy fist was about to touch his back, his body shifted slightly to the side. A subtle and clever angle. The punch, condensed with the full power of the 7th level of Qi nourishing, grazed his robe and slammed into empty air. Su Yun's steps never faltered, not even for an instant. The powerful strike behind him seemed no more than a trivial breeze. He continued step by step unhurriedly toward the very center of the banquet hall. That seat was the most honored position of all. Zhao Kai's punch missed the immense force, throwing him off balance. He stumbled forward several steps before barely steadying himself. He spat around his face, a mask of shock and humiliation. Dodged. A waste with such ease dodged his full force strike. How could this be? This was 10 times more shameful than being defeated outright. By now all the guests were dumbfounded. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the unhurried figure heading for the main seat, their minds blank.
What? What is he doing? That seat. It's prepared for the Imperial Capital's guest. Is he mad? As the Lin family's worthless son-in-law, does he want to die by sitting there?
After a brief silence, murmurs erupted. The Lin family reacted first.
Su Yun! Stop right there, you waste!
Madame Wang shrieked, her face twisted with rage.
Do you want to doom us all? Is that your place?
Snapping back to reality, Zhao Kai and the Qin Yun sect disciples behind him roared in unison.
Waste! Get back here and die! Take one step onto that main seat, and it'll tear you apart.
Yet no curses, no reprimands, no threats could halt Su Yun's stride. He was like a deaf man or a blind man. His world seemed to hold only that seat, symbolizing the highest status ahead. Under the shocked, furious gaze of all, as if watching a complete madman, Su Yun approached the main seat. He brushed away non-existent dust from his robe. Then, under the scrutiny of hundreds, he sat down with calm composure. In that instant, the entire banquet hall fell into dead silence. Time seemed to freeze. Only one thought lingered in every mind. He is dead.
The guest! The guest!
City Lord Zhou Mu hurried out from the inner hall, his face beaming with the warmest smile, to welcome the arriving luminary, only to witness this absurd scene. His smile froze instantly. The next second his face went from white to red, then to green. A towering rage erupted from his chest. This was no mere mischief. It was an insult. An affront to the eminent imperial capital guest. And a public trampling of the city lord of Lin Yun City's supreme authority.
You?
Zhou Mu pointed a trembling finger at Su Yun on the main seat, his voice a furious snarl squeezed through clenched teeth.
You waste! Who gave you the gall to sit here? Get off that seat now!
Seeing Su Yun lean back, barely lifting an eyelid, Zhou Mu's rage shattered all reason. He roared,
Guards! Guards! Drag this reckless fool out! Give him 50 lashes! No! Beat him to death! Yes!
Several armored guards from the city lord's manor, who had been stunned, now rushed forward like wolves at their master's command. The clatter of cold armor sent shivers through the guests. Lin Qingxue and Madame Wang wore expressions of glee. Zhao Kai grinned viciously, as if already seeing Su Yun beaten into a pulp. Facing the charging guards and the enraged city lord, Su Yun finally moved. He still reclined in the wide chair, merely lifting his eyelids slightly, his expression as indifferent as if watching a troupe of clowns. He spoke softly, his voice clear across the hall.
Oh! Am I not allowed to sit in this main seat?
Zhou Mu laughed in fury, his laughter dripping with contempt and murderous intent.
On what grounds do you sit? What status do you have? A worthless son-in-law sponging off the Lin family. Are you worthy?
He shouted, each word deliberate.
Get down.
Su Yun did not look at him nor at anyone else gloating or terrified in the hall. He turned his head slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the walls toward the entrance. In the same calm, even placid tone, he asked again.
Can I sit in this main seat?
Everyone was stunned. Who was he asking? Talking to the air. Had this waste completely lost his mind? Just as Zhou Mu was about to order the guards to act, an aged yet thunderous voice boomed from beyond the gates. The voice poured into every ear, making their eardrums ring.
Of course. Young master in this Lin Yun city, who else but you is worthy of this seat?
Zhou Mu's roar got stuck in his throat. Zhao Kai's ferocious expression froze on his face. The hopeful looks on the Lin family members' faces instantly congealed. An old man walked in through the main entrance of the banquet hall. He wore a dark brocade robe, his hair meticulously combed. The old man was expressionless, yet the oppressive aura he exuded enveloped the entire banquet hall. His presence was more than 10 times more formidable than that of City Lord Zhou Mu. Behind him followed several guards, each with a steady aura and sharp eyes. The flame emblem on their chests was strikingly conspicuous. It was the emblem of the Su family from the imperial capital. Clang! The long blades of the city lord's armored soldiers, who had charged at Su Yun earlier, slipped from their grasps, clattering to the ground. Their legs went weak, nearly buckling under the terrifying pressure. The old man did not look at anyone. He ignored the dumbfounded city lord Zhou Mu. He ignored the trembling Qingshan sect master. He ignored all the guests in the hall. Step by step, he walked straight to the very center of the venue. He walked toward the seat that everyone considered treasonous. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the hall, the old man arrived before the main seat. He straightened his robes. Then, facing Su Yun, who sat calmly in the chair, he knelt respectfully on one knee. The entire motion was solemn and dignified.
This old servant Su Fu humbly welcomes the young master back to his rightful place. The young master has been wronged.
These words shocked Zhou Mu and Li Chanfeng profoundly. Their minds went completely blank. A chill ran through their bodies, their hands and feet turned icy cold. Young master. This worthless son-in-law they had constantly insulted was actually the young master of the Su family from the imperial capital. The sneer on Zhao Kai's face had long since turned into a dazed expression. He had not attacked a worthless man. He had attacked the young master of the Su family. A colossus that could decide his life or death and the very existence of the entire Qingshan sect with a single word.
No! Impossible!
His lips trembled, unable to form a coherent sound. In the corner, the Lin family members were completely stupefied. Wang Shi was dumbfounded, the glee on her face turning deathly pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She recalled the past 6 years. She remembered the countless times she had beaten, scorned, and humiliated Su Yun. The person she had bullied was actually such a towering figure. Remorse and terror made it hard for her to breathe. Lin Qingxue also collapsed limply, her face ashen. Su Fu slowly rose to his feet. His seemingly murky old eyes now gleamed with a cold light. His gaze swept across the hall. Finally it fixed on City Lord Zhou Mu, who was trembling like a leaf.
City Lord Zhou.
His voice was very calm.
Just now I believe I heard you say you would beat our young master to death with a club. Thump!
Zhou Mu could no longer hold himself up, his knees gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground. He cared about nothing else, frantically kowtowing in the direction of Su Yun and Su Fu. His head thudded against the floor.
Lord Su, spare me. Young master, spare me. I failed to recognize a mountain of talent. I was blind.
His incoherent pleas for mercy echoed through the hall. Su Fu's gaze then turned to Zhao Kai. Just being swept by that icy stare, Zhao Kai felt as if his chest had been struck a heavy blow. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Then his knees gave way, and he too knelt down. A foul, pungent odor instantly spread from his crotch. He had literally wet himself from sheer terror. Wang Shi, Lin Qingxue, and the others from the Lin family, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed limply to the ground, unable even to utter pleas for mercy. Their guts were racked with regret. Old Master Lin's lips quivered, unable to speak a single word. The entire banquet had turned into a courtroom of judgment. From beginning to end, Su Yun, seated in the main chair, did not show even the slightest change in expression. He did not savor the pleasure of this revenge. Instead, a hint of weariness flashed in his eyes. He gently waved his hand.
Su Fu, there's no need to bother with a bunch of ants.
His voice was not loud, yet it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Indeed, in the presence of a true dragon, these so-called big shots of Luyun City were nothing but ants that could be crushed at any moment. Su Fu bowed in acknowledgement.
As you command, young master.
Su Yun's gaze slowly fell upon the Lin family members, who were as limp as mud. He spoke in a calm tone.
Out of consideration for the old lady, let bygones be bygones. From today onward, I have no further ties with the Lin family.
With that, he rose from the chair. Ignoring the ashen-faced, utterly despairing Lin family members, he walked straight to a corner of the banquet hall. He walked up to Lin Yun, the only one still standing, her face full of shock and confusion. Su Yun extended his hand to Lin Yun.
Thank you for your care over these 6 years. Now I am returning to the imperial capital. Will you come with me?
Lin Yun looked at the hand before her. She turned back and glanced at her mother and sister collapsed on the ground, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. But that complexity soon turned into resolve. She did not hesitate. She placed her slightly cool hand gently into Su Yun's warm one. She nodded firmly. This grasp signified her complete farewell to Lu Yun City and this decaying family. Su Yun, holding Lin Yun's hand, turned and walked toward the main entrance. Su Fu and the group of guards followed closely behind. Wherever they passed, the crowd parted like seawater split by a blade, stepping back in terror. Everyone bowed their heads deeply, lacking even the courage to look up. Outside the banquet hall, a colossal airship was silently hovering in midair. The airship was pulled by 4 flying horses, its entire body shimmering with flowing light and extraordinary grandeur. Su Yun led Lin Yun aboard the airship. Su Fu followed behind. They left behind only a scene of chaos and the endless regret and terror of the people of Lu Yun City. Old Master Lin, watching the airship slowly ascend, wept bitterly.
My Lin family! My Lin family could have leaped over the Dragon's Gate.
Aboard the airship, Su Fu approached Su Yun, lowering his voice to report urgently.
Young Master, we must hurry back to the imperial capital. During the 6 years you were away, there have been undercurrents within the family. The faction of young Master Su Lai is becoming difficult to control.
A new storm awaited him in the Tianhua imperial capital. The airship was extremely fast, and soon arrived at the Su family estate in Tianhua. As soon as Su Yun stepped through the gate with Lin Yun, they ran straight into a young man in splendid attire. Seeing Su Yun, a flicker of surprise crossed the young man's face.
You? You're still alive. Weren't you dead?
Su Yun stared at him coldly, offering no reply. The young man then let out a scoff.
Hey, even if you are alive, so what? You suffered a chi deviation. Even if you manage to survive, you're nothing but a cripple. And I am now at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, the undisputed #1 of the Su family.
Su Yun's gaze resembled a glance at a speck of dust floating in the air, or an ant crouching in the corner. There was no anger, no disdain, not even an ounce of emotion. Such indifference ignited Su Lai's fury more than any venomous curse could.
You're seeking death.
Su Lai's facial muscles contorted as his spiritual energy surged, the aura of a 7-layer transformation realm pressing towards Su Yun without reservation. He wanted this oblivious waste to kneel before him in front of all the subordinates. But before his hand could rise, an authoritative voice echoed from deep within the estate.
Stop!
The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable command. Su Lai's heightened aura felt like it was doused with cold water, extinguishing instantly. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and turned to look. A few elders in long robes were striding out from the estate, led by the Grand Elder Su Changqing. They walked directly to the center of the estate's entrance, their invisible presence forcing all subordinates to retreat to the sides. He first glanced at Su Lai, a hint of approval appearing on his face.
Liar, do not be rude.
His words were reproachful, yet his tone was filled with admiration.
However, your rapid progress has been witnessed by the family, and you are indeed the hope for our Su family's future.
Only then did he turn his gaze to Su Yun. It was a scrutinizing gaze tinged with condescension and pity.
Su Yun!
Su Changqing's voice suddenly rose, ensuring everyone inside and outside the estate could hear clearly.
You have been away from home for 6 years, your life and death uncertain. Now that you can return, the family is naturally comforted. But the position of the young master concerns the rise and fall of the family. It is not a trivial matter.
His tone sharpened.
Su Lai possesses extraordinary talent. Since acquiring the half-step Earth Spirit Realm technique from the Secret Hall, his cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds, and he is now at the 7th layer of the Transformation Realm. He is undoubtedly the #1 genius of our Su family.
Su Changqing's voice brimmed with pride as he deliberately paused. Then, with a tone full of regret, he shook his head at Su Yun.
And you 6 years ago were forced to leave your homeland lacking family resources. Your cultivation must have stagnated or even regressed. How can a cultivator, who has not even reached the high ranks of Transformation Realm, be entrusted with the responsibilities of the young master? How can you lead our Su family in this ever-changing Tianhua imperial capital? Now that the imperial capital situation is tumultuous, our Su family urgently needs a powerful young master to stabilize the situation, and Su Lai is undoubtedly the best candidate.
As his words fell, the elders behind him immediately echoed in agreement.
The Grand Elder's words are absolutely correct. In the face of the family's rise and fall, personal honor and disgrace are inconsequential. Su Yun, if you truly care for the family, you should voluntarily relinquish the position of young master. The family, out of consideration for past feelings, will certainly not mistreat you, ensuring you a life of wealth and security that would be as benevolent as it gets.
Each phrase for the greater good of the family, and considering the big picture, felt like soft knives stabbing at Su Yun. Su Lai stood to the side, a cold smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to envision Su Yun under the pressure of everyone, submitting like a stray dog. And he, Su Lai, would be the only and most radiant son of the Su family. In Su Yun's heart there was only a sense of cold indifference. This was the nature of humanity. The news of his breakthrough to the Spirit King realm was only conveyed to the family head, and a few others through Su Fu. He did not intend to publicize it. Just when everyone thought Su Yun would be furious, argue back, or submit, he suddenly let out a soft laugh. He raised his eyelids, and finally looked directly at Su Chongqing, speaking calmly.
Are you done talking?
With those simple 4 words, all the prepared responses of Su Chongqing were lodged in his throat. He had anticipated every reaction from Su Yun, but never this extreme calmness. This made him feel like a clown performing desperately on stage.
You insolent brat!
Su Chongqing's face turned instantly ashen, his anger surging to his head.
It seems I must make you realize the gap between you and the family. Recognize reality.
As his words fell, a terrifying pressure belonging to the half-step Spirit King realm erupted from his body. He wanted Su Yun to kneel before everyone. He wanted to completely crush the last shred of dignity of this former #1 genius of the Su family. Su Lai's smile turned sinister, as he eagerly anticipated the scene of Su Yun kneeling and begging for mercy. However, just as Su Chongqing's pressure was about to touch the hem of Su Yun's clothes, a sudden change occurred. A surge of aura erupted from Su Yun's seemingly frail body, soaring into the sky. The mountain released by Su Chongqing appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in the face of this aura, instantly dissipating into nothingness. All cultivators at the transformation realm present, whether Su Lai or the elder guards, felt their spiritual energy completely freeze at that moment. It was a form of absolute suppression stemming from the level of life. It was like a sheep encountering an ancient violent dragon.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
A series of dull thuds echoed as knees collided with the ground. Su Chongqing and the elders behind him turned pale as paper, their eyes bulging as if struck by lightning. They could not even muster a thought of resistance as they were forced to kneel by the overwhelming pressure. The hard bluestone floor cracked inch by inch around their knees. Su Lai let out a cry that was inhuman.
Ah!
He was pinned to the ground, prostrated, his cheek pressed tightly against the cold floor, unable to move even a finger. Su Yun's gaze gradually swept over the kneeling crowd. His voice remained calm, yet it resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing deep within everyone's soul.
Half-step Earth Spirit Realm Technique. 7th layer of Transformation Realm.
He paused lightly, uttering 4 words.
I am the Spirit King. Is that enough?
The venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone held their breath, their minds blank. Spirit King realm. These 3 words struck like a heavy hammer upon their hearts, bringing tremendous shock. 6 years. A boy adrift in the outside world without any resources to support him spent 6 years to progress from the transformation realm to the legendary Spirit King realm. What kind of monster is this? Su Chongqing, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently, not from the pressure, but from extreme fear and regret. He finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. Su Yun no longer looked at the soulless individuals on the ground. He turned and instructed Su Fu, who had been respectfully standing behind him.
Uncle Fu, please first settle Miss Lin Nancy. Additionally, compile all the interactions, conflicts, and interests between our Su family and the other 7 major families over the past 6 years into a document. Deliver it to my study within half an hour. Yes, young master.
Su Fu bowed and accepted the task. Su Yun said no more, and amidst countless fearful, awed, and incredulous gazes, walked straight toward the courtyard deep in his memories. He walked steadily. Behind him, Su Chongqing was kneeling, utterly disgraced. In the depths of the estate, in an ancient attic, an aged voice echoed, carrying a hint of relief.
The 18-year-old Spirit King. Heaven bless our Su family. A sign of great prosperity.
Young master. Su Fu placed the scroll on the table, his voice low. This contains all the family accounts and records of external conflicts over the past 6 years. Since you left home, the main house has been pacifying the collateral branches. However, the faction of the Grand Elder, in order to consolidate power, has made many concessions to the Wang family. Su Yun remained silent, his slender fingers picking up the top scroll and flipping it open. His gaze swept across the contents. In the year 623 of the Heavenly Fire calendar in March, Wang Tun, a disciple of the Wang family, while drunk in the city, provoked for no reason and broke the legs of our clan's eldest son Su Ming. Afterward, the Grand Elder mediated and compensated the Wang family with 3,000 spirit crystals. In July of the same year, the Wang family forcibly occupied 30% of our clan's herb hall in the West City. The Grand Elder acquiesced. Su Yun's expression remained unchanged, but the speed at which he turned the pages increased. When he saw the record regarding the Blackstone spirit mine, his fingers' movement paused momentarily. The Wang family, under the pretext of assisting in guarding, frequently sent people to disturb the mining area, obstructing extraction. In the past 3 months, the output of the Blackstone spirit mine has sharply decreased by 50%. Thud. A light sound echoed. Su Yun's fingers unconsciously tapped softly on the table. The study was very quiet, and this tap made Su Fu's heart race. He knew the young master was filled with murderous intent. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and a servant reported anxiously at the door. Young master. The family head requests your immediate presence in the conference hall. It's an urgent clan meeting. Su Yun stood up and walked out of the study. The atmosphere in the conference hall was oppressive. The family head Su Tianqing sat in the main seat, his expression as dark as water. On either side the elders looked solemn, while Su Tianqing's faction kneeling in the center of the hall appeared dejected. The arrival of Su Yun drew the attention of everyone present. He ignored them and walked straight to stand beside his father Su Tianqing. Before he could steady himself, a steward burst into the hall, rolling and crawling, his voice tinged with panic. Family head. It's bad news. The Wang family and the Lu family. They have torn their faces apart. He continued, they directly sent people to seal off the entrance to the Blackstone spirit mine. Our guards stationed there have all been severely injured. The Wang family's people even declared that our Su family's younger generation are all useless and unworthy of possessing the Blackstone spirit mine. They want it. Boom. The conference hall instantly erupted in chaos. This is outrageous. They are going too far. An elder slammed his palm on the table, but his voice was more bluster than resolve. The Wang and Lu families have teamed up with 2 geniuses at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm in charge. How can we possibly be their match? Family head. You must not act impulsively. Our Su family has just undergone internal strife, and our vitality is greatly weakened. It is inadvisable to start a conflict again. Indeed, enduring for a time will bring peace temporarily. Avoiding the storm is the best strategy. Most of the elders showed panic and timidity. The opinions of the majority were astonishingly unanimous. Endure. Su Tianqing's face turned a shade of iron, his fists clenched white. Amidst the noise, Su Yun, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He did not participate in the debate, but calmly asked a question. Which direction outside the city is the Blackstone spirit mine? This question brought instant silence to the entire hall. An elder instinctively answered, east of the city, 30 miles away. Su Yun nodded, directly turning around and walking out of the hall. A decisive voice clearly reached everyone's ears. I will go retrieve what is ours. His solitary figure contrasted sharply with the hesitations of the elders in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Young master. Su Fu was the first to react, following closely without hesitation. Su Tianqing watched his sons departing back, his lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He merely made an extremely subtle gesture towards the shadows of the hall. An ancient aura quietly followed. Outside the city at the Blackstone spirit mine, dozens of Su family guards lay discarded by the roadside, their fates unknown. At the entrance of the mine, 2 luxurious armchairs were placed side by side. Wang Tung, the genius of the Wang family, arrogantly had his foot on the head of a Su family guard captain, leisurely drinking wine. Beside him was another young man in fine clothes, Lu Shirwen, a genius from the Lu family. He was toying with a jade pendant, his eyes disdainfully sweeping over the groaning Su family guards on the ground. Suddenly Wang Tung seemed to sense something, and looked up into the distance. Two figures, one in front, and one behind, were walking steadily towards them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Wang Tung first froze, then revealed a mocking smile. "Oh, isn't this the genius from the Su family rumored to have gone mad and died, Su Yun?" He stood up looking down at Su Yun as if he were a joke. "What? You, a useless person, are still alive? Did you come to beg for food at this spirit mine?" The guards from the Wang and Lu families burst into laughter, drawing their weapons and surrounding him. Su Yun did not stop his steps. He did not even glance at Wang Tung or Lu Xinruan. His gaze only fell upon the injured Su family guards. "Stop him." Wang Tung waved his hand impatiently. The first few guards, grinning savagely, charged forward with knives drawn. They had not even gotten close. Su Fu's aged figure stepped out, standing in front of Su Yun. "The dignity of my young master cannot be tarnished by you." A powerful aura erupted from Su Fu. Fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. The guards charging forward did not even have time to react before they were knocked to the ground by this wave of energy foaming at the mouth. The laughter abruptly ceased. The smile on Wang Tung's face vanished, replaced by a hint of anger. Lu Xinruan also stopped playing with the jade pendant, his expression growing serious for the first time. An old servant of the Su family unexpectedly at the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. After a brief shock came an even stronger sense of humiliation and rage. An old dog dares to bark in front of me. Wang Ting's face twisted in fury, the terrifying pressure of the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm soaring into the sky. Ignorant fool. Lu Xinruan also sneered, releasing his own fifth level spirit transformation aura, intertwining with Wang Tung's pressure, bearing down on Su Fu. "Kill him." Without any further nonsense, Wang Tung and Lu Xinruan, two top geniuses, transformed into two beams of light and shot towards Su Fu. Faced with the combined assault of the two geniuses, Su Fu's face turned pale. But he did not retreat. He roared, pushing his own spiritual power to the limit, striking out with both palms in an attempt to resist. Boom! Su Fu's defense crumbled before the two. In just one clash, his arms made a painful cracking sound, and he was sent flying backwards, spitting blood, crashing heavily at Su Yun's feet. Su Fu struggled, still trying to rise and shield Su Yun. "Loyal dog. What a pity your master is just a useless one." Wang Tung stepped on Su Fu's back, pressing him into the ground, a cruel smile on his face. "Since you want to die so badly, I shall grant your wish." He slowly raised his hand, a deadly spiritual power wildly converging in his palm, aimed at Su Fu's head. Lu Xinruan watched coldly from the side, as if observing an interesting play. Just as Wang Tung's hand was about to descend, his wrist was caught. A single hand easily gripped his wrist, which had gathered all his strength, preventing him from advancing an inch. A fair, slender hand. The owner of this hand was Su Yun. "You?" The cruel smile on Wang Tung's face instantly froze, replaced by astonishment. He tried to pull his hand back. It didn't budge. That hand was like a red-hot divine iron branded onto his wrist, utterly unmoving. His spiritual energy at the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm flowed into his opponent, like a stream merging into the sea, unable to stir even a single ripple. A surge of humiliation washed over Wang Tung, igniting a furious rage. Inwardly he roared madly. "Impossible! How could a cripple who suffered chi deviation possess such power? You seek death." He clenched his other fist, unleashing the full force of his fifth-level spirit transformation spiritual energy. The fist wind howled as it viciously slammed towards Su Yun's temple. In that instant, when Wang Tung's mind was shaken, Lu Xinruan behind him made his move. Lu Xinruan reacted with lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, the moment Wang Tung was seized, his figure ghosted around to Su Yun's flank and rear. In his hand, a poison-coated emerald green dagger had appeared from nowhere. He retracted all his aura, transforming into the most lethal venomous snake, and silently stabbed towards Su Yun's vital rear heart point. Just as the dagger's tip was about to touch Su Yun's robes, Su Yun still did not turn around. He merely kept his grip on Wang Ting's wrist, while his other hand casually swatted backward, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed abruptly across the mine. Lu Xinruan's entire body mingled with 7 or 8 broken teeth, arced in a miserable streak, crashing heavily into a massive boulder over 100 feet away, his fate unknown. Only then did Su Yun's gaze finally fall upon Wang Ting's face. They were a pair of eyes as calm as an ancient well, devoid of anger or killing intent holding only a vast indifference. Wang Tung felt a chill course through his body under that stare. Su Yun's wrist moved slightly. Crack. The sound of bones snapping crisp and absolute rang out. Ah! A piercing scream finally tore from Wang Tung's throat. Su Yun released his hand, and like kicking away roadside trash, he planted a foot into Wang Tung's abdomen, sending him rolling to the muddied Lu Xinruan. He did not spare them another glance. Bending down, he helped the severely injured Su Fu to his feet and fed him a pill.
Uncle Fu, you did well.
Su Yun steadied Su Fu, then turned his gaze sweeping over the trembling guards. An icy voice echoed across the entire mine.
Go back and tell your masters that the Blackstone Spirit Mine belongs to my Su family. If you stretch your claws again, it won't just be a broken hand.
In the distance atop the crown of an ancient towering tree, 1,000 meters away, an old man in gray robes had witnessed everything, his cloudy eyes churning with tempestuous emotion. Finally, all his feelings coalesced into a long trembling sigh.
Heaven blesses my Su family.
The old man's figure flickered and vanished. The news of Su Yun's powerful return subduing the prodigies of the Wang and Lu families, with a single move spread through the entire Tianhua imperial capital like wildfire within a day. This coincided with the upcoming quinquennial
Imperial Capital Genius Convention,
a grand event for the royal family to inspect the strength of the younger generation from each noble house. Su Yun's resurrection immediately drew the high attention of the royal family, though the intent behind this attention remained unclear. The other major clans, equally curious and wary of Su Yun, dispatched their strongest geniuses preparing to probe Su Yun's depth at the convention. Undercurrents had already begun to stir silently within the capital. At the Su family's council hall, Su Tiancheng looked at his son, who appeared calm and carefree, yet his expression was heavy with gravity.
This convention is no ordinary matter. The royal family and other clans will all be watching you. Your return has brought unfathomable power, but the tree that excels in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind.
Su Yun interrupted him.
Father, I understand. They want to watch. Then let them watch their fill,
he said calmly.
I will take this opportunity to decisively defeat all those with ill intentions. I will reveal my cultivation at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm.
Su Tiancheng was momentarily stunned, then understood his son's plan to display enough talent to establish the family's prestige, while appropriately concealing his true might to avoid touching the royal family's most sensitive nerve. He nodded and said no more. The Imperial Capital Genius Convention arrived as scheduled. The process held no suspense. Su Yun, presenting the bearing of an 8th-level spirit transformation cultivator, swept through the competition like a storm, defeating every opponent he encountered with a single move. The gaze of the entire audience shifted from initial doubt to numb shock. Everyone yearned to see his clash with the convention's universally acknowledged strongest, Prince Long Xian. Long Xian, at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, was a born spiritual physique, hailed as the royal family's once-in-a-century prodigy. The final battle began. Boom! Long Xian's aura exploded forth, golden draconic spiritual energy swirling around him, his terrifying pressure descending upon Su Yun like a mountain range. In contrast, Su Yun merely maintained the aura of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, appearing overshadowed beneath that overwhelming might. From the start of the battle, Su Yun was on the defensive. Under Long Xian's storm-like assault, he could only continuously dodge, looking quite beleaguered, as if he might be defeated at any moment. The high-ranking members of the various clans in the audience began to whisper amongst themselves.
It seems Su Yun has reached his limit. After all, he cannot match the prince's profound foundation. A single realm difference is a world apart.
Long Xian, unable to secure a quick victory, gradually exhausted his patience.
The game is over,
he bellowed in rage, deciding to stop toying and unleash his ultimate trump card.
Annihilation Dragon Breath.
A beam of destructive light infused with the nascent laws of the half-step Spirit King realm erupted from his mouth, instantly locking onto Su Yun. The very space of the arena seemed to freeze. Everyone believed the outcome was decided. In the thousandth of an instant before that world-annihilating beam could engulf Su Yun, who had been frantically dodging, halted his movement for the first time. He lifted his eyes, his gaze as placid as a still pond. Facing the terrifying attack, he did not summon greater power. He merely extended a single finger. Under the bewildered gaze of everyone, Su Yun's finger precisely touched the very tip of the
Annihilation Dragon Breath
beam. There was no earth-shattering explosion. That terrifying dragon breath, like a prick balloon, began to disintegrate and dissolve inch by inch from the fingertips, scattering into motes of light. Long Xian stood frozen as if struck by lightning, the backlash of his broken ultimate art causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Yun withdrew his fingers, still standing in place, as if he had done nothing. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena, so quiet a drop pin could be heard. The emperor, seated high on his dragon throne, rose abruptly, his face a mask of disbelief. This child must not be allowed to live. The convention concluded, and Su Yun unsurprisingly claimed the top spot, shocking the entire capital. That evening, after the royal celebration banquet, Su Yun declined all overtures from others and walked alone on the path back to the Su residence. When he reached a secluded corridor, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed by an invisible force. Four spectral figures emerged from the shadows. Their auras were unfathomably deep, each vastly surpassing the realm Su Yun had displayed. An icy, emotionless killing intent locked onto Su Yun entirely. The leading black-clad figure's voice was hoarse, like the scraping of metal.
By order to nip a genius in the bud. Su Yun, your road ends here.
The lethal strikes of 4 Spirit King realm experts came from 4 directions, simultaneously sealing off all avenues of escape. The corridor was shrouded in an eerie silence. The space felt bound by an invisible force, the air growing oppressively heavy. 4 figures emerged from 4 absolute blind spots, encircling Su Yun in their midst. Their auras were restrained, yet their overwhelming presence caused ripples in the surrounding light. Spirit King Realm. A full 4 Spirit King Realm powerhouses had actually appeared to assassinate Su Yun. The leading black-clad figure spoke in a hoarse voice.
By order to nip a genius in the bud. Su Yun, your path ends here.
The moment the words fell, the 4 of them moved. There were no probing moves, no flourishes. 4 formidable Spirit King powers surged skyward, intertwining above Su Yun's head into a gray net that pressed downward. The stirring of chi caused heaven and earth to change color. The corridor's floor tiles cracked inch by inch, turning to dust, while spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the surrounding walls. This was purely the oppressive force woven from the combined momentum of 4 Spirit King experts. Faced with this inescapable death trap, Su Yun did not even raise an eyelid. A faint mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he held these 4 Spirit King realm powerhouses, the very foundation of some faction, in utter contempt. Just as the deathly net was about to touch the tips of his hair, Su Yun ceased to suppress his cultivation. Boom! A pressure utterly beyond the spirit transformation realm, far surpassing even an ordinary Spirit King mighty, as a starry sea erupted from within him and soared skyward. Golden waves of energy radiated outward from his center, the blazing heaven art synergizing with the mystic fire of his mystic fire body in full eruption. The net woven by the 4 Spirit Kings shattered instantly before this pressure. The 4 assassins were as if struck by lightning. The violent wave of energy slammed fiercely into their chests. With muffled groans, they were sent flying backward, crashing into the wall at the corridor's end. Their faces were pale, filled with shock and disbelief.
Spirit King! Impossible! This brat is already a Spirit King!
After a brief moment of dead silence, the leading assassin at the 3rd level of the Spirit King realm reacted first. Suppressing the surging blood and chi within him, he barked out sharply.
What's the panic? He's just entered the Spirit King realm. His foundation is unstable. The 4 of us together can surely kill him.
This roar instantly sobered the other 3. That's right, there were 4 of them. And one was at the 3rd level of the Spirit King realm. The killing intent in their eyes rekindled stronger than before. The 4 regrouped and launched an even fiercer assault. Yet just as they were about to encircle Su Yun once more, an aura of the 3rd level of the Spirit King realm descended from above, locking onto the leading assassin.
Who?
The 3rd level Spirit King assassin was startled and immediately looked up. A withered hand rapidly enlarged in his pupils, piercing through the void, and stamped directly onto his chest. Before he could react, he was sent flying backward, spattering blood along the way. An old man in a gray cloth robe materialized from the void, a chill in his eyes.
Villain, how dare you lay a hand on the prized scion of my Su family?
The battle was instantly divided. The Su family's patriarch's figure flickered as he pursued the flying 3rd level Spirit King assassin. Left in place were only Su Yun and the 3 utterly stunned 1st level Spirit King assassins. They exchanged glances, seeing madness in each other's eyes.
Kill!
With matters at this point, there was no retreat. The three of them formed a triangular formation and launched a full-force assault on Su Yun, attempting a quick resolution. Only now did Su Yun truly move for the first time. The blazing heaven art within him roared into action, the scorching mystic fire force surging outwards, making him resemble a golden sun. Facing their triple assault, he did not retreat but advanced. His figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps between the three attacks. His combat style was fierce and precise, each strike flawlessly hitting the opponent's weaknesses.
Bang!
Su Yun's fist deflected the sword of the one in front, then twisting his body at an impossible angle, his elbow slammed viciously into the ribs of the assassin who had ambushed him from the left.
Crack!
The sound of breaking bones was clear. The assassin let out a miserable scream and staggered. But Su Yun gave him no chance to recover. Seizing this fleeting opening, his hand shot out like lightning, bypassing the opponent's block, and landed with pinpoint accuracy on the man's dantian. A surge of violent spiritual energy flooded in. The first-level Spirit King assassin's body trembled violently. All the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. He collapsed limply to the ground, his cultivation instantly sealed. In the span of just a few dozen breaths, a Spirit King had been captured alive. The other two assassins, witnessing this, exchanged glances. What kind of monster is this? That was the only thought left in their minds. After exchanging a look, they feigned an attack, and then turned to flee. On the other side, the third-level Spirit King assassin, battling the Su family patriarch, was equally unwilling to continue. Seizing an opportunity, he transformed into a streak of light, and attempted to escape. The Su family patriarch did not pursue. With a flicker of his form, he returned to Su Yun's side. The patriarch walked over to the assassin Su Yun had captured alive, and tore off his mask. Beneath the mask was a face exceedingly familiar to the Su family's high echelons. An old patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Li. The incident sparked by this assassination spread throughout the entire imperial capital in a way no one had anticipated. That very night, the Su family's most formidable patriarch, who was rumored to have not set foot outside the family's forbidden grounds for decades, personally visited the Wang family mansion, dragging the half-dead Wang Li behind him. Under the terrified gaze of the Wang family head, the Su family patriarch did not utter a single word. By the next day, all factions in the imperial capital had received the news the Wang family had ceded nearly half of their assets across 3 cities, all transferred to the Su family as compensation. Deep within the imperial palace, the Light King listened to the spies report, his face ashen.
Su Yun has already reached the Spirit King realm. He fought 3 alone and captured a Spirit King alive. The Su family patriarch intervened. The Wang family paid a grievous price. Smack!
The white jade wine goblet in his hand was crushed to powder. A flicker of regret and murderous intent flashed through his eyes.
I regret not. I should have crushed him with one slap, no matter the cost, nipped him in the bud from the very beginning.
From that day on, every faction in the Tianhua imperial capital understood one thing. Su Yun was no longer a genius needing the protection of his family's wings. He had fully fledged a true hidden dragon capable of stirring the winds and clouds. The assassination and the heavy price paid by the Wang family swept through the entire Tianhua imperial capital like a violent storm overnight. The news spread with astonishing speed.
Have you heard? The Wang family took a massive fall. Of the 4 Spirit Kings who ambushed Su Yun, 3 fled and 1 was captured. What does that have to do with the Wang family? That captured Spirit King is Wang Li, the ancestor of the Wang family. The most absurd part isn't that, it's Su Yun. He's not some mere spirit transformation realm cultivator, he had already advanced to Spirit King. He fought 3 opponents alone, and captured 1 of the same rank alive. My heavens, is he even human? How old is he?
For the first time, the name Su Yun truly instilled a chill in all the top powers of the imperial capital. He was no longer a prodigy to be evaluated, but a threat that had already risen. The Wang family's fate was like a resounding slap across the face of everyone who had once looked down on the Su family. Especially the Li and Zhang families, the other 2 of the 4 great houses, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis looming over them. Deep within the imperial palace, in an airtight shadowy hall, King Lai sat in the main seat with a grim expression, while below him were the current heads of the Li and Zhang families. The atmosphere was stifling.
Quite the Su Yun, a young Spirit King who can hold his own against 3 opponents.
King Lai's voice was devoid of any warmth. The head of the Li family said in a deep voice,
This child's growth rate is too terrifying. We absolutely cannot allow him to continue unchecked. With such a monstrous talent emerging from the Su family, the balance that is held for a century in the imperial capital has already been shattered. Indeed,
the head of the Zhang family added a ruthless glint in his eyes.
We must nip this momentum in the bud, or the consequences will be dire.
King Lai tapped his fingers on the table to sound unnaturally heavy in the silence.
Then we join forces, he declared. From this day forward, we will use all our strength to impose a full-scale blockade and suppression on the Su family in every aspect, economy, politics, resources, and everything else. I want the Su family to find it impossible to take even a single step in the imperial capital. And if necessary,
a flash of murderous intent flickered in King Lai's eyes.
We will spare no cost to completely eradicate them.
An invisible net was thus cast against the Su family. Soon the Su family felt the combined pressure from the entire upper echelon of the imperial capital. The family's merchant caravans in distant lands were raided by unidentified experts, their goods completely lost. Several core industries within the imperial capital had their partnerships unilaterally severed by collaborators on various pretexts, grinding to an immediate halt. Even the family's younger members, while training abroad, faced deliberate targeting and provocation from members of other families. The entire Su family seemed to have become pariahs overnight, shunned by all. At the Su family's residence in the main council hall, a highest-level family meeting was underway, with all core members present, each face etched with gravity and unease.
Patriarch, the 100 Herbs Hall in the Southern District was sealed off today by the city guard on the pretext of unverified medicinal sources. It was one of our most important sources of pills. The 3 spirit stone mines in the western border have been forcibly seized by the Li family, and our negotiators were beaten severely and thrown back. We can't go on like this. They're trying to starve us out.
The hall erupted in a cacophony of voices. Just as the tension reached its peak, an ancient and majestic aura enveloped the entire hall. The figure of the Su family's grand ancestor materialized silently in the patriarch's seat. He surveyed the panicked clan members, but did not offer any words of comfort. The next moment, his voice, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, rang out like thunder from above the Su family estate, echoing through every corner of the imperial capital.
The Su family does not seek war, but neither do we fear it. If anyone wishes to annihilate the Su family, they are welcome to try. But I do swear that before the Su family falls, I will exhaust the clan's entire strength to choose one among you, uproot it completely, and leave not a single soul alive.
This declaration of mutual destruction silenced the entire imperial capital in an instant. King Lai in the palace, the heads of the Li and Zhang families, and every restless power heard this undisguised threat. No one wanted to be the unlucky one dragged down by the Su family's desperate last stand. The suppression of the Su family did not cease, but everyone became cautious, refraining from overly aggressive actions. Yet all knew this was only temporary. The Su family's situation remained precarious. 3 days later, in the dead of night, a figure silently evaded all the Su family's visible and hidden sentries, appearing directly outside the main council hall. The Su family's grand ancestor and the patriarch appeared at the door, instantly on high alert. When they recognized the visitor's face, both of their pupils contracted sharply. The visitor was none other than King Lai.
No need to be tense.
King Lai walked in with his hands behind his back, as if strolling in his own backyard.
If I intended to attack, I wouldn't have come alone.
The Su family's grand ancestor stared at him and asked in a deep voice,
What brings King Lai here in the dead of night?
King Lai sat down with a bold, unceremonious posture and got straight to the point.
Over the years, the expansion of the 4 great houses has grown too aggressive, subtly threatening the very foundation of the royal family.
His gaze shifted toward the doorway, as if piercing the darkness to see the young figure sitting cross-legged in the courtyard.
The royal family needs a sharp sword to cut off those hands that have stretched too far. And Su Yun is the most suitable sword, blank.
King Lai's meaning was simple and direct. He intended to support the Su family, or more precisely to support Su Yun, making him the royal family's blade to restrain and discipline the 4 great houses among the 8 great families of Tianhua. The Su family's grand ancestor and patriarch exchanged glances, seeing shock and a hint of humiliation in each other's eyes. But they had no choice.
We accept.
Soon after, another piece of news rocked the imperial capital. The royal family issued a decree betrothing the grand princess Long she hailed as the
Number 1 Beauty of Tianhua.
To the Su family's peerless prodigy Su Yun. The city buzzed with astonishment. This was undoubtedly the royal family's declaration to all that the Su family was now under their protection. Su Yun had no objections to this marriage. His sense of belonging to the Su family was not strong, and being able to leverage the royal family's resources to accelerate his cultivation suited his plans perfectly. Before the grand wedding he also married Lin Yun, though her status was that of a concubine. Still, it was the best arrangement he could offer under the current circumstances. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye 10 years had passed. During this decade Su Yun, aided by the vast resources provided by the royal family, steadily advanced his cultivation, successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the Spirit King realm. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Under the royal family's protection the Su family not only weathered the crisis, but also leaped to become the foremost among the 4 lower houses, greatly strengthening their influence. Of course, behind their backs the epithet, royal lapdogs, never ceased to be whispered. Over these 10 years Su Yun also fathered 2 children, one with the Grand Princess, and one with Lin Yun. His state of mind through daily cultivation and reflection had grown very calm. Until one day a top-secret intelligence report from the borderlands was delivered into his hands.
The Tianhua Empire intends to raise a great army to invade the Xinwu Empire.
As his eyes fell on the words, Xinwu Empire, in the report a flicker of emotion stirred in Su Yun's gaze, which had remained still for a decade.
The Divine Martial Empire.
The memories buried deep within his heart were stirred, recalling the myriad events of his past life. The alliance of noble families and guilds within the Divine Martial Empire had instigated a rebellion, and the Heavenly Flame Empire sought to exploit the chaos. Su Yun's tranquil heart began to churn with agitation. Deep in the night within the Imperial Palace, Su Yun's figure moved like a specter along the palace walls, evading every guard without a sound. He arrived directly outside the study of the Flame King. He planned to subtly probe the intentions of the Flame King and the Heavenly Flame Emperor. He would volunteer for a modest post at the front lines. This way he could draw close to the Divine Martial Empire, gather first-hand intelligence, yet avoid drawing undue attention. However, the moment he appeared the study door swung open from within. Both the Flame King and the Heavenly Flame Emperor were present, as if they had been awaiting him for some time.
Su Yun, you have arrived.
The Emperor's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Su Yun's heart leaped as he bowed deeply.
Your servant pays homage to your majesty and to the Flame King. No need for such formalities.
The Emperor raised a hand.
The Divine Martial Empire is in turmoil, and our Heavenly Flame Empire intends to march forth. What is your view on this matter?
Su Yun bowed his head.
This is a golden opportunity to expand our territory. Your servant is willing to dedicate himself to the Empire.
Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced the Emperor's face. The eunuch beside him immediately unfurled a scroll of bright yellow imperial edict and proclaimed it in a shrill, high-pitched voice.
By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees Su Yun of the Su clan, accomplished in both civil and martial arts and of peerless cultivation, is hereby appointed as the Grand Marshal of the 3rd Army of the Expeditionary Force, commanding 100,000 troops to depart forthwith. Furthermore, Li Daerin, the Patriarch of the Li clan, and Zhang Ting, the Patriarch of the Zhang clan, are appointed as Vice Marshals to assist in military affairs. Respect this.
Boom. The contents of the Imperial Edict struck Su Yun's mind like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Grand Marshal of the 3rd Army, and appointing members of the Li and Zhang clans as Vice Marshals. A chill ran down Su Yun's spine. He lifted his head, abruptly gazing at the smiling face on the throne, and instantly saw through the venomous, overt scheme behind it. Killing by proxy. Discarding the tool once it served its purpose. The imperial family was setting him ablaze on a pyre. If he won, his prestige would soar, but the imperial family could strip him of his command on any pretext. If he lost, he would be branded a criminal, and the Su clan would suffer the consequences. Even if the war reached a stalemate, the vice marshals from the Li and Zhang clans would stop at nothing to ensure his death on the battlefield. What a poisonous scheme! He had been thrust to the forefront, pitted against all the noble factions, a pawn destined for sacrifice. But could he refuse? Disobeying the imperial decree would be treason. The Su clan would be reduced to ashes in an instant.
Your servant accepts the decree and expresses gratitude.
Su Yun knelt, raising his hands high to receive the scorching seal of command. Leaving the palace, Su Yun did not return home, but went directly to the clan's forbidden grounds. After hearing his account, the Su clan ancestor remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a deep sigh.
I understand.
The ancestor's gaze turned razor sharp.
Go without worry. From the moment you leave the capital, the Su clan will fully retract and enter the highest state of alert.
Returning to his residence, the sky was already growing light. The eldest princess Long Shi and Lin Yancy were waiting at the door. Seeing the worry in his wife's eyes, warmth filled Su Yun's heart as he embraced them.
Wait for my return.
1,000 words condensed into this single phrase. Before parting, the eldest princess pressed an ancient jade pendant into his hand.
Father's thoughts are unfathomably deep, she whispered. When all else fails, crush it. It will shield you from a fatal blow.
Su Yun clutched the jade pendant tightly and nodded. 3 days later, 300,000 troops assembled outside the imperial capital. Su Yun, clad in battle armor, stood atop the high platform surveying the vast dark sea of soldiers below. He could clearly feel countless gazes fixed upon him, some scrutinizing, some contemptuous, some gloating, and many more filled with undisguised hostility. Over 70% of the generals under his command hailed from various noble families, with the Li and Zhang clans' influence deeply entrenched. This was not an army, it was a powder keg prepared for him. The army marched forth. Within just half a month, the first blow came. A quartermaster with a mournful face reported that due to damp weather, a full 30,000 men's worth of grain had extensively mildewed and was inedible. Vice Marshal Li Daoran immediately expressed heartfelt anguish, loudly suggesting that the negligent quartermaster be beheaded as a warning to uphold military law. All the generals' eyes turned to Su Yun. Su Yun looked at the few sacks of so-called mildewed grain, sneering inwardly. Such a crude frame-up, they couldn't even be bothered to make it convincing. He did not pursue the matter, merely announcing calmly,
all mildew provisions shall be handled by my personal guard battalion. Continue the march.
That night, amid everyone's bewildered gazes, Su Yun's personal guard took charge of the grain. But at dawn the next day, when the army prepared to move again, everyone was astounded to find that several massive merchant caravans had arrived overnight, not only replenishing the shortfall, but also bringing 3 times the amount of superior grain piled high like mountains. This feat earned the young marshal newfound respect from the neutral generals in the army. Another month passed. As the army approached the Blackwind mountain range, Vice Marshal Zhang Ting produced a map and enthusiastically suggested,
Grand Marshal, see here. There is a shortcut, a secret trade route my Zhang clan has used for decades. It can save us 5 days' travel and strike directly at the weakest point of the Divine Martial Empire's border defenses, the threat of heaven.
In the war tent, all the noble generals echoed their agreement, creating an atmosphere of
a fleeting opportunity in battle.
Su Yun studied the overly narrow canyon on the map, recognizing it at once as a natural death trap. But he knew that if he vetoed the plan, he would immediately be branded as
cowardly and incompetent,
and his authority would evaporate.
Very well.
Su Yun pressed his finger firmly on the map, as if after deep deliberation.
We shall take this shortcut,
he agreed. But in an unnoticed corner, he issued a secret order to his trusted confidant. The army stretched for dozens of miles, marching grandly into the canyon known as the
Bread of Heaven.
On both sides loomed sheer cliffs, thousands of feet high, the terrain exceedingly perilous. When the army reached the very heart of the canyon, catastrophe struck. Boom, boom. From both the front and rear, earth-shattering roars erupted. Countless boulders rained down from the sky, sending plumes of dust heavenward, completely sealing the canyon's entrance and exit. 100,000 troops were instantly trapped in a death trap. Then torches blazed to life on the cliffs on both sides, revealing tens of thousands of ambushers clad in the uniforms of the Heavenly Wind Empire. Arrows descended like a torrential storm. Screams of agony rose in waves. More terrifying still, among these ambushers were masked figures of formidable aura, their martial techniques unmistakably the unique secret arts of the 8 great noble houses of the Heavenly Flame Empire. Simultaneously, Vice Marshals Li Daoran and Zhang Ting, along with their trusted troops, seized advantageous terrain, fighting valiantly, in appearance, but in truth, they had completely separated from the main force watching from the sidelines. This was a lethal trap woven with collusion inside and out, a net spread across heaven and earth. Su Yun, positioned in the central army, felt the rapidly escalating casualties and panic around him, his gaze turning icy. He finally understood that from the moment he accepted the seal of command, he had stepped into this vast graveyard meticulously prepared for him. At that moment 5 terrifying auras at the Spirit King realm erupted from the cliffs above, locking onto Su Yun like 5 immense mountains. The leading masked man let out a sinister laugh, his voice echoing through the canyon.
Su Yun, this thread of heaven shall be your burial ground today.
Before his words faded, the 5 Spirit King assassins and the 4 vice marshals, who had been lying in wait within the rebel ranks, simultaneously unleashed their murderous intent. 9 Spirit Kings converged on him from all directions. 9 Spirit Kings. 9 distinct yet equally terrifying killing intents locked onto Su Yun from all directions. The entire Yixianshan Gorge had transformed into a colossal death cage. The rain of arrows from the cliffs still poured down, while the rebels within the gorge had already formed a killing formation, relentlessly compressing Su Yun's loyal personal guards. Li Dare and Zhang Ting and the other 2 deputy commanders wore undisguised ferocity on their faces, as they blocked every possible escape route, their auras firmly locking onto Su Yun. This was a net stretched across the heavens, and a snare spread over the earth, a death trap from which there was no escape. Yet at the heart of this desperate predicament, Su Yun's face bore no despair, instead a cold smile crept across his lips. He gazed at the enemies above and below, his expression suggesting that all of this had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated.
Su Yun, today this Yixianshan shall be your burial ground.
The masked Spirit King leader let out a sinister laugh, and together, with the other 8, they transformed into 9 streaks of light, charging in for the kill. In that very instant, Su Yun raised his hand. In his hand a dark cyan jade slip had appeared, unbeknownst to anyone.
Crack!
He crushed it without a moment's hesitation. There was no earth-shattering sound, no ripple of spiritual energy. The jade slip shattered like an ordinary stone. But the moment the signal was sent. Rumble. A deafening roar, not from the gorge's entrance or exit, but from deep within the mountain at its midsection. On the cliffs, the ambushing troops of the Tianfeng Empire and the assassins of the 8 great clans were in the midst of a massacre. The mountain wall beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Then countless cracks spread from within the mountain. The next second, vast sections of the mountain, as if struck by a colossal force from within, violently burst outward. Boulders weighing countless tons, carrying devastating power, did not crash down upon Su Yun's army at the gorge's bottom. Instead, at a cunning angle from the side and above, they swept directly across the ambush positions on the cliffs.
No! What is this?
Screams and cries of horror were instantly swallowed by the cataclysmic roar of the collapsing mountain. Countless ambushers, without even time to react, were crushed into pulp by the boulders or swept into the abyss. The entire ambush formation collapsed in an instant, with dust and smoke billowing into the sky, shrouding the entire gorge. This was Su Yun's true ace in the hole. Turning the trap against them, this was the sole chance for survival he had created for himself.
Move!
With a low command, Su Yun led his personal guards charging toward the predetermined direction, where the landslide had created a defensive gap. The 9 charging Spirit Kings were also halted by the sudden upheaval, forced to momentarily evade the mountain's fury. Yet just as Su Yun was about to break through the encirclement, from another direction in the gorge at the end of the dust haze, a brand new army appeared silently. They wore pitch-black armor, their auras eerie and frigid, as mysterious as phantoms. The moment this army appeared, their objective was chillingly precise. Their weapons not only cut down the chaotic Tianhui Empire troops, but also turned into a black torrent, charging straight at Su Yun. The leading general, also exuding the powerful aura of a Spirit King, struck out with a palm. A black palm print tore through the air, carrying a corrosive evil force. The instant he saw that palm print, Su Yun's entire body trembled violently. The style of that technique, that sinister aura. His eyes narrowed. The Shenwu Empire. It was one of the culprits behind the civil strife in the Shenwu Empire, those rebellious sect forces. In an instant, countless threads of logic seemed to connect in Su Yun's mind. From his acceptance of the martial seal to the destruction of the provisions to the ambush at Yixianshan, and now this Shenwu rebel army that should not have been here. He understood it all. This was a cross-border fatal trap jointly laid for him by the 8 great clans of Tianhui and the rebellious sects of the Shenwu Empire. They not only wanted to kill him, but also to brand him with the crime of colluding with the Shenwu rebels, ensuring the Su family would never recover.
Such a grand scheme!
A chill ran through Su Yun's heart.
To kill just one Su Yun, they didn't hesitate to unite the forces of 2 empires.
With the addition of the Shenwu rebels, the number of Spirit King level powerhouses on the field increased once more. the 9 spirit kings of the Tianhui Empire plus 1 from the Shenwu Empire, a full 10 spirit kings, held nothing back, forming a net-like killing array that trapped Su Yun firmly at its center. The masked leader erupted with the terrifying aura of a 6th-layer spirit king far surpassing Su Yun's own. All retreats were cut off, hope was slim. A flash of resolve gleamed in Su Yun's eyes. The only path to survival lay in the surging river beside the gorge. He spat out a mouthful of vital blood, activating a secret art, and his aura surged instantly.
If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay with your lives.
Su Yun unleashed his full power, revealing all his hidden cards. He forcibly endured the attacks of several spirit kings charging toward the riverbank. Each exchange placed immense pressure on his bones. Each collision dealt a violent shock to his internal organs. The depth of the 8 great clans' resources was laid bare in this moment. They could casually deploy such a number of spirit kings, a power the Su family could never match. Blood stained his battle armor. But he was also drawing nearer to the river. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Finally mustering his last ounce of strength, Su Yun used his sword to force back the 2 spirit kings before him, and his figure appeared on the bank of the roaring river. The river wind hit his face, carrying a bone-chilling cold and mist. But in that same moment, his old strength was spent, and his new strength had not yet arisen. A fatal opening appeared.
Die!
The masked powerhouse at the 6th-layer spirit king seized this instant. A silent gray finger beam condensed with all his killing intent pierced through the void, heading straight for Su Yun's back. It was too fast for Su Yun to dodge. Just as that fatal strike was about to pierce his heart, the ancient jade pendant gifted by Princess Long Shi tucked in Su Yun's bosom shattered abruptly.
Roar!
A gentle yet resilient dragon-shaped light shadow soared into the sky, emitting a soul-shaking dragon roar, instantly forming a shield behind Su Yun.
Boom!
The gray finger beam and the dragon-shaped shield collided violently. The shield blocked the fatal blow, but was shattered into pieces. The immense impact caused Su Yun's body to freeze for a split second. In a battle of masters, a single moment decides life and death. The attacks of the other spirit kings followed in quick succession.
Boom!
A violent aftershock of an attack with no finesse slammed heavily into his frozen back. Su Yun was sent flying like a kite, with its string-cut blood gushing from his mouth, countless bones in his body broken. The irresistible force hurled him away. His body traced a desperate arc before plunging into the turbulent roaring river. The water churned into a massive whirlpool, instantly swallowing his figure without a trace. Downstream of the one-line sky gorge, the river suddenly widened, with turbulent waters rushing like galloping horses. Several warships, flying the Qin military flag, resembled giant black iron beasts, sailing upstream against the current, cutting through the white waves. On the deck, a woman in silver light armor stood by the railing. The armor hugged her body closely, accentuating her distinct curves. Her name was Qin Yuno, the commander of this border patrol army. Suddenly the river exploded, and a group of giant iron-spined crocodile demons surged out of the water, heading straight for the fleet. These beasts were all at the transformation realm, with tough skins and thick flesh, making them extremely troublesome. Several deputy commanders immediately took action, their spiritual powers shining as they engaged in battle with the crocodile demons, but they found it difficult to subdue them in a short time. Qin Yuno did not even furrow her brow. With a swift motion, she drew a massive spirit bow from behind her, which was completely incongruous with her slender figure, her actions fluid as a flowing stream. She nocked an arrow. 3 spiritual arrows instantly formed on the bowstring, their brilliance reflecting on the river surface. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 dull thuds of arrows penetrating flesh echoed almost simultaneously. The 3 fierce iron-spined crocodile demons had their massive heads accurately pierced, staining the surrounding waters red. One strike, and they were dead. The soldiers on the ship erupted in cheers. "Princess, your archery skills are divine." A deputy commander stepped forward to praise her. Qin Yuno dismissively returned the bow, her expression calm. At that moment, a soldier responsible for retrieving the demon corpses let out a terrified scream. "Princess, look! That crocodile seems to have a person in its mouth." Everyone was startled and immediately gathered around. Qin Yuno commanded, "Drag the corpse up." The soldiers worked together to haul the massive crocodile corpse onto the deck, and several of them strained to pry open its tooth-filled maw. Amidst the putrid sticky liquid, a person was indeed curled up. The person was drenched in blood, their armor in tatters, face pale, having long lost consciousness. It was Su Yun. Qin Yuno crouched down and placed 2 fair fingers on Su Yun's neck. After a moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. This person had shattered meridians and broken bones in multiple places, with injuries so severe that there was almost no chance of survival. Her gaze fell upon his shattered armor. Judging by the material and the residual runes, it was anything but ordinary. A month later, in the Blackwater camp of the Great Qin Kingdom, Qin Yuno stood with her hands clasped behind her back in front of a massive sand table map. On the map, the vast territory of the Divine Martial Empire was marked with flags of various colors. Black flags represented the rebellious sects, while yellow flags symbolized the imperial forces entangled in a bloody struggle across several states, forming a scenario of mutual destruction. Along the border of the Divine Martial Empire, flags representing several surrounding kingdoms were planted, among which the largest and most deeply embedded was a red flag from the Fire Heaven Empire, presenting a perilous situation where multiple parties were poised to pounce. Princess, a weary scout, entered the tent and knelt on one knee. Speak. The internal strife in the Divine Martial Empire has intensified. The rebellious sects and the imperial forces are engaged in bloody combat in Qingzhou, Yunzhou, and other areas, suffering heavy losses and reaching a stalemate. The Fire Heaven Empire has stationed 200,000 troops at the Divine Martial border, claiming it is to exterminate the remnants of the rebels, but in reality, they have occupied several border cities with the intention of annexation. Qin Yuno listened quietly, her eyes revealing no emotion. All of this was within her expectations. The scout paused for a moment before adding what seemed to be an unimportant detail. Additionally, reports from spies indicate that the Fire Heaven Empire has just undergone a major purge. Their third Marshal Su Yun has been charged with colluding with the enemy and traitorously betraying the country, and it is said he has already perished in the one-line sky. She waved her hand to dismiss the scout, casually saying to the deputy commander beside her, "It seems everyone wants a bite of this juicy piece of meat called the Divine Martial Empire." In the wounded soldiers' camp, within a separate tent, Su Yun abruptly opened his eyes. Agonizing pain, a deep bone-penetrating ache radiated from every part of his body. He immediately checked his own condition, his heart sinking. The injuries were too severe, his meridians were almost entirely destroyed, but thankfully his foundation remained intact. The betrayal at the one-line sky, the protection of the Longxi jade pendant, the coldness of plunging into the river. Images flashed through his mind. "You're awake." A military doctor, noticing he had opened his eyes, rushed out in excitement to report. Soon the tent flap was lifted and Qin Yuno walked in. Su Yun immediately regarded this unfamiliar yet imposing female general with caution. "Where is this?" His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Did you save me?" "This is the Great Qin Kingdom Blackwater camp." Qin Yuno's reply was concise. "You were unconscious for a month. My people found you in the mouth of a crocodile demon." Su Yun's heart jolted. He never expected to find himself in the Great Qin military camp. "Who are you?" Qin Yuno asked. Su Yun's mind raced, realizing that he could not reveal his true identity in this situation. I am just a merchant who encountered robbers and managed to escape by chance." Qin Yuno smiled ambiguously. After hearing this, her smile tinged with a hint of amusement. She did not press further and turned to walk out of the tent. At that moment, the conversation of 2 patrolling soldiers outside clearly reached him. Soldier A said, "Have you heard? The Su family from the Fire Heaven Empire is truly tragic, a once great family gone in an instant." Soldier B replied, "Indeed. It was that Marshal Su Yun accused of colluding with the enemy. The entire family was raided and exterminated overnight, not even sparing the infants and swaddling. I hear the 8 great families are still hunting down the Su family's remnants." Boom! This sentence exploded in Su Yun's mind. Even though Su Yun had lived 4 lifetimes, his emotions had grown numb, yet at this moment, a tremendous wave surged within him. The Fire Heaven royal family. Such ruthless methods. Time passed and 3 more months went by. Thanks to his strong life foundation, Su Yun's injuries had mostly healed. During these 3 months, the situation at the border grew increasingly tense, with small-scale military conflicts occurring constantly. The scouting team led by Qin Yuno also began to undertake various dangerous missions. One day, they delved deep into the territory of the Divine Martial Empire to investigate a piece of intel, but on their way back they fell into an ambush. The news seemed to have leaked long ago. "Protect the princess." The deputy commander's roar echoed through the forest. The number of ambushing enemies was several times theirs, and they had set up a meticulous trap clearly prepared. Their target was clear: to capture the most favored princess of the great Qin Yuno. This great Qin army was indeed elite, holding their ground against 10, but faced with enemies that outnumbered them, and the meticulously laid killing ground, they gradually fell into a disadvantage, with casualties continuously rising. What was even more terrifying was that among the enemy camp 3 powerful beings at the Spirit King realm appeared. Boom! One Spirit King who had been secretly protecting Qin Yuno was sent flying by 2 adversaries of the same rank, spitting blood, clearly unable to hold on. The remaining enemy Spirit King, with a sinister grin, broke through all defenses, his massive spiritual power palm reaching directly for Qin Yuno, who was tightly surrounded by her guards. Qin Yuno's face turned pale. She had only reached the transformation realm, and facing the pressure from a Spirit King made it incredibly difficult to move a single finger. She could see that deadly hand descending. A figure appeared ghost-like not far behind her. It was Su Yun. He stood silently watching the incoming Spirit King with icy eyes. Through the enemy's standard armor, he recognized them. They were the troops of the Fire Heaven Empire. Moreover, they were from one of the 8 great families, the Zhao family. Su Yun's figure blurred like a flash and appeared at his flank. The spiritual power of a 4th-tier Ling King converged wholly upon his fist. Boom! The fist met the Ling King's protective spiritual aura. The Zhao family's Ling King's pupils shrank to pinpricks. An indescribable, terrifying force centered on that fist tore through his body in an instant. In the next moment, his proud Ling King body, along with half his torso, was shattered into a spray of blood that filled the air. He did not even have time to utter a scream. Qin Yuno stood motionless, staring at the slowly dissipating cloud of blood, her mind a hollow void. What had happened? A Ling King. Just like that, gone. Elsewhere, the fighting ceased. Both Daqin soldiers and the Tianhua ambushers watched over in terror. Easily dispatched a 1st-level Ling King. This person's cultivation must be at least the 4th level of the Ling King realm, one murmured. The 2 met eyes, and saw the same fear reflected back. Flee. The 2 turned and became streaks of light, bursting into chaotic flight, with no regard for direction. Su Yun did not pursue. With 3 Ling Kings fallen, the remaining Tianhua ambushers collapsed, completely discarding armor and scattering. Thus a carefully plotted ambush ended in absurdity. After the battle subsided, the Daqin soldiers regarded Su Yun with altered expressions. Their emotions were tangled with awe and fear. They instinctively stepped back, unwilling to come within 3 paces of Su Yun. A deputy general hurried to Qin Yuno's side and lowered his voice, urgent. Princess, this man. His origins are unknown, and his strength frightful. Keeping him close is nothing less than bargaining with a tiger. Qin Yuno raised a hand and wiped the blood from her cheek, her gaze never leaving Su Yun's retreating form. Deputy General Li, you are mistaken. Her voice was soft but resolute. This man helped our army out of peril. He is our benefactor. That night at the Heishui encampment. Inside the central command tent, only Qin Yuno and Su Yun remained. Qin Yuno personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. Sir, stop pretending. She spoke directly, her gaze knife-sharp. A merchant. A Ling King level powerhouse going into trade. Su Yun lifted the cup, but did not drink, watching the leaves drift in the tea. I am indeed not a merchant, he finally admitted. Then who are you? Qin Yuno pressed. Who I am matters little, Su Yun said, lifting his head with calm eyes. What matters is that I bear an implacable hatred toward the Tianhua Empire. He offered no account of his past, yet the bone-deep hatred in those words seemed to lower the tense temperature by degrees. Qin Yuno appeared to suspect much, but she did not inquire further. I need an identity, a platform to enact vengeance on the Tianhua Empire, he said. Daqin is the best choice. Su Yun's voice was hoarse. Qin Yuno smiled. A Ling King level warrior with a blood feud against Tianhua was for Daqin a treasure fallen from the sky. Very well. Qin Yuno stood, her expression grave. In the name of the Princess of Daqin, I grant you the title of Guest General, a rank equivalent to a Vice General. You may partake in military affairs. Su Yun rose as well. Pleasure to cooperate. 1 month later. Report, Marshal. It's urgent. The Tianfeng Empire has gathered 30,000 troops and bypassed the front to raid our northern granaries. The garrison is besieged. The granaries face imminent destruction. The tense atmosphere froze. The northern granaries were the lifeline for the Heishui encampments, hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If they were lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. Several generals raced to the sand table, faces grim. The granary garrison numbers only 5,000, they cannot withstand 30,000. Reinforcements from here would take at least half a month to arrive, by then it will be too late. Tian Feng's tactic of striking at the root is vicious. The officers were at a loss. It will not take half a month, came a calm voice. They turned to see Su Yun at the sand table, his finger resting on a narrow mountain pass marked on the map. The enemy has advanced in isolation, their supply lines must be stretched, and will pass through here, he observed, glancing toward the marshal and Qin Yuno, with an untroubled tone. Give me 3,000 elite cavalry. Within 3 days, I will sever their supply route, and the enemy will collapse without battle. The tent fell into absolute silence once more. They all looked at Su Yun as if he had lost his mind. 3,000 riders to strike the supply line of 30,000. It sounded like a fable. One general could not help but speak, this is no trivial matter. The enemy must guard their supply line heavily. Even an elite raid without a Ling King level leader at its head is like pounding an egg with a stone. Ling King realm. Feeling that aura, the objecting general fell suddenly silent, his face stricken. Qin Yuno's eyes turned to the Daqing marshal, the man whose word carried ultimate weight. After a moment's hesitation, the marshal spoke. Very well. I give you 3,000 cavalry. The operation is under your command. 3 days later, word of a great victory arrived. A certain guest general from Qin Yuno's camp personally led 3,000 cavalry, and within 3 days severed the enemy's supply line, slaughtering 10,000 and causing the Tianfeng army to collapse without further fight. This battle made Su Yun's stratagems renowned throughout the army. Months rolled on as the war escalated. Su Yun accumulated countless merits. The Tianhua Empire mustered 50,000 troops aiming to seize the strategic Heishan fortress. This stronghold was vital to Daqing. Its loss would bar Daqing from contending with other nations. Tianhua's sudden assault came with overwhelming ferocity, leaving Daqing little time to regroup. Using terrain and guerrilla tactics, Su Yun tied down the enemy main force, with 10,000 men, buying the Daqing main army precious time to encircle them. After this battle, he was lauded as the Fox of the Mountains. 2 more years passed. With unbroken success, Su Yun's prestige rose to stand alongside several marshals beloved by officers and common soldiers alike. His partnership with Qin Yuno grew ever more harmonious, becoming the most influential duo within the army. The Xinwu Empire's royal house, struck by the sect trade union, was routed, and its capital taken, forced to migrate south. Tianhua, Tianfeng, and Daqing utterly crushed all smaller states that tried to interfere, entering a tense standoff before the final decisive battle. Hundreds of thousands of troops arrayed along the long border war loomed on the brink. At the council, the conservative faction led by veteran Marshal Wei advocated steady defense and a war of attrition. Qin Yuno and Su Yun argued for concentrating superior forces to seize an opening and launch a battle for national fate, hoping a single decisive victory would determine the realm's future. The two sides were locked in stubborn dispute. After another month of stalemate, news came that the Tianfeng Empire had been invaded by neighboring Daisu and was forced to retreat. Only Daqing and Tianhua remained. In the end, Daqing defeated Tianhua. To end its internal chaos, the Xinwu Empire ceded 20% of its lands to seek Daqing's help. Ultimately, Daqing crushed the rebels and acquired 40% of Xinwu territory, emerging as the final victor. Su Yun returned with Qin Yuno to the Qin capital, his military merits brilliant. The Qin emperor titled him King Yun and granted him fiefs along the border adjacent to the newly acquired Xinwu lands, a bestowal that provoked much speculation. Su Yun understood the emperor still harbored reservations about a man of mysterious origin, and had therefore sent him to such a remote posting. It mattered little to him, he only wished to cultivate in peace and break through to the earth spirit level. The fief was located in the newly annexed Xinwu territory, bordering the old lands, a stretch of wilderness. Any discerning eye could see this was the Qin emperor's art of balancing power. It granted recognition for a monumental achievement while banishing this mysterious god of slaughter far away. Su Yun paid it no heed, preparing to depart, when a figure burst into the manor. The visitor was Qin Yuno. She still wore her practical light armor, but her expression was no longer its usual aloofness. Instead, a trace of panic lingered.
I happened to be patrolling nearby and dropped by to see you.
She stammered, her gaze darting away, unable to meet Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun saw through her like crystal. The patrol route was 1,000 miles from the capital, a flimsy excuse. Having lived 4 lives, he could not miss the lingering affection in this princess' eyes. A thought crossed his mind. Over the years, he had realized Qin Yunyuo's identity was far more than a mere patrol camp general. She was the Qin Emperor's most beloved only daughter, and the cherished sister of the scheming princes. In Great Qin, her influence sometimes outweighed that of a marshal commanding legions. To exploit her? Perhaps. But looking at this woman tongue-tied by love, he felt no satisfaction in scheming. He simply said calmly,
"The fief is far, and I lack company. Care to join me?"
Qin Yunyuo's head shot up, disbelief flooding her eyes, then overwhelmed by joy she nodded vigorously. The journey to the fief took half a month. For a man with 4 lifetimes of experience, that was ample time to turn raw rice into cooked. By the time the caravan reached the barren fief, the most honored princess of Great Qin had become Su Yun's 3rd woman in this life. When news reached the Qin capital, the emperor was furious. But faced with his most beloved daughter, all his rage dissolved into helplessness. Soon an imperial edict of betrothal arrived at the fief. The Qin emperor decreed the marriage of Princess Qin Yunyuo to Prince Su Yun of Yun. Along with the edict came a mountain of royal cultivation resources, filling the new manor's warehouse. Su Yun was transformed from an exiled border prince to a valued king of a different surname. 3 years passed. With vast resources and a stable environment, Su Yun's cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the Spirit King realm. Another 20 years slipped by. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Su Yun's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Spirit King realm. Now even across all of Great Qin, he ranked among the top-tier powerhouses, needing no one's patronage. Over the years, he had secretly cultivated a force loyal only to him within his fief. In 20 years, much had changed in the outside world. During the civil strife in the Shenwu Empire, the Shenwu royal family's hidden powerhouse, the Peace King, was severely wounded in a siege and had recently fallen. Su Yun received the news with only a faint sigh. Some old acquaintances from his past life gradually turned to dust. In the Tianhua Empire, after the Su family's fall, the Lu family was also eradicated by the royal family with lightning speed, leaving only 6 of the original 8 great families. The Tianhua royal family grew increasingly tyrannical, causing the remaining 6 families to unite in fear and openly resist, sparking internal unrest. Su Yun felt it was time to return and settle old scores. He bid farewell to Qin Yunyuo and the others and slipped away from the fief alone. With his current cultivation, he could go anywhere in the world. In the Tianhua Empire, at the border in Wind Sand City. No sooner had he entered the city than he sensed the oppressive, tense atmosphere. On the streets, squads of martial artists in royal attire were searching house to house, acting with extreme arrogance. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered a siege underway in a dilapidated courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a group of ragged, terrified people were surrounded, all bearing the distinctive insignia of the Su family. They were Su family survivors. Among the crowd, Su Yun spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Lin Yun. Over 20 years had passed. The young girl had grown, her face marked by time, but her delicate temperament remained. Now she stood with the Su family despair written on her face. Leading their attackers was a middle-aged man at the half-step Spirit King realm, sneering at the Su family within. On the Su side, the strongest was an old man at the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, covered in wounds and weakened, clearly after a bloody fight.
"Su family remnants, run, why stop?"
the half-step Spirit King of the Wang family mocked.
"Today is your death day."
The Su family elder trembled as he shielded his kin, roaring with false bravado.
"Does the Wang family truly want to wipe us out? Ha ha, traitors deserve death by all."
As he finished, he prepared to give the order. Just then a calm voice sounded from outside the courtyard.
"Is that so?"
Everyone inside froze, turning to the gate. There stood a man in black who had appeared unnoticed. The half-step Spirit King of the Wang family frowned and barked.
"Dare to meddle in Wang family affairs. Who are you?"
He never finished. A blur flashed. His head soared into the air, his face frozen in shock. Blood gushed as his headless body collapsed. Su Yun reappeared in his original spot as if he had never moved. The remaining Wang martial artists stood petrified, staring in terror. Before they could react, Su Yun swept his gaze over them. The oppressive aura of the 7th level of the Spirit King realm descended.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
Every member of the Wang family in the courtyard, regardless of cultivation, burst into clouds of blood mist. In an instant the slaughter was over. Inside the courtyard only the stunned Su family remained. The leading elder looking at the carnage, and then at the unfathomable youth at the gate, nearly collapsed to his knees. What terrifying power! Killing a half-step spirit king in seconds. This was at least a second-level spirit king. He stepped forward, shakily cupping his hands in respect.
Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. May I ask your esteemed name?
Su Yun turned to face these familiar yet strange kin.
Do you all not recognize me?
The Su family survivors exchanged glances, searching their memories. They could not recall where they had seen this young powerhouse. Su Yun had left the family too early, and was later confined within the Tianhua royal family. Most of the Su clan, especially the younger generation, had never met him. Only one person in the crowd trembled violently. Lin Yancy stared fixedly at Su Yun's face, a visage that even after 20 years was seared into her soul. Tears burst forth unbidden.
Yun! Yunj!
The cry of Brother Yun choked with sobs pierced through the frost of over 20 years, echoing in the dilapidated courtyard. A faint ripple stirred in Su Yun's heart. The surviving members of the Su clan, especially the younger ones, cast confused, scrutinizing, and even resentful glances. Is that Su Yun? The traitor who brought ruin to our family? Why is he here? And saving us? Amidst the whispers, the severely wounded elder of the Su family felt his pupils contract violently. He stared intently at Su Yun's face, his clouded eyes blazing with disbelief, as his lips trembled. So alike. So alike. You are the third young master. Su Yun did not answer, he merely watched them in silence. Silence. The elder whirled around, barking at the young clansman behind him. What do you know? Tears streamed down his aged face. Unable to stand any longer, his knees gave way, and he knelt in Su Yun's direction. Third young master. You are alive. Heaven blesses our Su family. This prostration stunned all the survivors. Amidst the elder's intermittent tearful accounts, Su Yun finally pieced together the truth of that year. Treason was merely a pretext. While he was being besieged at Yixianshan, the royal executioner's blade had already fallen upon the Su family. His father, the family patriarch, along with several spirit king realm ancestors, and the most powerful supreme elder, had voluntarily stood to cover the retreat of the clan's women, children, and bloodline fighting to their deaths. As for this branch of survivors, they owed their meager existence to the covert protection of the eldest princess, who was already married off, allowing them to hide and scrape by. Third young master, you are now the strongest in the Su family. Please take the reins and lead us to revive the Su clan. The elder wept uncontrollably, knocking his head heavily on the ground. Su Yun helped him up. Let's put aside the matter of revival for now, he said calmly. Vengeance is my burden alone. He could not drag this last remaining bloodline into endless slaughter again. Su Yun declined the position of family head. He mobilized the forces he had cultivated over the years, secretly escorting all the clansmen out of the Tianhua Empire, and sending them to his fiefdom in Great Qin. There, with Qin Yunhua present, they would receive the best care. With all worries settled, Su Yun, unburdened, set off alone on his path of vengeance. His first stop was the Wang family. That night flames engulfed the Wang manor. Su Yun moved through it like a specter, his seventh-layer spirit king strength coupled with the blazing heaven art was unstoppable. Deep within the Wang estate, the sole surviving spirit king ancestor had his protective spiritual light shattered by a single finger strike, pinning him to the wall, his face a mask of terror. Who exactly are you? What grievance does my Wang family have with you? Su Yun stood in the firelight, expressionless. Su family, Su Yun. These three words filled the Wang ancestor's eyes with utter despair and regret. The next moment his head flew. The Wang family was annihilated. Next came the Zhao family, likewise erased from the Tianhua Empire overnight. Within a few short months, news of a mysterious powerhouse codenamed Ghost King, who had toppled several noble houses and crippled top-tier clans with thunderous methods, swept through the Tianhua Empire like a storm. The lower four sects were uprooted, and the upper four families were severely weakened by his assassinations and destruction of their industries, leaving everyone fearful for their own safety. The Tianhua royal family watched with satisfaction, seizing the opportunity to suppress the surviving families, consolidate power, and quell the years of internal strife. Su Yun knew the Tianhua royal family's foundations ran far deeper than these clans, possibly hiding ancient monsters at the half-step Earth Spirit realm. Suppressing his final hatred, he quietly returned to his fiefdom and went into seclusion again. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yun successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm. During these 3 decades, the world's landscape shifted once more. Internal turmoil erupted within the dynasty that ruled over the great empires, leaving it unable to attend to external matters. The final restraints on the empires vanished and full-scale wars of annexation erupted. A secret decree from the Qin Emperor arrived appointing Su Yun as the Grand Marshal commanding the entire Great Qin army to commence the final war for unification. Another 30 years passed. Under Su Yun's command, the iron hooves of Great Qin trampled across the lands, conquering Tianhua, Tianfeng, and other states. In the later stages of the war, the Qin Emperor himself, bolstered by vast resources, successfully broke through his bottleneck, stepping into the coveted Earth Spirit realm and suppressing the nation's fate with absolute force. Great Qin leaped forward, becoming the mightiest empire in this realm. By the war's end, Su Yun's cultivation had also reached the half-step Earth Spirit realm. He did not return to the Qin capital for rewards. He was well aware that the iron-fisted emperor, now an Earth Spirit realm cultivator, would never tolerate a prince of a different surname whose merit, prestige, and power could threaten his own. Su Yun quietly retired to a remote city to break through his final bottleneck. 6 years later, above the city, spiritual energy converged into a massive vortex flashing with purple lightning and golden light. He successfully ascended to the Earth Spirit realm. The heaven-shaking anomaly alarmed the Spirit King realm experts of this nation. When they arrived, they discovered that the one who caused it was a senior grandmaster. Su Yun returned to Great Qin, to its capital. The imperial city was abuzz. The long-absent Prince Yun had returned. The Qin Emperor summoned him. They confronted each other, and Su Yun's display of Earth Spirit realm cultivation stirred the Emperor's wariness. Su Yun stated that he had no ambition for power, his sole pursuit being the Tao. He reached an agreement with the Qin Emperor, becoming the Earth Spirit realm powerhouse, backing Great Qin. Time flowed swiftly. A century passed. Through the mysteries of the blazing heaven art, Su Yun's cultivation reached the 3rd layer of the Earth Spirit realm. The brilliant and ambitious Qin Emperor, however, remained stubbornly stuck at the 1st layer, unable to advance an inch. After a century of development, the Great Qin Empire had begun to exhibit the aura of a minor dynasty. On this day, both the bustling Qin capital and Su Yun, secluded in his cultivation, looked up simultaneously. The sky darkened. It was not clouds blocking the sun, but an oppression that originated from the soul. The entire world seemed clenched by an invisible giant hand. All sounds fell silent. Above the Qin capital, space silently tore open, and 2 blurred figures stepped out. Their features were indistinct, as they hovered there, seemingly one with heaven and earth. One of them casually extended a finger toward the heavily guarded, fully activated formation of the Imperial Palace below. There was no thunderous roar, no blinding light. That palace, which had gathered a century of the Empire's fortune and stood indestructible along with the Earth Spirit Qin Emperor residing within, silently vanished, from its magnificent structures down to the last speck of dust, into nothingness. Having done this, the 2 figures seemed to sense something, turning their heads in unison. Their gazes traversed 10,000 miles, landing on Su Yun's remote mountain. Su Yun's figure appeared on the mountain peak. He looked at the 2 silhouettes, releasing his 3rd layer Earth Spirit aura without reservation, yet he felt like an ant facing the sky. A detached, emotionless voice transcending time rang in his mind. A minor dynasty. Transgression. It must be destroyed. As the words fell, one of the figures gently clenched a hand in his direction. The world before Su Yun's eyes instantly shattered into billions of shards of light. The overwhelming sensation of annihilation penetrating his very soul was the last memory of his life. Evaluating reincarnation mark. Comprehensive evaluation. Xian, grade 1 star. Reincarnation points earned 1,000. Su Yun's mind stirred. At least it wasn't Huang grade anymore. Though his previous life ended in a humiliating death, he had at least stepped into the Earth Spirit realm. The light screen before him flickered. Talent 400, background 200, comprehension 200, fortune 200. Max out talent, distribute the rest evenly. Having done this, the familiar dizziness washed over him as his consciousness sank into darkness. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Su Yun regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in a rather humble room.
He was now called Qi Yun, a prince of the Yun dynasty yet a hostage in the Xianyuan dynasty. His brocade robe was washed white, and his cultivation was a pitiful mere first level of Qi nourishing. Something's wrong. He had clearly allocated a full 400 points to talent, so how was he still a waste at 15? Qi Yun calmed his mind, and leveraging the experience of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator carefully examined this body. Soon he discovered the problem. His meridians were empty, but deep within his dantian a mass of Qi rotated slowly, harboring a power that made even him, a former Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse, tremble with shock. This is a Tao body. The pure origin Tao body. Qi Yun's heart clenched violently. Above spirit bodies lay Tao bodies. It was a supreme foundation capable of aspiring to the 3 Yuan realm. He understood instantly. It wasn't poor talent, this Tao body was inherently incomplete, still gestating. All the spiritual energy he had cultivated over the years had been devoured by this little tyrant. But it seems it's almost done gestating. Qi Yun suppressed the ecstasy within. Though the start was harsh, the potential was unprecedented. Leveraging his identity as a hostage, he barely managed to enter one of the Xianyuan dynasty's 5 great academies, the Middle Academy, only to become its laughingstock. Did you hear? That waste hostage from the Yun dynasty is registering today. First level of Qi nourishing. How does he have the face to come? Qi Yun paid it no mind, madly cultivating with the meager resources the academy issued monthly. Even though most of the spiritual energy was consumed by the Tao body, after 3 months his cultivation still rose to the 3rd level of Qi nourishing. Soon the once-a-quarter academy examination arrived. For hostages it was the only chance to improve their situation. The martial arts field buzzed with noise. All the students were raring to go, their eyes occasionally darting towards Qi Yun in the corner, filled with greed. Heaven bless me. Please let me draw that waste hostage. The draw began. A tall student saw his number and jumped up in excitement on the spot. Ha ha ha. It's me. My opponent is Qi Yun. Qi Yun, I advise you to kneel and surrender now to save yourself some pain. The tall student stepped onto the arena platform, arrogantly beckoning Qi Yun with his finger. His cultivation was at the 4th level of Qi nourishing. Qi Yun walked onto the platform expressionlessly. Begin. The instructor's voice had barely fallen when the tall student charged over with a sinister grin, throwing a punch at Qi Yun. Facing this ferocious punch, Qi Yun merely sidestepped slightly. The fist brushed past his ear. Qi Yun's shoulder shot forward like lightning. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The tall student's body froze in an extremely awkward position, his entire right arm hanging limply. The arrogance on his face twisted into extreme pain and disbelief. Qi Yun didn't even glance at him. He kicked him in the knee. The tall student collapsed to his knees, then was kicked off the platform by Qi Yun, unconscious like a dead dog. The entire process was fluid, taking no more than 3 breaths. The martial arts field fell into a pin-drop silence. Those students who had been waiting for a good show had their eyes nearly popping out. What happened? It was luck. That guy must have been careless. After a brief dead silence, the field erupted into chaos. In the second round, when Qi Yun used equally clean and efficient moves to knock an opponent at the 5th level of Qi nourishing off the platform, the atmosphere in the field completely changed. 2 wastes losing to a waste hostage. This is a disgrace to our Xianyuan dynasty. But that waste Qi Yun is really lucky, drawing the 2 most bottom-tier students in the academy both times. A recognized waste had consecutively eliminated 2 Xianyuan dynasty students, making many of them feel a burning sting of shame on their faces. The 3rd round. Qi Yun looked at the name of his drawn opponent and finally stopped. Wei Yin. A prominent figure ranked in the top 200 of the Middle Academy, with a cultivation at the 2nd level of spirit nourishing. He was also the grandson of an old general of the Xianyuan dynasty, harboring a deep-seated hatred for anyone from the Yun dynasty. Haha, it's over. His luck has run out. Senior brother Wei Yin, teach this insolent hostage a good lesson. Seeing this matchup, the crowd erupted into gloating cheers. Wei Yin, clad in fine armor, walked onto the platform, looking at Qi Yun like he was a filthy insect, a cruel sneer on his lips. Yun scum, come up here and die. However, to everyone's surprise, Qi Yun clasped his hands towards the instructor on the platform. I surrender. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every corner of the martial arts field. The entire scene fell silent again, all cheers and curses caught in their throats.
The smile on Wei Yan's face on the platform instantly froze, turning livid. He had prepared a bellyful of insults, but his opponent didn't even give him the chance to step onto the platform. It felt like punching cotton, frustrating enough to make one spit blood.
Coward! Waste!
Wei Yan roared in exasperation. Qi Yun ignored him completely and turned to leave. He had already won 2 consecutive rounds, securing enough resources to complete the final gestation of his Dao body. Engaging in pointless fights with such clowns was a pure waste of time. And so, amidst a torrent of angry and resentful curses, Qi Yun collected his generous share of resources and returned to the hostage residence. The moment he stepped through the gate, he felt several hostile gazes upon him. His performance in the examination had lodged like a thorn deep in the hearts of the other hostages. That night, Qi Yun's door was kicked open. At the forefront was a burly youth, the leader of the hostages, Zhou Kun.
Qi Yun, hand over the resources you got today. We brothers will keep them safe for you.
Zhou Kun said, arms crossed, looking down on him. The 3 Qi-nourishing realm cultivators behind him also grinned viciously, blocking all of Qi Yun's escape routes. Qi Yun sat up from the bed, calmly looking at them.
Get lost.
A single word made Zhou Kun's face turn utterly grim.
You asked for it. Get him. Break his limbs.
The 3 Qi-nourishing cultivators pounced like wolves. Qi Yun moved. His figure left an afterimage in place. Accompanied by 3 brief screams, the 3 men were sent flying backwards, almost simultaneously. Zhou Kun's pupils constricted. Too fast. Before he could react, a palm had already seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. An icy killing intent like a tidal wave engulfed Zhou Kun. At that moment, he felt he wasn't facing a Qi-nourishing youth, but a god of slaughter emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood.
You?
Hoarse sounds came from Zhou Kun's throat.
Next time you die.
Qi Yun released his hand. Zhou Kun collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, clutching his neck and coughing violently. The look in his eyes, as he stared at Qi Yun, was nothing but fear. The other hostages in the courtyard, who had stirred at the commotion, saw the carnage at the door and shrank back in terror. 1 month later. Inside the room, all the resources had turned to ash. Qi Yun's body, like a bottomless black hole, absorbed the last wisp of spiritual energy. The next moment, the chaotic mass of Qi deep in his dantian suddenly shuddered. A torrent of golden Qi, thousands of times purer than ordinary spiritual energy, erupted like a volcano, instantly surging through his limbs and bones, transforming every inch of his sinew and flesh. The golden currents, like a waking true dragon, roared and surged through Qi Yun's limbs and bones. In every instant, his physical body underwent earth-shattering transformations. His bones became harder than gold and iron, his meridians widened several times, brimming with flexibility. Even his blood seemed to flow with a faint golden luster.
So this is the Dao body.
His inner ecstasy lasted only a moment before being replaced by the calm of a D-realm powerhouse. A grim reality lay before him. He was a hostage prince. A hostage in an awkward position, residing in an enemy nation. In such a place, displaying too much brilliance was far from a good thing. It was practically a death sentence.
I must lay low.
Qi Yun quickly formulated a strategy in his mind.
First, I'll find a way to cultivate to the Spirit King realm. Then the sky will be the limit, and I can figure out how to extricate myself.
Having made up his mind, Qi Yun fell into complete silence and began a new round of secluded cultivation. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the terrifying aptitude of the Dao body, Qi Yun's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Even without abundant resources, he broke through the bottleneck of the Qi-nourishing realm and officially entered the spirit-gathering realm. A spirit-gathering realm cultivation was enough to rank among the upper middle echelons, even in an academy filled with prodigies. Soon a new round of academy examinations arrived. This time, Qi Yun did not intend to concede directly as he had before. He needed more resources, but he also needed to continue concealing his true strength. On the martial arts field, he suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of the Qi-nourishing realm. This level, significantly higher than what he had shown last time, was sufficient to explain the fruits of his 3 months of intense training, without appearing too shocking.
First round, Qi Yun versus Zhao Kuo. Second round, Qi Yun versus Sun Ming.
In the following few matches, Qi Yun won with
considerable difficulty.
Each bout a back-and-forth struggle, finally clinching victory through superior combat techniques. This silenced the students, who had been waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Soon he faced his pivotal battle. His opponent was another hostage prince from the Lin Yun Empire, Qin Feng, who had a cultivation of the first level of the spirit-gathering realm.
A fellow hostage that saves trouble,
Qi Yun mused to himself. This battle he made it exceptionally
brutal.
With his 7th level Qi nourishing cultivation, he clashed head-on with Qin Feng of the spirit-gathering realm, sustaining several gashes from his opponent's spiritual energy, looking utterly disheveled. But when everyone thought he was beaten, he seized upon a moment of Qin Feng's underestimation. With a tricky shoulder strike, he forcibly knocked his opponent off the arena platform.
Qi Yun wins.
The instructor's voice rang out. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The weak overcoming the strong. Although it was merely a leap of 2 minor realms, the gap between Qi nourishing and spirit gathering was a formidable threshold. With this battle, Qi Yun completely washed away his reputation as a
good-for-nothing hostage.
Below the platform, Qin Feng, his face ashen, was helped to his feet. He glared venomously at Qi Yun's retreating back, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. He had lost. This meant the resources he could obtain would be drastically reduced, and his chances in the year-end promotion assessment would become incredibly slim. And all of this was Qi Yun's fault. Qi Yun, however, paid it no mind. In the next round, he conceded, cleanly losing to a local student at the 2nd level of the spirit-gathering realm, thus ending his academy examination journey. He obtained the resources he desired, neither too much nor too little, just right. Another 3 months passed. At the year's end, all 5 great academies of the Xian Yuan Imperial Dynasty welcomed their grandest annual event, the promotion assessment. The Central, Southern, Western, Eastern, and Northern academies, thousands of students gathered outside the imperial capital. Looking out, it was a sea of people with countless powerful auras soaring into the sky. Here, so-called spiritual prodigies were no longer rare. Qi Yun even sensed a few auras similar to his own, yet distinct.
Doubt body.
His gaze sharpened.
It's said that this assessment also features a prodigy unseen in a millennium bearing a celestial body above the Tao body.
A nearby student whispered in hushed tones, their voice filled with reverence. Over these 3 months, Qi Yun's cultivation had quietly reached the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. With his combat experience standing out in the assessment, to secure one of the 64 slots for promotion to the outer study hall was not a difficult task. But in the end, he abandoned this tempting idea. Being promoted after only 1 year in the academy. Too conspicuous. However, while he could forego promotion, securing a good rank was essential. This determined the resource allocation for the next quarter, and was the key to rapidly enhancing his strength. On the high platform, the master of the outer study hall appeared in person, the oppressive aura of a D-realm powerhouse, enveloping the entire venue.
The assessment site, the Black Wind Mountain Range. Time limit 3 days. Rules: hunt demon beasts and obtain their cores. After 3 days, rankings will be determined by the total value of the cores, deciding the 64 promotion slots and resource rewards for the top 300.
The master's voice was devoid of emotion.
Finally, remember, this is a life and death assessment. The mountain range is fraught with danger, and we will not interfere with conflicts among students. The Imperial Dynasty does not need hothouse flowers. Death is a common occurrence. Now those who fear death may withdraw.
A dead silence fell over the crowd. No one stepped back. Every one of them possessed an unyielding will.
Very well.
The master waved his hand.
The assessment begins.
Boom. Thousands of students, like water bursting from a dam, surged toward the endless black mountain range ahead. Qi Yun mingled with the crowd, unremarkable. But he keenly detected several hostile gazes fixed upon him. One of them, filled with venom, came from Qin Feng.
Want to kill me in the assessment?
Qi Yun sneered inwardly. He deliberately slowed his pace, falling behind the main vanguard, and casually headed toward a secluded patch of dense forest. The moment he stepped into the woods, the light dimmed abruptly. Swish. 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 Several figures flickered into view from different directions, instantly sealing off all his escape routes. The leader was Qin Feng. Beside him stood 3 other hostage princes, and a local student, whose aura was clearly stronger, all wearing vicious grins.
Qi Yun.
Qin Feng crossed his arms, looking down at him, with undisguised murder in his eyes.
Didn't expect to see us waiting for you here, did you?
One of the hostage princes beside him spoke in a sinister tone.
Last time at the academy exam you made us brothers lose so much face. Today it's time to settle the score.
Qi Yun swept his gaze over them, his eyes as calm as still water.
Just you lot. Ha ha ha. Still talking tough when you're at death's door.
Qin Feng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke.
I know you've got some skill capable of fighting above your level. But can you, no matter how good, take on all 5 of us? I won't make things hard for you.
Qin Feng's smile turned cruel.
Now kneel down. Hand over everything you have, including your assessment token. Then break one of your own arms. We might consider leaving you with a whole corpse.
Qi Yun's gaze was like that of one looking at a group of the dead. His thin lips parted slightly, and he uttered a single word.
Scram!
The air instantly froze. The cruel smile on Qin Feng's face stiffened, then was replaced by boundless rage.
You're asking for death. Get him! Break his limbs! I want him on his knees, spitting out the token like a dog.
The auras of 5 spirit accumulation realm cultivators erupted simultaneously. The local student, the strongest among them, was already at the 3rd level of the spirit accumulation realm. He struck first with a vicious killing blow aimed directly at Qi Yun's heart. The other 4 sealed off all avenues of retreat from every angle. It was a deadly trap. However, Qi Yun moved. The instant the attacks were upon him, his figure drifted backward, like a phantom narrowly evading the fatal strike. The thought of slaughtering them all flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He could not act rashly. This was the entrance to the mountain range, crowded, and watched the sounds of battle would inevitably draw attention. Even without a direct confrontation, the commotion had already attracted some onlookers.
Isn't that the useless prince from the abyss? How dare he show up for the advancement exam? Overestimating himself. And he's provoking others into ganging up on him. Looks like he's doomed.
Sensing the gazes around him dissipate, Qi Yun had an idea. He feigned being hit and injured. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth.
He's injured. He's on his last legs.
Seeing this, Qin Feng roared with even greater excitement.
Surround him. Don't let him escape.
Qi Yun let out a cold snort, refusing to fight them heathen. He tapped his toes, and his figure, like a falling leaf, constantly dodged and weaved using the tangled ancient trees of the dense forest. His speed was extreme. Though the 5's attacks were fierce, they repeatedly missed, leaving them only to eat his dust.
Worthless! Are you all worthless?
Qin Feng roared in fury.
Spread out. Flank him from both sides. Force him out.
The local student also frowned and made a hand signal. The 5 immediately changed formation, like a giant net slowly closing in. A cold light flashed in Qi Yun's eyes. Opportunity had arrived. He deliberately exposed a flaw, slowing down for an instant. A prince on the left, the weakest at only the 1st level of the spirit accumulation realm, saw this and rejoiced.
Found you!
He grinned savagely and swung a blade. Qi Yun did not dodge or evade, allowing the blade to carve a wound deep enough to see bone on his arm. Trading injury for injury. In the stunned gaze of that prince, Qi Yun's fist had already imprinted itself on his chest. Though Qi Yun still suppressed his power to the 1st level of the spirit accumulation realm, his mastery of force was beyond compare to these youths. Fast, ruthless, and precise.
Bang!
A dull thud rang out. That prince was sent flying backward, shattering 2 large trees, and spewing blood from his mouth, instantly losing combat capability. One strike. Severely wounded one.
You're dead.
Qin Feng's eyes bulged with rage. But Qi Yun's figure vanished once more. He ignored the others, pouncing like a leopard toward the fallen prince. He snatched the assessment token and storage pouch from the man's waist, then kicked him unconscious.
Qi Yun! How dare you!
Qin Feng and the others finally caught up, enraged at the sight of their comrade's plight. But Qi Yun didn't even glance at them. He punched a boulder into rubble, kicking up a cloud of stone dust.
Cough! Damn it!
When the dust settled, Qi Yun had vanished without a trace.
Chase him! After him! If I don't kill him today, I'm not human.
Qin Feng's enraged roar echoed through the forest. He shattered a demon wolf's skull with a single punch, cleanly collecting its core. This was the 8th spirit accumulation realm demon core Qi Yun had obtained, all low grade. A day had passed in the exam, and this pace would hardly get him into the top 300. Mostly because he had to evade Qin Feng's search party, which hampered his hunting. He had considered eliminating them several times, but found no suitable opportunity. The mountain range was small, with many students. If a scuffle dragged on, others would surely come to investigate. He couldn't possibly take on one group after another. He keenly sensed that the spiritual energy in this area was much denser than elsewhere. Soon, he pushed through a thicket of brambles, and the view opened up before him. A deep secluded valley appeared before him. Streams of pure spiritual energy rose, like mist from within. On a rock at the valley's entrance, he saw a clear claw mark. Around the claw mark a faint moon-white glow lingered. Qi Yun's breath caught. And given the density of the spiritual energy,
The Wolf King's lair.
a surge of ecstasy welled in his heart. A peak spirit accumulation realm Shadow Moon Wolf King. Its core was priceless. One such core would instantly propel his ranking into the top 100. Qi Yun held his breath. He silently lurked atop a giant tree. In the deep valley below, spiritual energy was so thick, it was almost tangible. A massive Shadow Moon Wolf King was locked in a desperate battle with several high-level spirit accumulation realm genius students. Moonwhite light and spiritual radiance intertwined. The Shadow Moon Wolf King let out a furious roar. Its body was pierced by several beams of spiritual light, blood streaming down. Yet it remained ferocious. Its claws tore through a student's protective barrier. The student screamed and was sent flying. The leading genius student bellowed in rage.
Beast, die!
He summoned a dazzling long sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, stabbing straight at the Wolf King's brow. The Wolf King let out its final mournful howl. It crashed to the ground, its massive body kicking up a storm of dust. The genius student paid no heed to anything else. He rushed forward, spiritual energy surging in his hand, ready to extract the core. At that very moment, a dark shadow descended from the sky like lightning. Qi Yun. His figure was at its peak speed. His right hand shot out, aiming for the Wolf King's brow.
You're dead.
The genius student reacted. He struck out with a palm, spiritual energy howling. Qi Yun did not dodge, he took the blow heat in. Using the force, he flew backward, now holding a core radiating a moon-white glow.
My core!
The genius student roared in fury. He gave chase. But Qi Yun's figure flickered a few times through the dense forest. And vanished completely.
Bastard! Get out here!
The genius student bellowed at the empty forest. His voice echoed long in the valley. But there was no response. Over the next 2 days, these genius students searched for Qi Yun like madmen. They turned over every rock, scouring the entire mountain range. Yet Qi Yun seemed to have vanished into thin air. Qi Yun deeply understood the essence of lying low. With this peak spirit accumulation realm core, he no longer needed to hunt demon beasts. He hid in a remote cave, refining some of the spiritual herbs he had gathered in the mountains. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the high platform, the hall master's voice was icy.
The exam rankings will now be announced. First place Huang Futian. Second place Sun Ming. 75th place Qi Yun. 75th Qi Yun.
On the high platform, the hall master's icy voice fell.
75th. How could he possibly score that high? He must have stumbled upon some great demon beast's corpse. Exactly. A hostage prince dares to dream of ascending to the academy. Utter delusion. Thank heavens he didn't make the top 64, or the heavens would be blind.
In the crowd, Chen Feng's face alternated between pale and red. At the other end of the square, a handsome youth adorned in luxurious robes stared fixedly at the list on the high platform, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Qi Yun.
He squeezed the name through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with venom. Yun Qian. A direct descendant of the Yun clan, a premier earthly spirit realm family. This marked his 3rd consecutive year of failing the advancement exam. All because that Shadow Moon Wolf King's demon core had been snatched from him, ruining his efforts. His elder brother was an academy prodigy holding the title.
Boozy!
His second brother was a prominent figure in the inner academy. Yet he remained trapped in the academy for 3 years, even outshone by some of the clan's cadet branches. This was a sheer humiliation. Qi Yun remained oblivious to everything around him. A year passed silently. Qi Yun faded into obscurity within the academy, deliberately controlling his rankings in subsequent examinations. No one knew that within that humble abode his cultivation had long since breached the shackles of the spirit accumulation realm. The 9th layer of the spirit accumulation realm. He was merely a step away from the spirit transformation realm. He could break through at any moment. But he did not. A hostage prince enrolled for only 2 years, breaking into the spirit transformation realm. Too conspicuous. Qi Yun understood clearly that with his current strength, even without breaking through, he was more than capable of handling this year's advancement assessment. It was time to enter the academy. The new year's advancement assessment arrived as scheduled. This time the hunting grounds had been changed to a treacherous land known as the Meteorite Swamp. The moment he entered the Meteorite Swamp, he felt several hostile gazes upon him. Qi Yun sneered coldly. These gazes were naturally born from past grudges.
I hope you won't court death, Qi Yun.
Upon seeing Qi Yun, Shen Feng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a sinister grin.
Found you at last. You were lucky last year, but this year let's see where you can run.
However, before he could finish his words, a dark shadow was already before him. Too fast. Shen Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He only had time to raise his arm in defense.
Crack!
Qi Yun's hand blade struck, cleanly severing his throat. Shen Feng clutched his neck, his face filled with disbelief, then crashed to the ground. His lackeys, terrified out of their wits, turned and fled. But their speed was sluggish as snails before Qi Yun. A few flashes of cold light. Everyone fell into a pool of blood. Expressionless, Qi Yun incinerated all the corpses to ash, leaving not a single trace behind. Yun Qian was triumphantly hunting a half-step spirit transformation realm demon beast. His cultivation had advanced significantly this year, reaching the half-step spirit transformation realm. Advancing to the inner academy was a certainty. Once he killed this half-step spirit transformation beast, his promotion was set in stone.
Business done. Time to settle some old scores.
Murderous intent surged within Yun Qian's heart.
Ha ha, Qi Yun. You've been quite hard for this young master to find.
Yun Qian died without ever understanding why Qi Yun's strength was so terrifying. The assessment ended. On the high platform, the hall master began announcing the rankings.
60th place, Qi Yun.
This ranking secured Qi Yun's admission to the outer academy. The deaths of Yun Qian, Shen Feng, and the others were like a pebble cast into the ocean, causing barely a ripple. In advancement assessments, a few deaths were perfectly normal. At the Yun clan manor,
Qianer is dead. How is that possible? He was already at the half-step spirit transformation realm. How could he fall in an advancement assessment? Investigate this.
3 months passed. Qi Yun's cultivation had, logically, broken through to the first layer of the spirit transformation realm. In the outer academy, spirit transformation realm disciples were as common as hairs on an ox. A 13 or 14-year-old at the spirit transformation realm would be an unparalleled genius in the kingdoms of his past lives. But here they were everywhere. The outer academy housed hundreds of disciples over a 4-year term, with only 20 spots annually to ascend to the inner academy, making the competition fiercely brutal. Aside from the minimal monthly resources, all cultivation needs had to be exchanged for academic credits. The sole way to earn credits was to accept tasks from the mission hall. Of course, the academy would forcibly assign a task every 3 months. Failure to complete it mid-expulsion. That day, Qi Yun stood before the light screen in the mission hall awaiting his mandatory task for the quarter.
Hunt a spirit transformation realm initial stage flame fury lion, reward 50 credits.
Just as he was about to accept it, a voice came from beside him. Qi Yun turned to see a youth looking at him with a half-smile.
You must be junior brother Qi Yun. Yun Fan, leader of the Flame Fury Lion hunting task team.
The youth patted Qi Yun on the shoulder.
See you in the hall in a week, junior brother. Best of luck.
With that, he turned and left. Qi Yun watched his retreating figure, eyes narrowing slightly. Through the instincts of several lifetimes, he sensed a faint trace of killing intent from this man. He inquired about him from a nearby student. The student lowered his voice.
Yun Fan, a cadet branch of the Yun clan, a 2-year outer academy disciple at the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm.
In his heart, Qi Yun understood instantly. The Yun clan.
It seems they suspect me, but I can't avoid it. The academy's assigned tasks cannot be refused. However, given my special identity as a hostage prince of the Yun dynasty, the Yun clan likely won't dare to strike openly.
A week later at dawn, Qi Yun arrived at the task assembly point as agreed. Yun Fan's team had been waiting for some time, including Qi Yun. There were 4 in total.
Junior brother Qi, you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't show.
Yun Fan said with a sardonic smile.
This is a task issued by the academy, junior brother. You wouldn't want to be expelled right after enrollment.
Qi Yun smiled calmly and replied serenely. Then the 4 set out.
Junior brother Chi, ahead lies the Nisong Swamp, the only passage to the Flame Fury Lion's territory. I hear you've only recently broken into the spirit transformation realm. Why don't you take the lead and scout the path? It'll help you consolidate your cultivation,
Yun Fan said insidiously. Though his words feigned concern for Chi Yun, his true intent was to let him bear the brunt of the swamp beast's first attack. Chi Yun saw through it perfectly. His 5 senses were acute. He stepped steadily, deliberately avoiding areas with strong auras, which caught Yun Fan and the others by surprise.
Strange. There are plenty of powerful beasts in the Nisong Swamp, yet he didn't rouse a single one. This kid's luck is incredible.
Just as they arrived at the Flame Fury Lion's territory, another member, accidentally, stepped on and shattered a stone. The lion was startled, letting out a roar, its blood-red pupils instantly locking onto Chi Yun at the forefront.
Junior brother Chi, the beast is awakened and its bloodlust is surging. Hold it off for a bit, your senior brother's killing moves are on their way.
Zhou Kai, Yun Fan, and Lin Chong immediately scattered to the sides, watching Chi Yun coldly from a distance.
Heh?
Chi Yun snorted coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He silently shot a talisman towards Yun Fan's feet.
Damn. Where did that talisman come from?
Yun Fan cursed angrily.
Senior brother Yun, my apologies. I've just learned this talisman, so my aim isn't quite accurate,
Chi Yun said darkly. The lion abandoned its assault on Chi Yun and turned to pounce on the wounded Yun Fan. Caught off guard by the
ambush,
Yun Fan's chi and blood were in chaos, leaving him unable to withstand the lion's onslaught, his injuries worsening.
Junior brother Chi, hurry and save me.
Chi Yun stood rooted to the spot, a playful expression on his face.
I'm just a junior brother who has newly entered the spirit transformation realm. My foundation is still unstable. I can't be of much help.
Enduring the pain, Yun Fan used a secret treasure to trap the lion, his face ashen. He then joined Zhou Kai and Lin Chong to slay the beast, rushing forward to extract the demon core. Back at the mission hall, Yun Fan reluctantly allocated 10 credits to Chi Yun. He forced a smile, inviting Chi Yun to team up again next time. Chi Yun calmly accepted the credits. The days in the outer learning hall passed swiftly yet slowly. 3 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. Chi Yun frequently accepted tasks, accumulating credits to exchange for resources. His cultivation steadily advanced, breaking through from the 1st to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. This pace was already considered impressive among the students of the outer learning hall. But he knew deep down that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his Tao body. His true cultivation speed was deliberately suppressed. He was well aware of the saying, a tall tree invites the wind. Moreover, he was still a hostage of the Yun dynasty. Being overly ostentatious would not bode well for him. A new quarter's mandatory mission notification was issued. Chi Yun had a premonition that this task would not be simple. Sure enough, the list of dispatched missions was released. The captain's name was unmistakably Yun Fan. A cold light flashed in Chi Yun's eyes. The Yun family would not let this go easily. There was also a woman named Yun Chi in the team. Chi Yun discreetly inquired about her background. Her name was Yun Chi, a collateral branch of the Yun family, with a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the transformation realm. Yun Chi was stunningly beautiful, her figure enchanting, exuding an alluring charm with every gesture. She was quite popular in the outer learning hall. Even prodigies from the inner learning hall harbored affections for her. This task involved searching for a rare medicinal herb with ample credits to be gained. Chi Yun observed coldly, wanting to see what tricks the Yun family would play this time. The team set off for the mission location. Along the way, Yun Fan's true nature was fully revealed. The team consisted of 2 others, namely Xiong and Lin Chong. These 2 were loyal lackeys of Yun Fan, repeatedly setting traps. They either caused landslides beneath their feet or sent poisonous insects flying from the bushes. Yun Fan feigned concern and asked junior brother Chi, "Are you all right?" Chi Yun cleverly diffused each situation. With his keen perception, he avoided most dangers well in advance. On several occasions, he even turned their schemes against them. He made Li Xiong and Lin Chong fall into traps he had set. They tumbled over comically, yet they could not find any evidence against Chi Yun. Yun Fan was furious, his face flushed with rage, but he could only endure. Yun Chi remained silent, observing Chi Yun with her beautiful eyes. A playful glint flickered in her gaze. After several twists and turns, the group finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a misty swamp. Deep within the swamp grew the target of their mission, The purple hard grass. The purple hard grass was nearly mature, radiating a faint purple glow. A refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Be careful, the swamp is not simple, Yunfan spoke in a grave tone, stepping into the swamp first. Qi Yun did not hurry to follow. He squinted at the surface of the swamp, which appeared calm. However, deep within, black energy swirled ominously. This aura made him uneasy. Junior brother Qi, what are you waiting for? Are you scared? Jokai taunted. Qi Yun ignored him. He took out several jade talismans and silently crushed them. The jade talismans transformed into streaks of light, embedding themselves throughout the swamp. These were warning runes he had set up. The purple hard grass was right ahead. The harvesting process went smoothly. Just as everyone thought the mission would be completed without incident, an unexpected change occurred. A deafening roar erupted from deep within the swamp. The ground shook violently. The black energy in the swamp surged instantly. A terrifying demonic aura swept toward them, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A massive black swamp crocodile burst forth from the mist. Its body was as large as a small mountain, covered in heavy black scales. Its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on the group. Its aura unmistakably reached the peak of the transformation realm, far exceeding everyone's expectations. A peak transformation realm demonic beast. Yunfan's face turned pale. Their cultivations were generally around the 5th level of the transformation realm. Faced with this peak transformation realm black swamp crocodile, they felt like mere insects against a chariot. They instantly fell into a dire predicament. Run! Li Xiong shouted. But it was already too late. The black swamp crocodile opened its enormous jaws. A wave of stench erupted. It suddenly swung its massive tail. Li Xiong failed to dodge, and was directly flung away, plummeting into the mud, uncertain of his fate. Yunfan and the others were thrown into chaos, filled with terror. Damn! How could there be a peak transformation realm demonic beast? Yunfan roared. He drew a flying sword and attacked the black swamp crocodile with all his might. The flying sword struck the giant crocodile, leaving only a white mark. The crocodile merely shook its head unharmed, displaying its ferocity. Lin Chong was bitten in half, his screams echoing across the swamp. Yunfan's face contorted as he watched his companions perish one by one. The fear of death enveloped him. I'll fight. He suddenly pulled out a secret treasure that radiated dazzling light. It transformed into a seal and slammed down onto the black swamp crocodile. Boom! The loud sound echoed throughout the valley. The black swamp crocodile staggered from the impact. A gash opened on its back, oozing black blood. Roar! The giant crocodile let out an enraged roar, and suddenly turned its massive claw, swiping at Yunfan. Yunfan had no time to dodge. His body was struck by the giant claw, sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing to the ground, spewing blood. After struggling a few times, he fell silent. Qi Yun had been watching coldly. The Yun family's people had brought this upon themselves. Now only he and Yunshi remained. After killing Yunfan, the black swamp crocodile charged directly at Qi Yun. Seeing the black swamp crocodile rush forward, Qi Yun no longer concealed himself. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The pure Yuan Dao body within him erupted. An ancient powerful aura awakened inside him. Qi Yun moved his speed akin to that of lightning. In an instant, he appeared before the black swamp crocodile. He threw a punch, golden lightning swirling around his fist. This punch was swift, fierce, and precise. There was no flare. It struck directly at the giant crocodile's head. Bang! A tremendous sound. The massive body of the black swamp crocodile seemed to be hit by an immense force. It staggered backward, letting out a painful wail. The hard scales atop its head were shattered by Qi Yun's punch, revealing a gaping wound. How is this possible? Yunshi was stunned. Was this really the Qi Yun who had just reached the 3rd level of the transformation realm? Qi Yun ignored her astonished gaze and rushed forward once more. His fists, filled with the might of thunder, rained down one punch after another upon the wound of the black swamp crocodile. The black swamp crocodile let out a shrill roar. It struggled and resisted, but under Qi Yun's terrifying onslaught, it appeared utterly powerless. In just a few dozen breaths, the black swamp crocodile crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling completely silent. Qi Yun stood beside the corpse of the giant crocodile. His aura once again returned to calm, as if the earlier explosion had merely been an illusion. He slowly exhaled, the ancient aura within him also settling. At that moment, as the black swamp crocodile faced death, it suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! It spewed out a strange multicolored mist. The mist instantly enveloped the surroundings. Qi Yun and Yunxi inhaled the mist, their bodies suddenly feeling a heat and tingling sensation that was hard to describe. Qi Yun's expression changed drastically. In his mind, absurd thoughts began to emerge one after another. This scent seems to be spring awakening grass. Upon realizing this, Qi Yun turned to look at Yun. She behind him, an uncontrollable desire erupted within his heart. Awakening grass, as its name suggests, is a spiritual herb that summons the vernal essence within one's body. In the imperial court, many noble scions with peculiar tastes favored certain high-grade elixirs, which were primarily refined from this herb. The mist assailed his face. Qi Yun inhaled but a trace of that cloying, scorching odor, and a surge of heat welled up from the depths of his body. This heat instantly spread through his limbs and bones, searing his reason. Thought after thought surfaced, and Qi Yun's rationality was gradually swept away by more primal instincts. Before his eyes, Yun's eyes figure blurred and twisted. She was no longer the woman from the Yun family's collateral branch, her gaze tinged with mockery and calculation. Now she seemed like a lost sweet and tempting lamb in the forest, stirring within him a desire to tear and dev her entirely. Moreover, Yun's eyes body seemed to possess a peculiar allure that drew Qi Yun's pure origin Dao body. An unprecedented powerful desire erupted from the depths of his Dao body, threatening to split him apart. Qi Yun felt that if he did not release the fiery passion within him, the pure origin force of his pure origin Dao body would shatter his very foundation. Qi Yun clenched his teeth, his body trembling. He sought self-control, tried to look away, but his legs seemed rooted uncontrollably, turning him towards Yunxi.
Damn it! Where did that black marsh giant crocodile get awakening grass?
Qi Yun couldn't help but complain. Yunxi had also inhaled the mist. Her eyes grew dazed, her body soft, as if boneless, a strange longing burning within her. Seeing Qi Yun, she clung to him, like a lifeline, her body moving instinctively, unconsciously towards him. Her breath came in gasps, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Their bodies gradually drew closer. Feeling each other's scorching breath, their forms intertwined. The sensation of skin against skin was like adding oil to a flame, consuming the last vestiges of reason. In the mist, two figures pressed tightly together. They yielded to their bodies' instincts, driven by the herb's power, entwined in a close embrace. At the marsh's edge, only a trail of discarded clothes remained, the wind whistling past like panting breaths. In this process, Qi Yun keenly sensed an extremely pure, cold spiritual force, like moonlight cascading, surging from Yun's eyes body into his own. This spiritual force was like sweet rain nourishing his parched pure origin Dao body. He felt his cultivation base slowly rising. An anomaly occurred in the sky above the marsh. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like tidal waves converging. Moonlight poured down, forming peculiar rays of light that enveloped them. Astonishment stirred in Qi Yun's heart. This was likely a primal constitutional power. Yun Zai's constitution was far from ordinary. Countless records from his past life flashed through his mind. Pure spiritual body. This constitution was a natural dual cultivation cauldron. Its primordial offered incredible benefits to a cultivator. Qi Yun also realized this was a perfect opportunity to advance his Dao body and break through in cultivation. The significance of the first primordial from a pure body was immense, capable of baptizing the Dao body and aiding a complete rebirth. Qi Yun no longer held back. He guided the power of his Dao body, maximizing the absorption of Yun Zai's pure Bodhis primordial A radiant spiritual light blazed from him, his aura climbing steadily. His Dao body, like parched earth receiving the first rain, frantically absorbed this power. It became more solid, faintly emitting an ancient and formidable aura. Nourished by the pure primordial essence, Qi Yun's cultivation base skyrocketed. Spirit transformation realm 4th level, 5th level. Finally, his cultivation stabilized at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. The vast spiritual energy within him, the powerful feedback from his Dao body, filled Qi Yun with ecstasy. But his face remained calm, betraying nothing. As the herb's effect gradually waned, the colorful mist dissipated. The heat in their bodies faded, their consciousness slowly returning to clarity. Yunxi awoke from her stupor, first dazed, then aware of the strangeness of her body. Seeing the blood-tinged spiritual plants around her, and the naked Qi Yun beside her. "You? Shameless!" she cried out, her face burning crimson. Instinctively she wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes filled with shame, terror, and a complex emotion. At the same time, she felt a loosening of the bottleneck in her cultivation, even signs of a slight breakthrough. This shocked her deeply. She was well aware of the effects of her purine body. It could not only greatly benefit her partner, but also allow her to receive a reciprocal blessing from him. Rumor had it that this hostage prince from Yun was a useless waste possessing no special constitution, and had only gotten into the outer academy by luck. Therefore there should be no reciprocal power for her. In other words, sleeping with this waste of a hostage prince meant she had been taken advantage of for nothing. But what surprised Yun, she was that the reciprocal blessing was real. His constitution was definitely not ordinary, it was likely a formidable spiritual body. Chi-Yun looked at her, feigning calm.
Senior sister Yun, this was an accident. No one could have expected that black marsh giant crocodile to spew out awakening grass mist. That beast must have recently consumed an awakening grass. Its potency is violent. We are both victims. How about we let this matter rest, bury it deep in our hearts, and keep it a secret from each other?
Yunxi opened her mouth to speak, but could find no words. She looked at Chi-Yun, her gaze complicated. Her pure yin was taken. How could she ever explain this to her future intended? But this Chi-Yun before her was clearly not simple. He had killed a peak spirit transformation realm beast, and was suspected of possessing an extraordinary spiritual body. She naturally couldn't demand an explanation for now. She had to let this matter rest for the moment, but she resolved in her heart not to let Chi-Yun off so easily. The two quickly dressed and returned to the academy. In the following days, Chi-Yun began to frequently inquire about the Yun family, especially news of Yun Shi within the outer academy. He soon learned that Yun Shi had long been arranged to marry one of the two prodigies of the Yun main family, though it had not been publicly announced. Chi-Yun understood in his heart. The Yun main family was likely preparing to use Yun Zai's pure Yin spiritual body on their own prodigy, to help them advance further, perhaps even reaching the heavenly spirit realm, thus allowing the Yun family, an old earth spirit family of the dynasty, to advance to a heavenly spirit family. Upon learning this, he felt a strange discomfort in his heart, a feeling he couldn't quite place. But he decided not to dwell on it. After all, his strength was still somewhat weak, and he was merely a hostage of low status. As if spurred by this incident, Chi-Yun no longer suppressed his cultivation speed. He began to cultivate frantically. He understood that the Yun family would never pass up the opportunity of the year-end grand examination to eliminate him. His status as a hostage in Xianyuan City was also sensitive, and lowly, forcing him to deliberately slow his cultivation. Therefore, he decided to find a reason to leave the academy after the year-end grand exam, and depart from Xianyuan City. Although his status as a hostage prevented him from leaving the Xianyuan dynasty, any other place within it was better than Xianyuan City. 3 months passed like a fleeting white coal glimpse through a crack. Chi-Yun did not rush to elevate his cultivation. The spirit transformation realm offered a single opportunity to switch cultivation methods, and his focus was entirely on that transition. In his past life, he had been held back by the inferior grade of the blazing flame art, stopping at the earth spirit realm, a regret that gnawed at him. Shortly after entering the academy, he set his sights on a heaven-grade technique in the academy's Tao Pavilion, specifically the Nine Hells heavenly art within the Celestial Pavilion. That was a top-grade heaven-level technique said to lead directly to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and even hold the promise of reaching the triple origin realm. 9 months of arduous toil, dedicating nearly all his time to missions, finally earned him the required credits. Thanks to the academy's policy, new students received a 50% discount on their first technique exchange. He would have otherwise needed 2 more grueling years to afford such a massive credit cost. As he stepped into the Celestial Pavilion and handed over his credit jade token, several mocking voices cut through the air like sharp blades. Look, isn't that the waste Chi-Yun? A good for nothing who only got into the outer academy by sheer luck, and he dares to exchange for a heaven-grade technique. What a delusion. He can count himself lucky if he ever reaches the Spirit King realm. Chi-Yun kept his eyes lowered, pretending not to hear. He received the jade slip containing the Nine Hells heavenly art, its cool touch spreading through his palm. Once he obtained the technique, he realized this heaven-grade supreme art demanded not only exceptional comprehension, but also auxiliary spiritual medicines. Dozens of rare spiritual items, each worth a fortune. He embarked on an endless search for these spiritual items. 2 more months passed. He scoured the academy's mission hall, clearing out nearly every relevant task. During this time his cultivation quietly broke through to the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. Yet outwardly, he always revealed only the aura of the 3rd level. One day, in search of the most crucial spiritual item for the 9 hells heavenly art, the 1000 illusion ice crystal, he ventured deep into a perilous, perpetually frozen land. The biting wind howled snowflakes cutting across his face like blades. He had just discovered traces of the 1000 illusion ice crystal when he sensed several figures approaching. "Oh, isn't this junior brother Qi?" A sardonic voice rang out. Qi Yun turned to see a squad from the outer academy. 5 people led by one at the 6th level of spirit transformation, the other 4 at the 5th level. Such a lineup was considered elite in the outer academy. "Are you also here for the 1000 illusion ice crystal?" Qi Yun asked calmly. "What nonsense!" The leading youth sneered. "A waste like you deserves to touch such a treasure." "Exactly, if the 1000 illusion ice crystal falls into your hands it's as good as wasted," another mocked. Qi Yun paid no heed to their words. He pondered for a moment. The 1000 illusion ice crystal was crucial to him, but he also wanted to avoid further trouble. "I can trade credits for it." "Credits?" The leading youth laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He glanced at his companions, and they all joined in. "Junior brother Qi, how many credits could you possibly have to exchange for such a treasure?" "That's right, a waste like you only does the lowest level tasks. How could you understand the value of such a spiritual item?" They taunted and toyed with him, naming an exorbitant price, clearly trying to make things difficult. His gaze swept over the 5, murderous intent quietly gathering in the depths of his eyes. "Maybe I should kill them all." The thought flickered and vanished. His current identity was not suited for causing trouble, but if they truly got in his way, he wouldn't mind staining the snow with blood. Just as he prepared to act, another set of footsteps sounded from afar. Another squad of 5 appeared in view. They recognized the first group and exchanged greetings. Qi Yun's killing intent subsided once more. Too many people, if 1 or 2 escaped, the consequences would be endless. He cupped his fists and forced a bitter smile. "In that case, I'll yield the 1000 illusion ice crystal to you, senior brothers. It was my own overestimation." Seeing him back down, they laughed even louder, their words dripping with mockery and contempt. Qi Yun paid them no mind, turned and soon vanished into the wind and snow. "It's just a spiritual item, he'll find another chance." Another month passed, and Qi Yun finally gathered all the required spiritual items. One night, he completed the transition to the 9 hells heavenly art. The aura within his body grew deeper and vaster. The year-end grand examination of the outer academy arrived as scheduled. The exam involved training in the beast lands, affecting not only credits, but also the chance to advance to the inner academy. All the academy's students were raring to go, the atmosphere tense and fervent. Qi Yun mingled among the crowd preparing to enter the exam grounds. His gaze wandered casually, but caught a familiar figure not far away. Yunshi. She was still radiant and graceful, her figure enchanting. Her presence drew many eyes. As if sensing something, she looked up. Their eyes met briefly, a flicker of complexity in her gaze. But soon she looked away as if nothing had happened. Ripples stirred in Yun's eyes heart. Since that accident in the misty swamp, she had been suppressing a strange urgent impulse within her. The bottleneck at the 5th level of spirit transformation that had plagued her for so long was broken after that accident, all because of that waste. No, he wasn't a waste, his constitution was extraordinary, likely some legendary powerful spiritual physique. If I could be with him once more. The thought grew like wild grass, making her cheeks burn. Perhaps then, before next year's exam, she could break through to the 7th level of spirit transformation. At that point, she would qualify for the inner academy, and might even escape the fate her family had arranged for her, no longer a sacrificial pawn. What am I thinking? She quickly suppressed the wild notion. The grand exam began, and all students surged into the beast lands. As Qi Yun stepped into a dense forest, he sensed several hostile auras. Qi Yun. Prepare to die? Several Yun clan collateral disciples leaped out. Their cultivations were all above the 5th level of spirit transformation, each a standout in the outer academy. Yet in Qi Yun's eyes they were mere clowns. Without a word his figure moved like a ghost. A few flashes of cold light passed, and the Yun clan disciples fell to the ground without even a scream. With Qi Yun's current strength, unless he faced a spirit king, he was nearly unbeatable. After cleaning up the scene, he was about to leave, when a graceful silhouette appeared before him again. It was Yunshi. She stood in the moonlight, the night tracing soft contours behind her. Junior brother Chi Yun's voice carried a hint of allure, but also a veiled threat. You wouldn't want me to reveal that you killed my clansman, would you? The night was perfect, the moon hazy. They locked eyes, and in the depths of their gazes those suppressed emotions and burgeoning desires, at that moment like sparks caught by the wind, instantly set the prairie ablaze. Without a word their bodies involuntarily drew closer to each other. The moonlight was hazy, and the night wind brushed by. This time without the disorienting effect of the spring alluring herb. Chi Yun's mind was clear and lucid. He distinctly felt the pure yin force within Yun, she flowing into his own body through a mysterious method in an endless stream. The nine hells heavenly art activated on its own, like a greedy vortex frantically absorbing this extremely refined energy. His cultivation base began to slowly advance once more. At the same time Yun, she also sensed the change. A similarly powerful and pure yang force flowed back from Chi Yun's Tao body, merging into her limbs and bones. Her heart shook violently, gaining a deeper understanding of Chi Yun's physique. This was by no means an ordinary spirit body. The overbearing and pure nature of this returning force far exceeded her imagination. The faint light of dawn pierced through the gaps in the forest, dispelling the last remnants of night. Yun, she quickly straightened her disheveled clothes and regained her usual aloof demeanor. She looked at Chi Yun, her gaze exceedingly complex.
Chi Yun, I will remember you.
Her voice was cold, betraying no emotion.
I'll pretend I didn't see you kill that member of the Yun family last night. But what happened between us is far from over.
Chi Yun understood that she was providing cover for his act of killing. He nodded calmly in response. A strange unspoken understanding formed between them. Without another word they each turned and departed in different directions. The grand examination soon concluded. When the results were announced, Yun's name caused a considerable stir. Due to two accidents, her cultivation had skyrocketed in a short period, causing her ranking in the grand exam to leap dramatically, making her a dark horse in the outer study hall. As for Chi Yun, he ranked near the bottom, as inconspicuous as ever, drawing no attention. The moment the grand exam ended, he immediately initiated his long-planned escape plan. At the assignment office of the outer study hall, Chi Yun went directly to the steward in charge of deployments. His reasoning was sound. With his mediocre talent, he was unlikely to advance to the inner study hall, so rather than waste time, it was better to find employment early. He requested a long-term assignment to a remote vassal state to serve as a mysterious brocade guard. The study hall always had preferential policies for those willing to volunteer for harsh regions. The steward handling the paperwork sized up Chi Yun with a look tinged with pity and contempt. In his view, this was undoubtedly an exile to the frontier, a self-destructive path. A student from the outer study hall, instead of striving to enter the inner study hall, chooses to become a mysterious brocade guard in a vassal state, either foolish or stupid. Chi Yun paid no heed to such glances. He smoothly obtained his transfer order, and without a moment's pause left Xianyuan City directly. In the Dian Empire, Qingyun City. This was an empire subordinate to the Xianyuan dynasty, far from the dynasty's center, with relatively sparse spiritual energy. Chi Yun reported for duty with his transfer order. He was received by the squad leader, senior mysterious brocade guard Li Hu, a burly man at the second level of the Spirit King realm. Li Hu glanced at the order, then swept his eyes over Chi Yun, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He led Chi Yun into the meeting hall, where several veteran members were already seated.
Let me introduce you. This is our new brother Chi Yun.
As soon as the words were spoken, a man as stout as an iron tower stood up. He was Wu Gang at the half-step Spirit King realm, the second in command of the team.
Captain, this kid is so young. What's his cultivation level?
Wu Gang looked Chi Yun up and down, his gaze full of hostility. Li Hu was a bit embarrassed but still said,
"The 4th level of the Spirit Transformation realm."
"What?" Wu Gang exploded on the spot.
"The 4th level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Captain, are you kidding me? Did the higher-ups send us a pampered young master?"
He pointed at Chi Yun and roared unceremoniously at Li Hu.
"We, the mysterious brocade guard, carry out life and death missions. Bringing along such a deadweight with connections, are you afraid we won't die fast enough?"
The other veteran members remained silent, but the distrust and rejection in their eyes said it all.
"All right, Wu Gang."
Li Hu stepped in to mediate.
"This is a direct transfer order from the study hall. We must follow the rules."
His words also betrayed a lack of confidence in Chi Yun's abilities. Qi Yun remained silent throughout, merely observing everyone calmly. A few days after he settled in, the assembly whistle for an emergency mission sounded. Inside the station's meeting hall, the atmosphere was tense. Li, who stood before a massive map, his expression grave.
Emergency briefing. A newly advanced Spirit King Realm demon beast, the Reeded Wind Wolf, has appeared in the Black Wind Mountain Range. It is gathering packs, posing a risk of a small-scale beast tide. Once the tide erupts, several cities downstream will be devastated.
He pressed his finger heavily on a mountain range on the map.
Our mission is to penetrate deep into the mountains and slay the Alpha Wolf.
At these words, Wu Gang and the others' faces turned extremely grim. A Spirit King Realm demon beast leading a pack. The difficulty and danger of this mission far exceeded any before.
All hands deploy. Prepare immediately,
Li Hu ordered. Wu Gang's gaze once again fell viciously on Qi Yun, muttering under his breath.
Dragging along a burden, what rotten luck.
The team's morale plummeted instantly. The squad soon entered the Black Wind Mountain Range. The atmosphere was oppressive. Wu Gang and the others deliberately pushed Qi Yun to the back of the line, refusing any interaction with him. Qi Yun welcomed the peace trailing behind, his keen perception already spread wide. As they ventured deeper, the howls grew denser. They eventually confronted the wolf pack hidden in a valley. The leading Reeded Wind Wolf was massive, exuding a terrifying Spirit King Realm pressure.
Kill!
Li Hu roared, charging forward first. The battle erupted instantly. Just as Wu Gang and the others were on the verge of being overwhelmed by several elite demon wolves, a sudden change occurred. 3 black figures, like phantoms, shot silently out of the dense forest. They wore identical black tight-fitting outfits and silver masks devoid of any markings. The figure's target was not the mysterious Brocade Guard squad at all, but the Reeded Wind Wolf itself. They moved with seamless coordination, their techniques ruthless and efficient. One of them effortlessly entangled the Spirit King Realm Reeded Wind Wolf. The other 2 reaped the surrounding demon wolves like harvesting wheat. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Seizing an opening, the leading figure with overwhelming force pierced through the Reeded Wind Wolf's skull in a single strike. Yet he did not take the priceless demon core. Instead, he reached into the wolf's corpse and retrieved a heart coiled with black energy and still faintly pulsating. Having obtained the heart, the 3 figures exchanged no words, not even sparing a glance at the mysterious Brocade Guard squad, before swiftly turning and vanishing into the depths of the forest, as if they had never existed. In the chaos, a venomous wind blade spat out by a dying demon wolf shot silently toward the still-dazed Wu Gang. Qi Yun, appearing flustered, rushed over and shoved him aside.
Watch out!
The wind blade grazed Wu Gang's cheek, leaving a small black hole in the ground. Wu Gang was stunned. For the first time, his gaze toward Qi Yun shifted. In the Wolf Valley, only the corpses of wolves and the shaken mysterious Brocade Guard squad remained. The mission had been completed, yet everyone felt a bone-chilling cold. Who were those people? Why did they only take the heart? What was their purpose? Captain Li, who stared in the direction the figures had vanished, his expression grave to the extreme, muttering to himself.
Those people are definitely not from the righteous forces of the Xianyuan dynasty.
He seemed to recall something and said in a deep voice,
I've heard that in recent years several neighboring dynasties have been thrown into turmoil, apparently fueled by a mysterious masked force.
Upon hearing this news, Qi Yun fell into deep thought. Returning to the base, everyone felt a lingering fear. All personnel reported the completion of their tasks, not mentioning the mysterious group that had appeared, tacitly agreeing not to dwell on it. However, Qi Yun knew in his heart that this matter was far from simple. Those individuals used ruthless techniques with a clear objective to take hearts, not for demon cores, indicating a significant conspiracy behind it. He buried this doubt and vigilance deep within his heart. Time passed swiftly, and a year went by. During this year, Qi Yun fought alongside the Xianjin Guard squad, executing numerous tasks, both large and small. His cultivation was publicly claimed to have steadily progressed to the 7th level of the transformation realm, a speed that was considered extraordinary in this remote empire, enough to earn the admiration of his teammates. Wu Gang had long since lost his initial hostility. On several occasions of crisis, it was Qi Yun who helped him resolve the situation, and the two had now become brothers who could trust each other's backs. Of course, no one knew that Qi Yun's true cultivation had quietly entered the spiritual king realm. Throughout this year, he had also been secretly probing for information about the Silver Masked organization. Scattered clues had come together, and he learned that this organization was called Emin. Emin had no fixed stronghold. Its members referred to each other by codenames, unaware of each other's true identities, operating clandestinely, and had only recently begun to be active in the Tianyin continent. Various signs indicated that many of the imperial dynasties in Tianyin had experienced turmoil, all connected to the shadow of Emin. The most representative event was the Ten Kings Rebellion that led to the decline of the Dian dynasty. On this day, the Xianjin Guards base once again sounded the most urgent assembly alarm. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was even more tense than during the previous hunt for the Crimsonite Wind Wolf. The situation is urgent. Li Hu's face was ashen as he pointed at a vast mountain range on the map. The Baiduan mountain range has erupted in a large-scale demon riot affecting a wide area. According to intel relayed by the Empire's powerful warriors, there are likely over a dozen powerful demon beasts in the spiritual king realm orchestrating this riot. Our mission is to cooperate with the Empire's powerful warriors, enter the periphery, and try to slay the isolated spiritual king demon beasts to relieve the pressure on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang and the others began to breathe heavily. A riot organized by over a dozen powerful demon beasts in the spiritual king realm was a terrifying scale indeed. Captain, how is this different from sending us to our deaths? One team member couldn't help but say. This is an orderly. Hu's voice brooked no dissent. The others fell silent, quietly checking their weapons, and pills the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. In the chaotic battlefield, the sounds of battle cries and demon roars were deafening. Qi Yun's squad was dispersed by the tide of beasts. Alone he faced a massive rift bear, a third-level spiritual king beast with a ferocious aura. The other team members watched this scene from not far away, all feeling a surge of anxiety for him. Qi Yun. Wu Gang yelled, wanting to rush over, but he was held back by two peak transformation realm demon wolves. Qi Yun's expression was calm as he prepared to unleash his true strength for a quick resolution. At that moment, several shadows and silver masks suddenly entered the battlefield like phantoms. Their objective remained clear, specifically hunting those powerful spiritual king demon beasts to take their hearts shrouded in black mist. The leader, a woman with a graceful figure, could be recognized by her voice. Attack! Quick battle and quick resolution. However, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A terrifying roar capable of tearing souls apart echoed from deep within the mountains. An overwhelming pressure far beyond that of a spiritual king instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. It was the Earth Spirit Realm demon. A giant tiger engulfed in eerie blue flames descended from the sky, turning both human warriors and low-level demon beasts into ashes in its wake. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Retreat! Quick retreat! We can't quell this demon riot. Run! Whether they were Empire warriors or Xianjin guards, everyone's first reaction was to flee for their lives. The woman leading Emin also sensed that something was amiss. Watching the chaotic scene of the demon beasts rampaging, she seemed to realize something. The situation has changed. Evacuate, she commanded decisively. In the chaos, a Emin member was crushed by the claw of an enraged high-level spiritual king demon beast, the corpse landing not far from Qi Yun. Qi Yun's mind raced. He moved like a wraith, weaving through the chaotic attacks and crowd, dodging several lethal demon attacks, and quickly reached the fallen body. He swiftly tore the silver mask from the person's face and the storage bag from their waist, stuffing them into his own clothes before fleeing towards the periphery without looking back. After an unknown amount of time escaping, Qi Yun found a concealed cave. Just as he caught his breath, the storage bag in his arm suddenly vibrated slightly. He cautiously opened the storage bag and saw a palm-sized silver strange stone faintly glowing. A cold yet slightly urgent female voice emanated from the stone. Yun and Su Zhao hurried to gather at Haishi Slope. It was indeed the voice of the woman leading Emin. Yun. Qi Yun looked at the character Yun engraved on the silver mask in his hand, hesitating for a moment. He wiped the bloodstains from his face, and then slowly put on the cold silver mask. The moment the mask fit against his face, a strange power enveloped him, isolating his own aura and fluctuations of cultivation, as if surrounded by an invisible membrane. Qi Yun's heart stirred. This mask was extraordinary, likely rendering him invisible to anyone below the Tianling realm. He then followed the silver stone's guidance, stealthily advancing towards Haishi Slope. At Haishi Slope, 4 shadows wearing silver masks had long been waiting. Upon seeing Qi Yun arrive, the leading woman spoke with a noticeable tone of dissatisfaction. "Yun, why did it take you so long to arrive?" Qi Yun lowered his voice, mimicking the hoarse tone he had heard before. "I was held up by a few spiritual king demon beasts. It took some effort." "This reason is reasonable." The woman did not suspect anything, only snorted coldly. She took out a heart still pulsating, shrouded in thick black mist. Although this operation encountered an accident, it has also proven the experiment's power beyond expectations. The pharmacist's rage operation can officially initiate the first experiment. The location is the Great Qian Empire. Qi Yun's heart tightened. The Great Qian Empire was an affiliated empire of the Qian Yuan dynasty, not far from the former Qin Tianhua and Xinwu nations. "Everyone prepare, we will act according to plan in 1 month." After the woman finished speaking, she distributed some preparatory materials to everyone, and Qi Yun received a portion as well. He accepted it without showing any expression, quietly observing the other members trying to infer the specific details of the rage operation from the tools and materials they prepared. He noticed that everyone spoke of the pharmacist with a tone of deep respect. A month passed. Through analysis, Qi Yun had roughly understood the content of the rage operation. They would deploy a black substance, known as Rage Source, in the demon beast territory of the Great Qian Empire. This substance could stimulate the ferocity and reproductive desires of demon beasts, creating an uncontrollable massive demon riot in a very short time. Qi Yun's task was to work with another member codenamed Yin and be responsible for deploying Rage Source on the eastern side of the core operation area. In the Great Qian Empire, amidst the One Beast Mountain range, the night was as dark as ink. Two shadows, like phantoms, silently moved through the rugged forest. Qi Yun met with another member of the Silver Gate codenamed Flame in a concealed canyon. He temporarily withdrew from the Xianjin Guard, claiming he needed to enter seclusion due to a cultivation bottleneck. "Yun, is everything all right on your end?" Flame's voice was hoarse, emerging through the cold silver mask filled with an uncontrollable fervor. "Everything is smooth," Qi Yun responded with a processed, hoarse voice. Flame reverently took out a palm-sized black jade vessel from his storage bag. "The masterpiece of the apothecary lord, it will completely change this decaying world." Flame murmured, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for the apothecary, "and we are the pioneers of the new order." At the stroke of midnight, under a black moon and a high wind, the two arrived at a crucial node of the underground spiritual vein. Flame cautiously opened the vessel, revealing a viscous substance as dark as ink into the air. He buried the vessel at the node according to the predetermined method. The black substance seemed to come alive, silently merging with the earth, quietly spreading along the spiritual vein in all directions. With the mission accomplished, the two quickly withdrew. A month later, the tranquility of the One Beast Mountain range was completely shattered. Initially, only sporadic frenzied roars of demonic beasts echoed from deep within the forest. Soon visible anomalies began to emerge. The low-level demonic beasts on the outskirts of the mountain, once targets for cultivators' training, had now become harbingers of death. Their bodies expanded at an abnormal rate, their eyes turned blood-red, attacking all living creatures within sight with mindless ferocity. Even some normally docile and timid demonic beasts revealed their fangs, becoming exceptionally fierce. A village that relied on the mountains for survival became one of the first victims. An experienced old hunter was killed by a reed rabbit, which he could easily kill on any other day, as it bit through his throat. "Help! The monsters in the mountains have gone mad." A bloody cultivator fled to the city gate, shouting hoarsely, "My son went into the mountains to gather firewood yesterday and hasn't returned. Those beasts rushed into Wang family village, biting anyone they see. It's terrifying. They are completely unafraid of death." A plea for help mixed with blood and tears flew like snowflakes to various cities in the Great Qian Empire. Panic spread like an epidemic, starting from the villages nearest to the mountains, engulfing the entire Great Qian Empire. Under immense pressure, the Great Qian Empire dispatched an elite team led by a spirit king to investigate. They quickly discovered that these demonic beasts were undaunted by death, and their attacks carried a strong contaminative effect. A cultivator was scratched, and within half an hour his eyes turned red, and he began to attack his companions indiscriminately. After a series of encounters, this elite team was nearly annihilated, with only the Spirit King managing to escape. Qi Yun watched coldly from a mountain peak on the outskirts. 3 months later, the anomalies in the One Beast Mountain range finally evolved into a massive beast tide that blotted out the sky. Millions of frenzied demonic beasts converged into a black torrent, breaking free from the mountain's restraints, rushing towards the heart of the great Qian Empire. One city after another fell. Within the grand hall of the great Qian Imperial Palace, the emperor's face was ashen as he listened to urgent blood-red reports of cities falling and lives being lost. This normally dignified monarch finally broke down. He pinned a highest-level blood-red call for help to the Qian Yuan dynasty. At that moment, the contact stone of the Silver Gate lit up once more. June's voice was cold and satisfied. The first phase has concluded perfectly. She paused for a moment, her tone growing more chilling. Everyone conceal yourselves and await orders. It's time for the world to taste the second phase of frenzy. Qi Yun put away the contact stone, donned his cold silver mask, and gazed at the half of the sky illuminated by the flames of war, calmly calculating in his heart. The plan of the Silver Gate was even larger than he had imagined. The crisis of the great Qian Empire's collapse, and the painful reports from the Demon Suppression Palace regarding the bizarre mutations of the demonic beasts, were like a thunderclap, completely enraging the Qian Yuan dynasty. The survival of the vassal states was trivial, but the emergence of this strange power was a blatant provocation to the ruling order of the dynasty. In the end, a powerful figure who had reached the half-step heavenly spirit realm personally intervened, using thunderous methods to suppress the most critical beast tide, yet the entire great Qian Empire was left in ruins, its national strength regressing by a century. Another 2 months passed. Just as the higher-ups of the Qian Yuan dynasty believed the storm had temporarily subsided, June's second phase plan began. The dark substance, known as Frenzy Source, began to quietly spread through the various demonic beast mountain ranges in the territory of the Qian Yuan dynasty through secret deployments by Silver Gate members. In less than a year, nearly 10 states and several vassal countries within the heart of the Qian Yuan dynasty simultaneously erupted with varying scales of horrific beast tides. In an instant, the entire dynasty was shaken. In Qian Yuan City, an emergency highest-level meeting was being held. The atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The highest levels of the Yuling Division, the Demon Suppression Office, and the Grand Academy gathered together. "The intelligence has been confirmed," said the head of the Yuling Division in a deep voice. "The characteristics of the demonic beast mutations erupting in various places are completely consistent with the situation in the Great Qian Empire. This is a deliberate catastrophe aimed at our Qian Yuan dynasty." The head of the Demon Suppression Office, a burly old man, slammed his fist on the table. "Investigate. We must uncover the source of this power. No matter which force is behind it, they must pay blood for blood. There are too few clues." The head of the Grand Academy shook his head. He appeared to be just a middle-aged scholar, but his gaze was as deep as the sea. "The other party acts in a very mysterious manner, with unclear objectives." He looked at everyone and said word by word, "The earlier calamity of the Great Qian was likely a precursor, a test subject. If we had taken it seriously back then, we probably wouldn't be so passive now." Everyone fell silent, a chill spreading in their hearts. In the end, the meeting reached several consensus points. First, mobilize the Xianjin guards from all over the dynasty, the Demon Suppression Office, and local armies to carry out a powerful encirclement of the various demonic disturbances, preventing further spread. Second, lead the students in the academy under the guidance of various masters to assist in suppressing the demonic disturbances, while helping the Xianjin guards trace the clues of the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, Qi Yun, following the internal orders issued by the Silver Gate, had already grasped the overall situation. The target of the Silver Gate had always been the entire Qian Yuan dynasty. The Great Qian Empire was merely a pawn to bleed the Qian Yuan dynasty. He could even foresee that once the main forces of the dynasty were dragged into the quagmire by these rampant disturbances, the Silver Gate would very likely launch the most violent strike at a key area, possibly even directly targeting the core of the dynasty. With this thought, a hint of delight rose deep within Qi Yun's heart. The chaos within the Qian Yuan dynasty burned faster and fiercer than Qi Yun had anticipated. Through the Silver Gate's communication stones, he could clearly sense the invisible net tightening. Yet as operations grew frequent, codenames fell silent in the communications one by one. Those once fervent pioneers were being rooted out and executed by the dynasty. Qi Yun realized that the Silver Gate's facade was also becoming unreliable. With the Qian Yuan dynasty's situation in turmoil, it was time for him to find an opportunity to extricate himself. One night, paired once again with Yin, he ventured to a core spiritual vein deep within the dynasty's heartland to execute a critical rage source deployment mission. Yun imagined the magnificent sight when the entire dynasty trembles under the alchemist lord's creations. Yun whispered excitedly while arranging the vessels. Yun did not reply. He had long since deliberately leaked the whereabouts of this mission to the Xianjin Guard. His perception, isolated by the mask, had already stretched to its limits. 3 elite squads of the Xianjin Guard arranged in a triangle formation had silently encircled this valley. Leading them was a peak spiritual king realm powerhouse. An ambush. Yun's voice remained hoarse, devoid of emotion. What? Yan's movements froze. The next second, dozens of fierce attacks rained down from all directions. Yun, protect the rage source. Yun roared, choosing not to retreat but to charge at the Xianjin Guard. Yun had already moved the instant the ambush was sprung. However, he did not intend to protect the rage source. Instead, he exploited a tiny blind spot in the encirclement to flee at high speed in the opposite direction. Yun, how dare you? Yan's roar came from behind, but Yun paid no heed. Dozens of miles away, a Xianjin Guard squad happened to be battling a beast hide. Yun silently infiltrated the edge of the battlefield. He pressed a token bearing the identity of Yun firmly onto a corpse that had been torn beyond recognition by beasts. Having done this, he donned the Yun mask again and vanished completely into the night. Days later, a brief report reached the Xianjin Guard garrison in Qingyun City. Xianjin Guard member Yun encountered a beast suppression mission and unfortunately perished, leaving no remains. Brother Yun. Wu Gang clutched the cold report, his eyes bloodshot, smashing the stone table beside him to pieces with a single punch. 3 months later. The northern border of the Xianyuan dynasty. On the northern wasteland, sandstorms raged, and withered grass spread across the plains. Wearing the Yun mask, Yun moved like the wind through the night. He had already settled the affairs of Yun, leaving only the identity of Yun. He sought a suitable opportunity to make this identity vanish completely as well. Ahead came the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the frenzied roars of beasts. He looked up. It was a beast tide of considerable scale besieging a Xianjin Guard squad. He was about to take a detour when, amidst the chaotic crowd, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. A white combat suit stained with blood, a long sword swaying unsteadily. It was Yunqi. Why her? Troublesome, Yun muttered under his breath. His masked face revealed no expression. Yet his deep eyes had already locked onto the target. Yunxi's breaths were rapid with each inhale. She tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. The long sword in her hand had several notches along its edge. Behind her stood 7 or 8 equally battered Xianjin Guard members. Surrounding them were countless frenzied beasts with bloodshot eyes. After the grand examination, she had chosen not to pursue further studies and advanced to the inner academy. Partly it was to escape the suffocating family destiny in Xianyuan City. On the other hand, perhaps even she didn't realize she wanted to follow a certain figure. She had learned that Yun became a Xianjin Guard after leaving the academy, so upon leaving she too chose to become one. But not long ago she heard news. Yun was dead. After a brief period of grief and despair, an even firmer resolve took hold. She had to keep living to fight her fate to the end. If she completed this mission, she might gain the favor of certain influential figures, thus breaking free from her family shackles. Yunqi was sent flying by a single claw swipe from a frenzied spirit king-level giant bear, her white combat suit soaked in blood. She struggled to rise, but her body refused to obey. The giant bear's gaping maw, reeking of foul stench, rapidly enlarged before her eyes. Was this the end? She closed her eyes in resignation. Yet the anticipated pain never came. A figure appearing from nowhere stood before her. It was a man wearing a silver mask. He stood silently facing the Spirit King-level giant bear, and extended a single finger. A highly condensed sword chi shot from his fingertip. With a soft sound, the giant bear's massive body froze. A fine line of blood traced from its brow to the back of its skull. The next moment, the bear's enormous head split cleanly in two. Who? Gazing at the silhouette, Yunqi felt a daze of familiarity. The back of the former Yun seemed to overlap with this man. The man did not pause. His form continued to weave through the beast tide. Within minutes, the once overwhelming tide had thinned to a sparse scattering. The remaining beasts let out mournful cries and fled in panic. The crisis was over. The surviving Xianjin Guard members stared at the man with fearful eyes. It's Yun, a Silver Gate member. Quick! Signal the captain to come and surround him. The masked Qi Yun paid no heed to the noise. He slowly turned around looking at Yunqi, who lay on the ground staring at him in a daze. Their eyes met. Despite the mask, the familiar form. Yunxi's heart pounded violently. Qi Yun's gaze lingered on her for a moment, but he said nothing, sensing a powerful presence approaching rapidly from afar. He took a step and vanished at the edge of the wasteland. "Stop!" Yunqi shouted with all her might. She wanted confirmation, she wanted to demand answers. But Qi Yun's form did not pause. "Yun. Is it you, Qi Yun?" Watching the figure disappear, Yunqi clung to a faint hope. Though this man's strength was among the best in the spiritual king realm, far surpassing Qi Yun, Qi Yun's figure was swallowed entirely by the night. He intended to make the identity Yun die here as well. Just as the Xianjin Guard reinforcements arrived and tracked his direction of escape, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of spiritual light shooting into the sky. The violent blast flattened a small hill, and even the arriving Xianjin Guard members felt the shockwaves. That area was completely shrouded in chaotic spiritual currents, as if the very air had been incinerated. The Xianjin Guard captain arrived, his face ashen. He had sensed the power of the explosion. Even he could not have survived it. This meant that the Silver Gate member codenamed Yun had perished in the blast, leaving no remains. Send word: Silver Gate member codenamed Yun eliminated. Far away, in an obscure valley, Qi Yun removed the silver mask from his face. The exposure of June had brought suspicion and purges within the Xianyuan dynasty to a peak. The Silver Gate had also suffered heavy losses, too preoccupied to care. No one would remember a dead hostage like Qi Yun. No one would pursue the trail of a low-level Silver Gate member, Yun, who had died in an explosion. He gazed at the dynasty's turbulent skies, in the distance a trace of relief spreading across his face. From today onward he was free. Seated cross-legged deep in the valley, he began contemplating his next move. He decided to head north, seeking a place to rest for a while. A month later, Qi Yun wandered aimlessly through an endless mountain range. The breakthrough to the third level of spiritual king is imminent. I must find a place to go into seclusion immediately. Suddenly a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground beneath his feet. Qi Yun halted, looking down. A faint azure glow seeped through the cracks in the earth, flickering in and out of sight. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and gently touched the azure light. A powerful suction force abruptly seized him, and before he could resist, he was swallowed by the light and vanished from the spot. Qi Yun's eyes snapped open, his consciousness yanked back from the brink of drowning in a deep sea. He found himself in an exceedingly crude cave dwelling. The surrounding stone walls were covered in faded, hastily carved runes, and the air was thick with the musty scent of decayed ages. At the deepest part of the cave, a skeletal corpse instantly seized his full attention. Qi Yun's breath caught for a moment. The corpse had long since lost its flesh, yet its bones gleamed with a warm jade-like luster. Even after countless years of death, it still radiated an ancient and terrifying pressure. Just by looking at it, Qi Yun felt his very soul tremble instinctively. This pressure surpassed the earthly spirit realm he knew, even the heavenly spirit realm. A tri-unity realm powerhouse. Qi Yun's heart churned with tumultuous waves. How could he have been randomly teleported to the deathbed of a tri-unity realm expert? He cautiously stepped forward, one step at a time. The moment he approached within 3 feet of the corpse, 2 points of ghostly blue soul fire ignited in its hollow eye sockets. A booming hum, an overwhelming will impossible to resist, descended like a mountain landslide and tsunami, instantly enveloping Qi Yun's entire being. Then came a violent, extreme torrent of information, savagely and unreasonably crashing into his sea of consciousness. It was the lifelong knowledge, insights, techniques, and secret arts of a tri-unity realm powerhouse. Qi Yun's sea of consciousness felt as if it would burst. A tearing, splitting agony struck him, and his soul let out a strained, unbearable wail. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and fine beads of blood began seeping from his 7 orifices. Had it been any other spirit king realm cultivator, or even an earthly spirit realm expert subjected to such a brutal, unprepared infusion, they would have likely perished, soul and body, becoming a complete fool. On the verge of his soul's collapse, his resilient spirit, tempered through countless cycles of reincarnation, fiercely held onto the last shred of clarity. His pure origin Tao body, under the torrent of terrifying energy, emitted strained, creaking sounds, yet it barely managed to bear the force without shattering on the spot. After an unknown span of time, When the torrent of information finally subsided, Qi Yun had become a bloody figure collapsing limply to the ground, lacking even the strength to move a finger. That was close. He had truly been a hair's breadth from annihilation. Calming himself, he began to organize the vast influx of knowledge in his mind. This Tri-Unity Realm expert, known by the Tao name Thousand Mountain Taoist, had founded a sect called the Thousand Mountain Sect within a territory called the Great Marsh Dynasty. With the end of the inheritance, an ancient jade pendant silently materialized in his hand. The pendant, engraved with a pattern of rolling mountain ranges, emanated an aura identical to that of the Thousand Mountain Taoist. This was the perfect proof of identity. Qi Yun's eyes flickered. A powerful background, a place where he could cultivate in peace and be supplied with abundant resources. This Thousand Mountain Sect was like a pillow delivered just as he felt drowsy. Fortune points. There's indeed something to them, Qi Yun murmured to himself. This encounter was too coincidental, as if orchestrated by fate itself. He hesitated, no longer, thoroughly erased all traces of his presence in the cave, discerned his direction, and sped off towards the Great Marsh Dynasty. Using the inheritance jade pendant as proof, Qi Yun entered the Thousand Mountain Sect without any hindrance. When he presented the pendant, identifying himself as the heir of the sect's founder, the entire Thousand Mountain Sect was stirred. The current sect master and several secluded grand elders appeared in person. After confirming his pure inheritance aura and probing his exceptionally rare Tao physique, the entire sect's high echelons were thrown into ecstasy. An heir to the founder, and a Tao physique genius. Under this dual halo, Qi Yun was directly granted the status of a true disciple, second only to the young sect master. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this decade, Qi Yun cultivated maniacally within the Thousand Mountain Sect. Utilizing the sect's vast resources combined with his cultivation experience from past lives, the heaven-defying talent of his Tao physique, and the Thousand Mountain Taoist's inheritance, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At Qi Yun's secluded cultivation site, a terrifying aura surged into the sky that day, stirring the wind and clouds for 100 miles. Within his cave dwelling, Qi Yun slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. The earthly spirit realm. It was achieved. An earthly spirit realm cultivator at 30. Even across the entire Tianyan continent, this was the mark of a true prodigy. He exited his cave, finding the sect master and several elders already waiting outside. Excellent. 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 The sect master exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. It seems it won't be long before our Thousand Mountain Sect gains another Tri-Unity Realm powerhouse. Qi Yun bowed respectfully to the assembled crowd, his expression calm. Sect Master Elders, this disciple wishes to venture down the mountain for training. The Sect Master and Elders exchanged glances, nodding with approval. A towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Go, the Sect Master said solemnly. From today, you are one of the candidates for young Sect Master of our Thousand Mountain Sect. The sect will forever be your support. Qi Yun bid farewell to the sect and set off alone down the mountain. His first destination was the Xian Yuan dynasty. A decade had passed. Though the Xian Yuan dynasty had been severely weakened by the turmoil at Silver Gate, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and it remained the hegemon of this region. Just as he stepped into the territory of the Xian Yuan dynasty, Qi Yun entered a tavern in a bustling city and heard news that made his heart jolt. Have you heard? Yun Haoqian, that genius of the Yun family, is about to break through to the earthly spirit realm. That's hardly big news. Yun Haoqian is the top genius of the Grand Academy. Breaking through to earthly spirit before 40 was a foregone conclusion. Hey, that's not the main point. The point is Yun Haoqian will soon take a concubine from a collateral branch of the Yun family, named Yunxi. The hand holding Qi Yun's wine glass froze midair. His gaze turned icy cold. Yunxi. Though he had little interaction with this woman, those 2 accidental dual cultivation sessions had already branded this aloof woman as his own in his heart. Qi Yun drained his glass in one gulp, left a few spirit crystals on the table, and vanished from the tavern. Leveraging the Thousand Mountain Sect's influence, he quickly uncovered all the details of the Yun family's wedding banquet and its defensive measures. Half a month later, on the day of the Yun family wedding, the Yun family's main residence was festively decorated, crowded with experts. Numerous factions from the Xian Yuan dynasty sent representatives, and even the Grand Academy dispatched several scholars, making the event grand. As the auspicious hour arrived, Yun Haoqian, clad in a bright red wedding robe, was brimming with pride. Beside him Yun, she wearing her bridal gown had a pale face and hollow eyes, like a soulless puppet. After her mission failed a decade ago, she had been recalled to the Yun family, and had lived like a caged bird ever since. Just as the master of ceremonies was about to announce the start of the ceremony, a figure appeared without warning in the center of the hall. The newcomer was draped in a black robe, his aura completely concealed. "Today I am taking this person away." A hoarse voice rang out, not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. The entire hall fell into dead silence. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Yun family?" Yun Haotian was furious. Having someone crash his wedding to steal his bride was an utter humiliation. As a favored son of heaven, how could he tolerate this? He could tell the voice was young and felt disdain. He struck directly, unleashing a half-step earthly spirit aura, sending a palm strike towards the black-robed figure. Yet the black-robed figure didn't even move. Just as Yun Haotian's palm was about to touch him, a far more terrifying force erupted. A thunderous boom. Yun Haotian was sent flying like had been struck by lightning, crashing heavily into a distant pillar. She stared blankly at the black-robed figure. Inexplicably, she felt this silhouette overlapped with that person from years ago. "You villain, you seek death." 3 earthly spirit realm elders of the Yun family attacked simultaneously from different directions. Qi Yun's form flickered, executing a profound movement technique to frantically evade their siege. Seeing that Qi Yun could not be subdued, the Yun family patriarch and earthly spirit realm 7th layer powerhouse could no longer sit still. He stepped in personally, striking out with a palm that unleashed terrifying spiritual power, instantly sealing off all of Qi Yun's escape routes. This palm was beyond Qi Yun's ability to withstand. At this critical moment, on the brink of life and death, a voice thundered, "Who dares to lay a hand on the young lord of my 1,000 Mountain sect?" A terrifying pressure appeared, making every earthly spirit realm expert present tremble. A heavenly spirit realm expert. A figure tore through space, descending above the hall, coldly looking down at the Yun family patriarch. The patriarch's palm force shattered inch by inch under this pressure. The 1,000 Mountain sect. A heavenly spirit realm elder. The face of the Yun family patriarch turned ashen. The name Qianshan sect loomed over him, like an immense mountain, crushing his breath. Not to mention his insignificant Yun family, even a behemoth like the Xianyuan dynasty dared not lightly offend the Qianshan sect, which boasted a tri-origin realm powerhouse.
"It is I Yun who was blind and offended the young master of your esteemed sect. I beg for your forgiveness."
The Yun family patriarch took a deep breath and bowed deeply toward the figure in the sky. The heavenly spirit realm elder did not intend to cause excessive trouble, for this was the Xianyuan dynasty, not the Qianshan sect's territory. The elder spoke indifferently.
"Leave."
The guests, as if pardoned, quickly rose and took their leave, not daring to linger a moment longer. Yun Haotian was pried off the pillar, his venomous gaze fixed on Qi Yun. A mouthful of rebellious blood sprayed forth, and his Dao heart shattered on the spot. From that day on, the Xianyuan dynasty lost a favored son of heaven, gaining instead a cripple who became a laughingstock. Qi Yun did not spare him another glance. He walked over to Yun. She took her cold hand amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, turned and followed the heavenly spirit realm elder, stepping through the air and vanishing on the flying vessel returning to Qianshan sect. The heavenly spirit realm elder tactfully remained at the bow, leaving the space to the two. Qi Yun pulled back the hood of his black robe, revealing a face both familiar and strange to Yunqi.
"Qi Yun, you're alive."
Yunx's body stiffened. Staring at his face, the shock in her eyes was beyond measure. Qi Yun nodded. After the brief shock, a surge of indignation at having been deceived welled up in Yunx's heart, but it was soon dissipated by the complex emotions of reunion. Yes, it was him. The one who saved her from the beast tide in the northern wasteland was probably him too. "You?" 1,000 words clogged Yunx's throat. Qi Yun tightened his grip on her hand.
"You are my woman, Qi Yuns. How could I let anyone touch a hair on your head?"
Yunx's eyes reddened. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she leaned into his embrace. Soon a startling piece of news originating from Qianshan sect swept like a storm through several dynasties, including Xianyuan and Diyuan. The long-dead, hostage prince of the Diyuan dynasty, Qi Yun, was not only alive, but had become the heir of the Qianshan sect's ancestor, and a candidate for young sect master. This news sent massive tremors through the Diyuan dynasty, while in the Xianyuan dynasty, it filled countless who had once scorned him with deep-seated dread. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qi Yun settled Yunqi on his own peak within Qianshan sect, and leveraging his status as a candidate for young sect master secured a vast amount of cultivation resources for her. The two began a peaceful life of dual cultivation far from the turmoil of the outside world. However, the situation of the sect itself was far from optimistic. In the factional struggles among the higher echelons of the Blessed Lands, Qianshan sect had unfortunately backed the wrong side, incurring the relentless oppression of the victors. Adding salt to the wound, the sect's cornerstone, the Qianshan sect master of formidable tri-origin realm existence, had mysteriously disappeared during an expedition into a secret realm, his fate unknown. Plagued by internal strife and external threats, the sect was on shaky ground. To stabilize morale, the sect's High Council decided to formally appoint a young sect master ahead of schedule. Qi Yun's main rival was Lin Yun, the direct grandson of the sect's Grand Elder. Lin Yun was exceptionally talented. Though young, he was already a formidable Earth Spirit 4th layer cultivator before the age of 50. He had deep roots within the sect, an extensive network of connections, and enjoyed the broad support of many elders and disciples. In the final competition, Qi Yun, due to his shallow foundation, ultimately lost to Lin Yun. Qi Yun was not surprised by this outcome. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. He had never been interested in power. This result allowed him to lie low, avoiding the spotlight, and focus all his energy on cultivation. Another 20 years passed. A piece of devastating news finally arrived from the outside world, and was confirmed. The Qianshan sect master, missing for years, had indeed fallen. Upon hearing this, the hostile neighboring sects, who had been eyeing them covetously, had no more scruples. Like sharks drawn to blood, they launched a frenzied assault, beginning to devour Qianshan sect's assets and territories. The sect's sphere of influence shrank dramatically, plunging it into the gravest crisis since its founding. At this critical moment of survival, Lin Yun withstood the pressure, successfully broke through to the heavenly spirit realm, and officially succeeded to the position of sect master. With an iron fist, he barely managed to stabilize the crumbling sect. Qi Yun in turn logically became a reclusive ordinary elder living in seclusion with Yunqi on a remote peak deep within the sect called Yun Peak. Over these 2 decades, he completely withdrew from the center of power, cultivating with maniacal intensity. Through dual cultivation with Yunqi, his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. In 20 years, Qi Yun's cultivation quietly reached the 7th layer of the Earth Spirit realm, while Yunqi, aided by him, also stepped into the Earth Spirit realm. Another 15 years passed. The new sect master Lin Yun displayed extraordinary political acumen. Through a series of maneuvers, he successfully curried favor with a prodigy from a blessed land. With this backing, Qianshan sect finally gained a precious respite, began to develop anew, and gradually emerged from the shadows. Throughout these 35 years, Qi Yun remained oblivious to the changes outside, dedicating his entire mind to cultivation. His cultivation had now reached the 9th layer of the Earth Spirit realm. At the summit of Lin Peak, the stone door of the cave-dwelling Qi Yun had carved into the mountain slammed shut. He was about to enter a closed-door death seal, preparing to break through to the heavenly spirit realm. 5 years passed. On this day, the skies over Qianshan sect shifted and churned. A terrifying pressure without warning erupted from the direction of Yun Peak, stirring the spiritual energy for hundreds of miles around. In the sky, spiritual energy converged into a massive vortex, accompanied by astonishing celestial phenomena. Disciples throughout Qianshan sect trembled under this pressure, which far exceeded that of an ordinary Earth Spirit realm.
It's from Yun Peak. It's Elder Qi.
He's about to break through to the heavenly spirit realm.
The first figure to appear outside the cave dwelling was Yunqi, clad in white. Feeling the familiar yet powerful aura, her face was filled with joy and pride.
Moments later, sect master Lin Yun arrived with a group of elders. After an unknown length of time, the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated, and the terrifying pressure receded completely. The stone door of the cave dwelling opened silently. Qi Yun, clad in a blue robe, walked out slowly. His aura was unfathomably deep, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. The heavenly spirit realm achieved.
Congratulations, my husband.
Yunqi was the first to greet him, the love in her eyes nearly overflowing. Qi Yun smiled at her tenderly. Then he looked toward Lin Yun and the others. Lin Yun led the elders forward and cupped his hands in a bow toward Qi Yun.
Congratulations, Elder Qi, on your profound achievement and stepping into the heavenly spirit realm.
With Qi Yun entering the heavenly spirit realm, Qianshan sect had gained another heavenly spirit realm powerhouse, which was undoubtedly good news for him. The news of Qi Yun's ascension to the heavenly spirit realm spread across several dynasties. Of course, it also reached the long-declining Yun dynasty. Half a month later, several royal envoys from the Yun dynasty, weary from their journey, appeared outside the mountain gate of Qianshan's sect. Lin Yun personally received them, but after hearing their purpose, he made no decision on his own, and instead led them to Cloud Peak. In the reception hall of Cloud Peak, the atmosphere was tense. The leader was an elderly man at the heavenly spirit realm, who looked at the former hostage abandoned by the royal family. Now this man had become a heavenly spirit realm powerhouse of equal standing, filling the elder's heart with mixed emotions.
Prince Qi Yun,
the elder said, bowing deeply to Qi Yun.
The dynasty needs you.
In a hoarse voice, he recounted the present plight of the Yun dynasty. The Triune Realm ancestor, who guarded the royal family, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Internal factions were locked in endless strife, while external enemies lurked on all sides. The entire dynasty was teetering on the brink of collapse, ready to fall at any moment. The royal family's intention was simple. They wished for Qi Yun to return and assume the position of crown prince. Nominally a succession, it was in truth a plea for aid. They hoped to leverage Qi Yun and the might of the Qianshan sect behind him to intimidate their restless foes. Qi Yun held his teacup, his expression utterly serene. For the dynasty that had once cast him aside as a pawn, he harbored no affection.
I am no longer a prince. As a hostage, I already gave everything for the dynasty. This karmic debt is settled.
His voice was soft yet brooked no argument.
Your Highness,
the elder tried to persuade further.
Show them out.
Qi Yun cut him off abruptly. The envoys of the Yun dynasty could only leave Qianshan's sect, their hearts filled with disappointment and bitterness. Qi Yun had refused such a hopeless mess. He only wished to cultivate in peace. Yet cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm proved far more arduous than he had imagined. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this decade, Qi Yun's cultivation barely advanced, remaining stuck at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The stages of this realm were divided into early, middle, late, and perfection. Each step demanded vast resources and long years to accumulate. The Qianshan sect, struggling merely to defend itself, could offer him only meager assistance. In truth, across all dynasties, the vast majority of heavenly spirit realm cultivators remained at the early stage, their entire lives unable to progress further. In stark contrast to Qi Yun's stagnation was sect master Lin Yun. Lin Yun had recently succeeded in breaking through to the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. At a grand gathering, he had followed closely behind a prodigious figure from a
blessed cave heaven,
earning some renown and riding a wave of glory. Qi Yun knew that relying solely on bitter cultivation would yield little progress even after centuries. He had to seek other opportunities. One day, after ending his seclusion, he received a joint invitation from several heavenly spirit realm powerhouses. They had discovered a secret realm left behind by a triune realm cultivator, and wished to invite Qi Yun to explore it together. Without much hesitation, Qi Yun agreed. After bidding farewell to Yunqi, he set off for the appointed location. The entrance to the secret realm was hidden within a spatial rift extremely well concealed. Upon entering the realm, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. It was a remarkably well-preserved minor world, rich with spiritual energy, filled with spirit herbs and precious medicines long extinct in the outside world. The group reaped abundant rewards, each person beaming with joy. But as they delved into the core of the realm, preparing to unlock the true inheritance of that triune realm cultivator, a sudden change occurred.
How many years has it been? I finally smell fresh flesh and blood again.
A sinister, eerie voice echoed without warning in everyone's minds. Immediately after, a terrifying aura far surpassing the heavenly spirit realm and even exceeding the triune realm erupted violently from beneath the inheritance stone platform.
No!
Retreat! An elder at the late heavenly spirit realm, his face ashen, roared and turned to flee. But it was too late. A massive hand formed of black mist emerged from the ground, seizing the elder in an instant.
Ah!
Amidst piercing screams, the elder's body withered, visibly turning into a dried husk within a few breaths, as his pure spiritual energy was drained completely.
It's the remnant soul of a Unity Realm cultivator.
Everyone's scalps tingled, their souls fleeing in terror. This was no inheritance realm, it was a trap. The black mist churned, and a blurry figure slowly coalesced on the stone platform, its greedy gaze sweeping over everyone present.
Run!
Someone shouted, and the remaining heavenly spirit realm cultivators scattered like startled birds, fleeing desperately in different directions. Qi Yun began to retreat as well, but the moment he moved, the remnant soul locked onto him. An irresistible suction force enveloped him. Qi Yun roared in fury, unleashing the full power of his Tao body and heavenly spirit realm cultivation in a desperate struggle.
Oh! A pure origin Tao body!
The remnant soul let out a surprised murmur, followed by even more frenzied laughter.
Excellent! 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 Devouring this pure origin Tao body will speed up my recovery several times.
The black mist instantly engulfed Qi Yun completely. In his final moment, before being consumed, Qi Yun did not hesitate. He detonated several life-saving treasures he had prepared over the years, and at an immeasurable cost burned his own divine soul. Boom! The violent explosion tore open a spatial rift. With the last shred of his consciousness, Qi Yun plunged into the chaotic torrent of space. He knew not how long had passed before he awoke in a strange mountain forest. He had survived. But the cost was devastating. His once jet-black hair was now streaked with gray, and fine wrinkles lined his face. That desperate gamble had more than halved his originally long lifespan. He sensed that he had at most less than 50 years left. Returning to Qianshan Sect, Qi Yun immediately announced a death seclusion. 30 years passed in a flash. On that day, atop Cloud Peak within Qi Yun's cave dwelling, a highly unstable aura erupted violently. His lifespan had dwindled to just a few years. He was forced to attempt a breakthrough to the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. However, his foundations were unstable, and the forced breakthrough triggered a terrifying spiritual energy backlash. Rampaging spiritual energy ravaged his body, cracking his flesh inch by inch, pushing his Tao body to the brink of collapse.
Husband!
Yunqi, who had been guarding outside, rushed in. Seeing Qi Yun's state, she did not hesitate.
I sacrifice my cultivation and spiritual body to you.
A resolute yet sorrowful smile graced her face as she transformed into a radiant beam of spiritual light plunging toward Qi Yun. Her spiritual body began to burn, converting into the purest essence of origin energy, surging wildly into Qi Yun's body in an attempt to stabilize the rampaging spiritual force. Qi Yun's eyes nearly split with anguish, but he was powerless to stop her. Yet it was all too late. The torrent of spiritual backlash had already overwhelmed everything. In the end, their auras faded together at the heart of that violent energy. Both had perished. Consciousness sank once more into the boundless darkness, returning to the cycle of reincarnation. The visions of his past life churned relentlessly, finally crystallizing into the scene where Yunqi transformed into a streak of spiritual light and threw herself toward him. An infinite ocean of regret flooded his consciousness. If only he could have been stronger. If only his talent had been greater. A cold mechanical voice shattered his reverie. Evaluating reincarnation mark. In this life, you are named Qi Yun. You are a prince of the Yun dynasty, yet also a discarded hostage of crippled talent. No one knows that you secretly possess the rare pure origin Tao body. With your exceptional intellect and the might of your Tao body, you distinguished yourself in the Xianyuan dynasty's academy. Using the alias Yun under the Silver Gate, you navigated the turmoil of the Xianyuan dynasty and successfully fabricated an identity to escape. By a twist of fate, he obtained the inheritance of the Tri-Realm powerhouse Thousand Mountains. Daoist joined the Thousand Mountain sect and became a candidate for the young master. After a century of arduous cultivation, he finally reached the heavenly spirit realm. However, during an expedition into a Tri-Realm secret realm, he was pursued by a remnant soul of the Unity realm. His foundation was damaged and his lifespan dwindled. In desperation, he attempted a breakthrough, but failed, perishing alongside his Tao companion. Overall evaluation: Mystic grade 8 stars. Reincarnation points earned 4,000. Qi Yun's soul remained utterly unruffled. He had long grown accustomed to the cold, merciless rules of reincarnation. In this life, he decided to invest most of his points into talent. Allocate points. Talent 3,000, background 100, comprehension 500, fortune 400. He had poured nearly all his points into talent. His previous life had taught him that before absolute power, all backgrounds and schemes were fragile. Agony. An agony so intense it felt as if his very soul were being torn apart jolted him violently from the chaos. He found himself immersed in a massive wooden tub, the liquid within scalding and viscous, like boiling magma. Countless needles pierced his body from every direction, madly drilling and grinding into his marrow.
Even with his spirit tempered through countless reincarnations, the inhuman pain forced him to clench his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, a stifled groan escaping his lips. "You'd hold on." An aged voice sounded in his ear. "This herbal bath is extraordinarily refined from many rare and precious medicinal herbs. After a few more baptisms your constitution will undergo an ultimate sublimation." Yun gritted his teeth against the searing pain and lifted his head with difficulty. 15 years of memories surged forth, like a tidal wave merging with his vast soul's memories. In this life his name was Yun. The elder before him was his master who had taken him in 15 years ago, a pill king named Songyu. A gentle smile lingered on the elder's face, his eyes full of encouragement. Yet Yun caught a fleeting glint of greed deep within those murky pupils. It was the look of one beholding a rare treasure poised to devour it whole. Yun's heart sank like a stone. Having lived many lives, his perception was exceedingly sharp. Through that momentary flash of avarice in the elder's eyes, he understood. This herbal bath was anything but simple. After an unknown span of time, when the medicinal potency had slightly subsided, he was finally allowed to emerge from the tub. After dressing, the elder appraised him with satisfaction, offered a few words of advice to rest well, and then turned to leave. Alone in his room, Yun immediately sat cross-legged and began to examine his own body internally. He could sense that his body, tempered by the herbal bath, was emanating a faint precious radiance brimming with an indescribable vitality. The 3,000 points invested in talent had not been wasted. When his spiritual sense delved into his body, and perceived its true nature, even a soul as seasoned as his could not help but draw a sharp breath. Heavenly Pill Divine Body. This was an exceedingly rare constitution and natural-born alchemist possessing an instinctive affinity and mastery over all heavenly herbs. More importantly, its cultivation aptitude was in no way inferior to any Tao body. Nurtured by years of herbal baths, his meridians were exceptionally robust. This Buddhist cultivation speed might even surpass his previous life's pure origin Tao body. However, this joy was short-lived, replaced by a bone-piercing chill. He frantically searched through the memories of the past 15 years. In this life, he had been reborn in the southern domain, also known as the Southern Wasteland. 15 years ago, as an infant, he had been discovered by the Pill King Songyu and accepted as his final disciple. Pill King was the highest honor among alchemists. A Pill King's strength was comparable to a heavenly spirit realm powerhouse. Yet over these 15 years, Songyu had never taught him any cultivation technique nor imparted a single alchemical method. The only thing he did was periodically subject Yun to this excruciating herbal bath. His excuse was that Yun's heavenly pill divine body was inherently flawed and needed this method to be perfected. But Yun, through his internal examination, saw it clearly. His divine body was flawless, without any defect whatsoever. A lie. A lie that had persisted for 15 years. Cold sweat drenched Yun's back in an instant. An uncontrollable thought surfaced from the depths of his mind. Senior brother? He actually had a senior brother equally gifted. But 6 years ago, that senior brother had suddenly vanished. When Yun, still young, had asked about it, his master Songyu replied that his senior brother had missed home and returned to his own clan. Now reflecting on it, Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He clearly remembered that his senior brother had gone out with their master. But only their master had returned. And his master, who had once been decrepit and on the verge of death, had returned from that trip looking vigorous and full of vitality, as if he had consumed some legendary longevity-extending elixir. It was likely that senior brother had been the master's elixir. This realization plunged Yun into an icy abyss. The old wretch had never taken him as a disciple with good intentions. Time flew by. 3 months passed. Yun was once again forced by the elder to undergo a herbal bath. This time, relying on his extraordinary spiritual strength, he meticulously discerned every subtle change within the medicinal power. The bath did nourish his divine body, making his physical form increasingly powerful. But he keenly detected within the surging medicinal force an extremely subtle power, silently and persistently eroding his soul's energy like water dripping through stone. Soul possession. Yun instantly understood everything. This old dog intended to use his divine body as the perfect vessel for possession. When the time was ripe, he would erase Yun's soul and claim the body for himself. No, he could not wait for death. After this bath, Songyu seemed to be in good spirits. He told Yun that he would be going out for a while to search for some rare herbs. Yun bowed his head and respectfully agreed.
The moment Song Yu turned to leave, an unprecedented light blazed in his eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Song Ye's silhouette vanished beyond the mountain gate. Sion's deferential gaze instantly hardened into icy stillness. Without hesitation, he whirled around and dashed straight into Song Ye's private cultivation chamber. The alchemy lab to study the sleeping quarters. He ransacked every corner, yanking open cabinets and scrutinizing each jade slip with his spiritual sense. He found nothing. No records of soul-seizing techniques, not even a single trace or hint.
That old fox is indeed cautious.
Standing alone in the center of the ravaged room, Yun murmured to himself. He knew full well such a lethal secret would never be left exposed. He sank slowly onto the floor, forcing his mind into calm. What now? The elder had forbidden him from cultivating any cultivation art under the pretext of an inherent physical deficiency, and had never allowed him near authentic alchemical practice, only rudimentary pharmacology. This meant he was for all intents and purposes an ordinary mortal, powerless, defenseless. Even if he began cultivation immediately, what could he possibly achieve? His master was a legendary pill sovereign, his strength rivaling that of a heaven spirit realm expert. Even with his peerless celestial pill body, catching up within any reasonable time frame was nothing short of delusion. Worse still, the elder could return at any moment and strike without warning. If his abnormality were discovered, the game would be up. At best, he would be imprisoned outright, reduced to a helpless fish upon the chopping block awaiting the knife. Flee. Impossible. How could an ordinary mortal escape the grasp of a heaven spirit realm master? A dead end. An absolute inescapable dead end. Yun's fists clenched tighter, his thoughts churning with turmoil. Was he truly to await death? In this life, he had invested all 3,000 cycles of karmic merit solely into refining his innate talent, securing this exceedingly rare celestial pill body. He refused to become a mere vessel for another's ascension. And though Elder Song Yu harbored ill intent, the 15 years of rare precious medicinal baths were not without effect. While those elixirs eroded his soul essence, they simultaneously forged his physical body to an astonishing degree, his celestial pill body even surpassing the legends of ordinary ones. Such extraordinary talent. Such a perfect beginning. Was it all to end here, obscure, unjust, unfulfilled? Resentment flared. How could he ever accept it? Yun's gaze swept across the chamber, finally settling on an unremarkable medicine basket tucked into a corner, the one holding his freshly discarded robes soaked through with residual bath essences. Medicinal bath. Ah! Medicinal bath. A flash of insight struck like lightning. He sprang to his feet and strode swiftly toward the massive wooden tub used for his daily immersion. Inside remained a murky residue of spent elixir and undissolved herbal dregs. Yun knelt, pinched a speck of sediment between thumb and forefinger, brought it to his nose for a delicate inhalation, then ground it carefully between his fingertips. For 15 years, pharmacology had been his sole discipline. Under the tutelage of pill sovereign Song Yu, his ability to identify spirit herbs rivaled that of an average 5th-rank alchemist. Herbal properties raced through his mind.
Coagulation grass stabilizes the foundation and nourishes primordial energy. Dragon tendon vine fortifies sinews and bones. This is it. Soul-dissolving saliva.
Yun froze mid-motion. He sifted urgently through the dregs, and soon uncovered several black petals shaped uncannily like demonic faces.
Soul-corrosive flower.
Both herbs served but one purpose: to silently erode and dissolve a living being's soul essence. The former Yun, unawakened and innocent, had never questioned the master who'd raised him since childhood, as if his own son. He had never once examined the composition of his medicinal baths. Now the evidence stood irrefutable. A cold, searing certainty settled deep within Yun's heart. The elder's treachery was no longer suspicion, it was fact. How to break free? How could he shatter this inescapable death sentence? His mind raced, weaving every fragment of knowledge into a coherent pattern. Soul erosion, soul seizing. Why erode his soul? Because soul seizing demands a target whose soul strength falls far beneath the usurper's, ensuring success and minimizing backlash. But what if the soul of the intended host proved equal, or even superior, to that of the usurper? Then the attempt would be nothing less than suicide. A revelation blazed across his consciousness. Yes, soul essence. If the elder sought to weaken his soul, then he would do the opposite: forge his soul into an unassailable bastion, so formidable that any attempt at soul seizing would rebound catastrophically, destroying the usurper utterly. A fierce, unprecedented light ignited in Si Yun's eyes. Instantly he plunged deep into the boundless ocean of his soul memory, scouring its depths with desperate urgency. There, his divine sense locked onto a fractured jade slip, the spoils he'd seized at great peril in a hidden realm trap laid by a Unity Attainment Realm Master back in his previous life as Qi Yun. A Soul Cultivation Manual. Grinding Disc Soul Forging Art. Soul cultivation methods were rarer than phoenix feathers. Even the most prestigious blessed lands rarely possessed one. In his past life, Qi Yun had barely escaped a soul-seizing attempt by the residual consciousness of that Unity Attainment Master, sustaining grievous foundational damage and a sharp decline in lifespan. All subsequent effort had gone into breaking through realms to extend his life, leaving no time to cultivate this very soul art. Yet in this life, it had become his sole lifeline. Si Yun now delved again into his 15 years of memories. He recalled that Master San Yu, though peerless among Pill sovereigns in alchemical mastery, had long stalled at the threshold of Pill Emperor. More than once drunk and unguarded, the elder had lamented that his soul essence had reached its absolute limit, incapable of further advancement. This confirmed that the elder possessed no soul cultivation method of his own. His path forward crystallized with absolute clarity. This was the key to breaking the deadlock. Si Yun wasted not a second. He returned to his chamber, shut the door, and settled cross-legged upon the floor. He withdrew all awareness inward and began circulating his soul essence precisely as instructed by the grinding disc, soul forging art. A low hum resonated. Almost the instant the technique activated, an indescribable agony seized his very soul. He felt his soul essence gripped by an invisible hand, crushed mercilessly against a colossal core stone mill. The mill turned slow and grinding. Creak, creak. That was the sound of his soul being shattered, torn, stretched, and pulverized. His body convulsed violently, his face pale to the hue of bleached parchment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his temples. Yet he clenched his teeth, silent, unyielding. Having walked the Tao across countless lifetimes, his Tao heart remained unshaken. Such pain was but a fleeting trial. He had to endure. Just as he teetered on the edge of collapse, new knowledge began flowing gently into his consciousness, revealed by the art itself, the hierarchical stages of soul cultivation. The path of the soul progresses from weakness to transcendence: soul gathering realm, mind stabilizing realm, spirit wandering realm, yang spirit realm, indestructible realm. Under the tempering of the millstone soul forging art, time seemed to lose all meaning. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Si Yun's soul, subjected to the inhuman grinding day after day, did not collapse. Instead, it began a frenzied transformation, rising from the ruins of its former self. The profound soul foundation he had accumulated through multiple reincarnations had once touched the threshold of the spirit-settling realm. Yet it had been worn down to a state of decay by 15 years of medicinal baths, plummeting to the midstage of the soul-gathering realm. The old monster likely planned to wait until his soul fell to the early stage of the soul-gathering realm before attempting the possession, ensuring absolute certainty. Following the guidance of the millstone soul forging art, Si Yun forcibly split his soul into several parts, pushing them one by one onto the icy void millstone. When one part of his soul was crushed to its limits, teetering on the edge of collapse, another part would immediately take its place, continuing to endure the torment that tore at his very spirit. He dared not slacken in the slightest. Awake, he cultivated in dreams. The thunderous roar of the millstone echoed. The soul-gathering realm condensed 10,000 strands of divine sense into a single thread of sharpness. In 3 months, he not only halted the decline of his soul, but also swam against the current, nearly touching the threshold of the late stage. Just as Si Yun prepared to push forward with all his might and deepen his cultivation, a familiar and powerful aura rapidly approached from beyond the mountain. San Yu had returned. Si Yun's eyes snapped open. He forcibly suppressed the surging power of his soul, instantly retracting all his sharpness, and edge reverting to the innocent youth who knew nothing of the world. Outside the cave-dwelling, San Yu's figure materialized. His complexion was ruddy, his spirits high, and he carried a jade box sealed with layers of talismans. Clearly this expedition had yielded no small gains. "Yun, your master has returned." San Yu's voice was as kind as ever, but when his gaze swept over Si Yun, it carried an imperceptible hint of scrutiny. Si Yun hurried forward and bowed respectfully. "Master, you have returned." San Yu nodded with satisfaction, his smile growing even wider. Naturally, he could not detect the subtle changes in Si Yun's soul. he only felt that everything remained under his control. This time your master has found a few more rare herbs just in time to refine your precious body once again. Tonight we shall conduct the medicinal bath. Song Yu said, his tone gentle yet carrying an unyielding authority. A cold sneer arose in Si Yun's heart. Refine my precious body. Ha, I suppose he wants to lay the foundation for his own vessel. Yes, master. He lowered his head in obedience, his drooping eyelids concealing all emotion. During this medicinal bath, Si Yun controlled his soul, actively meeting the medicinal power that dissolved the spirit. Under the operation of the millstone art, these original death warrants became an excellent whetstone to temper his soul. An unexpected delight. While joy surged in Si Yun's heart, yet his face remained a mask of agony. He even deliberately feigned a gradual weakening of his soul, making his aura appear even more withered. When the bath ended, he felt that his soul power had not diminished but increased through this tempering, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the late soul-gathering realm. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. Another year went by. Outside the cave-dwelling, Song Ye's figure appeared once more. This time he no longer wore a vibrant look. Though he still forced himself to appear strong, the deathly aura and decay between his brows could no longer be concealed. His lifespan was nearly exhausted. Si Yun knew in his heart that this old dog had been away longer than ever before, seemingly fully prepared for the final step. Yuter, I have returned. Song Ye's voice carried a faint trace of weakness. Master, you have returned. Si Yun stepped forward to bow, his heart filled with cold laughter. Impatient are we? Song Yu nodded wearily, his murky eyes fixed on Si Yun, as if admiring a perfect work of art about to fall into his hands. This time your master has found the last few main ingredients just in time for your final refinement. Tonight you will take the medicinal bath. Finally it had come. Si Yun's heart surged like a stormy sea, but his exterior remained obedient. Yes, master. Night fell. The familiar giant wooden tub was once again carried into the room. Under Song Ye's control, the medicinal liquid quickly boiled. This time the aura of soul-dissolving saliva and soul-corrupting flour was so intense that it almost materialized into black mist swirling on the liquid surface. Si Yun took a deep breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped resolutely into the tub. Agony. Pain more violent than ever before instantly pierced his entire being. But Si Yun gritted his teeth, for he knew that within this searing pain lay Song Ye's barely restrained murderous intent. Song Yu stood by the tub, his gaze dark and obscure. Watching Si Yun writhe in agony within the liquid, a cruel ultimate smile finally curled at the corner of his lips. The timing is about right, he muttered to himself. He took a sharp deep breath, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, and a stream of obscure complex incantations poured from his mouth. In an instant, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from his crown, transforming into an invisible ferocious beast that roared and charged straight towards Si Yun's brow. The heavenly damned precious body will finally be mine. Song Ye's arrogant laughter exploded directly within Si Yun's sea of consciousness. Yet the moment his ferocious soul crashed into Si Yun's sea of consciousness, his laughter was cut short. The weak, easily shattered soul he had imagined did not appear. Instead, it was like colliding with a red-hot wall of bronze and iron. Si Yun's soul, like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years, erupted in that instant. Countless soul threads madly intertwined within his sea of consciousness, instantly coalescing into razor-sharp edges. In the next moment, they transformed into thick soul chains tightly binding Song Ye's soul. What? Impossible. Song Yu let out a furious roar. An irresistible colossal force locked his soul from all sides. Si Yun's face was deathly pale, the veins on his forehead bulging. He exerted every ounce of his strength, pushing the millstone soul-forging art to its absolute limit. Within his sea of consciousness, a colossal phantom millstone slowly materialized and began its merciless grinding against Song Ye's soul, bound by the chains. Ah! Song Yu let out a miserable scream, inhuman in its quality. He could clearly feel his soul being torn apart and ground to pieces, a pain 1,000 times more terrifying than physical death. Your soul power. How is it possible? How can you be at the peak of the soul-gathering realm? You actually cultivated a soul art. This is impossible. Song Ye's voice turned sharp and panicked. He struggled wildly, only to find his soul nailed firmly to the millstone by those chains, with no hope of escape. Si Yun's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Song Ye's face, twisted with fear. He spoke each word deliberately. Old dog, weren't you going to possess me? Today you shall taste the flavor of backlash.
The millstone spun faster and faster. Song Ye's screams grew weaker and weaker until he was finally devoured entirely by the millstone. Inside the room, the medicinal liquid in the tub churned violently. When the last wisp of soul was ground into nothingness, the eyes of Song Ye standing by the tub instantly went vacant, his face frozen in an expression of extreme terror and unwillingness. His body shuddered violently, then collapsed limply backward, his life force utterly severed. In the tub, Yin, completely drained of strength, at that moment slumped, his head lolling to the side as he lost consciousness. After an unknown stretch of time, Yin awoke amidst waves of weakness. He was still submerged in the wooden tub, the medicinal liquid long since turned cold. By the tub's edge, Song Ye's corpse lay rigid on the ground, eyes wide open, his face frozen in the terror and unwillingness before his death. Dead. This old dog was finally dead. Yun struggled to climb out of the wooden tub, the aftermath of the soul backlash leaving his head splitting with pain. He walked to Song Ye's corpse, crouched down, and began to search. Soon from Song Ye's finger, he removed an unremarkable ancient-looking ring. Yun probed a thread of his newly restored soul power into it. The ring flickered faintly, and a vast storage space unfolded within his consciousness. A sea of resources, mountains of spiritual herbs and alchemy materials. Yun's heart thumped uncontrollably. No wonder he was a renowned pill king, his wealth was truly staggering. His soul swept through the space, quickly locking onto several jade slips. He took them out and examined them one by one. The jade slips contained a detailed record of Song Ye's lifetime of alchemy insights, countless precious pill formulas, and various exquisite alchemy techniques. A complete pill king legacy. And deep within these jade slips, Yun also found a cultivation technique, the Hun Yuan Wuji Ju. A Yuan grade top-tier technique. Yun's breath quickened. Across several lifetimes of reincarnation, the strongest technique he had obtained was only at the heaven grade. Old dog, you raised me for 16 years only to be my stepping stone. Yun let out a cold laugh and stored everything away. He did not leave immediately, but forcing his exhausted body began to clean the cave dwelling. He disposed of Song Ye's corpse, erased all traces of the fight and soul clash, and restored the room to its original state. He had to make Song Ye's death appear as if he had simply exhausted his lifespan. After handling Song Ye's corpse, he took one last look at the cave dwelling where he had lived for 15 or 16 years. Without a trace of nostalgia, he departed, silently vanishing into the vast mountains of southern wilderness. Seasons passed, and 2 years flew by. Deep within a highly concealed valley of the Snake Body Mountain in southern wilderness, Yun sat cross-legged on a large rock, spiritual energy swirling around him, forming a visible vortex. With his final exhalation, a formidable aura erupted from within his body. Initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. Yun opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power, within a glint of amazement flashing in his gaze. The talent bought with 3,000 reincarnation points is indeed monstrous. 2 years ago, he was still a powerless mortal, yet now, he was at the spirit transformation realm. The Hun Yuan Wuji Ju combined with the heavenly pill divine body made his cultivation progress at a staggering pace. In comparison, his alchemy skills were somewhat lacking. With no one to guide him, relying solely on his own exploration of the jade slips, in 2 years, he had only barely reached the level of a second-tier alchemist. During these 2 years, he had also gained a deeper understanding of southern wilderness. Here the status of alchemists was supremely revered, far surpassing that of martial artists. The entire southern wilderness was composed of 3 great territories. The Thousand Mountains region where Song Yu had resided was one of them. Just as Yun was planning his future path, his expression suddenly changed. An overwhelmingly powerful aura descended upon the valley without any warning. That pressure felt like the heavens collapsing, like mountains crumbling. It was a heaven spirit realm powerhouse. Yun's internal alarm bells rang wildly. He instantly rose from the boulder, his entire body on guard with spiritual energy. An old man in a dark alchemist's robe appeared silently before him. His face was dignified, his bearing upright, but Yun detected a trace of an extremely subtle aura that was identical to Song Ye's. You are Yu Song Ye's closed-door disciple. The old man spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Yun's heart sank. Trouble had arrived. Maintaining a calm exterior, he respectfully bowed. Junior Yun greets Senior. May I ask who Senior refers to as Song Yu? Still playing dumb? The old man frowned. I am Qian Yuan Song Ye's senior brother. Over 2 years ago, I sensed his life tablet shatter, and have been searching for his traces ever since. I've scoured the entire Thousand Mountains region, and only found a faint remnant of his aura here very similar to the aura on you.
Pill King Qian Yuan. Si Yun's heart churned with stormy waves, but his face wore a look of bewildered sorrow.
Senior, you are my master's senior brother. Master, he passed away 2 years ago.
He began to fabricate a story reciting the tale he had long prepared. It was simply that Song Yu had exhausted his lifespan, and after burying his master, he had wandered alone. As he spoke, he carefully observed Qian Yuan's expression. Upon hearing of Song Ye's death, a complex trace of grief indeed appeared on Qian Yuan's dignified face.
That wretch.
Qian Yuan sighed and slowly said,
In the past, Song Yu and I were as close as brothers. Unfortunately, the master ultimately passed the position of sect leader to me. Disgruntled, he left the sect in a fit of anger and vanished without a trace. I never imagined our next meeting would be separated by life and death.
He looked at Si Yun, his eyes now holding a touch of pity and guilt.
Though he was at fault, you are after all his only disciple. Over the years, I as his senior brother have been remiss in caring for him, leading him astray. Since your master is no more, from now on you will follow me. I will treat you as my own personal disciple to make amends for my guilt.
Si Yun's heart, far from relaxing, grew even more tense. Here it was again. This seemingly warm goodwill. Song Ye's lesson was still fresh in his mind. How could he easily trust a stranger he had just met? Moreover, the other party was a Pill King, a heaven spirit realm powerhouse. Si Yun knew full well he had no room to refuse. Even if he wanted to refuse, there was no way.
I shall follow senior's arrangements.
Si Yun lowered his head, concealing the alertness in his eyes. And so Si Yun followed Qian Yuan back to his sect. An ancient sect that once had a 3-element realm powerhouse seated within the Danxia sect. Time flew and another 4 years passed. During these 4 years, Qian Yuan treated him exactly as promised, like his own son, providing cultivation resources freely and imparting alchemy knowledge without reservation. Si Yun also revealed his monstrous talent. His cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the 9th level of the Spirit King realm, only a step away from the Earth Spirit realm. His alchemy skills had also broken through to the 6th tier, just 1 step away from attaining the status of Pill King. Si Yun was now the foremost alchemy genius of the entire Danxia sect. Qian Yuan's meticulous care even began to shake Si Yun's wary heart. Perhaps he had been overly suspicious. One day Qian Yuan called him to the alchemy chamber.
Soon the Holy Yuan blessed land will hold an alchemy convention. All alchemists under the age of 25 may participate.
Qian Yuan looked at him, his eyes full of gratification and anticipation.
With your current skill, you are more than capable of contending with the geniuses of the entire Southern Wilderness. Go and let those old fogies of Southern Wilderness witness the brilliance of my Danxia sect's disciple.
An alchemy convention, hosted by the Holy Yuan blessed land. Si Yun's heart pounded fiercely. The Holy Yuan blessed land was one of the cave heavens and blessed lands of Southern Wilderness, a superpower with a cave heaven realm powerhouse. Si Yun recalled that in his past life Lin Xian had latched onto a prodigy from a cave heaven and blessed land, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds and completely leave him behind.
If I can latch onto a powerful figure from the Holy Yuan blessed land at the convention.
Si Yun followed the Danxia sect's contingent to the Holy Origin blessed land. Talented alchemists from all corners of the Southern Wilderness converged here like a river of fish crossing a weir. Each person wore an alchemist's robe representing their sect or clan, their faces brimming with pride and arrogance. The alchemy convention was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was the identification of pill formulas. Above the square, beams of light descended, flashing hundreds of thousands of incomplete pill formulas across them at dizzying speed. Participants had to identify and complete as many formulas as possible within a set time. This tested an alchemist's fundamental knowledge reserves. Si Yun stood among the crowd, his expression calm. As his divine sense swept over them, those formulas that seemed abstruse to others were crystal clear to him. After 6 hours, the first round concluded. Si Yun's name ranked among the top. Countless gazes instantly fixed upon him, filled with astonishment.
Si Yun of the Danxia sect. Never heard of him. The Danxia sect is led by alchemy king Qian Yuan. It's only natural for such a genius to emerge from there.
On the high platform, several elders of the Holy Origin Blessed Land cast admiring glances. Alchemy King Qian Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, his face brimming with pride. The second round began. They were to refine a 6th grade pill. The process was complex, demanding extreme control over heat and soul power enough to eliminate over 90% of those present. Xi Yun collected the herbs and walked to a cauldron. He did not rush but closed his eyes in contemplation.
"I'll refine the 7-orifice soul-nourishing pill."
This pill nourished the soul, requiring such precise manipulation of soul force that even a slight misstep would cause a clash of medicinal energies and a direct explosion of the cauldron. It was considered a premium among 6th grade pills. He opened his eyes, flipped his palm, and a deep azure flame rose in his hand. The earthly fire passed down from Qian Yuan. He cast the flame into the cauldron, instantly stabilizing the temperature at a perfect range. He began methodically adding herbs, purifying and fusing them. Time passed. Explosions echoed across the square as many turned pale and admitted defeat.
"Ha, I succeeded!"
someone exclaimed in excitement. Though they had only refined a low-grade 6th-tier pill, it caused quite a stir. Most present were 5th-grade alchemists. Those who could reach the 6th grade were rare. As more completed their work, Xi Yun's unhurried demeanor became an anomaly.
"Why hasn't he condensed the pill yet? The medicinal energy is about to spiral out of control, isn't it? He's too arrogant. Who does he think he is? I thought a remarkable figure was about to emerge from the Thousand Mountains region, but it seems he's merely proficient in pharmacology."
Amid the murmur, Xi Yun's eyes sharpened. Now, he formed hand seals, and a vast surge of soul power burst forth, precisely enveloping the violent liquid medicine within the cauldron.
"Condense!"
With a low shout, the cauldron hummed, and a rich fragrance of the pill spread, overpowering all other medicinal aromas in the square. The lid flew off, and a cyan pill the size of a dragon's eye, marked with 7 strange patterns, rose and spun in the air.
"A superior 7-orifice soul-nourishing pill comparable to an ordinary top-grade 6th-tier pill,"
an elder on the platform exclaimed. The entire assembly was in an uproar. Xi Yun became the center of attention once more. If the first round had only been surprising, the second was utterly stunning. But at that moment a disturbance came from another cauldron. A young man in a black robe, his expression indifferent, formed a hand seal with one hand. 2 pills flew out from his cauldron. A double pill from one furnace. And both were of the highest grade. Even the elders on the platform could no longer remain seated.
"Who is that?" "Lu Li, the orphan of the Lu family."
Xi Yun's gaze was also drawn to the young man in black. His name was Lu Li. His demeanor was peculiar, as if detached from the world, his eyes vacant and indifferent to everything around him. From the whispers of others, Xi Yun caught fragments of his story, the last bloodline of an ancient alchemy lineage born under celestial omens, bearing a unique bloodline power. He sounded like a child of destiny. The third round was improvisational alchemy. The convention provided a limited selection of spiritual herbs, and participants had to combine them freely to create the most innovative pill. Xi Yun looked at the herbs before him, a bold idea flashing through his mind. He would refine a long-lost ancient pill recorded in the Sanyu pill formula manuscript. This pill was called the Nirvana Dust Pill, which allowed a cultivator to forcibly reverse their cultivation base for a short time, unleashing power far beyond their own realm, but with severe side effects. The refining technique was extremely tricky, and a single mistake could cause an explosion. But Xi Yun was determined to take on the challenge. He would use this convention to make his name known. If he caught the favor of some great figure, his fortunes would soar. On the other side, Lu Li's choice was equally unexpected. He threw several herbs with completely conflicting properties into his cauldron. Everyone thought he was mad. Yet under Lu Li's bizarre manipulation, the violent medicinal forces miraculously fused together. In the end, Xi Yun and Lu Li opened their cauldrons almost simultaneously. Xi Yun's Nirvana Dust Pill was completed, triggering a celestial phenomenon of the highest quality. From Lu Li's cauldron flew a strange pill, black and white, swirling with the energies of life and death. The final judgment declared them tied for first place. The twin stars of the convention renowned across the southern wilderness. After the alchemy convention, the Holy Origin Blessed Land announced the opening of an ancient secret realm called Meteor Fall Valley, inviting the outstanding young alchemists to explore it. Xi Yun and Lu Li were naturally among the invitees. A month later, inside Meteor Fall Valley, ancient trees towered and dangers lurked everywhere. Xi Yun moved alone using his keen divine sense to avoid perilous areas and gather many rare spiritual herbs. At a cliff base, he discovered a nearly ripe 9-orifice nourishing grass. Just as he was about to pick it, a thunderous beast roar echoed. A massive 3-eyed demon wolf sprang from the forest, blocking his path. The wolf's strength was formidable, comparable to a cultivator at the early Earth spirit realm. Xi Yun's expression darkened as he unleashed his full power at the 9th level of the Spirit King realm, engaging the wolf in battle. However, the wolf's body was extremely tough. Xi Yun's attacks left only shallow white marks on its hide. As he struggled, a black figure appeared silently beside the battlefield. It was Lu Li. He looked at the wolf, then at Xi Yun, and finally his gaze settled on the 9-orifice nourishing grass.
Let's join forces, kill it, and split the herb.
Lu Li's voice was as cold as his demeanor.
Fine.
Xi Yun agreed without hesitation. Lu Li joined the fray. He did not use spiritual power, but instead took out small porcelain bottles from his robe, continuously sprinkling powders and liquids onto the wolf. The substances seemed ordinary, but once they touched the wolf, its movements visibly slowed and its iron-like fur began to corrode. It was poison. Xi Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately coordinated with Lu Li, targeting the wolf's weak points. One used poison, the other launched fierce attacks. Their cooperation was flawless. Half an hour later, the massive wolf fell unwillingly. Both Xi Yun and Lu Li were panting, but their eyes held a trace of mutual respect.
Your poison arts are remarkable.
Xi Yun praised sincerely.
Your cultivation is solid too.
Lu Li replied, a rare response. They divided the 9-orifice nourishing grass, and their relationship eased. For the rest of the exploration, they chose to travel together. While resting in a cave, they discussed the Tao of alchemy.
Some pill formulas should never have existed in this world,
Lu Li said, suddenly staring at the flickering campfire. Xi Yun's heart stirred.
For example, using living beings as the medicinal guide,
Lu Li said, his tone filled with disgust. He spoke slowly.
I once heard from an elder that years ago a special secret realm appeared, and from it spread a lost evil pill formula. That formula required living beings with special physiques and cultivation at the Earth spirit realm or above as the culprit and their souls as the guide. The resulting pill could forcibly enhance the alchemist's soul and talent, even increasing the chance of breaking through to a higher realm.
Xi Yun's breath caught for a moment. Enhancing the soul and talent, and aiding breakthroughs.
What happened then?
He asked, feigning calm.
Then,
Lu Li sneered.
It is said that the formula fell into the hands of an alchemy king from the Thousand Mountains region. It caused quite a stir at the time, but the alchemy king denied it, and the matter eventually fizzled out.
The Thousand Mountains region. An alchemy king. Xian Yuan. Wasn't he the alchemy king of the Thousand Mountains region? In the region of 1,000 mountains. Dan Wang. Each word pierced Xi Yun's heart like a poisoned dagger. He suddenly recalled the 4 years of Qian Yuan's seemingly boundless solicitude. Could that solicitude be concealing the same predatory selective greed as Song Yes?
Yuner, your talent is the rarest I have ever seen. You must break through the Dilling realm as soon as possible, only then can your senior uncle entrust the Danxia sect to you with peace of mind. Yuner, if you encounter any bottleneck in cultivation, speak to your senior uncle without hesitation, do not delay your advancement. Yuner, the Dilling realm is a great hurdle. You must prepare early. I have a few spirit herbs here that can stabilize your foundation, take them.
In the past, Xi Yun mistook it for hope and deep affection. Now he realized it was not hope at all, it was plain coercion. Like a butcher urging a carefully fattened pig to pack on weight and be ready for the slaughter. Cold sweat soaked Xi Yun's back in an instant. He remembered that among Qian Yuan's disciples there were many with fine constitutions, yet strangely few truly reached the Dilling realm. He had once asked his fellow disciples. They replied that those prodigies who had broken into the Dilling realm had been entrusted by the master with heavy responsibilities, and sent across the southern border to spread the Danxia sect's branches and leaves. Spread the sect? Now he thought perhaps they were reduced to dregs in a pill furnace. And 4 years ago, when Qian Yuan first met him, and sensed his Tian Dan Bao Ti, a flash of ecstatic madness had crossed his eyes. What followed was an avalanche of resources and lavish instruction. It was not cultivation, it was forcible ripening. If not for his extraordinary Tian Dan Bao Ti and lifetimes of prior cultivation, that brutal regimen would have hollowed his roots and ruined him. From Song Yu to Qian Yuan. From a wolf's den to a tiger's lair. Qian Yuan was very likely the one who had obtained that evil pill formula back then. And his perfect Tian Dan Bao Ti had been the finest catalyst Qian Yuan had prepared for years. He drew a deep breath, forced down the storm in his chest, looked up, and offered Lu Li a grateful smile.
Thank you, Brother Lu, for revealing these secrets. You have opened my eyes.
Lu Li merely nodded, said nothing further, and continued to poke the campfire, his expression as cold as ever. But Si Yun knew his path had once again come to the edge of a cliff. In the short term, he must not break through the Dilling realm. The moment he did, it would be Qian Yuan's harvest. In the following days within the secret realm, Si Yun and Lu Li continued to travel together, one leading the assault, the other wielding poisons. Their cooperation grew ever more tacit, and their bond deepened. At last, beside a deep pool, they discovered a rare Longxuetsuegu Hua dragon blood bone tempering flower, and coiled nearby was a mid-isling realm single-horned Jiaolong. It was an opportunity. They exchanged a glance, and instantly reached agreement, one to the left, one to the right, and they attacked the Jiaolong. The battle was fierce. As the Jiaolong was restrained and slowed by Lu Li's exotic toxin, Si Yun seized the opening and thrust his sword toward its vital 7-inch point. However, just as the blade was about to touch the scales, his wrist twitched strangely, the tip veered 3 inches, and plunged heavily into the Jiaolong's armored spine. A roar. The wounded Jiaolong erupted in fury, its massive tail wielding tremendous force and lashing Si Yun's chest. Si Yun took the blow and was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face went deathly pale.
Si Yun?
Lu Li's expression changed. He scattered poison powder, as if without restraint, forcing the Jiaolong back temporarily, and flashed to Si Yun's side.
Brother Lu, I am fine.
Si Yun struggled to rise, only to cough up more blood. His breath soured, and his vitality waned to an extreme. He gave a bitter smile, and said weakly,
It seems I was too eager for quick success. This strike may have damaged my foundation. In future, breaking into the Dilling realm will be difficult.
Lu Li supported him, brow knitted. After a brief examination, a complex expression flickered across his face, concern and regret, but mixed with something else. His expression proved inscrutable. Finally, he said in a low voice,
Enough talk. Kill the Jiaolong first.
The journey into the secret realm concluded. When Qian Yuan saw Si Yun being supported and emerging from the light gate with a bloodless face, the smile on his own face froze instantly.
Yuner, what has happened to you?
Qian Yuan asked with feigned concern. Si Yun watched that convincing performance and sneered inwardly. He forced a salute and said weakly,
Senior uncle, your disciple was incompetent. In seizing a spirit herb, I was grievously wounded by a demon beast. I fear my foundation is damaged.
He looked up with a precisely measured despair and pain in his eyes.
I feel that in this life, the possibility of breaking into the Dilling realm is vanishingly small.
What? Color drained from Qian Yuan's face, and he was visibly shaken. He gripped Si Yun's wrist and poured his soul force into probing. Indeed, a sinister, icy demonic presence had lodged itself in Si Yun's meridians.
Nonsense!
Qian Yuan barked, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes that he quickly suppressed as he slipped back into the mask of the benevolent teacher. He patted Si Yun's shoulder and said gruffly,
Don't be afraid, Yuner. I know of a secret realm that grows a miraculous substance to repair foundations. Jiozhuan Huanyang Xian 9 turns rebirth saliva. Rest assured, I will fetch it for you no matter what.
Si Yun bowed his head and replied respectfully,
Thank you, Master.
Back at the Danxia sect, Qian Yuan immediately arranged for Si Yun to live in the secluded villa in the rear mountain, where he usually cultivated ostensibly, so he could recuperate. After a few final instructions, Qian Yuan hurried away, presumably to make preparations for the Jiozhuan Huanyang Xian. Once he left, Si Yun immediately wanted to leave this den of trouble. However, as he reached the villa's gate, 2 elders with deep, heavy auras blocked his path.
Young Lord Yun, the sect lord has ordered that you must rest here and not go out.
Si Yun's heart chilled inch by inch. Unwilling to accept it, he extended his spiritual sense, and soon discovered that the entire rear mountain was enveloped by a vast formation. In the darkness, several powerful auras lurked. One was the oppressive presence of a Tianling realm cultivator. The scheme was laid bare. The old dog could not even be bothered to continue pretending. Si Yun turned and walked back into the villa. His face betrayed no emotion, but his heart was ice cold. Time slipped by and another 2 years passed. During those 2 years, Si Yun truly did not leave the house. He did not choose to break through the Dilling realm, because he knew that once a heavenly tribulation arrived, the great omen would instantly draw Lin Yun, and that would be his death knell. He threw all his energy into alchemy. In 2 years his alchemical art advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier, and faintly brushing the threshold of Dan Wang. Were it not for the limits of his cultivation, once he broke through the Dilling realm, he could ascend at a single bound and establish himself as Dan Wang. Though confined news from the outside still trickled into his ears, especially about that brother Lu Li. In these 2 years the fellow's fame had soared, and he had made quite a name for himself. His cultivation had long been among the Dilling realm's elite. It was said that an elder of the Gi realm from Baichao Dongtian had taken him as a personal disciple, granting him boundless honor. Yun listened to these reports without any feeling, only an indescribable complexity. He calculated the time, and felt that Lin Yun, that old dog, should be returning soon. Just as Yun was at a loss, pondering how to break the deadlock, a cold, domineering voice suddenly rang out over the skies above the Danxia sect.
I, Lu Li, am taking someone away. Your little Danxia sect dares to stop me. I, Lu Li, want to take someone away. Do you little Danxia sect dare to stop me?
Inside the courtyard, Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of astonishment bursting within them. Lu Li. He actually came. A surge of warmth instantly flooded his entire body, and Yun's heart pounded violently. Moved. This was an emotion he rarely experienced in his countless reincarnations. Through the fragmented news drifting in from the outside world over the years, he became increasingly certain that Lu Li was a child of destiny, blessed with immense fortune. Investing in and befriending such a person was indeed the most profitable venture. At that moment the atmosphere before the mountain gate of the Danxia sect was exceptionally tense. 2 heavenly spirit realm elders had grim faces, their eyes fixed on the tall black-robed youth before them. With Lin Yun absent, they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Before leaving, Lin Yun had given a strict order: guard Yun at all costs, never allowing him to leave the sect even half a step. But now this rising star of the southern wasteland had come directly to their doorstep, demanding the man. This was nothing short of grinding the Danxia sect's face into the dirt.
Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this?
The elder on the left, suppressing his rage, spoke in a deep voice.
Yun is a disciple of our Danxia sect. His comings and goings are not for an outsider to interfere with. Even if our Danxia sect has declined, we are not some stray cat or dog to be bullied at will. Nor are we some soft persimmon for anyone to squeeze.
The elder on the right chimed in, though his words lacked conviction. They were not afraid of Lu Li. A mere Earth spirit realm 7th layer, no matter how monstrous, could hardly stir up trouble in the Danxia sect. What they feared was the Unity realm powerhouse behind Lu Li, the one from the 100 Herbs Celestial Cave. It was said that this figure was only a step away from the Celestial Cave realm, one of the supreme powerhouses in the Thousand Mountains region. Such a being could annihilate the Danxia sect with a single breath. Hearing this, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Li's mouth.
So much pointless chatter. Whether your Danxia sect is a soft persimmon or not, I, Lu Li, am determined to squeeze it today.
Too lazy to argue further, his figure flickered, and he charged directly toward the mountain gate.
Stop him!
The 2 elders erupted in fury, as the sect's grand formation activated instantly. Countless beams of spiritual light wove into a net descending toward Lu Li. However, Lu Li paid it no heed. Forming a single-hand seal, a strange black and white chi flew from his palm. Wherever it passed, the net of spiritual light rapidly dissolved.
Boom!
Lu Li kicked open the mountain gate, causing the entire Danxia sect to tremble. He moved as if through an empty land, toppling disciples left and right, barriers and formations crumbled before him like paper. The entire sect was thrown into chaos by him alone.
You insolent brat! This is too much!
One of the heavenly spirit realm elders could no longer hold back. With a furious roar, he unleashed his full heavenly spirit pressure. A colossal hand of spiritual power descended from the sky, radiating an aura of absolute suppression, and slammed toward Lu Li. Lu Li looked up, his expression still calm. He neither dodged nor evaded, merely wrapping the black and white chi around his body.
Boom!
A thunderous crash echoed as the spiritual hand struck, shaking the entire Danxia sect violently. As the dust cleared, Lu Li's figure still stood in place. Though his robes were torn and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he had actually withstood a blow from a heavenly spirit realm powerhouse.
Impossible.
The elder who had struck narrowed his eyes, shock flooding his heart. Not long ago, there were rumors that Lu Li had faced a heavenly spirit realm expert and escaped. He had scoffed at the time, but now it seemed this youth's monstrous talent far exceeded imagination. Just as he prepared to strike again and eliminate this threat entirely, an aura thousands of times more terrifying than his own descended without warning. The aura was like an abyss and a prison, as if the entire sky had come crashing down. Within the Danxia sect, everyone felt their souls tremble. Disciples with weaker cultivation fell to their knees, unable to move.
What business do you old fogies have meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? Bullying the weak. Is this the way of the Danxia sect?
An aged and majestic voice resonated slowly through heaven and earth. Triple element realm. The two heavenly spirit realm elders turned ashen in an instant, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had not even seen the figure, yet the mere aura crushed any thought of resistance.
Senior, please calm your wrath. WWE. We will release him immediately.
Without a moment's hesitation, the two elders scrambled to deactivate the rear mountain formation and respectfully escorted Si Yun out. Under countless awestruck gazes, Lu Li led Si Yun away from the Danxia sect. Si Yun followed Lu Li to his blessed cave dwelling, the 100 Herbs Celestial Cave. There he was properly settled. A few days later, news arrived. The alchemy king Lin Yun returned to the Danxia sect and flew into a rage upon learning that Si Yun had been taken. It was said he had barely escaped with his life after retrieving a spiritual object to repair Si Yun's foundation from a perilous secret realm, only to find Lu Li had stolen his prize. In the end, he dared not come to the 100 Herbs Celestial Cave to demand Si Yun's return. But Si Yun knew this old dog would never let him off so easily. Time flew by and a year passed. Nourished by the abundant spiritual energy and vast resources of the 100 Herbs Celestial Cave, Si Yun's deliberately suppressed cultivation finally erupted in a torrent. He successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and broke through to the earth spirit realm. As naturally as water flowing, his alchemy skills also broke through their bottleneck, reaching the alchemy king level. Even Lu Li's elusive master, upon meeting Si Yun during a rare emergence from seclusion, praised him, saying he would surely become an alchemy emperor, perhaps even a grand alchemy emperor. That year Lu Li's fame grew ever brighter, making him virtually unrivaled among the younger generation of the southern wasteland. Si Yun, however, chose absolute low profile. Apart from cultivating and refining pills, he never went out and rarely interacted with others, always vigilant against Lin Yun's revenge. He had to lie low. Another 5 years passed. Lu Li returned less and less frequently, but each time he came back his aura was stronger than before. Si Yun's cultivation also steadily rose to the 4th layer of the earth spirit realm over these 5 years. Everything seemed to be improving. Yet a piece of news cast a shadow over Si Yun's heart once more. Lu Li's master, the awe-inspiring Unity Realm peak powerhouse of the southern wasteland, nearing the end of his lifespan, chose to enter a life or death seclusion to attempt the elusive breakthrough to the Celestial Cave realm. Lu Li's frequent expeditions into secret realms over the years, combined with his master's desperate seclusion due to dwindling years, stirred a vague sense of unease within Si Yun. Another decade had passed. During these 10 years, the southern frontier had undergone tumultuous changes and a dramatic shift in the situation. Lu Li's master, having failed to break through to the cave heaven realm, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Like a man possessed, Lu Li frantically searched for spiritual treasures to extend his master's life, venturing into a notorious forbidden ground in the southern frontier. Then he vanished without a trace. The strongest force in the Thousand Mountains region, the Thousand Mountains Holy Land, organized experts from various blessed lands and cave heavens to jointly explore a newly discovered ancient forbidden ground. They suffered a devastating blow. Countless powerful figures fell. Among them were Lu Li's master, who had just emerged from seclusion hoping to make a final desperate attempt, and the sole surviving cave heaven realm elder of the 100 Herbs Cave Heaven. With both pillars of support falling simultaneously, the decline of the 100 Herbs Cave Heaven became an inevitability. Its disintegration and descent into ruin were merely a matter of time. Si Yun's protection was gone. Over these 10 years, he had pushed his cultivation to the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, just a single step away from the Heaven Spirit Realm. Yet this final step had become an insurmountable chasm. Worse still, that old Lin Yun, the alchemy king who saw him as the perfect catalyst, was said to have broken through a year ago and was now a powerhouse at the peak of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Having lost his backing, Si Yun once again became prey. He began a life of hiding and fleeing across the Thousand Mountains region. Another 2 years passed. In a desolate, uninhabited valley of jagged rocks in the Thousand Mountains region, Si Yun, dressed in simple cloth, suppressed his aura to the utmost, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary rogue cultivator. These 2 years, he had lived more cautiously than ever before. He dared not stay in any one place for more than 3 months, dared not form deep bonds with anyone, and most of all dared not reveal even a hint of his alchemy skills. Qian Yuan's pursuit was relentless like a shadow. Many times he sensed the presence of people from the Danxia sect, or those commissioned by Qian Yuan, sweeping through his area. Each time it sent a cold shiver down his spine, forcing him to flee far away immediately. During one journey in search of an opportunity to break through to the heaven spirit realm, he stumbled upon a forgotten ancient ruin. There he discovered a massive dilapidated teleportation array. The array patterns were obscure and the structure complex, but Si Yun could tell at a glance that this was a grand teleportation array capable of crossing regions. An escape route. From that day on, he made this place his final lair. While carefully repairing the teleportation array, he secretly searched for opportunities that could aid his breakthrough. He knew very well that simply hiding was not a solution. Only by breaking through to the heaven spirit realm and gaining the capital to confront his enemy Heating could he truly take control of his own destiny. One day he ventured deep into a secret realm in the southern frontier known as the Dragon Burial Abyss. This place was perpetually shrouded in deadly toxic miasma rarely visited by humans, yet it gave birth to many rare and exotic flora hard to find elsewhere. He was carefully picking a sufficiently aged celestial heartlingji on a cliff face. Suddenly Si Yun's movements froze. A powerful aura descended without any warning. The surrounding space was instantly locked, and the air ceased to flow. It was a formation. This area was completely sealed. Si Yun's heart sank. A figure slowly emerged from the distorted air. The newcomer had white hair and a weathered face, but his eyes were startlingly bright, brimming with greed and rage. It was none other than Alchemy King Qian Yuan. "Little beast, you've kept me waiting long enough." Qian Yuan's voice was hoarse, his teeth clenched. He stared fixedly at Si Yun, his gaze regarding him as a lost treasure regained. 20 years, a full 20 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 20 years? I risked life and limb to retrieve the 9 revolutions soul-returning saliva from a secret realm for you to rebuild the foundation of your perfect cauldron, but you ran away. If you hadn't run, I would already be in the triple origin realm and a royal alchemist by now. Qian Yuan's roar echoed within the sealed space. Expressionless, Si Yun stored the celestial heartlingji into his storage ring, slowly straightened up, and immediately activated a secret technique to make his escape. "You seek death." Qian Yuan erupted in fury, wasting no more words. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. A beam of spiritual energy condensed to its extreme pierced the void, shooting straight at Si Yun's brow. Si Yun's pupils constricted, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared dozens of jong away, with several pills of different colors already in his hand. Without a glance, he crushed them all in his grip. Boom! A blindingly bright light erupted along with a deafening roar, instantly swallowing Qian Yuan's figure. At the same time, a large expanse of dark green toxic mist spread out, hissing and corroding even the rocks wherever it passed. Si Yun did not pause for a moment. He turned and fled with all his might in one direction. He knew these little tricks were utterly useless against Qian Yuan. Playing these petty alchemical tricks before me is like showing off one's skill with an axe before Liu Ban. Sure enough, Qian Yuan's cold snort came from the center of the explosion. Watching Si Yun's fleeing back, a cruel, mocking smile spread across Qian Yuan's face. "Today you won't escape even if you sprout wings." His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Si Yun's path. He struck out with a palm. Si Yun felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down upon him, leaving no room to dodge. With a furious roar, he unleashed the full power of his Earth Spirit Realm 9th level cultivation, throwing both fists forward to meet the giant palm imprint. Boom! A thunderous crash. Si Yun was smashed into the ground, carving a deep trench hundreds of jong long through the hard rock. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though every bone in his body was about to shatter. Too strong. The peak of the Heaven Spirit Realm and the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm might seem separated by only one major realm, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Still able to stand. Qian Yuan was somewhat surprised, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The heavenly alchemy saint body is truly an unparalleled rarity. The more tenacious you are, the better the pill you'll make. Becoming the nourishment for my step into the triple origin realm is your honor. Qian Yuan raised his hand once more. This time the spiritual energy gathering in his palm was enough to level several li of land to the ground. Si Yun struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no trace of retreat in his eyes, only blazing fighting spirit. Just as Qian Yuan was about to deliver the killing blow, a flash of inspiration struck Si Yun's mind. That ruined teleportation array. A thought surfaced in his mind. Instead of defending, he pulled a blood-red pill radiating an ominous aura from his storage ring and swallowed it in one gulp. Blood Shadow Inverse Dust Pill. Boom! A violent force exploded within him. Countless blood-red cracks appeared on the surface of his body, and his entire aura surged several times over in an instant. He did not charge at Qian Yuan. Instead, he transformed into a streak of blood-colored light, charging ferociously toward a specific node of the ceiling formation. Trying to run. Qian Yuan was momentarily stunned, then flew into a towering rage and gave close pursuit. Si Yun desperately activated the secret technique, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, but he paid it no heed, driven by a single thought. Faster. Faster still. He burst out of the dragon burial abyss, fleeing for his life toward the valley of jagged rocks. Qian Yuan was hot on his heels, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks that slammed into the ground behind him, kicking up clouds of dust. Finally, the familiar valley of jagged rocks came into view. A glimmer of joy flashed in Si Yun's eyes as he plunged into it. He rushed to the massive teleportation array, his body at its limit, teetering on the verge of collapse. Behind him, Qian Yuan's devastating attack, carrying the threat of utter annihilation, was already bearing down upon him. There was no time. Si Yun's gaze turned resolute. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. A mouthful of vital blood shot out, like a blood arrow, precisely striking the core eye of the teleportation array. Hum! A blinding white light shot up from the dilapidated array. One by one, ancient and complex array patterns lit up, and unstable spatial energy surged wildly, forming a distorted vortex. In the instant before Qian Yuan's fierce attack landed on Si Yun, a flash of white light. Si Yun's figure, along with the distorted vortex, vanished from the spot. Boom! Qian Yuan's attack missed its mark, blasting the entire teleportation array and half the valley into dust. As the smoke cleared, the valley of jagged rocks was empty. Arg! Qian Yuan threw back his head and let out a roar of sheer fury, his voice echoing across the wilderness. The space passage was a realm of chaos. The dilapidated teleportation array was already unstable, and with him forcibly activating it with his essence blood, the spatial nodes within had long become a tangled mess. He was like a solitary boat adrift in a raging sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The side effects of the blood shadow inverse dust pill also erupted fully at this moment, the excruciating pain of his meridian snapping nearly causing him to black out. After an unknown span of time, a sudden brilliance flashed before his eyes. A tremendous repulsive force struck him, flinging him violently outwards, crashing heavily onto a patch of scorching red rock. Si Yun spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision swimming with darkness. He forced himself to lift his head, surveying his surroundings. This was a massive underground cavern, the air thick with dense fire spiritual energy. Streams of lava flowed sluggishly across the ground, casting the entire cavern in a fiery crimson glow. The Western Desert. Or the Northern Plains. Si Yun speculated inwardly, rapidly assessing his injuries, while vigilantly sensing his surroundings. At that moment his heart stirred. Not far away, an exceptionally pure aura of flame was resonating with the heavenly elixir body within him. A great treasure. Si Yun suppressed his injuries, concealed his aura, and silently crept towards that direction. Rounding several lava rivers, the view ahead opened up. In the center of the cavern, a fist-sized, entirely golden flame hovered silently in midair. The space around the flame was slightly distorted, the terrifying heat it emitted sending a shiver of alarm through Si Yun. Heavenly flame. And one infinitely close to the primordial level. Beneath the heavenly flame, 7 or 8 young people formed a circle, each possessing an extraordinary aura, and all of them were alchemists. A good spiritual flame was an essential treasure for any alchemist. They seemed to be in a standoff, the atmosphere tense and ready to erupt. Everyone, this golden crow divergent flame was first discovered by our fire cloud cave heaven, so it rightfully belongs to us. A young man in a red robe declared loudly. Ridiculous. Heavenly treasures belong to those with the virtue to possess them. Your fire cloud cave heaven trying to monopolize it is far too overbearing. A young woman in a green dress retorted with a cold laugh. The various factions argued heatedly, none willing to yield to the other. Behind them stood several elders with profound auras, presumably seniors from their respective sects, but they did not intervene, tacitly allowing this competition. Si-Yun hid in the shadows, remaining silent. After much arguing, a young man, who appeared the oldest and possessed the most composed demeanor, spoke up. Since no one is convinced, why not follow the alchemist's rule? Each of us will refine a furnace of pills. Whoever produces the highest grade will claim the Golden Crow Divergent Flame. How does that sound? This proposal was accepted by all. Just as they were about to begin, a sudden change occurred. The Golden Crow Divergent Flame, which had been floating serenely, seemed to sense something and pulsed violently. The next moment it transformed into a streak of golden light, ignoring all the seals and obstructions, shooting past everyone's astonished gazes. The streak of light flew straight towards the corner where Si-Yun was hiding and instantly vanished into his glabella. A wave of scorching, majestic power erupted within him. His heavenly elixir body activated on its own, frantically devouring this power. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those alchemy prodigies' eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. We were arguing for so long, and this guy hiding in the corner eavesdropping just took it. The heavenly flame chose its own master. Who could have imagined that? Who are you, sir? How dare you steal our opportunity? The redrobed young man reacted first, fuming with rage, as he pointed at Si-Yun and roared. Si-Yun emerged from behind the rock. Though his clothes were tattered, his gaze was calm. The heavenly flame chose its master on its own. How is this stealing? You? The redrobed man was speechless. You seem to be an alchemist as well, so you should understand the rules, said the composed young man, who had proposed the contest, stepping forward and fixing his eyes on Si-Yun. The heavenly flame chose you, but if you lack the strength to match it, you should give it up. Let us have an alchemy duel. If you win, we will be convinced. If you lose, please hand over the Golden Crow Divergent Flame. This was an unspoken rule among alchemists. Agreed. Si-Yun nodded faintly. He needed a foothold, and displaying his strength was the best way. Seeing his acceptance, the few Western desert prodigies sneered coldly. An unknown wild brat dared to compete with them, the carefully nurtured geniuses of the cave heavens and blessed lands. The contest began swiftly. The prodigies each took out their cauldrons and began refining. In an instant, the cavern was filled with a fragrance of pills and shimmering spiritual light. Truly a true disciple of Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, this flame control technique has reached perfection. An elder stroked his beard in admiration. The lass from Medicine King Valley is not bad either. Her technique for purifying the herbal essence is fluid and graceful. An hour later, someone completed their pill first. A 6th grade lower tier pill. Not bad, not bad. Haha, mine is a 6th grade middle tier pill. The prodigies succeeded one after another, earning approving nods and proud smiles from their sect elders. The alchemy path of our western desert has worthy successors. Finally, it was the turn of the most composed young man. He struck his cauldron, and a crisp phoenix cry echoed, as a pill covered in patterns and radiating intense spiritual light shot into the air. It's a peak 6th grade Divergent Flame Phoenix Feather Pill. The pill energy has taken form. It's only one step away from attracting a pill tribulation and becoming a 7th grade pill. An elder exclaimed in shock, his face full of awe. Excellent. Truly excellent. Wang Yi, with your talent you will become a pill king within 3 years. This statement shocked the entire audience. Wang Yi's face beamed with pride as he looked at Si-Yun, confident of victory. Everyone felt the outcome was a foregone conclusion and began pointing at Si-Yun. What's wrong with that kid? His alchemy technique is so strange. Clearly a rogue practitioner, he doesn't even understand the basics. He's not going to blow up his cauldron, is he? How embarrassing. Just as the mockery reached its peak, Si-Yun's cauldron shuddered violently. A pill fragrance 100 times richer than all the previous pills combined swept through the entire cavern. In the sky a tribulation cloud gathered without warning. A pill tribulation. A 7th grade pill. All the jeering abruptly ceased. The crowd stared at Si-Yun in stunned disbelief. Si-Yun pointed a finger, and the cauldron lid flew off. A pill shimmering with lightning energy rose into the air, its oppressive aura dwarfing all the 6th grade pills. A 7th grade pill. Only a pill king could refine a 7th-grade pill. A pill king. At such a young age, he is actually a pill king. Judging by his relaxed demeanor, he must have reached the pill king realm long ago. The smug smile on Wang Ye's face froze, turning ashen. The leading elders were utterly speechless. A pill king so young was no longer a genius, it was a monster. Just as the entire scene was frozen in shock, a terrifying aura descended without warning. The aura was as deep as an abyss, and vast as an ocean, instantly enveloping the entire secret realm. An old man in a linen robe appeared silently in the middle of the arena. "Greetings, Pill God Mo." All the elders present, including the several heavenly spirit realm experts, bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Pill God Mo, the #1 alchemist of the Western Desert. A quasi-cave heaven realm expert said to have 1 foot in the Pill venerable domain. The old man ignored them, his eyes locked firmly on Lin Yun. He scrutinized Lin Yun, then looked at the 7th-grade pill, a gleam of unprecedented sharpness flashing in his eyes. Could a truly remarkable heavenly elixir body? At such a young age already a pill king. It won't be long before you can aspire to become a pill emperor. The old man's voice carried a hint of excitement as he looked at Lin Yun like a master examining an unpolished peerless jade. "Will you become my disciple?" Boom. Upon hearing the words, "become my disciple," Lin Yun's mind buzzed. In an instant every hair on his body stood on end. From Song to Qin Yuan, the lessons of those two who had treated him as a mere cauldron for pill refining were still vivid in his mind. He was afraid, he was truly terrified of the phrase "become my disciple." Moreover, he had heard rumors about Danxia sect, while at the 100 Herbs Cave Heaven. The Danxia sect was formerly known as the Jixia sect. Its founding patriarch was a pill emperor with a Dao named Supreme Jixia. And that Supreme Jixia was precisely the master of Songyu and Qin Yuan. Rumor has it that the death of the extreme Aurora Ascendant was shrouded in mystery. Some say that the old ancestor also intended to do something to his 2 precious disciples, but was instead killed by their combined forces. Later Qin Yuan attempted the same trick on Songyu, but Songyu sensed something amiss and fled in panic. At the time, Lin Yun couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. "Good heavens! Truly a master and disciple lineage passed down through the ages, carrying on the fine tradition of betraying one's master and harming one's disciples to the fullest." He was afraid. He was truly terrified of the word apprenticeship. Without a second thought, the words tumbled out. "I shall not." His voice was soft, yet it rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. The entire underground cavern fell into an instant dead silence. Everyone stared at Lin Yun as if he were a madman. Refused? He had actually refused. That was the Divine Alchemist. The foremost alchemist of the Western Desert, a quasi-cave heaven realm powerhouse, with 1 foot already in the realm of alchemy venerable. The only sacred ground force in the Western Desert treated the Divine Alchemist as their most honored guest. Has this kid lost his mind? He's turning down a chance to rise to the top in 1 step. Is his brain damaged? Or does he simply not know who the Divine Alchemist is? The previously arrogant young man in red and the young woman in blue were now staring with their mouths agape in shock. Wang Ye's pale face had turned into a dazed expression. He racked his brains, but could not fathom why anyone in this world would refuse an invitation to become a disciple of the Divine Alchemist. Even the Divine Alchemist himself was stunned. Having lived for thousands of years, he had seen countless geniuses who would do anything to become his disciple, including direct descendants of various blessed lands and even sacred grounds. Yet he had turned them all down, for his unique path of alchemy could only be inherited by one with a heavenly Dan divine body. Now that he had finally found the perfect successor and extended the offer himself, he was refused on the spot. For a moment, he even doubted his own existence. Meeting the gaze which seemed to pierce through his soul, Lin Yun forced himself to calm down, cupped his hands, and said, "This junior already has a master and dare not pledge allegiance to another." This excuse was the only one he could think of. Hearing this, the surprise in the Divine Alchemist's eyes slowly transformed into admiration. "Good, a truly loyal and devoted lad." He stroked his beard and smiled, nodding. "To have taught a disciple like you, your sect must be one that values propriety and tradition." Lin Yun grumbled inwardly. Valuing propriety was an understatement. They had the word propriety etched into their very bones, always thinking of ways to send their disciples off during festivals. The Divine Alchemist was resolute. He looked at Si Yun as if he were a priceless treasure recovered after being lost.
Very well, since you already have a master, I shall not force the issue. However, though the bond of master and disciple may not be the legacy of my life's work, must not end here. You come with me.
With that he swept his sleeve, and a gentle force enveloped Si Yun. The two vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving behind a crowd of stunned Western Desert geniuses, and the elders exchanging bewildered glances. Si Yun was brought by the Mo divine alchemist to a blessed land. Yet this place was far from what he had imagined the residence of the Western Desert's foremost alchemist to be. If not for the Mo divine alchemist residing here, this would be the lowest tier blessed land in the Western Desert. Nothing good comes from unsolicited favors. Si Yun's heart was on high alert, constantly wary of the old man's true intentions being revealed. However, the Mo divine alchemist merely settled him in teaching him his unique alchemy techniques daily, answering his cultivation questions without any hint of ill intent. One day, while explaining a passage on alchemy insights, the Mo divine alchemist suddenly frowned. He extended a withered finger and gently tapped Si Yun's brow. A surge of pure soul power probed into Si Yun's body, examining it closely.
You lad, how do you have such insidious alchemy poison hidden within you?
Alchemy poison. Si Yun was startled. He immediately sank his mind into introspection, but found nothing. The Mo divine alchemist's expression turned grave.
This poison is extremely treacherous, lying dormant, normally even disguising itself as nourishing medicinal energy. But at a certain hour it will erupt, instantly eroding the soul and cutting off all life force. If I hadn't been sorting out your meridians today, even I wouldn't have detected it.
Cold sweat soaked Si Yun's back. He didn't need to guess. This was undoubtedly the work of Song Yu or Qian Yuan. Most likely Qian Yuan. That old dog had never intended for him to live from the start, having already left this fatal contingency. Such ruthless methods. The Mo divine alchemist looked at Si Yun's pale face and sighed.
Never mind. Since you are the successor I have chosen, I will not stand idly by.
With that he directly ignited his furnace, and began to deduce the antidote's formula for Si Yun. Watching the Mo divine alchemist's busy back, Si Yun's heart was a mix of emotions. The ice-like vigilance within him finally began to thaw. Time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. With the Mo divine alchemist's unstinting supply of resources, and even personally procuring a supreme spiritual item for him to break through to the heavenly spirit realm, Si Yun smoothly weathered the heavenly tribulation and stepped into the heavenly spirit realm. His alchemy skills also advanced, earning him the title of Alchemy Emperor. Over these 10 years the Mo divine alchemist had imparted all his knowledge to him, treating him better than his own son. Si Yun gradually learned that the reason the Mo divine alchemist stayed in this decaying blessed land was because it was founded by an old friend of his. After his friend fell, he remained here to guard the last legacy of his comrade. He was indeed a man of deep loyalty and sentiment. After becoming an alchemy emperor at the Mo divine alchemist's request, Si Yun set off for the Western Desert Sacred Ground to participate in a young alchemist competition hosted by the Sacred Ground. The Sacred Ground square was a sea of people. The fragrance of alchemy filled the air, and flames soared to the sky. On the high platform, Wang Yi, clad in a magnificent alchemy king robe, wore a confident smile on his face. Moments ago, he had successfully refined a 7th grade pill, earning thunderous applause from the crowd and high praise from the Sacred Ground's elders. Alchemy King. To achieve the status of Alchemy King at such a young age meant a future of boundless potential. Basking in the envious glances around him, Wang Yi felt an immense sense of elation. 10 years ago, the mysterious figure who had appeared and then vanished was a nightmare he couldn't shake. He could have become an Alchemy King in 3 years, but because of that shadow, inner demons festered, and it took him a full 8 years. Now he had finally broken through his bottleneck and stood at the pinnacle of young alchemists in the Western Desert. The shadow of that person should finally dissipate. He swept his gaze across the crowd with a triumphant air, savoring the feeling of being the center of attention. Suddenly, in a corner of the crowd, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure.
King Wang, look at that person. His alchemy technique is so strange, completely devoid of any rules, it's practically amateurish.
A flattering alchemist beside him remarked. Alchemy technique. Amateurish. Those 2 words violently unlocked a memory sealed for 10 years. The figure of that person instantly surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Wang Yi's mind was reeling, a sudden change occurred. On the other side of the square, an aura 100 times more terrifying than when he had been refining pills surged into the sky. Without warning, a dense tribulation cloud gathered in the sky above. Violet lightning serpents slithered through the clouds, exuding a destructive aura.
Heavens! This is an alchemy tribulation. With such momentum, could an 8th grade pill be about to appear? Has one of the alchemy emperors from the sacred ground started their furnace?
The entire crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone turned to look in the direction of that aura. Wang Yi also whipped his head around. He saw it. At the focal point of all attention, a familiar figure stood calmly before an alchemy furnace, one hand behind his back, looking up at the tribulation clouds above. That face, that demeanor, that gaze. It was exactly the same as the nightmare that had haunted him for 10 years. It was him. Wang Yi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood violently sprayed out. It was him. It was really him. He had actually become an alchemy sovereign. The string that had been taut in Wang Yi's mind for 10 years finally snapped. He had believed that after 8 years of effort breaking through to the Alchemy King realm, he had finally emerged from that shadow. He had thought that standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Western Desert today, he would have boundless prospects ahead. But reality dealt him a resounding slap. While he was still smug about refining a 7th grade pill, the other had casually summoned the tribulation of an 8th grade pill. Wang Yi could no longer hold on. His mind in chaos, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight backward, fainting on the spot. On the high platform, there was a flurry of activity. On the other side of the square, he remained oblivious to it all. He looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, his expression calm. Only after the pill tribulation dispersed did he casually wave his hand, drawing the 8th grade pill shimmering with lightning into a jade bottle. He glanced around. Those prodigies of the Western Desert, who had earlier pointed fingers at him with sneers, now all hung their heads, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. After this battle, the name Yun thoroughly resounded across the Western Desert. The sacred grounds and major top-tier blessed lands of the Western Desert sent envoys, bearing lavish gifts, extending olive branches, and offering positions as guest elders with staggeringly generous terms. But Yun declined them all one by one. He continued to cultivate under alchemy god Mo. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Over these 60 years, Yun's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. With the help of alchemy god Mo, he successfully weathered numerous thunder tribulations and stepped into the triple origin realm, a state long coveted by countless cultivators. His alchemy skills also matured naturally, reaching the level of Grand Alchemy Sovereign. Throughout the entire Western Desert, Grand Alchemy Sovereigns were few and far between, holding supreme reverence. Countless Return to One Realm powerhouses tried every means to curry favor with him, just to obtain a single pill. Yet in Yun's heart there remained an unshakable knot. The Southern Wasteland. Qian Yuan, the enemy who had regarded him as the perfect medicine primer, cornered him with no way out, and nearly destroyed his Dao path several times. One day Yun emerged from seclusion. He stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance toward the Southern Wasteland, his look profound. Now he was no longer the small Earth Vein realm cultivator, who could only hide and flee in all directions.
It's time to go to the Southern Wasteland and demand an account.
He found alchemy god Mo and informed him of his intention.
Go ahead. Although we lack the formal bond of master and disciple, we share the substance of it. I am not at liberty to leave the Western Desert, so I will have Elder Qin accompany you.
The Elder Qin that alchemy god Mo referred to was a long-renowned Return to One Realm powerhouse, and a guest elder of a blessed land.
Thank you, Master.
Yun bowed deeply, addressing alchemy god Mo as Master for the first time. Alchemy god Mo was visibly moved, his eyes slightly moist. Thus together, with the taciturn protector Qin, he traveled through an ancient cross-domain teleportation array and returned to the Southern Wasteland. The Southern Wasteland. He did not rush to the Danxia sect. Instead, he casually found a city where cultivators gathered and secretly probed the current situation in the Southern Wasteland. During the decades of his absence, Alchemy King Qian Yuan's reputation had grown even more illustrious. Under Qian Yuan's leadership, the Danxia sect flourished. And Qian Yuan himself had successfully broken through 20 years ago, also stepping into the Triple Origin Realm and attaining the position of Alchemy Sovereign.
The Triple Origin Realm, is it?
A cold sneer curled at the corner of Yun's mouth.
Unfortunately, it is no longer a threat to me.
He delayed no further. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of light, and flew straight toward the Danxia sect. The Danxia sect's mountain gate stood majestic and imposing. Before the gate a constant stream of cultivators came and went seeking pills, and the Tao presenting a scene of thriving prosperity. Yet in the next moment all of this came to a standstill. Si Yun's figure, radiating supreme authority, descended above the mountain gate of the Danxia sect. He did not conceal his aura. The overwhelming pressure of the triple origin realm poured down, instantly enveloping the entire Danxia sect. The surroundings fell silent. All clamor ceased abruptly. The hundreds of cultivators before the mountain gate were all stricken with terror. They had never felt such formidable pressure. Their minds trembled, as if they could be crushed at any moment.
How dare you? Who is the insolent wretch causing trouble at my Danxia sect?
An angry roar came from deep within the sect. Following that, several powerful auras shot into the sky, landing before Si Yun. Leading them were two Heaven Vein Realm Elders. But when they sensed Si Yun's unfathomable triple origin realm aura, the anger on their faces instantly froze, turning pale. Si Yun looked at them, his gaze icy. He would never forget these two faces until his dying day. Back then it was they who had stopped Lu Li and attacked him.
Where is Qian Yuan?
Si Yun's voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that shook the hearts of everyone present. The two elders stared intently at Si Yun's face, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. This face, this name. A memory they had forgotten for decades suddenly surged into their minds.
You? You are Si Yun?
One of the elders asked in a trembling voice, filled with shock and doubt.
Indeed.
Si Yun wasted no words.
Go back and tell Qian Yuan that an old acquaintance has come to settle the karmic debts of the past.
As his words fell, he raised his hand and casually struck at the Danxia sect's proud protective array. A powerful stream of spiritual energy tore through the sky, heavily slamming into the glowing mountain protecting formation.
Boom! Crack!
A thunderous roar. The entire great array shook violently, its light dimming at a visible rate. Countless profound runes shattered amid mournful cries, and fine cracks instantly spread across the entire light barrier. With just one strike, the protective array of the Danxia sect, built with immense resources, was now on the verge of collapse, about to shatter. The two Heaven Vein Realm Elders were greatly alarmed. They finally understood that Si Yun had not come to flaunt his power. He had come to settle accounts. To exact revenge. Just as the array was about to completely shatter, an even more formidable figure shot up from the depths of the Danxia sect. The newcomer had white hair and a beard with a dignified countenance. It was none other than the Danxia sect's master alchemy king, Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan immediately spotted Si Yun floating in the air. When he sensed the other's overwhelming pressure, no less than his own, his eyes were filled with shock. His expression twisted with astonishment.
Si Yun, you are still alive.
Qian Yuan's tone was brimming with fury and jealousy. He could never have dreamed that the junior he had regarded as a plaything in his palm, hunted down repeatedly until utterly disheveled, would appear before him decades later in such a domineering manner.
Are you disappointed that I am alive?
Si Yun responded calmly.
Fine, fine, fine.
Qian Yuan laughed in anger.
What a good nephew I have. I never thought you not only survived but also got incredibly lucky and stepped into the triple origin realm. But do you think with a mere fledgling who just entered the triple origin realm you can act recklessly in my Danxia sect?
His words were filled with confidence. As an alchemy sovereign, he had become a different person over the years. To curry favor with him, the sect always had two triple origin realm guest elders stationed there.
3 against 1, the advantage is mine. Fellow Taoists, join me in capturing this fiend.
Qian Yuan barked. The shock on his face had faded, replaced by a twisted, confident malice. 3 against 1, the advantage was his. As his words faded, two equally formidable auras of the Triad origin realm erupted from deep within the Danxia sect. A flash of light, and two figures appeared flanking Qian Yuan to form a pincer, trapping Si Yun in the center. One was a gaunt black-robed elder, the other a portly, prosperous-looking man. They were the guest elders of the Danxia sect, Qian Yuan's greatest assurance. The combined pressure of 3 Triad origin cultivators wove an invisible net, sealing off all avenues of escape for Si Yun. Within and without the mountain gate, countless cultivators trembled under the terrifying pressure, their faces etched with fear. A cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. Yet just as Qian Yuan prepared to give the order to attack, a figure materialized silently behind Si Yun. It was an unremarkable old man in coarse linen robes. He stood there utterly still with no aura emanating like a mortal on the verge of death. But Lin Yun and the two guest elders felt as if struck by lightning the moment they saw him. The pupils of all three simultaneously contracted into dangerous pinpricks. The blood in their veins froze. The bone-deep terror made their vaunted triad origin cultivation a mockery. The Unity Realm. This was a terrifying existence of the Unity Realm. The two guest elders, who had moments ago been so imposing, now had faces as pale as paper, their very breaths suspended. They had only accepted payment to be the Danxia sect's backers, to coast through life enjoying the Alchemy Emperor's patronage. But that patronage definitely did not include fighting a monster of the Unity Realm.
Senior.
Lin Yun's voice trembled, his throat burning, each word a painful struggle.
Your opponent is me.
Lin Yun cut him off coldly. Before his words had even faded, he moved. He gave Lin Yun no chance to react, his figure vanishing from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared before Lin Yun, his fist shooting forth. Simultaneously, the two guest elders, under the threat of death, made their most decisive choice. They exchanged a glance, seeing the same fear and resolve in each other's eyes. Flee. Without a second thought, they burned their vital blood, transforming into two streaks of light, fleeing for their lives in opposite directions. They were fast. But the linen-clad old man didn't even turn his head. He merely lifted a hand, as if shooing away two annoying flies. Space itself froze. The two triad origin cultivators, who had already fled 1,000 zhang, were abruptly halted mid-flight, their faces frozen in expressions of terrified escape. The next second,
bang! Bang!
Two soft sounds and they shattered. Those two triad origin cultivators, who could have ruled the southern wastes along with their souls, turned into two clouds of blood mist dissipating between heaven and earth. Instant kill. Lin Yun, locked in combat with Lin Yun, caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, and was terrified out of his wits. All his will to fight evaporated. The advantage of 3 against 1 had instantly become a hopeless situation where the enemy could crush him with a single finger. He bit his tongue fiercely, intending to use a blood-escape secret art and flee at all costs. But how could Lin Yun give him that chance?
Lin Yun, look behind you!
Lin Yun bellowed. The roar thundered in Lin Yun's mind. He instinctively turned his head. What greeted him was a fist hurtling toward his face. This fist contained decades of Lin Yun's humiliation and rage. This fist condensed all his triad origin cultivation.
No!
Lin Yun could only let out a wretched scream. The fist had already pierced his protective spiritual light, slamming heavily into his chest. Boom! The violent force exploded within him, irresistibly pulverizing his internal organs along with his proud Alchemy Emperor foundation into dust. Lin Yun's body froze in midair. Then it burst apart into a shower of blood. The Danxia sect was annihilated. After destroying the Danxia sect, Lin Yun stayed in the southern wastes for a time. He traveled to many places inquiring about his good brother Lu Li's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after all these years, there was still no trace of Lu Li. He had vanished without a word. And the once glorious 100 Herbs Cave Heaven, as he had expected, had completely declined. Its disciples scattered, its former glory long gone. Left with no choice, Lin Yun returned to the western desert. Upon arriving back at Mystic Immortal Cave Heaven, he could not see Alchemy God Mo. There was only a letter left for him. The letter said that Alchemy God Mo, while discussing the Tao with him, had been struck by a sudden insight vaguely touching upon the opportunity to break through to Alchemy Venerable. Unable to contain himself, he had left alone for the legendary Holy Land of Alchemy, the central continent, to seek that final breakthrough. Lin Yun felt deep respect for this master. Over the years, Alchemy God Mo had treated him like his own son, imparting all his knowledge without reservation. And so Lin Yun continued his dedicated cultivation at Mystic Immortal Cave Heaven. Even without Alchemy God Mo's protection, Mystic Immortal Cave Heaven, however diminished, was still a blessed cave dwelling guarded by an old ancestor of the Cave Heaven realm. Not to mention that Lin Yun was now universally acknowledged as the foremost alchemist of the younger generation in the western desert, the future alchemy god. Who would dare provoke him? They would be too busy currying favor. Time flowed on. Another 50 years passed. In those 50 years, Lin Yun's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Triad origin realm. Though his alchemy remained at the Grand Alchemy Emperor level, he was now a top-tier expert among Grand Alchemy Emperors, likely not far from the Alchemy God realm. One day, outside the mountain gate of Mystic Immortal Cave Heaven, a youth knelt. His clothes were tattered, he was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak, clearly severely wounded. The youth's cultivation was very low, only at the spirit transformation realm. He knelt there, letting the mountain wind blow, his gaze fixed on the mountain gate of mystic immortal cave heaven, his eyes filled with the last vestiges of stubborn hope. Using the last shred of strength in his body, he let out a weak cry with his parched throat.
I beg Alchemy Emperor Yun to grant a pill.
Before the mountain gate of the mystic immortal cave a youth had knelt for a long time. His name was Tang Yiliang, hailing from a minor clan within an imperial dynasty. He was the third son of that clan's patriarch. At this moment, his robes were tattered, his body drenched in blood, and his aura was depleted to its utmost limit. Once a worthless prodigy, despised even within his own clan, he had risen step by step through his own efforts, joining a powerful cave paradise in the western desert. However, during a dispute over a fortuitous opportunity, he offended a prodigious genius within his sect, was severely wounded and cast out. Yet his plea to see Yun of the mystic immortal cave for medicine was not for himself. He cared not for his own injuries. What mattered was his father. That father, the patriarch of a minor clan, had sought justice for him, and now lay on the brink of death, desperate for a 9th-grade pill to cling to life. A 9th-grade pill. Only a Grand Pill Emperor could refine it. Across the entire western desert, such beings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He had visited every Grand Pill Emperor he could find, yet each refused him without exception. No one was willing to offend another deeply established cave paradise for an unknown nobody. Moreover, the pill itself was exceedingly difficult to refine. No one had full confidence in success. Cloud Pill, Emperor of the mystic immortal cave, was his last hope. This prodigy of alchemy, renowned across the western desert, and the sole disciple of Imo, the divine alchemist, was the final lifeline he could grasp. He knelt for an entire month, yet the mountain gate of the mystic immortal cave remained tightly shut.
Hey look, that kid is still kneeling. He truly knows no bounds. Uncle Master Yun is in seclusion, refining a crucial pill. Who dares to disturb him? Exactly. To offend the Lin Soul Cave for a dying man, our mystic immortal cave won't make such a losing bargain.
Several passing disciples of the mystic immortal cave pointed at Tang Yiliang, their words laced with mockery and disdain. In their eyes his actions were laughably foolish. Tang Yiliang remained deaf to their words, his gaze fixed solely on the colossal mountain gate. His cracked lips moved incessantly, silently repeating 2 words.
Tang Yiliang of the Tang clan, Tianlu Imperial Dynasty. I beg Cloud Pill Emperor for medicine.
Days passed. Half a month later, Tang Yiliang, who had knelt like a statue, suddenly stirred. He rose slowly, his movements as if draining every ounce of strength. Without another glance at the mountain gate, he turned and dragged his broken body step by step toward the distance. His eyes no longer held the initial hope and stubbornness. Only a vast grayness remained. He no longer needed it. Not long ago, he had received a message from his clan. His father could not hold on and had died. He recalled how when he was still a worthless prodigy his father had always encouraged him in the face of the world's ridicule.
Don't be afraid, Xiao San. You can do it.
He remembered the day he was publicly humiliated by a broken engagement, and his father was the only one who stood up for him.
This engagement can be broken. But remember, it is my Xiao San who is casting you aside.
He remembered returning to his clan like a dying dog after being gravely wounded and thrown out of the cave paradise. His father's fury had led him to journey alone to the cave paradise to seek justice.
This Lin Soul Cave goes too far. Xiao San, your father will go and demand an explanation.
His father Tang Hao was merely a spirit king, as insignificant as an ant before the behemoth that was the cave paradise. The youth's silhouette stretched long in the dying rays of the setting sun, eventually vanishing at the end of the mountain path. But a seed of hatred had been quietly planted in his heart. Several days later, within the depths of the mystic immortal cave, the stone door of a secret chamber rumbled open. Siyun emerged, his spirit clear and refreshed. His seclusion had yielded great rewards. Not only had he successfully refined a batch of pills beneficial to his cultivation, but he had also gained insights during the process, feeling he had drawn one step closer to the realm of Pill Ancestor. Yet he was utterly unaware of what had transpired outside the mountain gate. As he prepared to return to his cave dwelling to consolidate his cultivation, he inadvertently overheard the banter of some cave disciples.
You should have seen it. When that kid finally stood up, his eyes were like a dead man's. Kneeling for half a month. A persistent fool at least. Pity persistence doesn't fill your stomach. His father's dead, so what medicine is he still begging for? Ha ha ha, what a joke.
Si Yun halted. Frowning slightly, he stepped forward.
What are you talking about?
The disciples paled at the sight of him, and quickly bowed in salute.
Greetings, Uncle Master Yun. Nothing much, just talking about that clueless kid who came begging for medicine a few days ago,
a disciple said with a flattering smile. Si Yun grew a bit interested.
Oh, do tell.
The disciples dared not conceal anything, and recounted Tang Yiliang's story, as a joke, embellishing it as they went. After listening, Si Yun merely nodded faintly. A trace of helplessness stirred within him. This youth had heart and perseverance. Had it not been for his critical pill-refining seclusion, which forbade any external disturbance, he might have lent a hand.
I heard that kid is quite interesting. He's from some obscure minor clan in a corner of an imperial dynasty.
Another disciple, eager to curry favor with Si Yun, volunteered more gossip.
Is that so?
Si Yun replied casually.
Indeed. I heard he used to be a waste, publicly divorced by his fiancée. Then by some stroke of incredible luck, he suddenly rose, his cultivation progressing by leaps and bounds, turning the tables on those who looked down on him. That ex-fiancée of his must be kicking herself. Later he joined the Winsoul Cave and advanced triumphantly, but he was blind enough to offend the wrong person. And now he's ruined again.
Si Yun had certainly heard of the Winsoul Cave. It was among the foremost cave paradises in the western desert. A few years ago, a cave realm master from that sect had even come to him to request pill refinement. But the more Si Yun listened, the stranger his expression became. From a minor clan, divorced by his fiancée, a worthless prodigy, rising and humiliating his detractors. This experience. Why did it sound so familiar? An uncontrollable thought surfaced in his mind.
This youth. Doesn't he seem like a child of destiny?
Si Yun's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his hand, signaling the disciples to withdraw. Then he turned and walked toward his own cave dwelling. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Born into a minor family, a waste, a cancelled engagement, a rise from obscurity, a slap to the faces of others. This pattern was unmistakably that of a child of destiny. Wasn't his good brother Lu Li exactly such a child of destiny? Despite having no word of Lu Li for so long, Si Yun had always felt that Lu Li couldn't be dead. How could a child of destiny fall so easily? Most likely he had fallen off some cliff, stumbled upon a peerless cultivation art, and was now secretly growing stronger. Yet this youth named Tang Yiliang stirred within him a sense of unease 100 times more intense than what he felt toward Lu Li. Third son in the family. Surnamed Tang. Could it be? That template. Si Yun's steps abruptly halted, and a chill ran down his spine. If this Tang Yiliang truly was that template, then wouldn't he and the mystic immortal cave heaven become the blind and heartless villainous force on his path to rise? Cold sweat broke out on Si Yun's back.
I hope I'm overthinking this,
he murmured to himself, as if to comfort his own heart. But the killing intent in his eyes had already grown dense. Returning to his cave dwelling, he wasted no time, and immediately mobilized all his influence and authority as a grand alchemy sovereign. Countless transmission talismans flew from the mystic immortal cave heaven to every corner of the western desert.
Investigate. Investigate a youth named Tang Yiliang. The Tianluo dynasty, the Tang family, the third son.
However, the news that returned a few days later filled him with foreboding. After returning to his family and burying his father, Tang Yiliang had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. What did it mean when a child of destiny went into hiding after a low point? It meant he had obtained a new opportunity, frantically leveling up in some unknown corner. When he reappeared, it would surely be in a form no one expected, a powerful return to settle all scores. No. He must be found before he could develop and then killed.
Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape.
Si Yun's gaze turned icy. This youth must die. Time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 10 years, the forces Si Yun dispatched had scoured nearly the entire western desert, yet still found not a single clue about Tang Yiliang. It was as if he had truly vanished from the western desert. One day, as Si Yun was refining pills in his alchemy chamber, a disciple of the mystic immortal cave heaven burst in his face, a mixture of excitement and anxiety.
Uncle Yun. Found him. We have news of Tang Yiliang.
Si Yun's eyes snapped open, and he grabbed the newcomer.
Where is he? The Southern Wasteland.
The Southern Wasteland. No wonder they couldn't find him in the Western Desert. Si Yun's heart sank, a sense of doom washing over him.
According to intelligence from the Southern Wasteland 10 years ago, a youth named Tang Ilyang indeed drifted there. Now he is no longer a cripple. His cultivation has reached the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm.
Si Yun frowned. 10 years from a cripple to the Earth Spirit Realm. The speed was alarmingly fast, but still within acceptable limits.
But that's not all.
The subordinate's voice trembled even more.
He has also won the heart of a young lady from a royal-level clan in the Southern Wasteland, the Luo family. It is said that the Luo family patriarch holds him in high regard, treating him as his own son.
The patriarch of a royal-level clan was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Unity Realm.
A backer in the Unity Realm so soon.
Si Yun's face turned pale. Everything matched. A cripple's rise, endless fortuitous encounters, beautiful women aiding him, the strong appreciating him. This was the standard treatment of a child of destiny. If he continued to grow, the next target would surely be himself, the one who had turned a blind eye in the first place. No, he must not be allowed to grow any further. What did a Unity Realm powerhouse matter? Though Si Yun could not match a Unity Realm cultivator, his status as a Grand Alchemy Sovereign was enough to make even Cave Heaven Realm experts fight for him. A mad glint flashed in Si Yun's eyes. He immediately ended his seclusion and began inviting major powers across the Western Desert in his own name.
Ancestor of the literary soul, Cave Heaven. It's Si Yun. I need your help to kill someone. In return, 3 top grade 9 tier realm breaking pills. Ancestor of the heavenly fire, Cave Heaven. Do not forget you still owe me a favor. Now is the time to repay it.
And so on. In an instant, the entire upper echelon of the Western Desert was shaken. Countless experts were mobilized. 10 days later, above the mystic immortal Cave Heaven, spiritual light flickered, and an oppressive aura was terrifying. 2 Cave Heaven Realm ancestors of unfathomable depth. And a full 15 Unity Realm powerhouses, each capable of shaking a region with a single stomp in the Western Desert. Such a luxurious lineup could flatten an ordinary blessed land in the Western Desert. Looking at the formidable force before him, Si Yun finally managed to suppress the unease in his heart. He let out a long breath.
With so many experts dealing with a child of destiny still at the Earth Spirit Realm should be a simple task, right?
He bowed deeply to the assembly.
Everyone follow me. To the Southern Wasteland.
The Luo family estate in the Southern Wasteland. As a top-tier royal-level clan, the Luo mansion was grand and magnificent, decorated with lanterns and banners brimming with festive joy. The patriarch Luo Tian beamed radiantly as he entertained guests from all directions, for today was the auspicious day of his beloved daughter's engagement to her future husband Tang Ilyang. But in the midst of the banquet, the sky suddenly darkened. Over a dozen terrifying auras descended from above, enveloping the entire Luo estate. All the guests within, including Luo Tian himself, turned pale under the pressure, unable to move. They looked up in terror. They saw over a dozen figures, like gods or demons, hovering above the Luo estate, gazing down upon them with cold indifference. Luo Tian was stunned with horror. Cave Heaven Realm. The two at the forefront were actually terrifying existences of the Cave Heaven Realm. What kind of deity had the Luo family offended to invite such a calamity of annihilation?
May I ask, why have you honored my humble Luo family with your presence?
Luo Tian's voice trembled, filled with despair. Si Yun stepped forward from the crowd, his expression impassive, his gaze sweeping over the terrified crowd below before settling on a youth with a resolute face. He wasted no words. An icy voice resounded throughout the entire Luo estate.
Hand over Tang Ilyang, or I will slaughter your entire clan. Hand over Tang Ilyang, or I will slaughter your entire clan.
The icy voice, devoid of any emotion, struck heavily upon the hearts of every member of the Luo family. Luo Tian, the patriarch of the Luo family, and a formidable powerhouse at the Unity Realm, felt his very bones groaning under the oppressive might of the Cave Heaven Realm experts. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Si Yun and his group in the sky. Hand over Tang Ilyang. He recalled half a year ago, when he was out searching for medicine, ambushed by foes, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It was that passing youth who risked his own life to pull him back from death's door. He remembered the unprecedented light in his daughter's eyes whenever she looked at the young man. He remembered even more clearly that today, just an hour ago, he had personally placed his daughter's hand into that of the young man named Tang Yiliang. Hand him over. Luo Tian laughed. It was a desolate laugh, yet also one of absolute resolve. He straightened his spine, bent by the oppressive force, and roared with all his might.
The Luo family has no cowards who betray friends for glory. If you want to touch my son-in-law, you'll have to step over my dead body. Every member of the Luo family, fight to the death. Fight to the death.
The equally resolute roars of the Luo family disciples answered him.
Obstinate and unenlightened.
A sneer of contempt curled on Si Yun's face. He spoke not another word, only lightly raised his hand. Then he brought it down. The slaughter began. There was no brutal clash, no evenly matched resistance. It was a complete and utter massacre. A Tri-Origin Realm expert under a casual point from a cave heaven realm patriarch instantly exploded into a mist of blood, body, and soul. The exquisite pavilions and towers turned to dust in the dissipating shockwaves. The festive red lanterns were stained a more piercing shade by the blood. The guests scattered in terror, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier of force, then pierced by beams of light falling from the sky, pinning them to the ground.
No!
Tang Yiliang's eyes were bloodshot. He watched as an elder of the Luo family, who had just toasted him and blessed his union with Luo, was crushed into a pulp by a single palm strike. He saw the young Luo family boys, who had cheerfully called him brother-in-law, torn to shreds in their terror. Blood. Everywhere there was nothing but blood. The entire Luo family estate had become a sea of blood. All of this was because of him. A surge of intense rage and hatred erupted within his chest.
Si Yun!
He roared, his voice hoarse and filled with boundless hatred.
I will kill you!
Si Yun's gaze instantly locked onto him. He unleashed his late Tri-Origin realm cultivation without reservation, his figure vanishing instantly. He would personally finish off this child of destiny. A single blow, a sure kill. The fist wind tore through the air, carrying the resolve of certain death, hurtling towards Tang Yiliang's head. Yet just as the fist was about to connect, a blinding golden light exploded from Tang Yiliang's chest.
Clang!
A thunderous sound. Si Yun felt as if his fist had struck a piece of divine indestructible iron. A tremendous force of recoil sent him flying backward. He steadied himself, looking at the youth unscathed within the golden light, his face only paler, and his heart sank. Just as I thought.
Truly a child of destiny, so difficult to kill.
He could hold back no longer.
2 patriarchs join me in sealing the space and slaying this wretch.
Si Yun shouted sharply. The 2 cave heaven realm patriarchs exchanged a glance and ceased their observation. They acted simultaneously. In an instant, the space for 100 miles around turned viscous and stagnant. Tang Yiliang felt as if a billion mountains were pressing down on him. Even moving a single finger became a luxury.
Let's see you escape now.
A ferocious grin spread across Si Yun's face, and his figure lunged again. This time he condensed all his cultivation into a beam of death, piercing towards Tang Yiliang's heart. However, just as the light was about to pierce Tang Yiliang's body, a delicate figure, in a bright red wedding dress, appeared before him without warning. It was Luo Lu. That beam of death easily pierced through her chest. Blood stained the glaring wedding dress.
No!
Tang Yiliang's pupils constricted sharply. He watched helplessly as Luo Lu slowly turned a bittersweet smile on her face and fell towards him.
No! Lure!
Tang Yiliang cried out in anguish, catching her rapidly cooling body in his arms.
Yiliang!
A torrent of blood gushed from Luo Lu's mouth. Using her last ounce of strength, she raised her hand, wanting to caress his face.
Live on! Avenge! Me! Avenge the Luo family!
Her hand fell limply. The light in her eyes was completely extinguished. Dead. The girl whose heart and soul were filled with him had died in his arms. Tang Yiliang held her corpse, momentarily stunned. Boundless hatred and rage, endless grief and pain at this moment transformed into an astonishing aura surging skyward from him. In his embrace, an unremarkable stone suddenly burst into a kaleidoscope of light. A profound spatial fluctuation instantly radiated outward.
Not good.
The patriarch of the Wenhan Cave Heaven, being knowledgeable, changed expression drastically.
It's a spatial divine stone. A peerless treasure capable of crossing the boundaries of a realm. Don't let him escape.
The two Cave Heaven Realm Patriarchs struck simultaneously, unleashing powerful attacks upon the cluster of rainbow light. But it was too late. All their attacks hit empty air. The light along with Tang Yiliang and Luo Liu's body had vanished without a trace. In the final moment of the teleportation through the twisted spatial beam, Si Yun saw Tang Yiliang's eyes, with perfect clarity. What kind of look was that? There was no anger, no sorrow. Only a dead silence. A hatred as cold as ice. That gaze was etched deeply, indelibly into Si Yun's memory. He escaped? He had still escaped after all. Ah! Si Yun roared to the heavens in frustration. He turned his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the surviving trembling Luo family servants below.
If not for this Luo family, Tang Yiliang would never have escaped today. Kill them all. Leave no one alive.
The icy voice pronounced the final judgment upon the Luo family. After returning to the western desert, the unease in Si Yun's heart only grew rather than diminished. He knew this matter was far from over. When Tang Yiliang returned, it would spell the doom of him and the entire Xianxian Cave Heaven. He began to cultivate with a maniacal fervor. Simultaneously, he paid a tremendous price to begin constructing a massive cross-realm teleportation array in the most secretive part of the Xianxian Cave Heaven. It was the final escape route he had prepared for himself and the Xianxian Cave Heaven. Time flew by. Swiftly 40 years passed. In these 40 years, Si Yun's cultivation reached the peak of the Tri-Origin realm, only a hair's breadth away from the Unity realm. His alchemy Dao had also reached the pinnacle of the Grand Alchemy Emperor, held back from becoming an alchemy grandmaster only by his cultivation limitations. The unease from 40 years ago seemed to have been gradually forgotten with the passage of time. However, on this day, as Si Yun was meditating in his cave dwelling, above the Xianxian Cave Heaven, the clear cloudless sky suddenly split open with a massive rift. Si Yun's eyes snapped open, his body stiffening.
Has he come?
Si Yun snapped his eyes open, his body stiffening. It was here. He rose abruptly and dashed out of his cave dwelling. Above the mystic immortal cave heaven, a massive spatial rift had torn across the sky, spanning the horizon. A terrifying pressure far surpassing the cave heaven realm cascaded down from the rift, tightly enveloping the entire mountain gate. All disciples of the mystic immortal cave heaven felt their hearts tighten under this pressure, their breaths becoming unbearably labored. Si Yun's heart sank to the depths. It was him. It must be him. He had still come knocking. Si Yun's right hand had already quietly pressed against an unremarkable jade pendant at his waist. That was his final trump card, prepared over 40 years, the activation core of a cross-domain teleportation array. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the rift. The figure exuded a powerful, unfathomable aura, but it was not the youth brimming with vengeance that Si Yun remembered. This was a strange middle-aged man. From the depths of the mystic immortal cave heaven, an aged figure shot into the sky, the Cave Heaven Realm Patriarch, who had been in seclusion for years. He hovered in the air, his form trembling slightly, staring at the newcomer with shock and uncertainty.
Half-step Divine Realm.
The mystic immortal Patriarch's voice was hoarse, each word dripping with disbelief. A being at the half-step Divine Realm could annihilate the entire mystic immortal cave heaven with a mere gesture. Even in the sect's most glorious days, its founding patriarch had only reached the late Cave Heaven realm. A Cave Heaven blessed land with a Divine Realm powerhouse was undoubtedly among the most supreme. When the sacred lands remained silent, who dared to contend?
Who are you, sir? Why have you descended uninvited before our mystic immortal Cave Heaven's mountain guarding formation?
The mystic immortal patriarch forced himself to ask, his voice quivering slightly. Si Yun was also at the peak of tension, fearing the visitor bore ill intent. Although the man was not Tang Yiliang himself, it was hard to say he had no connection to him. Perhaps he was a formidable expert Tang Yiliang had befriended during his travels. Just as the entire mystic immortal cave heaven fell into a dead, anxious silence, the half-step Divine Realm expert suddenly smiled, retracting his terrifying pressure.
Good people of mystic immortal cave heaven, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm.
He spoke in a clear, gentle voice that spread across the land.
I have been sent by Lord Imo, the Alchemy Venerable, to deliver a joyous message. Your sect's elder Imo Lao has successfully broken through his cultivation in the central continent, ascending to the divine throne, and becoming the supreme Alchemy Dao Venerable.
Alchemy Venerable. Divine Realm. These two words stunned everyone in the mystic immortal cave heaven. After a brief silence, an eruption of overwhelming joy followed.
Patriarch! Grandmaster Uncle Mo. He succeeded. Our mystic immortal cave heaven has produced an alchemy venerable. Ha ha! Heaven blesses our mystic immortal cave heaven.
Countless disciples wept with joy, embracing one another, as cheers resounded to the skies.
Our mystic immortal cave heaven shall rise.
The aged mystic immortal patriarch on the brink of death shed tears of old age, gazing deeply toward the central continent. Yun's taut nerves finally relaxed completely. He let out a long sigh, his back drenched in cold sweat.
Thank goodness it's not Tang Yiliang seeking revenge. It's my master, who has become an alchemy venerable.
He now had the backing of an alchemy venerable, a divine realm powerhouse. The child of fate. A mere trifle. Go argue with my divine realm alchemy venerable master. The immense joy temporarily made him forget the worries of the past 40 years. However, their happiness was short-lived. A new anomaly appeared in the sky. Another more violent spatial rift tore open overhead, with a piercing screech expanding ruthlessly. This time the pressure was filled with undisguised murderous intent and venomous hatred. The smiles on the faces of the mystic immortal cave heaven disciples, who had just been cheering, froze. The mystic immortal patriarch looked in shock at the quasi-divine messenger.
Do you, sir, have companions?
The quasi-divine expert was also stunned, his brows furrowed.
Companions? I came alone. What companions do you speak of?
Before he finished speaking, figures stepped through the void from the new rift. The person at the forefront, his face, his eyes, Yun would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Tang Yiliang. He had returned. 40 years had passed, and the youth of yesteryear had shed all his immaturity, now radiating an icy, bone-chilling, killing intent. His gaze was cold, as it fell upon every person in the mystic immortal cave heaven.
Mystic immortal cave heaven, you shall be annihilated.
His frigid words seemed to seal the fate of this place.
Yun, your life is mine.
He practically gritted his teeth as he uttered the last 5 words. The image of Luo Lu on the brink of death flashed through his mind once more. A terrifying aura erupted from him, a power that startled even Yun, who was at the peak of the triple origin realm. Cave heaven realm. In a mere 40 years, he had ascended from a small cultivator of the earth spirit realm straight into the cave heaven realm. The child of fate, terrifying beyond measure. Yun's heart, which had just settled, plummeted into an abyss. Abandoning all hope, he prepared without hesitation to activate the jade pendant and initiate his final escape route. But at that moment, a voice halted his actions.
What petty scoundrel dares to act presumptuously before this god?
The quasi-divine expert from the central continent stepped forward, placing himself before the mystic immortal cave heaven. He snorted coldly, unleashing the majestic pressure of the half-step divine realm to confront Tang Yiliang and his group. Yun's heart revived. That's right. They still had a quasi-divine powerhouse backing them. No matter how monstrous Tang Yiliang's talent, he was still merely at the cave heaven realm. The gap between the mortal realm and the divine realm was an insurmountable chasm. With a quasi-divine expert present, what did he have to fear? A smile of surviving a calamity even appeared on Yun's face. Tang Yiliang, you have after all fallen short by one move. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the quasi-divine expert, a black-robed maiden beside Tang Yiliang let out a disdainful snicker.
The divine realm? Is it really that strong?
At these words, the people of the mystic immortal cave heaven were stunned, and even the central continent quasi-divine expert's face flushed with anger.
You clearly have no idea what a divine realm existence is.
After recovering, a disciple of the mystic immortal cave heaven began to mock. The divine realm. Not strong. Did they think divine realm powerhouses were a dime a dozen? This woman probably had no concept of what a divine realm expert meant. Before anyone could act, Tang Yiliang in the sky spoke slowly.
A divine realm powerhouse is indeed formidable, and not to be underestimated, however. This god. Merely a false god at best. Merely a false god.
Tang Yiliang's voice was not loud, yet it exploded like thunder in the ears of everyone within the mystic immortal cave heaven. The quasi-divine powerhouse from the central region narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous. A false god. He had stepped into the half-step divine realm a millennium ago. Beneath the divine realm all mortals were but ants. When had he ever suffered such insult?
Arrogance.
The quasi-divine powerhouse bellowed, wasting no more words. He took a step forward, his aura astonishing. A colossal hand formed from endless spiritual energy, carrying the unique law force of the divine realm pressed down toward Tang Yiliang and his group. This palm strike could level an entire mountain range. Yet Tang Yiliang merely flicked his finger. A pitch-black sword chi tore through the void, striking the center of the giant hand. Silently, the giant hand began to disintegrate, dissolving into drifting spiritual energy. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. The once arrogant quasi-divine powerhouse's fury transformed into horror. "You?" He barely uttered a word before Tang Yiliang moved. Tang Yiliang didn't even look at him. His target had always been only one. Xi Yun. His figure streaked across the sky, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the cave heaven realm, charging straight at Xi Yun. "Protect Xi Yun!" The mystic immortal ancestor roared, knowing Xi Yun was the final hope of the mystic immortal cave heaven. Burning his soul, he transformed into a streak of light and stood before Xi Yun. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot." Tang Yiliang's expression was cold. Without even a glance, he struck back with a palm. Boom! The mystic immortal ancestor's protective spiritual light shattered inch by inch. His entire body was struck hard, flying backward, blood staining the sky. The cave heaven realm ancestor couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xi Yun's heart turned ice cold. It was over. Just as Tang Yiliang's attack was about to land on him, the central region quasi-divine powerhouse finally reacted, shouting, as he attacked Tang Yiliang's back, attempting to divert the assault. This time Tang Yiliang did not evade. He spun around, abruptly facing the quasi-divine powerhouse heathen. His eyes held icy mockery. "A false god! Today I shall show you what true power is." A fierce battle erupted. The quasi-divine powerhouse unleashed all his techniques, his law force surging toward Tang Yiliang. But Tang Yiliang moved as if through an empty realm, his form ghostly, his sword light cascading like a waterfall, each strike brimming with ultimate killing intent. Every collision caused the void to tremble, the momentum terrifying. Only one battlefield remained in the sky, the pinnacle duel between Tang Yiliang and the quasi-divine powerhouse. On the other side, the experts brought by Tang Yiliang waged a one-sided slaughter against the mystic immortal cave heaven. Xi Yun struggled under the siege of several Return to Unity realm experts, barely surviving. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the mountain gate of the mystic immortal cave heaven breached, countless disciples dying in anguish, and the familiar halls and pavilions engulfed in flames. His heart ached. This was supposed to be the pinnacle of his glory, the beginning of his domination of the western desert backed by his divine master. But now it had become his doom. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pulled Xi Yun's gaze back to the sky. The quasi-divine powerhouse from the central region had his chest pierced through by Tang Yiliang's sword. With endless terror and unwillingness in his eyes, he fell from the sky, his life force extinguished. A quasi-divine being had fallen. Xi Yun trembled, a chill running through him. His greatest reliance was gone. Without any further hesitation, he crushed the jade pendant at his waist. "Go!" he shouted to his few remaining loyal disciples, as a mysterious radiant portal abruptly materialized behind him. That was his final escape route, prepared over 40 years of painstaking effort. "Trying to flee!" Tang Yiliang's icy voice echoed in his ears. A sword light brimming with boundless venom and killing intent crossed the distance of space and struck in an instant. Xi Yun felt a chill on his back, followed by a tearing, excruciating pain. He was hurled into the portal by the immense force. In the last moment before the teleportation passage closed, he looked back. He saw Tang Yiliang hovering in the air, expressionless, raising his hand and gently pressing down upon the already ruined mystic immortal cave heaven below. The entire blessed cave heaven, along with the remaining mountain ranges, sank with a roar, devoured utterly by the endless void. In the eastern domain, a desolate mountain range. The space twisted, and a radiant portal appeared out of nowhere, from which several battered figures tumbled. At the forefront, Xi Yun's face was deathly pale, a sword wound on his back deep enough to reveal bone had nearly split him in two. He struggled to stand, watching the twisting portal vanish behind him. Unable to hold back any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura began to decline at an alarming rate. His cultivation at the peak of the three elements realm plummeted, falling again and again. Finally, it barely stabilized at the early stage of the three elements realm. Even more despairing, he could clearly sense that his Tao foundation under that sword strike was now covered in cobweb-like cracks. He would never advance to the Return to Unity realm in this life. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Xi Yun let out a mad laugh filled with unwillingness and self-mockery. Decades later, in an obscure corner of the eastern domain, a small sect named
Mystic Cloud Sect appeared. The sect master called himself Lin Yun, possessing exceptional alchemy skills, but mediocre cultivation, and spent his days in seclusion. He took in disciples passed down alchemy, and seemed only to seek a peaceful life. No one knew that this Lin Yun was none other than the Cloud Alchemy Emperor, who had once wreaked havoc across the western desert. Yun had here to heal his wounds and evade Tang Yiliang's pursuit. Another few decades passed. Yun finally recovered from his injuries, his cultivation returning to the peak of the Three Elements realm. Yet the cracks in his Tao foundation could not be mended, becoming a permanent regret in his heart. He refused to accept it. He decided to journey to the central region, seeking his master, and the last sliver of hope to break through. Leveraging his mastery, as a Grand Alchemy Emperor, he easily struck a deal with a top-tier blessed cave heaven in the Eastern Domain, securing the chance to use a cross-domain teleportation array. A flash of light, and he set foot on the lands of the central region. The spiritual energy here was far denser than in the Eastern Domain Western Desert or Southern Wasteland. Yet before he could even search for his master's whereabouts, he stumbled into a forbidden land shrouded by ancient restrictions. Within the forbidden land all was deathly still, yet it carried a faint heart-stopping heat. Lin Yun cautiously ventured deeper. At the very heart of the forbidden land, he saw a flame. A flame suspended in midair, radiating 9 colors, burning silently. Divine flame. Yun's breath caught in that instant. His long-dead heart began to beat violently once more. Repair the Tao foundation. Break through to the alchemy's sovereign realm. Even ascend to the divine realm. All hope was reignited the moment he beheld this divine flame. A maddening thought took root in his mind. He would refine it. Even if it meant death. Yun hesitated no longer. He set up layer upon layer of seals around the divine flame, isolating the inside from the outside. Then, sitting cross-legged, he summoned the 9-colored divine flame. Boom! The moment the divine flame entered his body, an indescribable agony engulfed him. His flesh burned, his soul was torn asunder. Every inch of flesh, every cell was incinerated by the ferocious flame, then reorganized only to be burned again. Yun clenched his teeth, clinging to life with sheer stubborn will. 1 day. 2 days. 1 year. 10 years. His aura grew stronger, and the damaged Tao foundation, tempered by the strange flame, truly began to heal slowly. Just as he was about to completely refine the core of the strange flame and complete his final transformation, he fell short. His already cracked Tao foundation ultimately could not withstand the final surge of the strange flame and shattered with a roar. Lin Yun's body exploded into pieces. The strange flame, now out of control, began to rage in backlash. It was over. Had he failed after all? In the last moment before his consciousness faded, Yun's eyes held a resolute determination. Expending the last remnants of his soul power, he used an unfathomable alchemy secret technique to seal his remnant soul together with the rampaging strange flame and the entire space. A faint will echoed through the void. If I cannot refine you in this life, then I shall return in the next. Consciousness returned once more to the boundless darkness. The scene of being backlashed by the 9-colored divine fire with both body and soul burned to ashes replayed repeatedly in his mind. Just one step away. Just that final step, and he could completely refine the divine fire, restore his Tao foundation, and even reach a higher realm. Endless regret and unwillingness engulfed his entire consciousness like a tidal wave. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice rang out. Evaluating reincarnation mark. In this life your name is Yun, possessing a heavenly pill body raised in childhood by a pill king, thus establishing a connection with a sect known for its pure traditions. In your youth you befriended a brother who seemed to be a child of destiny, but the good times did not last long. With his mysterious disappearance, you were forced to flee to the West Desert. In the West Desert, by a stroke of fortune, you entered the sect of a pill god. You thought there were ulterior motives, but in truth they treated you sincerely. Under the pill god, you made significant progress, and returned to the southern border to demand an explanation from those people, causing a major sect to be annihilated at your hands. Afterward, you continued to cultivate in seclusion, achieving the status of a great pill emperor in existence at the 3 yuan level, but inadvertently offended a person of destiny, ultimately leading to your forced retreat and struggle for survival in the eastern region. After decades of secluded cultivation, you decided to venture to the central state in search of opportunities, but mistakenly entered a perilous place and discovered the 9-colored divine fire.
You sought to refine the divine fire to restore your Tao foundation and reach a higher realm, but your efforts were in vain, leading to the complete collapse of your Tao foundation and the burning of your body. Comprehensive evaluation Earth level 3 stars. Obtained reincarnation points 8,000. Si Yun's divine soul stirred slightly. Although the early part of this life was arduous, it was fortunate to encounter a master like Mo Danshin in the middle. If not for provoking such a child of destiny, this life would likely have been spent in peace. Family background is still very important. Luck also fell a bit short. Add points. Talent 4,000. Family background 2,000. Comprehension 1,000. Luck 1,000. This time he evenly allocated the points between family background and luck. A flash of light passed and consciousness sank once again. Master. Madam. Madam may not make it. A panic scream echoed. Quan Batian was pacing restlessly in a dilapidated courtyard. Hearing the shout, his tall and robust body trembled and his eyes instantly turned crimson. What did you say? He grabbed the maid who had rushed out to deliver the news. How could one bleed while giving birth? Quan Batian was in a state of chaos filled with intense fear. He released the maid and charged towards the inner courtyard. With a loud crash, he smashed the door completely. A heavy stench of blood assaulted him. Quan Batian beheld the scene in the room, his eyes nearly bursting. His usually gentle wife lay pale on the bed, blood staining the corners of her mouth, and beneath her was a pool of crimson. Several midwives and physicians surrounded the bed, all ashen-faced and at a loss. What happened? Quan Batian roared, his overwhelming presence causing everyone in the room to struggle to breathe. An elderly physician, trembling under the pressure, stepped forward to report. Master. Madam. She was already severely injured. Now forcing the use of her source power to give birth, the fetus is critically deficient, relying solely on Madam's source essence to sustain its life. This action is tantamount to exhausting what little life she has left. Quan Batian's body trembled violently. He rushed to the bedside, grasping his wife's cold hand, his voice shaking. Jure. Why? We could do without this child. Please stop. On the bed, the weak woman slowly opened her eyes, gazing at her husband's anxious face, and weakly shook her head. Batian. It's useless. Her voice, though faint, was incredibly clear. Once this process begins, there is no turning back. This is our child. We must let him live. As she spoke, her breath weakened at an alarming rate. In the mid-stage of the true God realm. In the early stage of the true God realm. Her cultivation steadily declined at a visible rate. No! Quan Batian let out a desperate roar towards the sky. At that moment, several powerful hostile auras suddenly descended upon the estate. A cold and mocking voice echoed, spreading in all directions. Quan Batian, hand over that thing, and we can grant you a swift end. Hearing this voice, Quan Batian's roar abruptly ceased. He slowly turned around, his eyes filled with fury and hatred. It's them. If it weren't for their ambush and serious injury to Jure, how could she have fallen into such a state? Find death. Quan Batian spat out those two words, and a powerful aura erupted from him. The pressure of a true God realm expert surged, suddenly enveloping the entire sky. In the sky, several figures appeared, the leader looking down at Quan Batian with contempt. Quan Batian, you are merely a minor god. What are you planning? Aren't you trying to wrestle with this deity? Deity? Quan Batian sneered, his expression ferocious. Then today I will rebel against the deity. Before his words fell, he transformed into a blood-red streak, soaring into the sky, actively charging towards the uninvited guests. Arrogant. The leading deity's expression darkened. He didn't expect a mere true god to dare take the initiative against him. The battle erupted instantaneously. Quan Batian's assault was extremely fierce, completely abandoning defense. Every move was a life-for-life tactic, his offense frenzied. The deity initially thought he could easily handle him, but was shocked to find that Quan Batian's combat strength exceeded his imagination. He withstood the deity's might without faltering. How is this possible? This person cannot be left alive. The deity's killing intent surged within, and he no longer held back, joining forces with the others to besiege Quan Batian. Against many, Quan Batian ultimately found his fists insufficient against multiple hands. In just a short time, he sustained several serious injuries, blood staining his armor, but the madness in his eyes only intensified. Bang!
After another fierce clash, the deity struck him in the chest with a palm, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Rebelling against the deity, your potential is indeed terrifying, but this is where it ends. The deity hovered in the air, coldly pronouncing his death sentence. In the crater, Quan Batian staggered to his feet, and suddenly burst into loud laughter, his laughter filled with unwillingness and resolution. If rebellion is not possible, he raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the enemies in the sky. Then I shall break through. A surge of even stronger aura erupted from him, causing the heavens to shift. Not good. He is going to forcibly break through. The deity's expression changed. They immediately unleashed attacks towards Quan Batian, trying to stop him, but all the attacks were shattered by the rising momentum. As Quan Batian's aura was about to cross that heavenly chasm and step into the realm of deities, a chill rose in everyone's hearts. They knew very well that if Quan Batian successfully broke through, they would be the ones to die. At this critical moment, the deity suddenly turned his gaze towards the bloody room behind Quan Batian. He smiled cruelly. If I can't kill you, then it'll start with your woman and child.
He. If we can't deal with you, then well, just deal with your woman and child.
The voice of that heavenly god realm cultivator reached Quan Batian's ears, dripping with cruel amusement. His gaze shifted, locking onto the blood-tainted house. A lethal beam shot from his hand, tearing through the sky, heading straight for the fragile door.
No!
Quan Batian's eyes nearly split apart. He could see that beam of light, could feel the terrifying divine power within it, enough to reduce everything to ashes. He wanted to move. He wanted to block it. But he couldn't. A surging torrent of energy was scouring every meridian within him, battering against the barrier of the heavenly god realm. He was like a lone boat trapped in the heart of a storm. One move, and he would be shattered to pieces. All he could do was watch helplessly. Watch as that beam of death pierced through the broken courtyard, hurtling toward the two most important people in his life. Just at this critical moment, inside the house, the woman who was already barely clinging to life, the one named Jur, seemed to sense something. Her previously unfocused eyes suddenly gathered a startling light. It was a mother's instinct of power that transcended life and death. A soft blood-colored halo burst from within her, instantly enveloping the entire room. The light was not harsh, but it was immensely resolute. The destructive beam collided with the blood-colored halo. The halo flickered violently, rapidly dimming. Jur's already pallid face was now drained of all color. She was burning. Burning her own meager remaining essence, blood burning her own soul. Finally, the blood-colored halo extinguished completely. That beam of destruction was also worn away. She had protected him. Protected the child who had just arrived in this world, who had not yet had a chance to see her face. But her own life force was rapidly ebbing away.
Batian.
Her voice was barely audible.
The child.
Until her very last moment, she still thought of her husband and her child. Quan Batian's world stood still in that instant. His wife's final call became a hammer that shattered the last shackle within him.
A
roar tore from his throat. An aura far more terrifying than before surged into the sky. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled. The heavenly god realm. Achieved. Yet having broken through, Quan Batian did not look at the sky, nor did he look at his enemies. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared beside the woman.
Jur. No! Don't!
He fell to his knees, his heart frantic, as he reached out, trying to grasp his wife's pale hands. He held his wife's hand tightly, refusing to let go, but his hands trembled incessantly. For he could feel his wife's life force ebbing away in an irreversible manner.
The child. Take care of. Our child.
The woman named Jur's hand fell limply. The light in her eyes faded completely. Quan Batian held his wife's gradually cooling body, frozen stiff. Everything around him seemed to lose sound. Slowly, he raised his head. His eyes turned from red to a deep, unfathomable black. It was pure, unadulterated killing intent. He carefully laid down his wife, smoothing her disheveled hair. Then he stood up, turned, and looked at the sky.
Die.
One word. His figure vanished. The next second, he appeared before a true god realm cultivator, and with a single punch, that cultivator's body, along with his soul, was blasted into a mist of blood. Simple. Direct. The remaining true god realm cultivators were terrified out of their wits, and turned to flee. But they could not escape. Quan Batian's figure moved, like a ghost weaving among them. Every time he appeared there was a scream.
Every time he paused, a mist of blood exploded. Before the newly ascended Quan Baishan, these true God Realm cultivators were nothing but chickens and dogs, utterly fragile. Finally, only that heavenly God cultivator remained. His face was a mask of terror, all his previous scorn and arrogance gone. He frantically burned his essence blood, unleashing his last resort secret technique, transforming into a streak of light, clumsily tearing through space to flee. Quan Batian did not choose to pursue. He slowly descended from the sky, returning to that ruined house. He walked to the bedside. There an infant wrapped in a blood-stained swaddle lay quietly. It was his and Zhuer's child. The child, already congenitally weak, and having lost the nurturing of its mother's essence, now had a purple-tinged face and a barely discernible breath. It seemed on the verge of death. Quan Baishan's heart clenched. He had just lost his wife. He could not lose this, his only bloodline. Moreover, this child was Zhuer's final wish in life, the last trace she left in this world. He reached out, intending to channel his divine power into the infant, but his power was too fierce. The infant's fragile body could not withstand it. His heart was a furnace of anxiety.
No! Don't die!
A sense of powerlessness enveloped him once again. Just then he remembered something. He looked at the infant, whose breath was growing weaker, then at the sky, a manic smile twisting his face.
You people want this thing, don't you?
He growled, his voice low.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
He opened his palm. An ancient small pagoda materialized in his hand. The pagoda was dark and dull, its material unidentifiable, bearing no ornate patterns, yet it exuded a weighty aura of having endured eons and suppressed the heavens. Its appearance instantly calmed the surging chaotic spiritual energy around them. This was something he had snatched from a life-forbidden zone after countless brushes with death. It was said to be an ineffable supreme treasure.
Then come and take it.
Resolution blazed in Quan Baishan's eyes. He bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the small pagoda. Simultaneously, he channeled his newly attained heavenly god power, using an unfathomable secret technique to forcibly drive the small pagoda into the infant. Quan Baishan's face turned instantly pale. He seemed to age decades, his aura greatly diminished. And that small pagoda, upon touching the infant's body, transformed into a faint light and merged into his chest. A pale cyan pagoda-shaped mark appeared on the infant's skin. A miracle occurred. The infant's almost failing breath began to recover. His purple-tinged face gradually regained a rosy hue. His vital signs stabilized.
Wah! Wah!
The infant's cries came from the swaddle. Quan Batian watched this, a smile finally breaking through his grief-stricken face, though it was more sorrowful than a cry. His gaze fell upon that pagoda-shaped mark. On the body of the small pagoda, he saw a faint ancient character.
Yun!
Quan Batian reached out a trembling hand, gently caressing that character.
Yun! Good, good, good,
he murmured to himself.
Like a cloud unbound by anything in this world.
He looked at the crying infant in his arms, his eyes filled with boundless tenderness and sorrow.
From now on your name shall be Quan Yun.
The carriage rattled violently along the bumpy imperial road. Inside, a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man fumbled awkwardly with a baby bottle, attempting to guide its nipple into the mouth of the swaddled infant. His movements were stiff and uncoordinated. The nipple kept nudging the infant's face, prompting him to turn away repeatedly.
Hick! Wah!
Overwhelmed by the ordeal, the baby burst into loud, vigorous wails, vibrant and full of life. The man was Quan Batian. At the sound of the crying, he did not grow impatient. In fact, his composure shattered instantly. He hastily withdrew the bottle and cradled the infant gently in his arms, then used his broad, calloused palms to pat the baby's back with delicate care.
You'd be good. Don't cry, don't cry.
His voice was hoarse yet tender beyond measure, a stark contrast to the weathered, battle-scarred face etched with grim austerity. Gazing down at this tiny, fragile life nestled in his arms, his eyes brimmed with love so profound it bordered on sorrow. After laying Zhuer to rest, he had set out alone with little Quan Yun, journeying back toward his sect. Days passed in deceptive calm. Yet deep within he knew better. They would not let this end quietly. The galloping carriage jolted violently and ground to an abrupt halt. Quan Batian's arm holding the child remained utterly still, but his gaze turned glacial in an instant. They had arrived. Even with all his caution, they had tracked him down. Outside, the carriage silence hung thick and absolute. Before them, space itself warped and folded, sealing their path completely. 1. 2. Dozens of overwhelming auras surged forth, from every direction encircling the carriage like a tightening noose. Each aura radiated sheer terrifying might. Even the weakest among them stood at the peak of the hollow heaven realm. At their forefront 3 figures unleashed the crushing sovereign pressure of the celestial god realm. 3 divine auras intertwining, darkening the very sky.
Quan Baitian, surrender the supreme artifact.
A voice descended from the heavens laced with imperious command.
We shall grant you both mercy and let you live.
Its speaker was one of the celestial gods, who had been repelled from Quan Manor by Quan Baitian days earlier. They feared him. A man who even as a true god had slain celestial gods, now having broken through to the celestial god realm, his combat prowess was unimaginable. Their true masters, the ancient slumbering titans, remained dormant. They had no wish to clash with a prodigy whose potential knew no bounds, nor with a man driven mad by grief. But the artifact must be reclaimed.
Humph.
A cold mocking laugh escaped Quan Baitian, quiet yet dripping with contempt and lethal intent. Slowly he drew back the carriage curtain. Cradling the wailing Kuan Yun in one arm, he stepped down from the carriage, the other hand clasped behind his back.
Grant us mercy.
His voice was eerily calm.
Then who will return my wife's life?
The 3 celestial gods in the sky stiffened, their expressions hardening.
Quan Baitian, do not mistake our restraint for weakness. We honor you with a modicum of respect, more than you deserve. Is it truly worth defying us, for a corpse and a doomed wretched infant?
Quan Baitian's gaze froze, icy absolute.
Wretched infant.
His hand drifted softly across the baby's cheek. The artifact was no longer separate. It had fused irrevocably with Yunar's very life. To seize the artifact was to extinguish Yunar's soul, and the murder of his wife was a blood debt that demanded heaven and earth themselves bear witness. Words were spent.
Then, let us fight.
The moment the words left his lips, Quan Baitian moved. He entrusted the child to no one, cradling him in one arm alone, as his body blazed forward like a crimson lightning bolt charging headlong into the vast hovering host above.
Fool!
Roared the lead celestial god, stunned by Quan Baitian's audacity. Battle erupted immediately.
Boom!
Quan Baitian hurled a single fist, raw celestial force detonating outward, shattering a nearby hollow heaven cultivator and his artifact alike into pure void. Post-breakthrough his power had multiplied tenfold, yet his foes were legion, 3 celestial gods, dozens of hollow heaven experts, and over a dozen true gods. Though mighty, he fought with both hands bound. Far more perilous was the fragile infant cradled in his arms. He dared not unleash wide-range techniques, dared not let even a whisper of collateral force brush against Yunar. Every strike he delivered bore the weight of unbearable restraint.
Target the infant.
One celestial god perceived his vulnerability, and issued the order, cold and venomous. In an instant countless attacks veered past Quan Baitian, converging in dense, lethal arcs upon the infant in his arms. Eyes blazing with fury, Quan Baitian could only shield the child with his own body, taking every blow full force.
Spurt!
Even his celestial god-level physique struck simultaneously by peers, and dozens of hollow heaven cultivators buckled under the onslaught, wounds blooming across his frame. Blood welled at the corner of his mouth. He knew this path led only to death, for both himself and Yunar. Escape was imperative. His gaze sharpened, resolve crystallized. With a terrifying surge of aura, he momentarily drove back the encircling enemies, then vanished, reappearing beside the carriage in a flash. Inside, a young maidservant clung white-knuckled to the window, her face drained of all color. She was Xiao Yu, Zhuer's personal attendant.
Xiao Yu!
Quan Baitian commanded, voice low and grave. Into her trembling palm, he pressed a cracked silver-glowing stone. Its surface was webbed with fissures, as if poised to crumble at a breath. Had Si Yun's memories remained intact, he would have recognized it instantly, a fragment of spatial divine stone.
Take Yunar.
His voice trembled, yet brooked no refusal.
Go!
He placed the infant still wrapped in the warm swaddling cloth firmly into Xiao Yu's arms. Xiao Yu stared, dumbfounded, at Quan Baitian, then down at the infant breathing faintly in her embrace.
Master!
Tears spilled unchecked from her eyes.
Please take care. You must survive, you must.
Quan Baitian did not look back. Each step he took upon the void echoed with ironclad resolve. Alone, he faced the legion arrayed before him.
Today, no one passes.
His celestial god energy erupted, unleashed without reserve. Xiao Yu dared not hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she poured every shred of her meager spiritual energy into the spatial divine stone. It flickered weakly, then remained stubbornly inert. Her cultivation was far too shallow, insufficient to awaken even this fractured relic. What now? A fierce determination hardened upon her face. She bit deep into her tongue, and spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the stone.
With my blood, I ignite my very essence.
She began burning her lifeblood and foundational spiritual energy, forcing the stone to awaken. This act was self-immolation. Her vitality plummeted at a horrifying pace, her complexion paled to ash, her features collapsing, aging a decade in seconds. Yet, even then, the stone's glow intensified only slightly, still refusing activation. Helplessness flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. Then, her fingers brushed something cool and hard within the infant's swaddling. A piece of jade. The sole memento left by her long-departed family. On the day her home was razed, it was Master and Madam who saved her. That debt she would carry to her final breath. The jade still held the faint lingering warmth of kinship. Xiao Yu's gaze steeled. Pressing the jade firmly against the spatial divine stone, she formed an eerie ancient hand seal with both hands.
Reverse.
A single word tore from her lips. Her inner cultivation spiraled backward along a forbidden inverted pathway. Agony, like her meridians snapping one by one, racked her body, yet her aura surged violently upward. Her foundation shattered, but her power soared higher and higher. Sacrificing her life, she bought a fleeting cataclysmic surge of strength. At last,
VRMM.
Infused by twin currents of force, the fractured spatial divine stone blazed with incandescent silver-white light. An unstable spatial vortex coalesced slowly within the carriage. Xiao Yu smiled, a frail, exhausted, radiant smile. Bending low, she gazed upon the sleeping infant, and with her last breath of strength pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead.
Little young master, you must live, please survive.
Silver light flared, engulfing her and the infant, swallowing them whole. In the eastern domain, amidst a nameless deep mountain forest, a figure was hurled out by spatial turbulence and crashed heavily to the ground. As the silver light dissipated, little fish spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as death. By reversing her cultivation art and burning her life essence, her foundation had been utterly shattered, and her vitality was swiftly ebbing away. She felt her body becoming ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Yet she dared not collapse. The faint cry of the infant in her arms pierced through her hazy consciousness. Clutching the swaddling clothes tightly, she summoned her last shred of strength and struggled to rise from the ground. Dragging her grievously wounded body, she cradled Kuan Yun and moved forward step by agonizing step. After trudging for what seemed an eternity through the dense woods, a faint glimmer of lamplight finally appeared ahead. It was a solitary, isolated cottage. A cooking fire. Someone lives here. A spark of hope ignited in Little Fish's eyes. She quickened her pace, but at that moment her body reached its breaking point. Thud. She could no longer hold on. Her body pitched forward and slammed heavily against the tightly shut wicker gate. But in her final moment before falling, she still shielded the child in her arms, pressing the swaddling clothes firmly against her chest. Inside the courtyard, the lamplight flickered. The sound of the collision startled the person within. "Who's there?" A woman's voice rang out, wary and questioning. With a creak, the wicker door was pulled open from the inside. A middle-aged woman in simple homespun clothing stepped out, a half-finished shoe sole in her hand. She appeared no different from any ordinary village woman. Yet when her gaze fell upon the scene outside, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes, which should have been clouded with age. Where did this young girl come from? She crouched down, checking Little Fish's breath, then glanced at the infant securely wrapped in her arms. Such severe injuries. The woman's brow furrowed deeply. Just then a figure limped out from behind her, a weather-beaten middle-aged man, his expression dejected and utterly despondent. "Such wounds must have been inflicted by someone formidable," the man said coldly. "Old woman, better not meddle in this. It'll only invite trouble." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face flushed with anger. "Who are you calling old woman?" She shot him a glare, but his words gave her pause. She could sense that the girl's internal energies were in chaos, her foundation utterly destroyed, clearly the work of a cultivator. Saving her might indeed invite immense calamity. Their current situation was already precarious enough, and they could not afford any further complications. Without another word the man turned and started back into the house, as if the two people lying at the door did not exist. The woman watched his retreating back, then looked down at the unconscious little fish, and the fragile life in the swaddling clothes. She half turned ready to abandon them. But just as she was about to close the door, she stopped abruptly. Her voice was icy, as she called out, "Lee lunatic." The man halted in his steps, but did not turn around. Refusing to save a life weighed down by this, and that the woman said, staring at his back. "Aren't you afraid that your once proud sword heart will be completely smothered by these mundane concerns?" The man's body trembled. Sword heart. Such a distant yet achingly familiar word. Yes. Once upon a time he, too, was a figure of peerless grace, whose sword dared to challenge the sun and moon and reshape the heavens. When had he become so timid, so fearful of death? What had worn down his edges, and what had sullied his sword with the dust of the mundane? After a long silence, he did not turn back, only left a single sentence. "Once her injuries are better, send them away." With that he disappeared into the darkness of the house. The woman watched his fading figure, a light kindling in her eyes. This was the man she knew. The former sword god who with a single sword could stand against 1,000,000 soldiers. She hesitated no longer. With great effort, she half-carried, half-dragged little fish into the house, and laid her on a crude bed. She brought warm water and medicinal salves, carefully tending to little fish's wounds. But the more she examined her, the heavier her heart became. This girl's foundation was shattered beyond repair. Her internal organs were all failing, held together only by a single thread of breath. It was a miracle she had lived this long. This little lass might die at any moment, she murmured, looking at the quiet infant in the swaddling clothes with a sigh. Could I really bear to let a nursing babe be cast out onto the streets? Her maternal instincts stirred. Perhaps hearing her voice, little fish on the bed struggled to open her eyes. Her vision was already blurry, yet she fixed her gaze on the woman with desperate intensity. "Please, please, save the child. His name is Lin Yun." After uttering these words she fell unconscious once more, her breath growing ever fainter. "Lin Yun." The woman repeated the name, her heart stirring. Quan. Could it be from that family? She instinctively channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the infant's body, only to find it empty, his meridians blocked. Nothing more than an ordinary mortal physique. She chuckled bitterly at herself. She was overthinking things. The bloodline of that family could never end up in a place like this. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the village entrance, several women sat chatting under a large tree, while children chased and played nearby. A young boy clad in tattered, blood-stained clothes staggered down the winding mountain path. His body was covered in scrapes and bruises, yet his hand tightly clutched a few mud-stained medicinal herbs. "Hey, look, it's that little fool coming back," one woman said with a pout. "Tisk tisk, all beaten up again. Must have gone to the back mountain to gather herbs for his dying sister," another chimed in. "What a fool. Dr. Lee said even the gods couldn't save his sister. She's just living on borrowed time. And he still runs off to that dangerous back mountain every day." "Exactly. Orphan raised by crippled Lee, and widow he at the edge of the village, and he still causes so much trouble." The murmurs were low, but clearly reached the boy's ears. The boy was Lin Yun. He paid no heed to the harsh words, keeping his head down, and quickening his pace, as he ran toward the solitary cottage at the far end of the village. Suddenly an older child blocked his path. "Hey, little fool. Is your sickly sister still not dead yet?" the child taunted. "Even if you gather every herb from the back mountain, she won't live much longer. Stop wasting your effort." The other children joined in the laughter. "Little fool, leave those herbs behind." The ringleader stepped forward and reached for the herbs in his arms. Lin Yun held on tight, refusing to let go. "No! These are for my sister," he shouted. Fists and kicks rained down on him, but he clenched his teeth and remained silent. Unable to snatch the herbs, the children grew more vicious. Lin Yun fell to the ground, curling up, but still shielding the herbs with his life. However, one of the children grabbed the roots of the herbs and yanked hard. "Let go. Without the medicine my sister will die." Lin Yun cried out. "What do I care if your sister lives or dies?" The child sneered, mocking him. With a tearing sound, the herbs were ripped in two. The sudden release of force set Lin Yun's head cracking against a stone, and he fell unconscious. "Lee, little fool. Is he okay? He won't die, will he? You all saw it. He hit his head by himself. It's got nothing to do with me. The sounds around him grew chaotic. Kuan Yin felt his consciousness slipping away. Can't fall asleep. No medicine. Sister will die. Wake up. Something was stirring in his mind. His head felt as if it would explode. Amid the searing pain in his mind, the dim little pagoda within his body began to flicker.
Give the medicine. Back to me.
An icy voice rang out. The children who had been laughing just moments before fell silent abruptly. What kind of eyes did they see? That was not the gaze a 6-year-old should possess. Within them lay not childish innocence, nor tears of pain, but only a deathly stillness, bone-chillingly cold. Stared down by those eyes, the leading child's hand trembled, and the half-stolen medicinal herb fell to the ground.
Give it back to you then.
He stammered, involuntarily stepping back. The other children, pale with fright, felt their legs quiver. In Kuan Yun's mind, countless fragmented images surged forth wildly, and a vast consciousness was on the verge of awakening. At that moment, the faint cyan tower-shaped mark on his chest suddenly flickered. A gentle yet powerful force erupted, forcibly suppressing and sealing the awakening consciousness. Kuan Yun's body shuddered violently, his face turning deathly pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. The deathly stillness in his eyes swiftly receded, replaced by the innocence and bewilderment of a child.
What just happened? Why did I seem to see a cluster of 9-colored flames? How strange. Could such flames truly exist?
His head felt as if it were splitting with pain. At the village entrance, several women chatting under a large tree felt an inexplicable chill down their spines, as if a gust of eerie wind had swept through, causing their chatter to pause. They saw nothing, only the usually domineering children, as if they had seen a ghost abandoning the little fool and scrambling away in terror. At the village's end, in that solitary little courtyard, inside a dim room, the middle-aged man known as Crippledy sat motionless before a wall. His aura was desolate and lifeless, like a statue devoid of spirit. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open. Those once dull eyes burst forth, with a startling sharp light instantly piercing the room's gloom. He gazed toward the village entrance, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The middle-aged woman mending clothes in the yard was also startled.
Lunatically, what's gotten into you?
The cripple ignored her, fixated on that direction, his voice hoarse and raspy with excitement.
Old woman. Did you feel that?
The woman's expression changed. Of course she had felt it. In that instant, a terrifying aura that made even her heart palpitate had flashed through the village. That aura was ancient, vast, and carried supreme majesty, as if a deity who had slumbered for eons. Though it lasted but a moment, it sent a shiver through her.
Who is it?
The woman murmured, her face pale. The frightened children, after running some distance, looked back to see Kuan Yin sitting on the ground, looking foolish, bewildered, and in pain. Their fear instantly turned into fury and humiliation.
You little fool, how dare you play tricks and scare us? Beat him!
They charged back and began kicking and punching Kuan Yin. He only curled up, covering his head, enduring the blows. He had no strength left. The excruciating pain in his head prevented him from even standing. After venting their anger, the children left cursing. Kuan Yin lay on the ground for a long time before slowly getting up. He picked up the half-trampled medicinal herb and limped toward the little courtyard at the village's end. With every step, sharp pain shot through his body, yet he still clutched the remaining herb tightly. Finally, he saw the familiar wicker gate.
Granny.
He pushed open the gate, saw the woman lost in thought in the yard, and could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. He fell to his knees with a thud, raising the pitiful remnants of the crushed herb above his head.
Granny. Please. Save sister, you.
The woman looked at his bruised and bloody body, at his reddened eyes, and felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She sighed, helped Kuan Yin up, and led him inside. On the dim bed lay a young woman, sallow and emaciated, Xiao Yu. Over the past 6 years her vitality had gradually faded, and even medicinal herbs were of no avail. Her body was utterly spent.
Silly child, your sister's injuries are too severe.
The woman stroked Kuan Yun's head, unable to bear telling the truth, so she fabricated a reason.
This kind of injury damages the foundation only if those celestial immortals were to use divine pills and miraculous medicines could she be saved. Immortals.
Kuan Yun's small face was filled with bewilderment. But why would an immortal care about the life or death of a mere mortal like him? A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. He looked at Sister Yu, who was barely breathing on the bed. He recalled how over these 6 years, even when she was too ill to rise, she would always save her portion of food for him. He remembered Sister Yu frail, and ill, teaching him to read and mending his clothes. He remembered her always smiling and saying, "Yuner, grow up quickly and protect your sister." No. He could not give up. Kuan Yin wiped away his tears, lifted his head, his eyes showing a determination beyond his years.
"Granny, I won't give up. I must save Sister Yu."
The woman seemed moved by the light in his eyes. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly mentioned something.
"The village chief says that in a few days an immortal sect will come to the village to select children with aptitude as disciples. If you are chosen, perhaps there might be a cure for your sister."
Kuan Yun's eyes lit up instantly, but the light quickly dimmed. He knew his own limitations. He had been frail since birth, smaller and weaker than other children his age, as if born prematurely. The village children called him a fool, a sickly weakling. Would the immortal look favorably upon him? He tugged at the woman's sleeve, pleading with all his might.
"Granny, help me."
The woman looked at him and sighed softly.
"I cannot help you."
She shook her head and glanced toward the adjacent room, which never saw the light of day.
"Go to that cripple. If he is willing to help you, you might still have a glimmer of hope."
Kuan Yin found the cripple. He stood on a small hill at the edge of the village, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance at the endless towering mountains. The wind rustled his tattered clothes, and he stood motionless as if merged with the mountain itself. Kuan Yin approached him from behind, ready to voice his request. But the cripple spoke unexpectedly, his voice low, as if talking to himself or testing the boy.
"Observe the mountain, observe its momentum."
Kuan Yin was stunned. He did not understand what momentum meant. He simply followed the cripple's gaze toward the great mountain. As he looked, the mountain before him seemed to transform. It was no longer just lifeless rocks and trees. He saw a colossal sword piercing the heavens, its tip aimed at the clouds. He felt that the wind in the mountains was no longer wind, but wisps of scattered sword energy. Without thinking, he blurted out,
"The wind has stopped. The mountain is about to unleash its sword."
As the words fell, the cripple's figure trembled violently. He whirled around, his dim eyes now blazing with a startling light, fixed intently on Kuan Yin. This child, merely 6 years old, a mortal body. How could he perceive this? How could he possess such astonishing insight? Such insight should not exist in a mere mortal. Unless...
"Brad, are you sure you saw it right?"
The lame man's voice trembled slightly, as he turned around, his weather-beaten face etched with astonishment and doubt.
"Are you joking with Uncle Lame? How could a mountain unleash a sword?"
He tried to mask his inner turmoil with a teasing tone. Kuan Yin shook his head, his youthful face brimming with sincerity.
"Uncle Lame, I didn't see wrong. Just now, I really saw the mountain about to unleash a sword."
The lame man chuckled and said no more. He limped over to Kuan Yin, placing his calloused hand once again on the boy's shoulder. A faint wisp of spiritual energy probed into Kuan Yin's body, circulating through his meridians. The light in the lame man's eyes shifted from astonishment to disappointment, then settled into calm. Indeed, it was truly a mortal body. Could that glimpse have been nothing but a coincidence? A 6-year-old child uttering an innocent, thoughtless remark. Before he could dwell on it further, a young voice interrupted his thoughts.
"Uncle Lame, you know martial arts, don't you?"
Kuan Yin looked up, his clear eyes blazing with intensity.
"Teach me to train."
"I want to save Sister Fish."
Hearing Kuan Yun's words, the lame man laughed inexplicably. That laughter carried self-mockery, reminiscence, and a tangle of complex emotions.
He withdrew his hand, turned, and once again gazed at the silent mountain. The wind blew harder. After a moment, he made a momentous decision. He spoke in a deep, husky voice.
"Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you want to train with me? With your talent, once you set foot on this path, your life will never be easy."
"Perhaps you might soar to great heights, but more likely..."
The lame man's words trailed off, but the desolate, solitary aura around him said it all. "I've made up my mind,"
Kuan Yin replied without hesitation.
"For Sister Fish, he'll do anything." "Heh."
The lame man laughed again, but this time there was a note of release.
"In that case, I hope you won't regret it later."
He turned back and met Kuan Yin's gaze for the first time.
The beginning of martial arts lies in the foundation. The first step is to forge the physical body. This realm is called body tempering.
Body tempering realm. When those 3 words reached his ears, Kuan Yin felt an inexplicable familiar tremor in his heart, as if in countless ages past he had heard them countless times, even lived through them. But the feeling vanished in an instant. He didn't dwell on it, he simply nodded earnestly, committing every word the lame man said to memory. From that day on, Kuan Yun's life changed utterly. Before dawn, when the first rooster crowed in the village, he had to crawl out of bed and follow the lame man to the back mountain. What the lame man taught him was no exquisite technique, no profound cultivation method. It was simply holding a horse stance. Legs bent, center of gravity lowered, arms extended, standing like that for an entire hour. Sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his eyes, stinging and painful. His legs felt like lead, trembling uncontrollably. Several times his vision went dark, and he fainted outright. But when he woke, the lame man only stared coldly at him, and uttered 2 words. Continue. After the horse stance came carrying water. 2 wooden buckets larger than his head from the stream at the foot of the mountain, trip after trip up to the courtyard, halfway up, filling the giant water vat. At first, he couldn't even lift an empty bucket, and had to drag it on the ground. Later he could run with an empty bucket. Then a shallow layer of water appeared in the bucket. Half a year passed, and he could finally carry half-full buckets, wobbling along the rugged mountain path. His frail body began to show a thin layer of muscle, and his skin had tanned to a bronze hue. But such progress was too slow. Exhausted each day, he would collapse into bed and fall asleep instantly, yet he felt no flow of qi within his body. One night, dragging his wearied body, he found the lame man sitting in the courtyard, staring blankly at the moon.
Uncle Lame.
Kuan Yun's voice was dejected.
Am I really stupid?
Is my talent really that bad?
The lame man didn't turn around, he merely took a sip of wine from his gourd. But beneath his calm exterior his heart was shaken.
Stupid. Bad talent. This kid is nothing short of a monster. A mortal body without any spiritual nourishment or medicinal aid, relying solely on the most basic training. In half a year his physical strength and endurance had nearly caught up to those so-called spiritual bodies raised on rare treasures. What was even more terrifying was his willpower. That resilience beyond his years, that tenacity etched into his very soul, astonished even the lame man. In his lifetime, he had seen countless prodigies, sword geniuses, innate divine bodies. But none like Kuan Yun could endure such grueling, monotonous training with a mortal body, without a trace of complaint or retreat.
What a pity! What a pity!
The lame man sighed inwardly. Such astonishing insight, and will yet confined to a mortal body. Truly, heaven is unjust, wasting a gift from the gods. If this child were not a mortal body, but even a low-grade spiritual body, his future achievements would be immeasurable.
No, little Yuner.
The lame man finally turned around, looking at the crestfallen boy before him, and spoke words that even surprised himself.
You're not stupid. Your path is different from others.
He stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard.
The world knows that traveling 10,000 miles broadens the mind.
Reading 10,000 volumes enlightens wisdom.
His voice was distant. Kuan Yin looked up, confused. The lame man slowly raised his fist, assuming the simplest, most basic straight punch stance. But throwing 1,000,000 punches can also reach the divine. 1,000,000 punches,
Kuan Yin murmured.
Do you think punching is just about throwing a fist? The lame man looked at him, his eyes brighter than ever.
Yes, but not entirely. The first punch tempers the body. It refines your bones, sinews, and flesh. The 10th punch tempers the heart. In the monotony of repetition, it grinds away your restlessness, your stray thoughts, and forges your spirit. The 100,000th punch tempers the will. When punching becomes instinct, wherever your intent goes, so does your fist. Then your fist is no longer a part of your body, but an extension of your will.
The lame man's voice was low, yet it struck Kuan Yun's heart heavily, opening a door to a new world.
Then, what about the 1,000,000th punch?
Kuan Yin pressed his breath, quickening. The lame man smiled a lonely smile.
The 1,000,000th punch tempers the Tao. When you take something to its absolute extreme, to pure perfection, you can glimpse the supreme principles governing heaven and earth. That punch is no longer thrown by you, instead heaven and earth move with you, and the great Tao opens the way. That single punch can reach the divine.
Kuan Yin was utterly stunned. He saw a brand new path. A dragon lurking in the abyss, though unseen by the sun, gathers strength with every breath and heartbeat.
The day the dragon's roar echoes through the abyss, rivers shall reverse, and heaven and earth shall change color. The loss and confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing determination. He walked to the center of the courtyard, mimicking the lame man's stance, and threw a straight punch with all his might. The fist wind howled. His youthful face was filled with unprecedented resolve.
Then bring it on. A million punches. Then come at me. A million punches.
From that day onward, Kuan Yun's world narrowed to just two things: punching, and preparing to punch again. At the hour of the tiger, the sky remained pitch black. Even the village roosters had yet to crow. Kuan Yun had already risen from his bed, and groped his way into the courtyard, where he began throwing punches in the dark. One punch, then another, repeated endlessly. Sweat quickly soaked through his thin tunic. His arms burned with a searing ache, as though they might snap at any moment. He paid it no mind. The sun rose, he still punched. The afternoon heat sweltered, he still punched. The moon hung high at midnight, he still punched. The lame man taught him nothing more, only occasionally leaning against the doorframe, watching him in silence before taking a slow sip from his gourd of wine. No emotion stirred upon his haggard face. Meanwhile, across the village fervor surged, sparked by the looming arrival of the immortal sect. Families of modest means spared no expense, hiring so-called masters from the nearby town to train their children. Thus the open field at the village's edge buzzed with daily commotion.
Watch, my mighty tiger descends the mountain. Master says I possess innate divine strength. What's that compared to my spiritual serpent extends its tongue? It's all about speed, precision, and ferocity.
A cluster of half-grown boys clad in crisp new martial uniforms mimicked stances with solemn earnestness. Their parents stood nearby, faces swelling with pride, as if already beholding their son's ascension into the immortal sect and the glory it would bring to their ancestral line. Then someone noticed the solitary figure at the village's far end, the boy in the lonely courtyard moving like one possessed.
Look, there goes that simpleton still punching away. How laughable! Just swinging his fist straight ahead. What mastery could possibly emerge from such crude repetition? My master says it's brute force, peasant-level technique, utterly unrefined. True cultivation demands profound techniques and refined arts.
A boy who'd barely mastered a few forms, and whose family had bought him medicinal herbs for soaking baths, gazed at Kuan Yun with unmistakable condescension.
Does he truly believe mere punching can earn him entry into the immortal sect? What utter delusion!
Mocking laughter and scornful jeers buzzed incessantly, echoing like angry hornets. Yet not a single syllable pierced Kuan Yun's awareness. His world had long since been filled, entirely, by the act of punching. Ache. Exhaustion. Numbness. He'd lost track of time, of everything around him, even of why he'd punched at all. Only one thought remained in his mind. Punch. How long it passed. Perhaps 3 months. His punches had changed. No longer limp or sluggish, they now carried sudden coiled power, crisp, decisive, and devastating. Faster. Sharper. Harder. Each strike tore through the air with a sharp whistling roar.
HSSH. HSSH.
These were no longer mere gusts of wind, they carried something else within them. Something uniquely his own. That evening, as usual, the lame man leaned against the doorway, watching the slender, sweat-drenched figure in the courtyard. When he heard the clear, resonant whistle of the fist, almost like a chime, his grip on the wine gourd tightened sharply. The dull haze in his eyes vanished, replaced by raw, unguarded astonishment.
Intent!
He rasped, dry-lipped, uttering but a single word. Yes. The nascent form of intent. This boy, through sheer monotonous repetition, had brushed the threshold of intent in astonishingly short time. Such insight. The lame man's heart roiled with shock, yet swiftly gave way to deeper sorrow.
What a pity! What a terrible pity!
A mind of transcendent brilliance, wasted upon an ordinary mortal body. Truly heaven delighted in cruel irony. The lame man withdrew his gaze, tilted his head back, and drained a long burning draught of wine, its fiery sting yielding only bitter aftertaste. He slid down the wall to sit upon the ground, his eyes drifting into distant memory. Once he too had been a celestial prodigy, blessed with a peerless divine body, wielding a sword bold enough to compel sun and moon to shift the heavens. And yet, what became of him? What use was a divine body when cultivation was stripped away, the Tao heart clouded, and he was forced to eke out a wretched existence in this forgotten corner of the world? His gaze settled once more upon the small figure in the courtyard. An ordinary body. Was an ordinary body truly incapable? Was physical constitution truly the most vital factor on the path of cultivation? A sudden thought pierced the stillness of his long-dead heart. His entire frame jolted. And deep within, where his sword heart had lain buried for years beneath layers of dust and despair, it stirred. Just once, faint, fragile, undeniable.
The heart. The heart is the root.
The lame man murmured softly, his eyes growing brighter, sharper, illuminated by dawning revelation. That evening the woman stepped out of the house, and paused upon seeing the lame man seated on the ground.
"Lee, madman, you—"
she began uncertainly.
"You seem different somehow."
The lame man lifted his head and offered her a smile, no longer shadowed by weariness or emptiness, but radiant with quiet resolution and latent sharpness. Indeed, he was different. He, the former sword sovereign, had reclaimed his long-lost sword heart, not through ancient artifacts or celestial revelations, but through the unwavering spirit of an ordinary boy. How much time had passed? How many punches had Kuan Yin thrown? Even he could no longer recall. 50,000. 80,000. He only knew this: his fists moved faster than ever before, each strike now pure unthinking instinct. Meanwhile the children at the village's edge, guided by their masters and fortified with pills, grew increasingly confident, their chi noticeably stronger than that of ordinary youths, their arrogance swelling unchecked. That day they passed the village's far end once more, and saw Kuan Yin still punching, absorbed in his solitary rhythm.
"Hey, fool!"
The leader, the same boy who'd snatched the medicinal herbs, was named Li Hu. As the village chief's son, he ruled the lanes with swagger and impunity. Flanked by his cronies, he strode boldly into the courtyard.
"You've been punching for nearly a year. Let's see just how much progress you've made."
With that he struck a flamboyant pose and launched a roaring punch toward Kuan Yun's chest, wind howling fiercely behind it. Yet Kuan Yin seemed utterly unaware of him. He remained sealed within his own world. Just moments earlier, on the cusp of his umpteenth 10th punch, he had sensed it, something elusive just beyond reach. Was this the chi Uncle Lame had spoken of? He did not know. It was ineffable, intangible, yet undeniably real. One more step forward, and a new gate would swing wide open. He ignored the incoming fist. Ignored every voice around him. Guided solely by instinct, he fused that fleeting sensation into his next strike. Then, he punched. Unremarkable. Unadorned. No earth-shaking thunder. No dazzling radiance. Yet the instant his fist flew forward, Li Hu and his companions froze, their mocking grins petrified upon their faces. An invisible surge of force erupted from Kuan Yun's fist, rippling outward like a silent shockwave. It was not violent, but it carried overwhelming will, forcing them to squeeze shut their eyes and stagger backward off balance. Li Hu's punch never reached Kuan Yun's robe. It was deflected, repelled midair by sheer pressure of intent.
Crack!
A sharp, brittle sound, not of breaking bone, but of hardened yellow earth splitting beneath their feet, radiating outward from Kuan Yun's stance like a spiderweb of fissures. The children stood frozen, petrified. Run! That single primal urge consumed their minds entirely. A million punches, complete. In that very instant a soft, delicate pop echoed within Kuan Yun's body, a long-standing barrier shattered. Around him, the invisible spiritual energy of heaven and earth, normally imperceptible, responded as if summoned, surging violently toward his slender frame. It was less that he had grasped chi, and more that chi itself rushed eagerly toward him. A torrent of power vastly surpassing anything before erupted from his being. Body tempering realm, attained. Beneath the eaves the lame man, who had watched in silent vigil, dropped his wine gourd with a hollow clattering clang. His eyes locked onto the small figure in the courtyard, wide with awe, blazing with unrestrained elation. No scripture. No pills. Through pure unadulterated punching alone, he had drawn chi into his body, shattered the shackles of ordinariness, and stepped into the body-tempering realm. And, astonishingly, he had already grasped E. Ordinary cultivators might glimpse E only upon reaching the Spirit King realm, and be hailed as geniuses. Yet he, while still in the body-tempering realm, had already infused E into his fist. The lame man stepped forward, then in the blink of an eye stood before Kuan Yin, gripping his shoulders with trembling intensity.
"You are extraordinary."
He drew a deep, steadying breath, calming his racing pulse, then gazed at the boy with fierce, burning focus.
Tell me, child, what is your fist? What is your E?
Kuan Yin emerged from his trance-like state, feeling the unprecedented fullness of power coursing through his limbs. He looked down at his fist, bewildered yet profoundly awakened.
My fist. My E.
He raised his head. In his clear, youthful eyes gleamed a depth and dominance far beyond his years.
Once a move is made, there is no retreat. Once a fist is thrown, there is no fear. The one who punches must advance without hesitation, undaunted, unafraid.
The youth paused, his voice low, yet each word rang with ironclad clarity.
I have a single fist, capable of cleaving mountains, filling oceans, slaying demons, communing with gods, and striking down immortals. I have a fist that can split mountains, fill seas, slay demons, commune with gods, and fell immortals.
The youth's words resounded with unwavering conviction. The crippled man stared fixedly at the child before him, his eyes, once devoid of life, now brimming with sheer astonishment. These words, how arrogant, how domineering they were. Yet spoken by a 6-year-old child, they evoked not ridicule, but an inexplicable sense of destined resolve. A move made without regret, a fist thrown without fear. What a fist thrown without fear! The crippled man's sword heart, long buried in dust, rekindled, and a surge of long-lost valor swelled within his chest. In that moment, he made a decision. He released his grip and patted Kuan Yun's shoulder with solemnity, the agitation in his eyes gradually calming into a complex smile.
You are well done.
With that he turned and strode away, his gait no longer dejected, his lame leg no longer so conspicuous. He stopped before the woman and uttered only one sentence.
I'm going out for a while.
The woman looked at him, at the light rekindled in his eyes, and smiled.
Go on.
The crippled man did not look back. He simply left the small courtyard where he had hidden for years, vanishing at the end of the mountain path. Kuan Yin chased to the doorway, watching his departing figure.
Granny C, where did Uncle Cripple go? Will he come back?
The woman called Granny C stroked Kuan Yun's head and gazed into the distance.
He will,
she said softly.
He's just gone to reclaim what was always his.
3 more months slipped by. The crippled man never returned. Kuan Yun's punches grew ever more proficient, the wind of his fists howled, stirring up small pebbles in the courtyard. Yet during this time he found little heart for practice. Sister Ye's illness was worsening. Before she could still manage to get out of bed, sit on a small stool under the eaves, and watch him train with a smile. Now she lacked even the strength to rise. Every day Kuan Yin saw the blood she coughed up stain her pillow, her already pallid face as white as paper. That day Xiao Ye's condition took a critical turn. She fell into a semi-coma, her breathing faint, as if she might expire at any moment. Kuan Yin stayed by her bedside, his heart consumed with anxiety.
Sister, you wait for me.
He sprang to his feet, grabbing the medicine basket and chopping knife from the corner.
I'm going up the mountain to gather herbs for you.
With that he dashed out of the courtyard without looking back, racing toward the deep mountains beyond the village. No sooner had he left the village than auspicious clouds gathered above Sinan village, radiating a myriad of celestial lights. A majestic flying vessel carved from white jade, its hull etched with profound runes, hovered silently over the village. An aura of solemn sanctity descended, weighing upon the entire settlement. The farmers toiling in the fields, the women cooking in their homes, everyone halted their tasks, staring dumbfounded at the sky.
What? What is that? Immortals. The immortals have come.
Someone shouted, and the whole village of Sinan erupted into chaos.
The immortals are here. The sect selection. It's real. The immortals have truly come to choose disciples from our village.
Every household buzzed with excitement. Adults abandoned their hoes and stoves, rushing home, like mad, dragging their children toward the threshing ground at the village entrance. In an instant the entire village was in turmoil.
Quick! Go, Dan. Put on the new clothes your mother bought you. Area Z, stop crying. If an immortal takes a liking to you, you'll never suffer again.
The threshing ground was packed with people. From the flying vessel, several cultivators in white robes, with an ethereal bearing, descended gracefully. Leading them was a middle-aged Taoist. His gaze swept over the dark, surging crowd, and his voice, though not loud, reached every ear with crystal clarity.
I am an outer sect steward of the Flowing Clouds sect. By the order of the sect, I am here today to select disciples. All children aged 6 to 12 with suitable bone age may step forward for a trial.
As his words fell, the crowd surged forward. Village Chief Li Gui, aided by several strong men, struggled to maintain order, lining up the children for their turns. A crystalline spiritising stone was placed at the center of the grounds.
First, Li Hu.
The chief's son Li Hu swaggered forward and pressed his hand onto the stone. The stone emitted a faint white glow.
Unqualified.
Next. The steward's voice was utterly flat. Li Hu's face turned pale on the spot. His father Li Fugui had spent a fortune hiring tutors and buying medicinal baths for him, only to be met with unqualified. Muffled laughter rippled through the crowd. Li Gui humiliated yanked Li Hu back and scolded him under his breath.
Useless brat. All my money down the drain.
The selection continued.
Mortal body. Unqualified. Mortal body. Unqualified. Unqualified.
Over a dozen children went up, but the stone's glow remained dim. The parents who had invested heavily in their children's training wore increasingly grim expressions, scolding or even striking their offspring. Those who failed hung their heads in dejection, some bursting into tears. Just as despair was setting in.
A mortal body with a trace of spiritual essence. Not bad qualified.
The steward's tone finally shifted. A gaunt, poorly dressed little girl caused the testing stone to glow with a clear orange light. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The girl's parents wept with joy, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly to the immortals. Some rejoiced, others lamented. The selection pressed on. After an indeterminate time, the sun had begun to sink westward. A figure, bloodied and tattered, carrying a basket overflowing with herbs, limped down the mountain path at the village entrance. It was Lin Yun. To pick a rare herb from a cliff, he had slipped and fallen, his body covered in wounds. Yet he ignored the pain, his only thought to return home and brew medicine for his sister. When he entered the village and saw the colossal flying vessel on the threshing ground, the immortals hovering in the air, he stood frozen.
Immortals came for selection.
His heart pounded wildly. Hadn't he been practicing his fists for over a year, all for this moment? If chosen, he could beg for an immortal pill to save Sister Yes' life. Instinctively, he wanted to rush forward and join the line. But then a thought struck him, and he halted. He looked down at the basket on his back, filled with herbs he had earned with his own blood and injuries. Sister Yu was still in bed, waiting for him to come back and save her. Queuing up for the selection could take who knows how long. What if by the time he was done his sister had already? Lin Yun dared not think further. On one side lay the dream of immortal fortune, a chance to rise in a single bound. On the other lay his dying sister, waiting for him to save her. He was torn. The youth stood still, gazing from afar at the clamor and brilliance, then turning to look at the lonely, dilapidated courtyard at the village's end, bathed in the setting sun. At last, he made up his mind. Hadn't the very purpose of his fist practice been to save his sister? If he forgot that, what use was becoming an immortal? His thoughts cleared, as fearless and regretless as his punches. Lin Yun gritted his teeth, turned away from the commotion, and carrying the heavy basket walked silently toward the village's end. His shadow stretched long in the sunset, exuding a loneliness that clashed with the nearby uproar. Some villagers noticed him, but only cast disdainful glances. What could be more important than one's own immortal destiny now? Just as Lin Yun was about to turn into an alley.
Little brother, why don't you come and try?
A sweet voice rang out from the immortal's side. Lin Yun paused and looked back. Beneath the flying vessel, a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in a light pink gauze skirt, was watching him curiously. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, her bearing ethereal, not of this mortal world. Lin Yun looked at her, then at his own battered state, and shook his head with a bitter smile.
No, I know my talent is too dull. It would be a waste to try.
He paused, his voice carrying a weariness even he did not notice.
I have more pressing matters. Thank you, sister.
With that, he turned and disappeared into the dark alley. The girl watched his lonely retreat, her brows slightly furrowed in confusion, but she asked no further. Back at the dilapidated courtyard, Granny was not home. Lin Yun had to clumsily light the fire and brew the medicine himself. Choked by smoke and tears, his hands blistered from burns. At last the medicine was ready. He carefully carried it to the bedside and fed Xiao Yu spoonful by spoonful. But after downing the bowl of dark bitter liquid, Xiao Yu showed no improvement. Instead, she coughed even more violently.
Cough, cough.
Xiao Yu struggled to open her eyes and asked weakly,
Yuner, why is the village so noisy today?
Kuan Yun's heart ached, but he held back his tears and answered casually.
Nothing much. Ernyo is getting married. It's lively.
He couldn't let his sister know he had given up his immortal destiny for her. After calming Xiaoyu to sleep, Kuan Yun stepped outside. Watching his sister's condition worsen day by day, a crushing sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. By now the village had returned to its usual calm. The immortals had left, the selection was over. Those chosen had departed with the cultivators. Those who failed had gone home. The threshing ground was empty, as if the earlier clamor had been but a dream. Rage and resentment surged within him, channeling entirely into his fists.
Ah!
Kuan Yun roared to the sky, and facing the empty courtyard unleashed a fierce punch. This was the strongest punch he had ever thrown. The blast of his fist split the air, kicking up clouds of dust, and leaving a distinct imprint on the ground. With that punch, some of the pent-up frustration in his heart was released. He stood there panting heavily, utterly drained. Just then, that familiar sweet voice sounded leisurely behind him.
Little brother, that punch of yours.
Kuan Yun spun around. At the courtyard entrance, the girl in the pink skirt, who should have long since left with the immortal vessel, stood there, her bright eyes fixed on him.
It's truly extraordinary. How extraordinary!
The girl's voice was crisp and melodious, clear and charming. Kuan Yun spun around abruptly. On his face smeared with dust and blood, his eyes were filled with vigilance. At the courtyard entrance, the pink-skirted girl, who should have departed with the immortal boat, stood there gracefully. Her bright eyes were brimming with curiosity and a bewilderment she couldn't quite fathom. She had seen it. That punch he had thrown. She had witnessed it from beginning to end. Kuan Yun's heart leaped into his throat. The girl paid no heed to his tension. She simply tilted her head, gazing at the distinct fist imprint on the ground, then back at Kuan Yun's not-so-large fist. She murmured to herself,
"What a strange punch!"
With her cultivation at the spirit-nurturing realm, it would be effortless for her to leave such a mark on the ground. Yet she knew clearly it was entirely different. Her punch relied on the burst of spiritual energy circulating within her body. But the punch of this little boy before her was different. When that fist was thrown, she sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy, only a pure condense to the extreme. Something. What that something was she couldn't articulate. It was like a will that declared,
"I strike and you shall die."
Domineering, direct, unreasonable. This sensation she had never encountered even among the highly cultivated elders of her sect. Just as Kuan Yun's entire body tensed, unsure how to speak, a man's voice abruptly came from the alley entrance, tinged with anxiety.
"Junior sister, what are you doing here? Uncle Master noticed you were missing and is searching everywhere."
As his words faded, a young man in the same white robe strode over quickly. The young man was around 20, handsome though with a hint of arrogance between his brows. Seeing Kuan Yun in the courtyard with tattered clothes and covered in blood, a flicker of disgust passed through his eyes. He hurried to the girl's side and said reproachfully,
"Junior sister Lin, this place is thick with the aura of mortals. It's not suitable to linger. Let's return quickly."
The girl addressed as Junior Sister Lin showed no intention of leaving. She grabbed the young man's sleeve, her face alight with the excitement of discovering a new world.
"Senior brother, look at him."
She pointed at Kuan Yun, her eyes sparkling.
"This little brother is definitely extraordinary. The punch he just threw. I've never seen such a fist technique."
The young man followed her gesture and scrutinized Kuan Yun once more. Ragged clothes, a frail build. Aside from a face that, though dirty, hinted at handsome features, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. He was somewhat dismissive inside. A mere mortal brat, what earth-shattering fist technique could he have executed to warrant such astonishment from his junior sister?
"Junior sister, could you be mistaken?" "No."
The girl's tone was unusually firm.
"I saw it with my own eyes. That punch of his was absolutely not something a mortal could deliver. Senior brother, his constitution must be extraordinary. Perhaps he's a peerless genius that even we can't see through."
A peerless genius. The young man's heart jolted. His junior sister was no ordinary disciple. She possessed a rare spiritual insight constitution, granting her an extraordinary perception of various energy fluctuations and aura changes in heaven and earth. Even she said this. Could this boy who looked like a little beggar truly be a hidden uncut jade? The young man's mind raced. A top-tier spiritual constitution. Or perhaps a legendary Tao constitution. Beyond that, He dared not think further. Such a 1 in a billion existence could never appear in this remote backwater. But what if? What if the sect had truly struck gold this time? Then the junior sister who discovered this genius, and he himself, as a witness, would both earn great merit. With that thought, the young man's disdain dissipated, instantly replaced by a burning fervor. His gaze toward Kuan Yun shifted from disgust to scrutiny and exploration. Yet he still hesitated.
But junior sister, the sect selection period has passed. If we test him privately and Uncle Master finds out. Oh, senior brother.
The girl began to coax, shaking his arm.
Rules are dead, but people are alive. What if because of this the sect misses a peerless genius? That would be the greatest loss. Please help just test him, okay, senior brother?
Watching his junior sister's pleading expression, and hearing the words peerless genius, his last shred of hesitation vanished. He sighed helplessly, yet a doting smile graced his face.
All right, you win. Just this once and never again.
Having achieved her goal, the girl jumped with joy. She turned to Kuan Yun, her voice brimming with anticipation.
Little brother, would you be willing to have your talent tested?
Kuan Yun had long been stunned. He never imagined that the immortal fate he had given up would seek him out again in such a manner. Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, he thought of Sister Yu, who lay on the bed tormented by illness. Ordinary herbs were no longer effective. This was his last chance. Without a second thought, he nodded heavily with all his might.
Am willing.
His voice was tight with emotion, and in his clear eyes the flame of hope was rekindled.
Wonderful.
The girl was even happier than he was. The young man wasted no time and took out a crystalline spiritising stone from his storage pouch. He placed the stone on the stone table in the courtyard and said to Kuan Yun,
Place your hand on it. Empty your mind and do not resist.
Kuan Yun took a deep breath and walked step by step to the stone table. He extended his hand, a small hand calloused from years of boxing and scarred from gathering herbs just moments ago, trembling slightly in midair. He looked at the cold stone before him. It would decide his fate and, more importantly, the life or death of Sister Yu. Slowly he pressed his palm onto it. The moment his palm touched the spiritising stone, a cool sensation spread through him. Kuan Yun closed his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. He could hear the sound of his own blood flowing. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The spiritising stone showed no reaction. It lay there like the most ordinary of stones, devoid of any radiance. Kuan Yun's heart sank bit by bit.
How can this be?
The smile on the girl's face froze. She stared at the stone in disbelief.
Senior brother, what's going on? Is the stone broken?
The young man frowned as well. This outcome was entirely different from what he had expected.
Impossible. The spiritising stone cannot be wrong.
The girl refused to give up.
Then, maybe it's a poor connection, or it needs more time to react. Yes, let's wait a bit longer.
She stared intently at the stone, as if willing it to light up with her gaze. A long time passed. So long that the wind in the courtyard ceased. The spiritising stone remained dim and unresponsive. The verdict was undeniable. Mortal constitution. The purest, most absolute mortal constitution, devoid of even a trace of spiritual essence. The girl fell silent. Her small face was a canvas of bewilderment and confusion. How could it be a mortal constitution? Her mind was filled with questions. How could a mortal constitution reach the body-tempering realm at such an age? And how could a mortal constitution produce a will and a fist that made even her heart tremble? It defied logic. It was utterly impossible. By now the young man had also recovered. He looked at Kuan Yun, deep regret flickering in his eyes. He gently patted Kuan Yun's shoulder and comforted him.
Little brother, don't be too disheartened. At such a young age, to reach the body-tempering realm with a mere mortal constitution, you must have consumed some heavenly treasure or had a significant stroke of fortune. In terms of perseverance alone, you are far beyond ordinary people.
His voice was gentle, yet it mercilessly severed the last thread of hope in Kuan Yun's heart.
But unfortunately, on the path of cultivation, talent comes first. Without talent, one is ultimately cut off from the immortal path.
Cut off from the immortal path. Those 4 words exploded in Kuan Yun's mind. He was completely stunned. The test. He had failed. That meant he couldn't join the immortal sect. Couldn't obtain the immortal pill. Couldn't save Sister Yu. The small face that had glowed with hope instantly drained of all color. He jerked his head up, looking at the immortal brother and sister before him. His eyes were filled with desperation.
Please!
His lips trembled, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face.
Please give me another chance. I can do anything. I can be your beast of burden. Just to save my sister.
He fell to his knees, with a thud, his frail body shaking violently with agitation and grief. Yet when he looked up, no one was there. The young man and the girl had left without a trace. No farewell, no sign of their presence. Only he remained kneeling alone on the cold ground. The courtyard was silent. Only the sound of a boy's sorrowful weeping lingered. Sister, you. Am sorry. Am useless. A crushing wave of self-blame and helplessness engulfed him. Just as he felt utterly desolate, a gruff, familiar voice sounded abruptly above his head, laced with mockery and disdain.
Brat, what are you crying for? So spineless. Isn't it just a measly little sect? What's so great about it? I saw it. On that flying boat of theirs, the highest cultivation was merely at the spirit transformation realm. A place like that not worth our time.
Kuan Yin looked up sharply. The crippled uncle, who had disappeared for 3 months, was standing right before him. He still wore those tattered clothes, holding the familiar gourd of wine. But his eyes were no longer dejected. His back was straight as an arrow. His lame legs seemed less pronounced. His entire being was like a peerless sword sheathed in a scabbard, unassuming at first glance, yet exuding a hard-stopping sharpness. The cripple looked down at Kuan Yun's tear-streaked face and grinned. He reached out, not to help him up, but to offer him something. It was a sword. A wooden sword carved from the most ordinary wood, without even a scabbard.
Brat, don't be sad.
The cripple's voice was filled with a long-lost heroic spirit.
If fists can't save your sister, then let's try something else. Are you willing to learn swordsmanship from me? Would you be willing to learn the sword with me?
The lame man's voice echoed through the silent courtyard, brimming with a heroic spirit. Kuan Yun lifted his head, tear stains still marking his grimy face. He gazed at the lame uncle before him, his heart filled with doubt. Learn the sword. When had lame uncle ever wielded a blade? His gaze instinctively drifted past the wooden sword, landing on the man's back. There, slanted across his shoulders, was an object wrapped in coarse cloth. Yet the outline of a scabbard was still discernible, though it seemed shorter than usual, and what lay within appeared incomplete. It looked like a broken sword.
Lame uncle, your sword is already broken.
He stared bluntly at the lame man, speaking his judgment in a tone of utmost seriousness.
I suppose your swordsmanship can't be very good.
The lame man's heroic smile froze on the spot. His face twitched involuntarily. His swordsmanship. Not very good. In those days, he, the madman, had roamed the eastern domain, with a single sword, routing the so-called prodigies of mighty dynasties and blessed lands. Even those reclusive ancient monsters, when his name was mentioned, would furrow their brows. The title of sword god was earned through bloodshed, not boasting. Now to be told by a 6-year-old brat that his swordsmanship was lacking. The indignation nearly choked him breathless. He stared hard at Kuan Yun, tempted to crack open the boy's skull to see what was inside. But meeting Kuan Yun's clear, innocent eyes, he finally suppressed his fury. Why bother with a little child? From that day on, the boy began learning the sword under the lame man. No sword manuals, no instruction in techniques, no profound mental formulas. The lame man taught him only one movement. The thrust. The simplest, most fundamental thrust. Keep your wrist level, unite waist, and horse draw power from the ground, let intent precede the blade. The lame man sat beneath the eaves, lazily drinking wine, occasionally uttering a word of guidance. Kuan Yun stood in the center of the courtyard, repeating the monotonous motion over and over. From sunrise to sunset. Sweat soaked his clothes, only to be dried by the sun. The wooden sword in his hand, once light and unfamiliar, gradually became an extension of his arm. He lost count of how many times he thrust. 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000. All he knew was that when he collapsed onto his bed exhausted each day, the trajectory of the sword stroke still lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, in the eastern domain, a treasure land abundant with spiritual energy, such a celestial paradise that even blessed lands paled in comparison. In the center of a grotto, a middle-aged man seated cross-legged abruptly opened his eyes. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire cave. This disturbance alarmed the entire blessed land.
That direction. It's Uncle Master Quan. Uncle Master Quan has emerged from seclusion.
The man slowly exhaled a turbid breath, its color a faint gold. Sensing the surging vast divine power within him, now countless times stronger than when he first broke through, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The injuries from forcibly refining that small pagoda had fully healed, and his cultivation had advanced even further. He rose to his feet, lifting his gaze toward the heavens, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the firmament.
"Jewer,"
he murmured softly.
"Yuner, wait for me."
The next moment his figure vanished from the grotto. It was time to seek an explanation from those people. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the small courtyard of Sinan village, the child of yesteryear had grown into a 10-year-old youth. Kuan Yun had shot up in height, his once thin frame was now filled with muscle, sleek and solid. He still stood in the center of the yard, gripping the same wooden sword, now polished smooth by use. He slowly raised his hand and thrust. A plain, unadorned movement devoid of any flourish, seemingly without force. Yet the instant the sword tip extended, a leaf drifting gently 3 feet ahead suddenly split in two without any warning. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Beneath the eaves the lame man watched this scene, a glint of sharp light flickering in his murky eyes. Sword intent? This boy with a mere mortal body had actually touched the threshold of sword intent through sheer relentless practice. If this were to spread, the entire eastern domain would be shaken.
"The master shows the way, but cultivation is personal."
The lame man took a gulp of wine, sighing inwardly.
"Boy, I've found your path. How far you go from now on is up to you."
His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions and a sense of powerlessness. Kuan Yun's constitution lacked even a trace of spiritual resonance. He was a pure mortal. Even he, the former sword god, was helpless in the face of this. However, the youth, who had just grasped sword intent, though still at the body tempering stage, possessed combat strength that was now incomparable. Even cultivators at the spirit nurturing realm might not gain the upper hand against him. It was time for him to leave this small mountain village. Just as the lame man was thinking this, Kuan Yun put away his wooden sword and walked up to him. The youth's thoughts were completely different from the lame man's. Over these 2 years his sword practice had grown more intense, yet his heart had become increasingly anxious. Sister Yes' health was deteriorating day by day. Her hair had turned completely white. Though barely over 30, she looked older than Granny C. In his heart Kuan Yun understood that her days were truly numbered. He looked at the lame man, his eyes brimming with hope and entreaty.
"Lame uncle."
The boy's voice was hoarse with tension.
"What pill can save sister?"
The lame man looked at him, silent for a moment, as if he had long anticipated the question. He set down his gourd and spoke slowly.
1 month from now, the Sanyun Empire will hold its triennial Grand Genius competition. The champion will be awarded a 5th-grade pill, the Heaven Returning Pill. Though it cannot eradicate her shattered origin, it can extend her life.
The Sanyun Grand Competition. The Heaven Returning Pill. A light brighter than ever ignited in Kuan Yun's eyes. All the confusion and powerlessness of these past years found an outlet in this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles standing out sharply. To be champion. I must be the champion. The Sanyun Grand Tournament was a grand event held once every decade in the Sanyun Empire. Within the empire's borders, nobles of the imperial family and prodigies of various sects all regarded it as a stage to achieve fame in a single battle. As the tournament approached, the official roads leading to the imperial capital Sanyun City teemed with surging crowds and a procession of carriages and horses. Among them, a white jade flying boat traversing the clouds was particularly eye-catching. The boat's hull was inscribed with profound runes and enveloped in celestial aura. It was the vessel of the Flowing Cloud sect. Though the Flowing Cloud sect was not among the top-tier sects in the Sanyun Empire, with a Spirit King realm powerhouse guarding it, it barely secured a place among the first-rate. This time, they held high hopes, for the grand tournament for this generation boasted a rare spiritual physique prodigy.
"Senior Sister Lin, what are you looking at?"
On the deck, a young cultivator approached a girl leaning on the railing, gazing into the distance, his tone laced with concern. The girl was none other than the Lin girl who had appeared in Sinan village 2 years ago, Lin Huanqing. 2 years had passed, and she had grown even more ethereally beautiful, though a trace of lingering bewilderment seemed to dwell between her brows.
"Senior brother."
Lin Huanqing turned back and smiled at the young man. Gazing down at the crowds on the ground scurrying like ants, she spoke softly.
"I was wondering if in this world there truly exist people who can embark on the path of cultivation relying solely on their own will without any innate talent."
The young man was taken aback, then chuckled.
Junior sister, are you still thinking about that mortal boy from 2 years ago?
He shook his head and said,
A mortal body is a mortal body. Perhaps he had some fortuitous encounter that made him stronger than ordinary people for a time, but ultimately it's but a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water. He won't go far.
Lin Huanqing did not refute, but the confusion in her eyes deepened. That day when the young boy threw his punch, the sheer purity of his will remained vividly etched in her heart. Just then her spirit, insight, physique's keen perception detected an unusual disturbance from below. A violent surge of demonic aura. Her gaze sharpened as she looked downward. Below on the official road a merchant caravan had fallen into utter chaos. A black bull demon, as massive as a small hill, was effortlessly overturning wagons with its sharp enormous horns. A spirit accumulation realm bull demon. For mortals, this was a calamity capable of destroying everything. Seeing the bull demon about to charge into the crowd, Lin Shui's heart stirred with compassion.
Senior brother, I'll go down and take a look.
Before her words faded, she transformed into a streak of pink light leaping from the flying boat.
Ah, junior sister.
The young man was startled but couldn't stop her in time. Kuan Yin was troubled. He had finally persuaded a caravan steward heading to Sanyan City to let him hitch a ride. He had just fallen asleep on a pile of bumpy straw when he was jolted awake by violent shaking and piercing screams. The carriage had suddenly stopped and chaos erupted all around. He poked his head out of the straw pile and jumped off the carriage. The scene before him made his pupils contract. A massive bull demon was wreaking havoc. Its eyes were bloodshot, and scorching breath steamed from its nostrils. Every step it took made the ground tremble slightly. The caravan members fled in all directions wailing, while goods lay scattered everywhere. Amid the chaos, a little girl of about 4 or 5 was knocked down by the fleeing crowd and fell to the ground. Too terrified to cry, she stared in fright at the bull demon slowly advancing toward her. The bull demon slowly raised a massive iron-like hoof. Beneath the hoof was the little girl's head. One stomp and the girl would be crushed into a pulp.
No!
A woman in the distance let out a terrified cry, presumably the girl's mother. The people hiding nearby trembled in fear, none daring to step forward. Just as the iron hoof was about to descend, a stone whistled through the air and struck the bull demon's eye with precision.
Moo!
The bull demon bellowed in pain, its descending hoof veering off by an inch and crashing heavily into the ground beside the girl, forming a deep pit. Seizing the opening, a figure dashed swiftly to the little girl's side. It was Kuan Yun. He scooped up the terrified girl and pushed her toward her mother.
Run! Go find your family!
As the sharp pain subsided, the bull demon's fury was fully ignited. Its injured eye locked onto the young man who had thwarted it.
Moo!
The bull demon stomped its front hoof. A terrifying demonic force exploded through the ground. The hard earth split open, with a massive crevice racing rapidly toward Kuan Yun's position. Kuan Yun's expression changed. The girl behind him hadn't run far enough. Without a second thought, he spun around, and with all his strength shoved the little girl out of the crevice's range. But he himself, because of this delay, was cut off from escape. The dust settled, revealing a bizarre standoff. A deep chasm isolated the young man from the outside world. He stood alone facing the enraged bull demon. Gasps rose from the crowd.
That kid is finished. What a shame. He saved someone but got himself trapped.
The rescued girl, coming to her senses, looked at the trapped Kuan Yun and cried out weakly.
Save! Save that young brother!
Her mother clamped her hand over the girl's mouth, dragging her further away, trembling with fear herself. Save? Who would dare? Who could? Facing a furious spirit accumulation realm great demon, no one dared to lend a hand. In their eyes, the young man's fate was sealed. He would be cruelly trampled into a pulp by that bull demon. Yet the youth in peril showed no fear on his face. He slowly drew the wooden sword that had accompanied him for 2 years, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. His clear eyes held nothing but calm, and even a hint of eager anticipation.
A wooden sword to fight a beast! Has this child lost his mind?
The onlookers were astonished. The bull demon seemed to feel provoked as well. It pawed the ground frantically, black demonic aura gathering on its horns, making the surrounding air thick and heavy.
Moo!
With a roar, its massive body charged swiftly at Kuan Yun. Those sharp horns aimed straight for the young man's heart. It would pierce through and shred this insolent human youth. Just then Lin Huanqing finally arrived. But what she saw was the bull demon's mad charge kicking up a storm of dust. The dust obscured everything and her spiritual sense was disrupted by the violent demonic aura, making it impossible to see clearly what was happening inside. She only sensed that the young man's faint aura could be completely swallowed by the bull demon's immense power at any moment. The situation was urgent. She had no time to think. Relying on instinct, she slashed a sharp sword aura toward the center of the dust. Yet within the dust, unseen by anyone. In Kuan Yun's eyes, the entire world faded away. Only the ever-enlarging deadly horns remained. The wind, the roars, the screams, everything receded. His heart was unprecedentedly calm. The hand gripping the wooden sword was as steady as a rock. 2 years of daily countless repetitions had ingrained this movement into his instinct. Facing the charging bull demon that sought to impale him with its horns, he simply executed the most basic of actions, a thrust.